I'm getting thirsty. I'm getting thirsty. I need a little bit of water in my life. Getting thirsty. I need to quench that. I need to tease that. I need to kill that. I need to murder my thirst. Yeah. Murdering my goddamn thirst. I'm murdering my motherfucking thirst. Take my thirst in a headlock. Pop the thirst down on the floor. I'm murdering my motherfucking thirst.
You murdering your thirst. Yeah. You murdering your goddamn thirst. You murdering your motherfucking thirst. Put it down in the ground. Yeah. Murder your motherfucking thirst. You murdering your goddamn thirst. No.
Murder that thirst, murder that thirst, creeping up behind you with the murder thirst. Gotta murder it, you kill it, then you do it, then it's over, then all. What the fuck was that? Hold on, I want to knock my door. Hold on a second. Who are you? What can I do for? Oh my God! Oh, jeez!
As I'm in the midst of applying for residency right now, wish me luck, Grammarly has again been a lifesaver with my application, helping me write my personal
every day. Nothing seemed to change. Everywhere I go, I keep saying the same old thing, and I can't take it no more. Well, I would leave this town, but I ain't got nowhere else to go now. Wake up in the morning, oh, bad news. Sometimes I feel like I was born to lose, and it's driving me out of my mind. Gonna catch the next train and I'll move on down the line. Yeah. Well, I'll be ready now. I'll be ready when my train goes in. Well, I'll be ready now, yeah. I'll be ready when my train goes in. Yeah. I know my time ain't long and I can't live this life within now. To the max. Okay. To the max. To the max. Peace. Peace and blessings, everybody. Episode 78. Welcome. Get comfortable. I hope you're hungry. I'm going to get into it here shortly. Peace and blessings to you all. Thank you for being here as we get right into it. Episode 78.
So I'm going to just get right into it, Mr. Paul Enslaved. If you're there listening, sir, then I would like to say this is the gentleman that me and many people have agreed would be a great person to get you into contact with or vice versa. Either way, to him get in contact with you, you get in contact with him. To speak on, in my opinion, specifically what I think would be an amazing topic to hear from both of you collaborate on would be the topic of ontological warfare and the progression of just where social engineering and behavior, social engineering program is going with in terms of digital currency. And I don't know why I'm hearing an echo of myself. It's fucking unbearable right now. So I'm just gonna play this and try to figure it out.
Hey, nice balance.
Nietzsche's proclamation of the death of God marks the beginning of the modern age, the age in which science and technology have largely replaced religion as the bodies of knowledge and the activities that society depends on and lives by. At least one traditional understanding of what God means was at an end. Even as far back as Galileo, the idea was already coming in that the way the world works is neither moral nor purposive, but simply mechanical.
Good morning. This is October 5th, 1997. I have checked 4 wire services, scanned 8 magazines and 18 newspapers, and accessed the New York, Tokyo, and Paris databases. Here are 3 items you may be interested in.
Will you record me? No, don't record.
All right, I think I should sound better now.
We ourselves consist physically of atoms, and we know that all the atoms have their frequencies. It is theoretically possible to pick up all of our frequencies and actually send us by radio.
You mean we'll be able to transmit ourselves somewhere else?
Yes.
To be reconstituted in some distant place?
Yeah.
To present it to you today. It is intense, but what is the deal with this? I don't know.
My bad. I'm trying to find the right spot where he's talking about WorldCoin. I mean, not WorldCoin. Here, right here.
And trace. Here's blockchain is a secure way for people to own and control their digital footprint, the data they create living through devices and.
Wow, my internet's ass. Moment.
What blockchain?
Wow, I don't know what's going on right now. Unreal, dude.
To the max.
Shout out to Days, though.
Okay. In Shanghai by
Shout out to Days.
2025. This is pretty important. This is pretty big. Now, China, I've always looked at as a type of model, right? A type of model for the future. When we think of China, we think of collectivism. We think of authoritarianism, austerity. But we also think of technocracy. We think of transhumanism. It's very easy to mobilize a population, control and surveil a population when you have this type of dynamic. This is antithetical to the West, specifically America, in that this is an individualist country. We're not collectivist. We have this concept of freedom and liberty and so-called democracy. You understand that doesn't mean anything. But China represents a type of model that would be expedient to those in power, especially those who aim to transform this nation, at least in the West, into this type of technocracy, right? So also I think about how much China was praised during the scamdemic, whether it was Fauci or Gates and others praising China for how they handled the response, right? We think of zero COVID and this nonsense. They also praised, of course, Australia and New Zealand, which were very China-esque with regard to the reaction model. Interesting. But there's something bigger to this. Let me show you here. So this has to do, I think, one aspect of this is blockchain, right? We're moving towards digital currencies. We're moving towards virtuality. We're moving towards spatial web, popularly known as Web 3, and eventually the Web 4. Now, what's interesting about Web 3, spatialism, the digital economy, is none of these things can exist or function without a stable, thorough blockchain infrastructure. If we think about blockchain, we have to think about the bones, right? The skeletal system of this new system. Your body, your behaviors, your actions, your mobility can't necessarily happen without a skeletal system, right? To hold everything together and create a structure. That's precisely what blockchain is, and it's extremely important. So let's talk a little bit about that. First, I'd like to refer to wrenching the gears, the work of Alison McDowell. I like what she says here regarding blockchain before I touch on it. I think she really lays out a good understanding of what it truly is, regardless of what the crypto bros and anarcho-capitalists think about this. This decentralized concept is not necessarily the case. There's examples of elements of decentralization, of course, but we also have to consider who is controlling these blockchains and the hardware and software, right? Who's controlling these things? That's always going to be the issue. And I think we have a good idea of who will be controlling them and funding them and owning them. Check this out. Let's see. Blockchain is a secure way for people to own and control their digital footprint, the data they create living through devices and wearable, implantable, and ingestible technology in smart environments. In essence, it is a digital ledger that keeps track of everything across the decentralized computer network that is said to be permanent and secure. Picture a real-time account book that keeps track not only of your monetary assets, Bitcoin, this is how much folks understand blockchain, but also civil records like birth certificates, marriage certificates, and court proceedings, voting records, property ownership, certifications and education credentials, health information, including DNA, bioinformatics or behavioral and biometric data, and data from wearable technologies, public benefit access like food stamps, and now even one's movement geolocation data, and social interactions via QR code, health passports, and contact tracing. Just as an example to show you what blockchain consists of, what it provides as far as, let's say its processes, its function, powerful. When we talk about full spectrum dominance, this is a way to accomplish that. Digitization, the digital transformation, all this stuff, the Great Reset, Fourth Industrial Revolution, in a sense, is contingent upon a type of blockchain infrastructure to be developed. Now, let's add to that. Let me show you some examples here. She said birth certificates. This is very important as well because this puts babies, infants, newborns, new humans brought into the world on a blockchain, such that they become not much different from all these other things she mentioned. They become forms of currency to be tracked and traced. Here's an example here. Check this out. Biometrics from birth. Of course, Africa and Asia and India. Three of the most important locations with regard to the testing grounds and the experimentation of these new technologies. The government of South Africa.
All right. I guess since I'm here and you're here, sir, if I have your permission, I mean, if you can give me like the thumbs up that it's okay. I mean, I already said what channel You know, Days of Noah, aka Yeti Life, as his avatar is saying, his alter ego. Some would say, allegedly, metaversally. Yeah, if I have your permission, sir, then I'll continue, if that's okay. Just give me a thumbs down otherwise. How about that?
Investigating biometric technologies and policies to introduce biometrics for infants to tackle child trafficking. Yes. Yes, guys. We've discussed this, but you remember how we addressed the sound of freedom. Not just to, in a sense, conjure the spirit of, what is it, the Satanic Panic 2.0, appeal to the Christian right, present this pseudo sense of like a warrior class through the Q movement, this next Q movement, etc., but also to start to put out the idea of digitally tracking humans, such that child trafficking can't necessarily exist. Imagine if all humans can be tracked and traced to the position, the geographic position they're in, not just their services and their access to data, but their physical bodies. Right? Imagine how powerful that is. And also imagine how difficult it would be to traffic any body. Right? And I think this is an example of where it's trying to go. Here's another one. And again, biometrics, these systems of data have to have a home to be useful, to be stored, managed, housed, blockchain, of course. Now, Ghana to begin issuing digital IDs to newborns from August. This was July 24th. Not too long ago, if you think about it, right? Several days. The issuance of digital ID numbers, known as Ghana card numbers, to newborns in Ghana is set to begin next month, according to the country's vice president, Bahamida Bawumia. Bawumia was speaking over the weekend at the event in the port city of Cape Coast to mark the 75th anniversary celebrations of the Ghana National College, one of the country's most prominent high schools. Let's see here. So a trial to issue the ID numbers to some newborns was done on July 21st. And that test run was successful. So from next month, all babies born in Ghana, once they take them to weigh in, they will be issued the Ghana card number and also get their birth certificate identification card or number at the same time, because the two databases are talking to each other. This is very transformational. Wow. Yes. Now, this process already exists in many areas in the East. China, India already has their digital ID. The Netherlands has different forms of these digital identifications. But it's interesting to see how we're moving closer and closer to this very Huxley Brave New World, where not only babies can and will be genetically engineered in laboratories outside of human reproduction, but also they will be placed and monitored as far as their data is concerned on these massive blockchain systems that will be directly tied to software corporations and, of course, international governments. This is also happening in the Philippines. Over 70 million Philly IDs issued as PSA, Philippines Post recommit to delivery. Now, there's already privacy issues in many of these projects, which is a good thing. But like we've seen with any other technology or therapy, they seem to circumvent law and rights somehow, some way. Just showing you receipts. All of this is happening. Everything is unfolding, leading towards what I would argue as the mark of the beast.
So, again, I get that the mark of the beast for many ties into religious context and whatnot, but I didn't even want to get into that. I was just happening to be pausing it there. But there's a short video I wanted to check out, and you can find it when you look up what's called covert compulsory bioenhancement. So I don't think anyone needs to be explained to what that is. I was just going to check it out really quick because I was recommended to look into
Does
this.
being good count if being bad isn't an option? Imagine a future where we could transform ourselves with robotics, genetic modifications, and other technologies. Now, in that future, we made ourselves bigger, faster, stronger, smarter, healthier. Our lifespans increase as a result. Everyone gets superpowers. Now let's take it a step further. We use bioenhancements not just to make people better, but to make better people. I'm talking moral bioenhancements. Imagine that crime plummets, that wars are a thing of the past, that people go out of their way to help one another. Now, maybe there's some sort of inherent reward system that makes you feel better when you help another person out. Or maybe there's a negative aversion system that makes you feel bad if you start to contemplate something that would be immoral. In either case, you would get superpowers, but you'd be forced to be a hero. No one could be a villain. This sounds a lot like the plot to A Clockwork Orange, in which a sociopathic teenager undergoes an extreme technique to nullify his violent tendencies. But this isn't just fiction. It's a discussion going on in academic circles right now. If you do a Google search for the term, you're going to pull up all sorts of papers with titles like Moral Bioenhancement and the Utilitarian Catastrophe, or Egalitarianism and Moral Bioenhancement. Many of these articles bring up the real problems with the concept of moral bioenhancement. First and foremost, Who decides what's moral? If you have a morally mandated approach, that means someone in authority has to decide what is and is not moral. That means that person has to put him or herself in a position of moral superiority, and then they mandate the morality to everybody else. So what if this authority person decides that anyone with an opposing political viewpoint is immoral, and so that's forbidden? Or let's say the government's view on morality is dramatically different than that of the population. You could end up with a totalitarian government. Or what happens if you enter a moral dilemma and there's no clear moral choice in front of you? Then there are the academics who say this entire discussion is pointless because we can't even agree on what is moral right now. And what we think of as moral today may not be what we think is moral tomorrow. On top of that, we don't really understand all the drivers that create ethical or moral behavior, so how could we modify them? We could see big problems like climate change or weapons of mass destruction get even worse rather than better. And this discussion also pulls focus away from a broader discussion on the ethics of bioenhancements in general. Those critics say that we are living in the early days of a new era in which we can use technology to improve ourselves. I'm living proof. Just a few years ago, I had LASIK eye surgery to improve my eyesight. It doesn't take a huge leap of the imagination to envision a future where we can actually push our abilities beyond the typical human performance. But that raises real ethical questions about accessibility and disenfranchisement and what it means to be human. But what do you think? What will improve the word enhancement in the first place? I want to hear your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks to Toyota for sponsoring our show and making it possible. If you enjoyed this episode, hit that little like button and join the Forward Thinking Think Tank by subscribing to our channel.
Up.
Then check out these other amazing videos right over here.
I appreciate it.
It's the right thing to do.
I got the thumbs up from Days, so we're gonna keep listening to more Days here. Shout out to Yeti, aka Days. Appreciate it, sir. Keep up the good work. Be cool if it went back, wouldn't it? No, it's just not loading.
Like we've seen with any other technology or therapy, they seem
video
to
is terrible,
circumvent
by the way.
law and rights.
What do you guys think? Terrible? It's totally not what I expected. But I just clicked on a random video that was not that long. Didn't really dive too deep into the subject, obviously. But.
Somehow, some way. Just showing you receipts. All of this is happening. Everything is unfolding, leading towards what I would argue as the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast system. If we just think about what blockchain is, if we think about the description of Web3, if we think about how, whether it be programmable currencies and digital tokens or access to information and things like social credit, if we just consider these ideas that are legitimate, real, happening, right, they perfectly align with everything we learn in scripture regarding the mark of the beast. Makes a lot of sense. I know that's a controversial topic. Many people have different perspectives on what the mark of the beast is. But if it is this type of thing that we think it is, this is the perfect system for it. Perfect system. Now, speaking of China, let's look at how I have this clip here. China CBDC is linked to a digital ID. If caught speeding, a fine is instantly deducted from your digital wallet by a surveillance system. And here's a clip of that surveillance system. It's interesting. Again, I've never been to China. I don't know anybody in there really. I know some sources of information on social media that tends to give decent stuff. I use that during January and February of 2020 to get some intel on the scamdemic, but a lot of it was propaganda. So it's hard to know what's real in any of this stuff. But I'll just show you what I have here.
Seriously? Seriously. Come on, man. Not fucking real.
On the scamdemic, but a lot of it was propaganda. So it's hard to know what's real in any of this stuff. But I'll just show you what
most of it was. I wouldn't say some of it was. I would say the majority of it.
Interesting.
Overwhelmingly.
So apparently, and I can't read any of this, of course, but I guess that was catching people's speed, right? And this is a like radar. I have more. Check this one out. I mean, that really didn't show us anything, but this one's a little more interesting. So hard to get any information from China, at least that you can trust, right? Just showing your face is enough to open up these trash bins. So here we have biometrics, facial recognition, but also, this is directly connected to a digital identification. So
Yeah, so here's the thing, Tammy. I don't know if you're familiar with Mr. Paul Unslaved, who's now on a different channel. He is on Proper Instruction Motivates People. But he was gonna hop on the pod tonight, but whether or not he does, I don't know, because it's already late. I started much later than I had planned to. Things happen. But if you're not familiar with his channel, again, you might want to be one of the only ones here. But this is the channel he's on now. He actually got bombed earlier, porn bombed, but Sui. Someone came on and showed a video of someone doing something terrible to themselves. Whether it was a real video or not, it's another question. But it looked pretty real, and also at the same time yelling a hate speech term. So what these people do is they come on and they try to get your stream shut down immediately. So hopefully he was all right though. He re-uploaded which I have to learn how to do that, edit streams out, because I have some streams that I've had to set to private because they got, people porn bombed it, and essentially I had to take it down. So okay, my fault. I didn't realize. Wow. Give me a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna let this run. Where am I at?
they're not just
Yeah, I'm hoping to. I think a lot of people would enjoy hearing Mr. Days of Noah and Mr. Paul Enslaved go at it, chop it up. And I'd love to join the conversation too. I'm sure a lot of other people would. I feel the topic of ontology, specifically ontological warfare, like I was saying before, would be an interesting conversation to go back and forth about, especially among a panel of people who have a lot to say who could say a lot on the subject. Anyway, I'll let this continue on.
Face. They're identifying the person with all of that very, I'd say, private and special information that McDowell discussed regarding blockchain. All of that very, very private, sensitive data is connected to all devices and all things. It's a type of what we would call ubiquitous computing here, where there's just sensors, cameras, and this type of data capture devices everywhere.
像我已经是注册过了，注册过站在这里，等于就是说很方便的话，垃圾桶
So the lids of the bins will automatically open when I'm approaching.
的这个门就可以开放。
The facial recognition system doesn't work for those not yet properly introduced.
Neighbor?
像蓝色桶，像这些的话都是可回。
So, one thing we have to get straight is this is a different type of culture.
Sherelle, I hope you're
these
talking to me, because
people-
I'll be really upset if you're not talking about me. But I think you're talking about me, so that would make sense. That's just the apologize. I apologize.
And
I
the culture, this is
apologize.
perfectly normal.
Paul, if you're
So,
there, sir,
I
hop
have to
on
respect
panel.
what
Help me cook it up, sir. I need some help cooking.
other people groups do, right? I'm not trying to say they need to live a certain way, but what I do know is this transgresses all things that we here in America stand for. So I think it is important that we address this idea of moving towards this uniform direction of digitization and this centralized connectivity that comes with this high level of technology that blockchain will be bringing once it becomes a thing. And it's not a thing yet. And I don't think it will be a thing for some time for several reasons, but that's beside the point. They're moving full steam ahead, and they're creating all types of crises to speed up and increase the change and transformation velocity, of course. Check this out. This is Australia going fully digital, right? Let's see.
Australia is slowly shifting towards being cash-free. More than $1 billion worth of notes have disappeared from circulation in the past 12 months. It follows the Commonwealth Bank's decision to start trialling cashless branches across Sydney. Economists say a cashless society will hurt criminals on the black market, but will make life more difficult for the elderly who rely on notes and coins.
Not just elderly, though elderly are a big part of this. Also people in lower economic status position. Rumors of wars, right? Xi Jinping replaces generals in charge of China's such an event. Stick to food stores inside fridges. I mean, doesn't this remind you of all the like Cold War propaganda we were getting as kids in the 80s? So interesting. Like, what are they building up right now? I don't know, man. Let me show you this here. This is pretty significant as well. European Union Times. 13 nations. Can you believe this? 13 nations agree to abolish farming in order to save the planet. The global climate code is getting ready to kick its war on food into overdrive with 13 nations, many of them major cattle and food producing states led by the United States, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Spain. Wow, that's where all the good beef comes from, man. Signing on to a commitment to place farmers under the new restrictions intended to reduce emissions of methane gas. So here we go, man. An attack on culture, way of life, but also an attack on health. Regardless of the debates, listen, I practice an animal-based diet. It is very important for not everybody, clearly, but certain populations of people to have meat in their diets. There are many very important uses for it biologically, considering animal fats and the importance it has with regard to the brain and brain function and neurological function. Now, check this out. Here is this guy. Let's return back to this guy again. Kerry, listen to what he says. A viral clip going around right now. Listen to what he says. In other words, we're going to have to alter the Earth's way of life and eating and maybe even starve some people or create mass illness. And then you think about the genetically modified food that will have a natural response, possibly a biological rejection in many people's bodies. We already saw a similar thing happen with mRNA. Right? You can't create uniform jabs, medicines. Right? We're not a monolith. Our genetics, our bodies, our biology is different. You can't create some uniform food system where you create like kibbles and bits for the earth to eat with plastics and heavy metals inside of them, because this is what they're essentially going to do. They're already doing it. I mean, go to the grocery store and just pick any box off of the shelf and look at what's in it.
I'm gonna play.
We have a maximum worldwide red alert.
Yeah, shout out to Chris Sky. I haven't talked to this man since before he got his Instagram deleted. Probably a couple years back. Same time I got mine removed. Actually, we had followed each other, and then that was before he really blew up. And it looks like Mr. Balderson's live. I'll see what they're talking about too afterwards. But yeah. So shout out to Chris Sky. I don't know where he's at. Many people say he's a agent provocateur. I disagree. If so, I guess I got followed on Instagram by an agent provocateur. It's always possible. But anyway, I'll let this play out. It's a minute
Everybody,
and a half.
we have a maximum worldwide red alert. As I have been trying to warn people, China has just announced that their new central bank digital currency that they were going to force everybody to use in the country will expire. Remember when I told you that they're going to make a digital currency that you have to use, and then to make sure that you plebs and peasants will never be able to accumulate wealth, they're going to make that digital currency expire in your bank account if you don't spend your money. This enables the state to ensure that you and your children are low-class slave peasants for generations to come. This is the most important thing we need to stop.
As you continue to comply, we continue to get one step closer to the New World Order. By 2030 is their agenda, and it looks like they're picking up the pace here pretty quickly. If you don't think what's happening in China right now is not going to happen in the United States, you are sadly mistaken. Stop complying, get a brain of your own, and do your research to realize this is real. And honestly, you don't even have to do research anymore. The government has blatantly
warned people. China has
now research to realize this is real. And honestly, you don't even have to do research anymore. The government has blatantly told you what their plans are. Just listen.
Yeah, I feel you for needing Adderall. I'm all over the place. And that's just the way I am sometimes, and that's why I tell people, if you can stick with the mind frame, it's understandable. That's why I'm not a professional broadcaster yet. I'm not actually trying to be yet. That's the thing. So this is practice. This is all practice. That's what broadcasting with shitty equipment and shitty other stuff too will do. So I'm totally aware of it. I hope you can, if you have something else, possibly maybe some caffeine, nicotine, THC, then that works too. It's a good substitute.
And then my gut bomb will be made with my own apple cider vinegar.
So it's Kaiser, Cyser.
Yeah,
Kaiser. Okay, that's the vocabulary word tonight. I'm learning it.
Yeah, that's specifically apple made with apple fermentation made with honey. Well, because it's not a lot of them aren't meads. There's like melomels and all kinds of different things, and everybody just says mead, and they would say apple mead, but it's technically an apple Kaiser. And then if you use sugar, it's apple cider.
Kind of like when people call apple pie moonshine
All
moonshine.
right, so they're talking about alcohol. I didn't mean alcohol before if I said that, by the way. Take that back.
Our biology.
I don't know if I did say that, but what I meant to say was, THC or, I would say not even caffeine. Don't take caffeine at this hour. Not a good idea. Not a good idea.
Is different. You can't create some uniform food system where you create like kibbles and bits for the earth to eat with plastics and heavy metals inside of them, because this is what they're essentially going to do. They're already doing it. I mean, go to the grocery store and just pick any box off of the shelf and look at what's in it. This is the next stage of it all.
Agriculture contributes about 33% of all the emissions of the world.
33. Really? Of course.
Depending a little bit
Shout out Michelle Moretti. What is good?
on how you count it, but it's anywhere from 26 to 33. And we can't get to net zero. We don't get this job done unless agriculture is front and center as part of the solution. But with a growing population on the planet, we just crossed the threshold of 8 billion fellow citizens around the world. We just crossed that in this last year. Emissions from the food system alone are projected to cause another 0.5 degree of warming.
Can you believe this guy? The food system is the problem. The food system is destroying the climate. I showed you that clip earlier, dude. And was it 2009? Was talking about there's going to be some Arctic summer in 5 years.
Bro, look at him doing the reptile lick right there. I mean, did he even mean to pause it right there? That dude is a fucking... Okay. Some would say, I wouldn't say, but some people would say that this guy's a fucking flesh bot. Look at this guy. Jesus, bro. Man, dude. That
come true. None of this stuff comes true. Did anything come true regarding what they were talking about?
They live, dude, for real.
mRNA and COVID. They're backtracking and backpedaling everything. We can't trust anything these people say, man.
By mid-century, on the current course that we are today. To cross that in this last year. Emissions from the food system alone are projected to cause another 0.5 degree of warming by mid-century on the current course that we are today. A 2-degree future could result in an additional 600 million people not getting enough to eat.
I mean, ironically, he is skull and bones like Bush, John Kerry. I'm pretty sure he ran against Bush too, wasn't it? But yeah, I mean, his just appearance says it all, really.
And you just can't continue to both warm the planet while also expecting to feed it. Doesn't work. So we have to reduce emissions from the food system to keep the 1.5 degrees alive. Why do we have to keep 1.5 degrees alive? Because scientists, as a basis of physics and mathematics, not ideology and politics or party labels or anything.
Oh, is that true? Science? Does this not sound familiar? Sounds like 2020 all over again. Science, not ideology? Sure.
Basis of physics and mathematics, not ideology and politics or party labels or anything else. As a matter of physics and mathematics and some biology and chemistry have told us these are the consequences. And we already see it happening. And almost everything they've predicted for 30 plus years now is coming true. But the problem is it's coming true faster and bigger than was in fact predicted.
Bro has been lying through his teeth. This is a wideawakemedia.com, a good source for a lot of these clips. Wide Awake Media. This guy has been lying through his teeth since he's been a damn politician. And then listen, it gets worse. This Kerry dude, check this out. It gets worse. Look at this. World Health Organization. Of course, they got some hand in this. Dr. Vanessa Kerry. Ooh, that kind of sounds familiar. Appointed as WHO Director General Special Envoy for Climate Change and Health. Yeah, man. That's his daughter. Nepotism. Another Nepo baby.
Use it in good health. Well, I guess not use it. You shouldn't use a job, but I guess you should in some ways, considering you're giving them your time, energy, and attention. So, yeah, but congrats.
Was pleased to announce the appointment of Dr. Vanessa Kerry as the first ever Director General Special Envoy. Yeah, it sure is special for climate change and health. Dr. Kerry, a renowned global health expert and a global health expert. What does this even mean? Does that have any meaning today? Global health expert. Somebody help me out here. Does that have any meaning today at all? Medical doctor? That too. Not sure how much meaning that has anymore. Sick of these damn people, man. And the nepotism doesn't end there. It's across the board. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Schwabi, old Schwabi, and his daughter. She plays a role into this, continuing on the legacy of tyranny, technocracy, transhumanism, but she brings a different element here. And I think it connects perfectly with the climate issue, something we've been talking about for years now with regard to this kind of eco-fascism, right? This corporate green movement of transhumanism, this move towards a new religion of sorts, this new age simulation theory based Gaia worship. It's this weird mixture of earth and technology. Now she's coming more from the naturalist perspective, but this is going to essentially be changed when we discover, well, it's not going to make any sense when we discover that, well, you're a transhumanist, you're down with the singularity, you promote the fourth industrial revolution, you're taking after your father. father, yet you're about nature. Fascinating. Check this out. Nicole Schwab, The Sacred Feminine, Gender Equality and Earth-Centered Wisdom from the Heart of Her Labyrinth. She wrote a book. Yeah, she wrote a book. I won't be reading it, but let me just read you, the description here because it speaks volumes. The Heart of the Labyrinth, it's called. Nicole Schwab. Reminiscent of Paulo Coelho's, The Alchemist, yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense when we think about New Age, hero's journey, this whole concept. The Heart of the Labyrinth is a beautifully evocative spiritual parable filled with exotic landscapes and transformational soul lessons. It couldn't get any more New Agey. As everything she thought she knew about herself disintegrates, her health, her career, family, and identity. Maya, as in illusion. Shout out to my Patreons and locals following this new Reality Plus lecture series we're doing over there in the member groups. That rings a bell, does it not? The singularity, simulation, spatialism, metaverse. Yes, I know she picked that name for a reason. Maya embarks on a journey of discovery to the land of her ancestors. There, a mysterious sage guides her through dreams, visions, and lifetimes to the heart of the labyrinth. Coming face to face with her subconscious belief that being a woman is a threat, she understands that the step into wholeness, she will have to reclaim the sacred feminine, fire burning in her soul. But what is at stake far exceeds her individual life. With it sits the fate of the earth herself, Gaia, waiting for the priestess to be reborn. A grand, soul-shifting answer to the hungry soul's question, who am I? Maya's story calls us back to a sacred, personal connection with Earth. Nicole Schwab is a mesmerizing new voice for our times, offering a message of Earth-centered wisdom, reuniting us with the divine feminine. Nicole's work is in the tradition of many spiritual teachings, mystery school religions, wisdom reuniting us with the divine, spiritual teachings, using story or parable as a vehicle for transmitting profound truth direct to the soul. Yikes. These are the people that will be controlling this new world order of sorts, speaking directly to everything we've been breaking down for years now. The worldview is important. The way they see man, nature, God, important. All going to a certain direction, doing the work of Lucifer. This is the Luciferian effort happening before us all. Now let's talk a little bit about China and the Internet of Bodies. Prior to that, let's talk a little bit about the youth. Let's talk a little bit about the generations and this strange juxtaposition of Chinese youth versus American youth. We're going to go into this New York burning thing. Crazy, absolutely insane what's going on over there. But first, we got to preface it with this here. All right. China to cut internet access to minors and children. Fascinating. Now, this is authoritarian. This is austerity at its finest. I don't agree with this type of stuff. China to cut internet access to minors. Now, it's not necessarily cutting it, but it's minimizing it. They're creating parameters. This is mind control. This is social engineering. It's China. That's what they do. That's how they get down. And hey, I'm not living there. So it is what it is. I don't aim to change whatever they're doing over there. That's them. That's their people, their culture. That's how they run things. Right. But it's interesting to see how we run things. Right. Now, China's proposing to restrict internet access to minors and children. The move is intended to curb internet addiction. Now, I find this interesting because it's like they're making moves to change the dynamic of the culture of the youth, the psychological addictions, the addictive effects of the internet. We already understand they ban almost every website out there. So again, I'm not saying I agree with this, but it's interesting how their methods are clearly questionable, but there is this effort to mitigate damage done to the youth culture. It's quite the opposite here in America, where we have this like abject hedonism, this like very malignant sense of liberty that wants to give people endless amounts of freedom without any type of parameters or moral or order to ground them and keep them in line, such that we become slaves of our desires and our loins and flesh. Fascinating how that works, right? In my view, it's impossible to have freedom without some type of order and limitations first. Once you have that order, you have that limitation, those laws, those rules, right? Then you're actually free. Then you can be free. Because otherwise you're just a slave to these desires of the flesh. Now, let's continue. Check this one out. Teens between 16 and 18 will be restricted to 2 hours of mobile usage each day, while anyone under 18 will be prevented from accessing the internet between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. That's
wild.
That's cold-blooded, man, for these young people. I'm gonna tell you. I know. Well, they're probably not worried about it. They're used to getting handled this way. But when we think about this, it's like, wow, that's harsh. As you see here, Chinese are facing harsh restrictions on mobile phone and internet usage as part of the country's latest bid to curb perceived internet addiction. I can't say we're doing the same thing over here, right? If anything, we're doing quite the opposite. We're promoting the addiction, not just by enabling it, but advertising it, marketing it, creating virality and trends. Sick. And we see the response. It's a dead-eyed, ignorant and impressionable generation of young people
Hey, think about it like this, Sherelle. You're a
in lots of
manager,
ways.
regardless,
And that
and so that means you get to manage things. And I'm trying to give you a positive outlook on it. Also, you guaranteed will make more at it than anybody trying to attempt at broadcasting. Well, depending on, you know, shouldn't say anyone at all. Like I think somebody like Brother Days here probably makes the entire source of income. So, you know, that being said, you know, I've made somewhere around probably pennies on the dollar, if that. What would be like $120 divided by hundreds of hours? So fractions of a penny an hour on average. So that's what I mean. I think doing broadcasting to try to make money is completely possible, but I think a big part is obviously to have the equipment, to go in it, having the proper equipment, and that's a huge part of it for sure. For sure. I would say that's the main, primarily important part, other than having obviously having the personality and the beingness behind it, the passion and the presentment. But they go hand in hand. It all goes hand in hand, really. Anyway, in the thumbnail for this stream, that guy you see, Kai Sennett, he's a social media guy. This is just some news story that I found on it. I was playing a couple news stories on it last night, but this whole thing kind of smells fishy to me. Like it might be some type of op. I mean, what isn't? And what isn't that isn't mainstream media? That isn't. It doesn't get pushed by algorithms and mainstream media. So, doesn't mean there's not truth in it. But I don't know. This whole thing just seems like an op, in my opinion.
Severe eczema.
Some would say, in my opinion. All right.
Twitch streamer who unleashed chaos on the streets of New York City yesterday is now facing charges. Kai Sennett promised to give away free PlayStation.
Keep in mind, I don't know anything about this dude, but supposedly these PlayStation, he was giving away all these fucking PlayStations, and yeah, I'll just let it run.
Thousands of people showed up, but when those PlayStations never materialized, a riot broke out, resulting in property damage, injuries, and arrests. Now Sennett is facing charges. We get the latest now from ABC's Rena Roy.
Tonight, hours after violent pandemonium, social media influencer Kai Sennett hit with 3 charges: felony riot causing public injury or damage, inciting a riot, and unlawful assembly. Thousands rushing to Manhattan's Union Square, creating chaos.
$100 gift cards all here, bro. We gonna go crazy for New York, man.
After Sennett told his millions of followers on live streaming platform Twitch Friday that he would give away video game consoles and gift cards.
Children cannot get their values, their beliefs from social media.
Today, New York City Mayor Eric Adams saying he believes outside agitators inflamed the situation.
You don't come to get free Game Boys and bring smoke bombs.
We have fire extinguishers and paint being thrown by the crowd.
People also hurling bottles, climbing onto subway entrances and statues, jumping on cars and setting off fireworks. Some even hanging onto this SUV, several falling off. This Uber driver's window completely smashed. He says police pulled him out of the car.
They said, leave everything, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, they're going to kill someone here today.
The NYPD says some officers were crushed, pushed, and hit with objects, dressed in riot gear as they struggled to control the massive crowd. Authorities arresting more than 60 people.
An NYPD official tells us that they do believe Sennett was planning on handing out a few PlayStation 5s, and police say a lot of this could have been avoided if he had just contacted them ahead of time. We've reached out to his team for comment. We haven't heard back yet. Rena Roy, ABC News, New York.
Strange videos, that's just chaotic. The Mexican authorities try to say, oh, this is just atmospheric sound waves. Take a listen to this. thinking, what could this possibly be? I need you to look right here, though. You see this title up here? And then look right here. They're using sound waves. This is their own description and model, talking about how they shoot it at the atmosphere.
A lot of this guy's stuff is oh man, I didn't mean to go to the next. A lot of this guy's stuff is pretty extreme,
search
kind of silly, a lot of it.
or vector search.
But he puts forth some good videos from time to time. I did not mean to do that. I apologize. Try that again. Unreal.
Strange videos. That's just chaotic. The Mexican authorities try to say, oh, this is just atmosphere. So the question is, do you model talking about how they shoot it at the atmosphere?
I mean, it looks like it could be edited, but it looks real. But it's hard to tell these days. That's the whole problem with the advent of, you know, just the advancement of all this technology and CGI and special effects and all that.
So the question is, do you think this is heavenly trumpets or harpingly trumpets? This is in Washington, D.C., where they told the public to run, but somehow this is a bogus claim, so maybe this was a drill for something larger. Something highly strange is going on there, don't you think? But this next video, you need to check out what's happening at this man's house. We tracked down this page. Channel name is Foul Mitch, and he only does fishing and survival videos, but something happened on his property with some creature that made him record this.
Put it on the roof, and this time so did I. So you get out there. Oh damn! Holy! All right, some bitch is one on the other side of the house. What the hell? Where'd it go? What is that? What the son of a? What's going on here? Oh my God.
What do you think this thing is? I can't even tell from right here. He has also a clip coming up with sounds in the background of it.
I don't know about this shit, man. Half the shit this guy shows.
Well,
yeah,
we're leaving for the night.
Sometimes I actually skip his videos, but
Damn thing was on the porch. So
other times are more intriguing.
Guess it's just going to be me here tonight. And the Federal Fish and Wildlife are out here earlier today, and they I showed them the footage, and they said if I kill it, I could be looking at prison time. But yet they won't investigate what it is. There it is. I can get a clear shot. I can get a clear shot. I'm shooting it.
Ain't you thinking the fact that the feds say, oh, we'll arrest you if you shoot it? I mean, it's a creature. That means you're kind of in on it. Doesn't it seem like that? Maybe the thing they long lost cousin.
In other news, a fruit fly that is native to Asia has triggered a first-of-its-kind quarantine on produce in the Santa Clarita Valley. A nearly 80-square-mile quarantine zone now has been in effect for the last couple of weeks, actually, after more than 20 of these invasive flies were found in Stevenson Ranch. The fruit fly has been identified as the yellow and black Tao fruit fly. Experts consider it a very serious pest for several important California crops, things like avocados, citrus, tomatoes, and peppers. So they're going to be fighting that fly as much as they can.
I'd say.
There's a specific name for what's happening, and read this right here. This is exactly what they're doing. And two, the strange things about this targeting.
It's kind of funny because I was just talking about ontological warfare, but this is entomological warfare, which is a type of biological warfare that uses insects to interrupt supply chains by damaging crops or to directly harm enemy combatants and civilian populations. Fucking A, man. Oxitec, anyone? You know, that whole makes me think of the whole GMO mosquito release. But anyway, because they've done that at the Keys multiple times, but in many other places too. So it's really just it's been going on for a long time too. People think it happened once, or it's happened at many, many, many places just in this country alone. And just for the Floridians alone who think it happened once in the Keys, well, supposedly happened several times on record just in the Keys alone. So in the last several years. So take that with a grain of salt.
Specific name for what's happening, and read this right here. This is exactly what they're doing. And two, the strange thing happening.
Insects have been used as weapons of war for thousands of years, not only to inflict debilitating pain on enemies, but also to deliver deadly pathogens and destroy agriculture with the intent of causing widespread misery, sickness, and hunger. Okay. Did I read that already? I don't know.
Read this right here. This is exactly what they're doing. And two, the strange things about this bio-targeting is that a lab was just recently busted for doing something like this.
I've been in government 25 years. I've never seen anything like this.
An investigation tonight into a possible illegal medical lab. It was operating out of an abandoned warehouse in Reedley. Inside, mice bioengineered covered near I and 9th Streets.
The story is so complicated. There are local, state, and federal agencies all involved. The city then obtained several search warrants to enter the building. Once inside, no staff was located, but also found thousands of vials, many of which contain biohazards, materials including human blood, unidentified tissue, and other unknown substances. Potentially infectious, viral, bacterial, and parasitic agents were being stored inadequately.
Without further ado, he has come out. Baby Godzilla, literally. Look at this phone. Let's blow it up here. No, let's look closer before we say it's Baby Godzilla. Eyes there. You get closer. Some people say this was red eyes, but then is it red eyes? I mean, is it something else we're looking at here? This next video will slap all the lettuce off of your turkey sandwich.
A contractor for Raytheon.
I want to emphasize that we are currently in a state of war that people aren't realizing.
What is that?
These weapons are being wielded around us, against us. It's the world's largest directed energy weapons system.
Jen says GMO mosquitoes are ruining our lives. You know, I hope that's not true. Or maybe I hope it is true in the sense that if that's the worst thing we got going, then, you know, maybe we're not so bad off. Because some little bug, I'm not going to let some little bugs fucking, you know what I mean, overall, in the long run, do me in. So, but maybe that's not the point. Maybe it is a slow kill type of thing. But what isn't, right? Cigarettes, alcohol, GMOs, sugar. I mean, I'd say oxygen, but is not. But when the oxygen's tainted, then fuck. I mean, and the water, then not to be a pessimist, just a realist, really. But yeah, I digress, I guess.
It is responsible for the earthquakes in Christchurch,
I don't know who the fuck this guy is either, but
New Zealand in 2011 on the front end of the year.
Walmart.
How do you know for a fact that
Walmart, non-Walmart, bid on bid type of situation? That's good. That's good stuff.
that was responsible for that?
Because I was present and I have gone over this with certain people, but I will not be releasing their names.
Okay.
But I was on the team, let's just say, and I've confirmed this.
Well,
I've provided documentation from the actual manufacturer's specs. So this unit was constructed, operated, and maintained by the University of Wisconsin. And just like every other device on the planet, whether you're driving an M1 Abrams tank or operating the Ice Cube neutrino detector,
that was fucking Machine Gun Kelly or something.
Operators manuals that
On the
tell you how
right,
things
on
work.
the right, obviously. This guy on the left looks like the guy from fucking Big 8, or whatever that's called.
Right there in that information, free for everybody to find.
Wreck-It Ralph, is that what I'm thinking of?
I found it myself. I was directed to find it. I'll put it that way. And
Are you looking
God, come
to
on,
establish
man.
your business using an address other than your home? Wish you had
now
a
I can't
professional
load, but it
business.
can load the ads just fine. Fascinating.
release this information.
Everybody knows something's up. Everybody knows. That is not normal. Everyone is looking up, wondering why the sky is split. Look, the sky is broken. And everybody knows something's fishy, don't you? Fishy, ain't it?
You know, that's the first time I've ever seen this.
That's right.
Why is the sky looking like it's a broken glass, like it's like split?
Sky 12 here. Police asking everyone to avoid the area near 56th Street and Chandler Boulevard while they get the situation under control.
Tram, we're near 56 and Galveston. I just spoke with the fire PIO and he tells me that fire actually started from an explosion portion of the roof. collapsed. Now take a look at that Sky 12 video again, showing the damage. Firefighters originally started fighting this fire from the inside of the facility, but changed their approach upon learning that there were chemicals inside.
But this dude was on a live stream, like this was a live one, and he literally caught this on his moon live.
Is up there looks like a long road that continues. Oh, look, something's moving. Oh, that. Oh, guys, you guys see that? Holy sniper! Oh,
Holy snackery? What did he say?
oh,
Holy shit! Shot.
that. Oh, guys, you guys see that? Holy sniper! Oh,
Alrighty then, making up words now.
Oh, that is so cool. Look at that.
No idea what I'm
Deep
looking
cave
at.
in Southern America.
His
that said
videos
he
are
goes to
ridiculous.
Antarctica. Check it out.
Some of this guy's videos are silliness. Pure silliness.
And if you feel you saw some really deep stuff there, but you don't know what's next, that's why you need to figure it out in these videos. It's not being shown in a lot of other places.
All right. Anyway, I've been clicking around. No one's gonna click the link. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here because you guys suck, and I love you all. I'm joking. I love you, brothers and sisters. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. No one's gonna click the link. Did I even pin it? Did I pin the link? Hold on. Let me pin the fucking link. That's some more days.
Lost their way and find it very difficult to see value and worth and meaning in anything.
Right.
This is no good for a future generation of people. Right? When we think of all the young people today being the only pool from which mothers and fathers can be pulled, or should we say formed, it's sad. So TikTok is the most popular news source for 12 to 15-year-olds, says OFCOM. Algorithm-driven viral videos app overtakes YouTube, and Instagram is the most used single source of news for young teenagers. I showed you guys this a couple of shows ago, but I got to bring it back just as a reference when we think about, and this is just a juxtaposition. You see this over-the-top authoritarian, austere kind of way TikTok and internet in general, not just social media, but the internet is being used or allowed to be used in China. And then you think about here, and it's just like we're giving lollipops to infants. Just here, there you go. Here's a whole carton of ice cream. Go ahead, go for it. China's like, listen, you ain't getting none of this ice cream. If anything, you'll get it maybe once a week if you're lucky. Right? Different methods. Not saying I agree with the Chinese method, but I definitely think we are failing our youth this way. Now, I do understand it's an economic system. This is neoliberalism, right? It's all about market forces and the bottom line and liberty and freedom to do what you want, right? I get it. But this is not going to bring a healthy future, man. It's really not. It's not. Now, I saw this and I was just like, wow, here we go. This is a perfect example. Whilst China is trying to cut down conditioning and addiction of social media and the internet, our neoliberal technocratic systems of social engineering are doing the opposite. And in fact, they're trying to increase retention through social engineering techniques. Meta looks to add retention driving hooks as threads users flee Twitter killer app. So as we predicted here, and many others did as well, the Reds ain't doing so well. Meta is looking at adding more retention driving hooks to entice users to return to the app. We're calling for it. We're engineering addiction. Psychopathic, I'd say. I don't give a damn about your business, about, listen, this is psychopathy. Selling out your own population, your own people, your own nation. Sick, man. And these people are like stars, and everyone loves these guys. All the normies, that is. Psychopaths. Absolute psychopaths. Zuckerberg told employees on the call that he believed the company's work on augmented, it is regarding metaverse. And it's essentially kind of fallen away a bit because it's not there yet. Just like blockchain infrastructure is not there. So there's no possibility for the spatial web, which the metaverse requires to exist. Blockchain's not here yet. So none of this stuff is actually happening just yet. Web3 is very, very early in its infancy. But listen to what he said.
Yo,
Zuckerberg told employees on the call that he believed that the company's work on augmented and virtual reality.
I'm gonna need that. That sounds worth the buy. Living in South Florida, a machine frequency killer. That's, again, I use a good share of essential oils, and essential oils naturally are supposed to allegedly supposed to repel a lot of insects as well. I've heard mosquitoes are included. often, but who knows? Maybe these GMO mosquitoes are, of course, wouldn't be surprised, engineered to like be resistant, kind of like antibiotic resistant pests, essentially, that are like the ones in farming from the advent of all these chemicals they're using, all these agricultural herbicides and pesticides and synthetic pesticides, I should say, fungicides, whatnot.
Technology that would power the metaverse was not massively ahead of schedule, but on track. Meta, he added, needed to get started investing in that work ahead of rivals such as Apple, Google, and Microsoft, given their years of experience building operating systems for existing products. So here we are, whether it be the space race, the AI race, and now the spatial race, the race to spatialism, the race to Web3. The full singularity / virtual experience, the immersive experience, as they call it. He says, that way we have all the tools ready for when this is ready for prime time, he said, predicting that mass adoption of metaverse technologies would take place in the 2030s. Exactly what we've been saying here for quite some time with regard to virtuality. The culture isn't here. And in fact, it's not just the culture, it's the demographics. Us old folks, us old heads. This is not for us. This is for all the kids that are.
This is for you guys in the crowd. Not me. Not me. I'm special. I'm the young buck in the crowd. I'm younger than even some of the younger guys. You know, Paul's pretty young. He's what, 30, 34? So I'm 30. So I'm a baby. Some would say.
Kids now, children now. Say 5 to 10-year-olds today. The metaverse is for them. Spatialism, spatial web is for them. They know. Not only is it going to take time for infrastructure building, but the culture isn't going to be there just yet because they have to, in a sense, prime, condition, and raise. The virtual children. We'll get there at the end. I got something for you. Not sure if it's going to come together regarding the cage match. Responding to the question on the proposed cage match against Elon Musk, Zuckerberg said he was not sure if it's going to come together. And what did we say? We were saying, listen, who knows if it's going to happen, but I know one thing it is for sure. It's an ad campaign. It's a marketing tool for Elon Musk's X, his XAI Truth machine learning system, as well as for Threads and Metaverse. They're marketing these two through this false sense of conflict to usher in the singularity and the virtuality through cultural influencers, cultural icons. Again, if you think about the show I did recently, I made it very clear. Musk is bringing in the transhumanist singularity integrative system, human brain machine interfacing, the biological, the biosimulated aspect of singularity. Zuckerberg is bringing in the spatial aspect of it, the environmental, the digital environmental aspect of it all, virtuality. They all play hand in hand because they rely upon each other for the singularity to be a thing. Singularity can't just be people with brain chips. They also have to have virtual worlds to exist in. And this is what Zuckerberg provides. This is why we're being sold these products and services through these very famous, very rich and wealthy and powerful, culturally powerful icons. Now, I find it interesting. You know, we get these shows. You have places that actually care, if not through empathy, through some type of control. At least they're doing something about the youth, right? Okay, they may not be very fair in their treatment. They might in fact be doing types of mind control, like in China, on their children. But at least they're not giving their kids, drug addicts and softcore pornography. What we get for our generation, Gen Z, is just that. And through an example of the show Euphoria, this is what we're giving our youth. People, this is what we're giving our youth as entertainment. If it's not TikTok, they go on to the series, HBO, Netflix, and they watch this kind of garbage. This is what we're doing with our kids. This show even represents our culture, our generation. Can you believe this? Why Euphoria is immensely popular with Gen Z. They're all facing issues that teens have been dealing with for decades. Yeah, not through screens, right? Not through this type of social engineering technology, including Generation Z. Although Euphoria brings a new perspective when looking at these issues because it is able to accurately capture how teens deal with their problems now that the internet and social media are part of everyday life. Euphoria is about teens who grow up online. It shows how a generation lives and learns via an unfiltered, constantly accessible internet, which is a reality.
And I'm muted. Got it. Got it. Good stuff. It's good stuff. But yeah, Sherelle says I'm in my imagination and imagining ADHD. So, but the experts would say that I'm not imagining it. I have it, or I am it, or whatever, you know. But that's what the so-called quote unquote experts would say. I'm not saying that. I wouldn't say that. So, yeah. What, you still can't hear me? Maybe you're behind a second. You might be behind a second there, Michelle. Should be able to hear me now. I was muted before. But now I'm not. Somebody confirm.
Past generations didn't go through exactly. Personally, I've yet to see a show that portrays growing up with the internet as well as Euphoria does.
All
I'd
right,
argue
thank you.
that's not the case at all. In fact, it's extremely exaggerated, and it's purposely sensationalized through intense sexual expression and drug use and all of this just degenerate, heathenistic kind of activities that doesn't represent the general population of Gen Z. The only thing accurate there is that, yeah, the generation is living through the internet and social media. But these kind of sick weirdos on these shows are people you'd find in like San Francisco or New York or something. Most kids in the United States are not living like this. So miss me with that. That's social engineering right there. This is propaganda to induce this type of behavior in the populations, or at least normalize it, standardize it. You got people like Destiny saying, oh, everyone's like this. No, you live on the internet. You don't know what everybody is like. Most people are not like this. Okay, go outside into the real world, travel a little bit, speak to people from all over. Most people are not like this. The problem is most people are being psychologically affected by the imagery, the symbols and messaging of this type of stuff. It's not like they're living it in the real world, but the constant inundation of it is creating psychological issues, shifting worldviews, confusing identity, right? As a response to this type of programming, literal programming. There's a problem with this. Now, for me, this reminds me of a Timothy Leary 2.0 moment. It really does. Where we're at right now, it's far more extreme. Add in social media and technology devices, constant exposure, overexposure to highly overly stimulating information, randomness, constant lights and graphics and moving everything, very little activity, mobility, this type of sedentary lifestyle, scrolling all day, brain rot and attentional deficiencies. This is what we get, but it reminds me of this time.
We tell young people today, drop out of school, because schools, education today, is the worst narcotic drug of all. Don't politic, don't vote. These are old men's games, impotent and senile old men that want to put you onto their old chess games of war and power. Drop out. Tune in with natural things. Take off your shoes. Get back in tune with God's harmony. Surround yourself with beauty and sacred objects. You can't get caught in the conforming, rote lockstep, which we call American society. Rote lockstep, which we call American society.
Interesting. Interesting how he said lockstep. Interesting. Gets me to thinking about Rockefeller Operation Lockstep. If you don't know about that, then first heard about that from Harry Vox. But essentially, what we lived out in 2020 was lockstep manifested. So it was basically, the federal agenda of top-down authoritarianism through a simulated scam, essentially, like the one we lived out in 2020, with the further eventual implementation of other measures that we're starting to see now, ironically enough. So it's all there in Rockefeller Operation Lockstep document. But yeah, this Timothy Leary guy I wanted to look into more, and his ties with Ram Dass and like Terence McKenna and this Esalen Institute. Let me see if I have it here. Esalen Institute in Big Sur, California. It's where like Alan Watts came out of, and supposedly Alan Watts and Ram Dass, Terence McKenna, Jerry Garcia, possibly. It looks like there's already been some podcasting on it. A deep dive into the mind of McKenna here by Psychedelic Salon Podcasts. liberal CIA control over the psychedelics movement. This is an interesting topic because, again, it goes into how obviously they completely co-opted that whole free love, hippie, psychedelic era and movement. I think personally, I do think a lot of aspects of it didn't go how they necessarily thought it would. But, oh yeah, and Huxley, can't forget Huxley. Let me see this one here, The Aquarian Conspiracy. I feel like I've heard of this. Isn't this a book? I'll check this out in the background while I continue to play this instead of scrolling.
Similar message is being given today. Drop out. Turn on your social media, your Netflix, your favorite series. Tune in, rot your brain, scroll for hours, weeks, years, and drop out of reality. Go to Reality Plus. Go into a simulated future, a simulated experience. Drop out. America's corrupt. It's oppressive. It's patriarchal. White supremacy. This and that. Crazy when you think about the connections and how we're just reliving this crap all over again, just with very fancy, sophisticated technologies. And they want to put that crap in people's brains. Can you believe it? Sorry, check this out. Let's keep it moving. This is fascinating. Speaking of euphoria, speaking of the drugs, the sex, the exaggerated living experiences of Gen Z today, right? Allegedly depicting how Gen Z people are today. Check this out. And listen, I don't mean to be insensitive here, right? It's a tragedy when anyone loses their life. And I think this is a horrible thing, but I'm using it as an example, a warning, a symbol of how wrong and flawed and foul all of this stuff is. Check this out, man. Zendaya pays tribute to Euphoria co-star Angus Cloud. Yeah, this young man here, one of the stars of the show, unfortunately lost his life recently.
Allegedly.
Euphoria star dead at 25.
Allegedly.
Can you believe this? 9/11 call for possible overdose.
I bet he's going to scroll down. This is my guess. He's going to scroll down on the article, and this guy Angus is going to be throwing it up with his hands. It's kind of cut off right there, but he's going to scroll down a little bit.
You want to talk about what is it? Method acting. Shout out to what is it? You're here, man. I don't know if you're having any issues with the chat, but you're here. Crazy Catman's in the building. Good to see you. Technological pharmacy is spot on, brother.
Crazy Catman
in the building. Good to see you guys.
I've talked to Crazy Cat.
Good to see you. Since I got your email, by the way, I will be shooting you those links to all the after parties. And those
I've talked to Crazy Catman a couple of times in the chat, but yeah, shout out to him.
Who don't want to join the Patreon or the locals, you just like to donate via PayPal or Cash App, and you want to join the members, we have an email list for those that regularly donate but don't want to join the platforms. We'll add you to the email list, and you'll get to join all the members, and you'll get to see all of the lecture series and our up and coming Black Mirror breakdown series of the recent Black Mirror.
I actually just watched some Black Mirror the other day for the first time in a while, and yeah, I was trying to tell Jen to watch it. It's definitely worth the watch. It's highly interesting, and it definitely is preemptive programming into certain, dystopian like agendas, Orwellian, authoritarian, totalitarian, technocratic, agendas that are currently underway and taking place for sure. Yeah.
So for those of you that are
Worth
interested
a watch.
choose to donate.
And it's an anthology too, so every episode, it's not even an episode, it's like a short movie in and of itself, So you can just watch one. They're not in any order. That's what's cool about it.
Other ways you can see those all that content as well. Okay, I want to make sure you guys understand you are also a part of this. Whether you choose to donate through PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, that, or if you want to join Patreon or locals, you all will get access for sure. Okay, just want to make sure you guys know that. All I need is your email, and I'll add you to the list. And every time we do an after party show, boom, I'll shoot you the list the day of, and you'll have access. Okay. Now check this out. This is crazy to me. Method acting. I mean, these poor kids. It's not just that they're showing these young kids getting high and drunk, and there's all of the we'll do a book review as well, Aaron. Absolutely, we're gonna be doing so much stuff there. It's really having a good time with the lecture series right now. Tuesdays and Thursdays we do lectures on the spatial web, simulation hypothesis, and reality plus. Right now, that's the first lecture. We're gonna be doing a cybernetics one that I'm finishing up right now as well. It's gonna be fun, man. So I have such a good time over there doing that more research intensive and almost lecture and education style. It's really fun. So I appreciate you guys. Now, isn't it fascinating? You got these shows where they're showing these young kids doing all this stuff where there's drugs and sex, and they do the whole gender stuff, the whole Rainbow Brigade stuff. It's disgusting, right? To be showing, representing young people this way as if this is normal. Now, the young man actually dies. So it's like these kids, they're not just doing this stuff on screen. They're doing this stuff in the real world. It's like, how psychopathic must you be to get these type of damaged young people? And this is how Hollywood works. We understand that. But you get these damaged young people and you exploit them and you put them in these shows to sell this stuff to other people's children that aren't living this way, that aren't having these issues. But it's like through osmosis, you create this destabilized, broken down culture of young people. And I'll show you some perfect examples of this when we look at the New York situation. It just confirms everything we've been saying here. It's not like all Gen Z is finished and ruined. And you know, there's a lot of good kids out there, man. A lot of kids hungry and thirsty for truth, for wisdom, you know, for touch and material, physical things, right? There's a lot out there. But when we think in a general sense, when we think mainstream, mainline, when we think viral, trending, it's pure insanity. Now, let me show you another one. This is crazy. This is not far. Euphoria actor.
Shout out to Mr. Patrick, sir. I wanted to ask you if you were aware or not if Tommy Truthful got his channel deleted, because when I tried to look it up, I couldn't find it. I thought you'd probably be in the know. You said you watch Tommy a lot. So, yeah, if you happen to know, I'd like to hear.
Dominic Fike, another one of these actors on the show. He was almost kicked off the show for a really bad habit of filming while high. A bunch of drug addicts on these shows, man. I don't know what Zendaya's doing. She seems to be more of a stable person. But listen, man, she's promoting just demonic behavior, degeneracy. Just playing those roles justifies the behavior. I don't really care. These are young people are impressionable, man. It's so sick. Dominic Fike nearly got kicked off Euphoria for being a drug addict. We'll get there. We'll get there, Jules. It's next. It's coming up next. I was so effed up during a lot of the show. It was really bad. Sick, man. Absolutely disgusting. Maybe it was a sacrifice. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. These young people, if these people aren't being literally, physically sacrificed, they're being psychologically and spiritually sacrificed across the board. And I'll show you a mass ritual of psychological, psychosocial suicide, psychosocial sacrifice. Let me show you what I mean by that. Oh, by the way, before I get there, you know, you got other countries, regardless of how they do it, whether it's China with their authority and austerity, whether it's Japan with their honor culture and nationalism, you know, or if it's more, say, Catholic cultures that use scripture and use the Bible and use way of living to, in a sense, instill a type of general morality in their youth. Here, we lionize the degenerate. Now, I don't mean any disrespect to this young man, but I'm sick and tired of how we lionize and revere these types of people. George Floyd was a perfect example of not speaking to what came of his life, right? Listen, regardless of what really happened in that scenario, he got statues made of him. He was not a very good person if we want to think about what good entails. We lionize criminals and drug addicts. Look at this. The boundless soul of English Cloud. His performance in Euphoria, which will likely stand as his legacy, doing drugs and having sex, to those who didn't know him personally, was anything but simple. No disrespect to this young man. I pray he's with the Most High right now. But come on, man. Why do we worship these types of personalities, man? It's disgusting. And then when we think of real people that actually live righteous, good lives, ignored. Called racist. Right? Called bigots. Yeah. Interesting. Now, mass psychosocial sacrifice. When we think about these young kids and how they're being sacrificed on the altar of trending virality in media. Today, the social media icon has replaced the celebrity of Hollywood. Celebritism in Hollywood is dead. It's gone. It's finished. That era has left. We're now in the era of the influencer. More importantly today, the streamer. And we're not talking about streaming in general. A lot of us stream. We're doing a stream right now. I'm talking about streamers. They're this world on the internet. Talentless. Offer very little outside of degeneracy. Meta irony. Constant joking. Constant absurdity. Perfect example is the most famous Twitch streamer right now. This dude Senate. This is insane. Look at this. He was doing a
Yeah, you know, I just want to say that's why I don't even feel any type of shame or anything of the sort or guilt for, like, say for instance, showing someone else's content like this, showing Brother Days' content. I mean, again, I have talked to him in chats and whatnot, in comments, and he's acknowledged my existence before. So that in and of itself helps me to realize that he's a real person who's not, again, someone like Jeep Girl would say, and a couple other people I've heard would say otherwise. They have their mixed feelings about this guy. And again, his ties to Richie from Boston are obviously questionable. Richie from Boston, in my opinion, from what I gathered from the video where he essentially seemed to kind of admit that he's a shill. I've never forgotten that video from Richie. So again, he or someone could always say that that's not what he was saying in that video, but I'd have to dig up the video and source it. Otherwise, it's just hearsay. But I've always had my mixed feelings about Richie from Boston since then, which was a few years ago. Like with Ike and many other fucking supposed non-shill truthers.
Giveaway in New York. I think he was giving away a damn PlayStation, a video game. Yeah, video game. Check it out. This is what happened.
But this is some fucking guy, Kai Sennett, supposedly. Yeah, I showed it last night. Most of you here probably already saw something from last night or saw this earlier, like an hour ago. I was showing the short on it. But yeah, New York went wild yesterday.
He's just one scene. Okay? These young kids today are crazy. They have no values. They believe in nothing. Now, I'm not saying all. Shout out to all my Gen Zers that are part of this channel.
I don't think I even got to finish what I was saying. Essentially, that I'd rather sit here and, I mean, I probably am. If this guy is controlled, then yeah, I guess I wouldn't be happy with that, because then I'd be giving him more light. But I don't see where in what he's saying other than maybe keeping certain unimportant stories involving celebrities relevant, keeping stories like that relevant when they maybe shouldn't be. But his ability to articulate on current events and add on to and kind of pick apart, I get a lot out of, which is why I do mirror his content.
I don't have been following this work for a while. I love y'all, and you guys are influence to me and inspiration to me. Okay, I'll do a lot of this hard work for you guys. So let's not get things twisted. Like, well, you're always coming down on Gen Z. No, I'm just speaking the truth. Okay, speaking the truth.
Oh, look at that! You speak
I'm just
the truth, Tom. So he comes down on Gen Zers, you know, but again, I don't even know that I am. I forget if that's what I even am. I'm 92, so I'm late. So if that's Gen Z, then I guess I'm Gen Z. But I don't even pay attention to any of that shit, man. So
Yo, y'all, what's going on in New York right now, man? Or at least what happened over the last couple of days. All right, or at least these are some clips from yesterday, I believe. These are people's vehicles, man. This is personal property of people.
Wow.
Absolute insanity. Let me come outside and see some. This is personal property of people. Absolute insanity. Let me come outside and see somebody jumping on my vehicle like this, man. I'm pulling off limbs. Please forgive me, Father. I know this is not the right way to behave in this world, but sometimes, man, sometimes you might have to put something on the back end of one of these kids, man.
Damn, Christian Days just said he'd rip apart some limbs.
Insanity. Let me come outside and see somebody jumping on my vehicle like this, man. I'm pulling off limbs.
Damn, Days.
Please forgive me, Father. I know this is not the right way to behave in this world, but sometimes, man, sometimes you might have to put something on the back end of one of these kids, man. They need to be put over somebody's leg. Okay, I'm being serious about that. Right, I am.
Thousands and thousands of people who showed up, and clearly NYPD is vastly outnumbered in these situations.
Fine, I want to interrupt you for one quick second right now because you're looking at live pictures of a car that
Oh yeah, this guy. So these guys are all hanging on in this car, and someone actually falls off once it starts speeding off. It actually brings me back to when I was sketching on my friend's car back in the day on my longboard, and he decides it's funny to just start peeling off, progressively start peeling off. And I didn't know he was going to actually continue. I thought he was probably just going to start and stop jokingly. So I continued to hang on. What I should have done was pulled off right away, because he ends up actually peeling off. And I end up eating complete shit, falling right on my face, scraping my whole face up. I got this crazy picture. This is probably like 10 years ago, though. And I healed miraculously, considering. But if you see the original picture, I've showed it on a couple weekends ago on the show, but before I had to move over to this channel more. Anyway, this shit's fucking ridiculous, man.
We do believe that was the vehicle that had Kai Sanat in it, which you can see now looked as though could have been leaving the area. And that is why you're seeing that crowd there chase after. That's the vehicle right there that they believe Kai Sanat is in right now. As Stefan was saying, he was there. He was in the crowd for a little bit of time, but clearly this was an out of control crowd.
Oh, there we go. Shout out to Lizard. Man, I love this. I'm conflicted. I'm one of your Gen Z fans, and I agree with almost everything you say. Hold on, this chat is moving. Everything you say, but I also feel and understand the craving for chaos. Yes. Yes, man. Yes. Well said. Facts. Now, just because they're craving for chaos, which is legitimate and very true and valid, doesn't mean it's okay, right? And it does mean it's coming from somewhere. And I don't want to say it's inherently their fault, right? You guys have been put through a lot. You've had a completely different experience. You're being exploited by corporations, by the state. You're being exploited by movements, political, social movements, right? You're being exploited by those who control technology. So it can't be inherently put on the shoulders, but you have to be accountable for your behaviors, right? I mean, just in general, we have to be accountable for our behaviors. But you're right. You're absolutely correct. And this is the paradox of this type of scenario. I mean, it's a similar paradox we had when I discussed drill music, the gang culture in Chicago, which I'm very familiar with. I have a lot of family there. And just the culture of that area of hip hop or rap music. It's a paradox because clearly these young men are making decisions for themselves and they're accountable for the decisions. But at the same time, there's a system, a cycle of this that perpetuates the type of behavior such that young children grow up in environments that condition them to see the world and people and things in a certain way. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So there is a paradox involved. And I'm so appreciative of you bringing that up because they do crave chaos. This is the thing. It's a type of, this is what you could call catharsis, to speak to what you're saying. This is catharsis. This is catharsis.
And again, so no freebies given away, no giveaway whatsoever, getting in the car, but clearly looking at a very dangerous situation with this car now driving pretty fast with those people clinging on to the side and top of it.
Can you believe this?
It's mind-boggling.
Someone's driving this car and these kids just hopped on their vehicle. I feel really bad for who's driving. I pray it's not like a young woman or an older woman because they must be losing their mind at this moment. I mean, just freaking out.
Why they're not stopping to let these people off the car. And and then they're just someone fell off. Okay.
Wow. I got more. Insane. This is over a giveaway for a PlayStation console. Okay. This is the response. So, I mean, when I think of like the whole Floyd Hot Summer and all of that, when I think of the whole Antifa, at least, and I'm not making any excuses for any of that behavior, but it was like, in a sense, it was coming from a place, like a deep-seated place of frustration and insanity, mental illness, of course. But like, at least they had some purpose of sorts. What is the purpose here? It's just pure chaos. Hence the craving of this chaos, right? The ish has hit the fan. Now there's no rules, there's no meaning, there's no hope for a lot of, and I'm not saying legitimately, literally there's no hope, because of course there's plenty, but from their perspective, they're looking at the world like there's no hope. You know, people living through the social media, it's damaging to the psyche, so it just destroys your ability to see life for what it is. So this is a way to release and let loose, and it's horrible. Devil's army, yeah, they're doing the devil's work. Crackhead mentality, yeah, in some cases, yeah, it's disgusting to see it, but at the same time, I think we do have to look at what, in a sense, has developed over time to create such a potential for such insanity. Now here is Kai Cenat, the streamer. He getting wrapped up in the event himself. He looks like he's almost in some type of danger. That's how frantic the whole group, the whole event is. It's pure chaos. He looks afraid for his life here, and he's going to get hemmed up by the cops. Now, my position on him being arrested, that's a different thing, but there is a responsibility here. I'm sorry. There is responsibility here. You are responsible for this mob, period. I'm not showing that. I didn't even know that part was on here. It's just disgusting. It's animalistic, man. Absolutely animalistic. And I'm gonna just call it what it is, man. All right, I gotta skip through that. I'm sorry, guys. This is like purge level. Y'all are like for real. I'm trying to, this is like purge level behavior, guys. Listen, I know a lot of people think this is funny. Listen, this is absolutely crazy. I don't think I've ever seen an example like this. Like, for real. I've seen riots.
I mean, could it be a staged purge psyop? Is that a thing? Is that possible? And I don't know what you're talking about here, Tommy. I don't know if this is a joke when you said, I don't know what you're saying here, sir. One time this guy and his son killed me and my friend, and they came across us again trying to act like different people. And the kid fucked up and said dad, and we wasted them on the spot. I'm not sure what you're talking about there, sure, but yeah. Ice Nine. You mean Ice Nine Kills? I met Ice Nine Kills, the band, when I was a youngin', when I was 15 at my first Warped Tour. 15 at my first or 16 at my second, I think, Warped Tour. And what happened was, I remember I left a backpack at their tent, and I had an iPod in and all this stuff, and it got, when I came back, you know, I asked them, is it cool if I leave my stuff here? I came back, and all my shit was gone, and so were they. They had packed up and left. So there's that. Good times. Good times. Shout out to Ice Nine Kills.
I mean, I'm from Oakland, California. I've seen a lot of insanity, riots, and all kinds of stuff, violence, death, murder. I've seen it. This is next level. Now, okay, they're not shooting each other, they're not stabbing each other, but it's this type of pure chaos out of almost excitement. This really reminds me of
Can we pause this for a second?
and I did a whole segment about this
What's up,
on
Tommy?
the disaster award.
Okay, the stuff I was saying, DayZ is a video game. It's just called DayZ, and it looks.
Oh,
exactly
yeah, I've heard about
like,
that.
Yeah, it looks exactly like how his hat's spelled, except there's no of no on it. So I was just talking about shit that happened in DayZ. But Ice Nine, I'm not. Hold on, I gotta turn my TV down. I'm not talking about Ice Nine the band. I'm like, look up some Ice Nine videos. It's what's about it's their psyop to crash the fucking monetary system. It's what's gonna get us cashless, but it's also why one day everybody's gonna go to get their money and it's not gonna work, and the stock market's not gonna respond, and people are gonna be in the streets crazier than those kids were. Like those kids just heard that Twitch streamer was gonna be down there giving away shit, and he didn't have a whole lot of shit, and he was on a bus trying to get out of there, and there was just a mob like getting crazy. But when nobody can get their money and people can't get the shit they want to buy, it's gonna be like that, but probably people like shooting and swinging bats and stuff.
I mean, what makes you think that, is there anything in particular that makes you think the grid actually is or could or would go down?
Look up an Ice 9 video, type in Ice-9, and I'll show you which one to click on. Because it's a CIA guy explaining how it's gonna go down. It's fucking crazy. Like it's gonna be on purpose. Everything you've seen since the cough lockdown has been on purpose. Like our leadership isn't just stupid. People aren't just stupid. They're doing it on purpose.
Joe Satriani? No, I'm just
No,
kidding.
just scroll
Ripple
down through
XRP banks down, Ice 9
Not Ice
worldwide
9 kills.
economy
Yeah, just Ice 9. Hold on, my TV's catching up. If you click that XRP end one, it'll come up on there. You might want to jump ahead to
not
it.
this Jim Rickards guy. I don't trust this guy, man.
No, just listen to what he's gonna say. Because he was a CIA agent.
Ha! There's Ice 9 kills. That's funny.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize.
Do the Jim Rickards one. That's what I was talking about. The Jim Rickards interview.
I've heard him talk too many times.
Well, listen to this one, Peniel. It's for the people.
You don't think something's off about him? He just smells like an
I don't care. Listen to what he says. It doesn't matter about him. Just listen to what he says.
Wow, look at this shit.
And go to the one that's just him, so we don't have to skip through.
If I lost it all and I had to start from scratch,
watch what they do to this
this
video. Watch this.
in 4 steps. So step 1.
I was having dinner with a friend not long ago in New York City. We met at a place called Oriole, which is in Midtown. My dinner companion that night was a senior advisor to BlackRock. As you may know, BlackRock is now the largest asset manager on the
Tell
planet.
me how I have, again, like, what, 80 now subscribers and more people watching than Troubled Minds with his, like, what does he have, 4,000 subs? 5 people watching? It's crazy, man. How does that work?
Who is it?
Troubled Minds. I just started watching him recently, actually, but
Machine Live is streaming too.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I gotta drag this into out of Google Chrome. I don't even know why I use Google Chrome. I should have fucking Brave browser on here, but I gotta drag it over here.
What's Yeti talking about the Days of Noah channel?
That's Days, dude. Under a sock or something, I think.
Oh, okay. So I'm subscribed to it?
I get the feeling that Yeti's Days. I could be crazy, but
Well, he looks kind of like him, but once the picture was up next to the guy, I don't think as much. But he does kind of look like him in the thumbnail pic.
No, I'm kind of trolling, but soft trolling. But here, I gotta go to. I gotta
Play
go
that Jim
to.
Rickards thing.
Yeah, I know. I gotta open it in a different container. Container.
Oh.
Browser. Here. There we go.
That's
Is
all right.
that?
I gotta get a beverage.
Hold on. Did it work? Can you see this?
I don't know. I'm going to my kitchen, but I'll be able to hear it.
Let me see. Oh yeah, it's working. Good shit.
All right, just listen to what he said. All right, it's not playing. If you have to play that XRP video that had the money eye on it, you can just jump to that part.
Say that again.
That video that was at the top that had like the okay, it looks like it's playing. Just let me know if it
That's
doesn't play.
that's the one I was gonna play, man. What about it? You're saying that would be
Well, if you
more on
do go
point?
to that one, you just have unless you want to hear what that kid also talks about, you have to jump ahead to that record.
Yeah, something's off about this dude, but
Well, something's off about you, Peniel. Something's off about
something's
me.
off about everybody, man. Something's off about everybody.
That's what I'm saying. Just listen to what he
Everyone's
says.
out here wearing clothes and it's fucking living an artificial synthetic life. Out here wearing clothes, getting plastic injected in them, plastic and metal and babies.
I got no volume. Hey, before you get the volume going, can you tell me what this is?
Say what now?
Do you know what this is? Is it a squash or is it like a guava or something?
Hold on. That looks like a spaghetti squash.
Okay.
Let me see. Hold up. Yeah, that looks like a spaghetti squash. Throw that shit in the oven for a little bit, take it out, poke the holes in it, put it back in, and then
Can I just slice it up like regular squash?
nah, it's literally like spaghetti inside, man. Like you once it's cooked, you cut it open and you scrape it all out and kind of like tear it up, and it's like squash. It's like spaghetti consistency, but it's squash, so it's kind of more
Bake it
obviously
at
like
350 for what, like 20 minutes?
yeah, probably take it out and halfway poke it. I love spaghetti squash, man, and throw it with some sauce and cheese or whatever, or herbs and veggies and sauce, whatever. It's fire.
Yeah,
It's a
I
whole
might
meal
buy
right
one of
there.
those. Does your city have any people set up these little like birdhouse looking places that they put like books and food in and stuff for people? So I pass one every now and then and check it for books and stuff, and that was in there.
Yeah, sometimes I've seen them in neighborhoods too. Like my ex's neighborhood right down the street from her house. There was this yeah, like mailbox kind of thing where I've seen those before. I've seen them around. I don't know any in my area, but I feel like I know what you're talking about. I mean, downstairs they have drop boxes, where obviously shit goes to Goodwill and stuff like that. But
Yeah, it's usually churches and stuff. There's one, I know of two of them near me. One only has books, and one will have like just whatever people leave in it.
what was that? Oh, yeah, we're listening to this here. I'll keep playing it.
You can play it whenever. I'm trying to get everything. I just got in, so I gotta get my dog water and stuff. But I'll hear it playing it.
All right. All right, yeah, for sure, Patrick. Let me know about his page if he got deleted or not. It looks like his backups are still there. Truth Mafia is still there. He's on some. He's got some other channel too that it has like as many subs as this channel. Fucking or like a little over 100 or something. I think he started with Paranoid American. Must have just started it. Oh, that's true. We have him at our park. That's true. The other one, right? The not the Pioneer Park, but the other one. Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of cashless economic agenda that they had for like based on outlook of 2030, and they're moving a lot of it up to like 2024.
Yeah, I think they're expediting Agenda 2030 a lot. So yeah, 2025 is what I heard. But again, if you know about the SPARS scam demic that they have planned, or that they supposedly have planned, whether or not it's on track to be unrolled or not, I don't know. But that's been in the works for a while. It's been talked about for a while. They have a 56-page pandemic preparedness guide on it. It's literally fucking 56 pages, and so that whole thing obviously smells. Whether or not actually it rolls out,
Well,
some other story.
hospitals in different places are already getting like major hack attacks, like Klaus said.
Yeah, supposedly they're rolling out a new V in fuck, where is it? Was it Cali? No, I don't even remember if it was in the country now. I can't remember. Maybe it was Canada. Where they're already rolling out a new V for a different variant, supposedly, allegedly. I haven't been hearing about any of that shit for a while. Maybe I just don't pay attention, but I don't think. I mean, I do pay somewhat attention to media at a distance, and enough to know that if there was a variant that made the news, I probably would have heard of it, and
Well,
I don't recall anything
heard
like
of
that in a
some. I
while.
haven't heard of them spreading, but I've heard of people with, like, I heard leprosy's breaking out somewhere in America.
Yeah,
But
well,
yeah,
they're always
following like Digicoins, you get a lot of extra news because there's a lot of Riddlers and people in the Digicoin field that are looking at all that stuff.
All right, I'm gonna play the rest of this. I think it's almost over. Oh no, it's not.
I haven't heard any of it. You haven't had any volume.
Are you kidding?
I haven't heard it the whole time. No, the chat saying they could hear it.
I don't know. Could you guys hear me playing this? I've already played 3 minutes of it.
Yeah, I was like waiting. I'm like making food and stuff. I'm like, when are you gonna play it?
I was playing. Can you guys not see and hear this window?
I don't hear it.
Do you see it?
It's black right now.
But do you see the?
Yeah, I see the window, but I don't hear anything.
All right. How about now?
Nope.
Huh. That's weird.
Better work your fucking shit out.
So you guys couldn't hear it this whole time. That's fucking strange. I'm gonna have to start it over then, and stop the screen. Share it like this. Hold up. Fucking A, man. I'm gonna share the entire screen, I guess. I hear Tommy slamming his microwave. Okay. All right. So we got the streamception now, because I was sharing it as a window. All right. How about now?
Nope. Turn your volume up on the window.
Can you guys hear that?
No.
Unreal, dude. I don't know what's going on. Let me see.
I don't know, man. It's all Claudian, man.
Let me see. Volume. Let me try it again. Present. Share screen. Share tab volume. Come on. Share screen. Share tab. Wait, entire screen. Share system audio. Screen. Alright, third time's the charm. Third time is the charm. Tell me now.
I was having dinner with a friend not long ago in New York City.
There you go.
Alright. So this is Jim Rickards, the supposed threat advisor to the White House, Pentagon, and CIA. So no reason to be questionable or suspicious of this guy. All over the internet, pushed by algorithms. But anyway, he's an outspoken person that I've heard some interesting things from for sure before. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
You're about to hear some very interesting things.
Yeah, this whole topic, not really what he's talking about so much, but maybe what could happen to implement it is
No, that's what he's gonna say. He's talking about what they're gonna do, and he even names like Janet Yellen and all the people that you see on the news talking about monetary systems with the WEF and everything.
Right. Well, I was just gonna say it makes me think of Project Pegasus or Cyber Polygon, not Project Pegasus. Cyber Polygon, where they simulate a grid down kind of scenario, kind of like the event with the 201 simulated the scamdemic before it happened. Kind of like that, but anyway, I'm gonna.
Klaus Schwab said there's going to be an attack on the power grid that will make the COVID lockdowns look like a vacation.
Right.
I'll still have electricity.
I would say it's definitely, at this point, seems highly possible and even likely. But question is when.
Oh, they're going to do that shit. I'm telling you the plan. It's Faustian.
Faustian?
Yeah, like the deal with Faust, like that rule of the universe where you have to state what you're doing. You have to
Faustian bargain.
You have to let everyone know what your intentions are, and like the same way they'll tell us what they're doing.
Right. All right. Can you hold it down for a second? I gotta go grab a water and take a piss. I'll be right back. And I already watched this first 3 minutes anyway. All right, hold on.
I was having dinner with a friend.
Whoa, what? All right, he was having dinner with a friend and
not long ago in New York City. We met at a place called Oriole,
beautiful
which is
man,
in Midtown.
Beautiful head. I'll be right back. Anyway.
My dinner companion that night was a senior advisor to BlackRock. As you may know, BlackRock is now the largest asset manager on the planet. It directly manages $5 trillion in assets, and it oversees another $11 trillion through its Aladdin platform. That means one firm controls more money than the GDPs of China, Russia, and Japan combined. Anyway, my dinner companion happens to work directly for BlackRock's CEO. As we nursed our white wine and the evening wore on, she let something slip. If I remember...
Hold up.
What happened?
I'll be right back.
Would you do the volume?
Remember her words, she said something like, they want to tell us we can't sell. What was she talking about? Who was she talking about? I placed a few calls, first to my contacts in Washington, then to a few people on Wall Street. Soon I was on a plane for a series of meetings to London, to Geneva, back to New York, then down to South America. As I began connecting the dots, a pattern emerged. It revealed a network of more than 189 individuals positioned inside the world's major financial institutions. Some of them hold senior positions inside the IMF, World Bank, and every central bank in the G20, including our own Federal Reserve. These elites share one vision, and they're about to make it a reality. That vision is one world order, one world taxation, and one world money. They've worked for years behind the scenes preparing to realize that vision. They've literally rigged the laws of international finance. Everything is basically in place right now. and there's essentially no way to stop this from happening. When the crisis hits, they'll flip the switch, freezing the global financial system. That will give them time to reset the world economy according to their vision. As the coming crisis unfolds, President Trump will be powerless to stop it. In fact, trying to stop them would probably weaken the president's power altogether.
That is amazing, Jim. Really. So
I don't know if President Trump was president when he said this, or if he's like
BlackRock is too big to fail.
Letting the cat out of the bag.
A systemically important financial institution, or a SIFI. That designation normally applies to banks, such as Bank of America. If your bank gets the SIFI label, it means the government will bail you out first in a crisis. But it also means you must turn over control of your bank until the crisis subsides. In this case, they're trying to reclassify BlackRock, an asset manager, as too big to fail. If they succeed, they'll be able to freeze BlackRock when the crisis hits. BlackRock clients won't be able to sell. They won't be able to buy either. Their accounts will go dark indefinitely. And the elite operatives will take control of BlackRock's assets remotely via the internet. But our research shows that their ICE 9 plan goes much, much deeper than that.
Now, you refer to their plan as ICE 9. You just said that. What does that mean?
It's a reference to the Kurt Vonnegut novel, Cat's Cradle. In the book, a mad scientist creates a new form of water molecule called ICE 9. When it comes in contact with other water molecules, it freezes them at room temperature. One drop of ICE 9 can freeze the whole ocean. And that's what these elite operatives are about to do to the world economy.
Now, can you share with our viewers exactly who these operatives are and what their ultimate goal might be?
Like I said, John, more than 189 elite agents have slowly wormed their way into leadership positions across the board. They now sit at or near the head of the IMF, the World Bank, and even our own Federal Reserve. They also control much of what happens at the central banks of China, Russia, India, Brazil, Canada, and Europe. As you know, these institutions form a kind of global superstructure. It forms a kind of snare net encircling all nations. Their leaders aren't democratically elected. They're not accountable to. They're beyond the reach of government and citizens, and yet they hold the fate of the global financial system in their hands. To get a sense of how they operate, imagine an array of floating spheres. One sphere is labeled IMF, one is labeled Fed, one is labeled Bilderberg, one is labeled Wall Street, one is labeled central banks, one is labeled intelligence agencies, one is labeled media, and so on. The elites inhabit all of these spheres, and together the network forms a kind of 3D Venn diagram. As I see it, regardless of what sphere they inhabit, the elites all share the same vision: one world order, one world taxation, and one world money. All of their actions are geared toward moving that agenda forward.
Now, are you able to share the identities of these elites with our viewers?
We've identified more than 189 individuals who are in many cases hiding in plain sight. Regardless, they all share the same vision: one world order, one world taxation, and one world money. A short list would include Christine Lagarde, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, IMF; Mark Carney, Governor of the Bank of England; Raghuramji Rajan, Vice Chairman of the Bank for International Settlements; Haruhiko Kuroda, Governor of the Bank of Japan; William C. Dudley, President of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York; Agustin Carstens, Governor of the Bank of Mexico; Janet Yellen, Chairman of the Board of the Federal Reserve System; Mario Draghi, President of the European Central Bank; Zhu Min, former Deputy Managing Director of the IMF; Zhou Zhiuquan, Governor of the People's Bank of China; Robert E. Rubin, Chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations. This A-list of central bankers and other elites is just the tip of the iceberg. Of course, not one of these elites will tell you outright what's going on, but I've seen and heard enough to connect the dots for myself. Not long ago, for example, I met with one of their senior operatives. He's a leading economist who served as the chairman of the Federal Reserve during the last crisis. He's considered one of the most influential minds in banking today. We met privately during a conclave in Seoul, South Korea. Of course, I'm talking about Ben Bernanke. I came away from my meeting with him stunned and convinced that ICE 9 was real. Not long before that, I set up a one-on-one meeting with another member of the network. His name is Zhu Min, the former deputy governor of China's central bank. Until recently, he served as deputy managing director of the International Monetary Fund. Zhu is a brilliant guy, like Bernanke, and he's pleasant and well-meaning. There's no doubt in my mind that he's also a member of the elite network preparing to impose ICE 9 on millions of Americans. But I wasn't done with my research. I have since met with dozens of senior officials, intelligence analysts, and former Wall Street colleagues. My quest led to a final meeting, a face-to-face summit with the head of Bilderberg. We met at Rockefeller Center in Manhattan, and he was very eager to get my take on the euro as a currency. I was happy to provide it, of course, in exchange for some valuable intelligence. As I say in my new book, he did not have horns. In fact, he gave me a nice gift when we parted ways, a blue Swedish vase. I keep it in my writing studio at my home in Connecticut. But my point is, I came away from all three meetings convinced of one thing. When the next crisis hits, the elites are planning to freeze the financial system, and they'll replace it with a new system, one not based on the US dollar. When that happens, we'll wake up to a very strange and disturbing new reality.
And for our viewers that are watching today, what might their reality look like that morning? How does this manifest?
First, they'll have gone to bed knowing that a massive financial crisis was underway. But when they wake up, they'll find it has worsened and the contagion has spread worldwide. When they go to withdraw money, their ATM will say closed temporarily. When they go to sell stocks, their account will say transaction not available. When they go to their local business, that business will only accept cash if it's open. As citizens realize they're being barred from their money, riots will erupt. It's going to get really bad really quickly.
How would such a freeze actually work? And wouldn't that be highly illegal?
Well, it wouldn't be illegal technically because they've been quietly laying the groundwork for years. They rigged the financial laws, changed the rules of the game to allow this to happen. The stage is set. They have the levers in place. The lights are positioned. Now someone just needs to flick a switch and they'll impose ICE 9 rapidly. And again, all of this will be legal because they rigged the system in their favor. Here in the U.S., for example, Congress pushed through something called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA. This allows the government to freeze accounts, assets, even whole institutions at will. The only condition is that there's some threat to national security with a foreign connection. Of course, with a global market, every financial crisis has a foreign connection. Any systemic crisis fits the bill. And the thing is, when the next crisis hits, it's going to be so bad, President Trump won't have any choice but to go along with the elite's plan.
Wow. That is, you have to admit, that sounds somewhat hard to believe. Now, how could these operatives actually freeze the whole country's financial system?
Well, fortunately, we have some recent real-life examples to study. The elites have been conducting a series of dry runs for years, leading up to ICE 9. Look at Cyprus, for example. A few years ago, the Cypriot economy was in trouble, especially the banks. The IMF stepped in and loaned Cyprus $10 billion, but the loan came with strings. Now pay attention because this is precisely what they're going to do, but imagine it on a global scale. So in exchange for the capital injection, the IMF demanded control over the Cypriot banking system. More specifically, the IMF froze the entire system, literally every bank in the country. And they did that to ensure the IMF's demands were met, including strict capital controls. So how did all of this impact regular citizens? Their local ATMs went dark. Even the bank branches closed, permanently in some cases. Citizens could not withdraw cash. They couldn't even transfer funds from one account to the other. What came next? Wealth extraction on a grand scale. The IMF basically stole 6 to 10% of all the cash in the Cypriot bank accounts. How did the elites justify this? They called it a levy, the price regular citizens had to pay for their government's missteps. Keep in mind, these asset confiscations were done at the balance sheet level with the institutions themselves. They never had to confiscate individual accounts. They froze every account by controlling a handful of the country's biggest banks. When the next crisis hits, we're going to see this here in the U.S. and around the world, and it'll be a highly coordinated global attack on the entire system simultaneously.
So what we could do, man, could grab your ankles and take it in the ass.
Say that again.
I guess all we're gonna do is grab our ankles and take it in the ass.
My bad. I missed a good amount of that there, but essentially boil down what you got out of that video for us there, Tommy.
Yeah, man, they've got everything in place to fucking change up the entire monetary system, and there's not gonna be anything we can do about it. You should have, I don't know, I'd say like 30 to 90 days of what, like, plan on not being able to purchase or do things economically for, I don't know, you should always have, like, even when nothing's going on, you should have like 3 to 6 months supplies sitting back just in case there's an earthquake or a tornado or something. So I'd definitely say get what you can set back now.
So again, that's why I do want to get a lot more into growing in general whatever it might be, food,
Not
especially.
really. I'm in an urban fucking there's a place out back in this like shitty little drainage river and stuff. I planted a few potatoes just to see if they'd start sprouting up around there, but it's nothing I could I have uh a bunch of food rations sat back about 3 months worth because if things did shut down for more than 3 months, you wouldn't stay at an apartment. By then, the people would be dumping shit out the windows and the trash would be piled up. So I only really have supplies for about 3 months here, because by then I'd be looking to go somewhere else. But I don't think it'll be that long. I think they're just gonna do this to fucking change up the monetary system because banks are already secretly switching your accounts to FedNow service accounts, and there's already been a lot of ATMs that aren't operating for a couple days while they update shit and switch shit over. So stuff's already happening. But what that dude's talking about, yeah, man, you'll see in a lot of cities what New York looked like yesterday.
You'll probably
I
like this
would.
one. I don't know if this is says XRP subliminal in the Matrix, and it's only at 20 something seconds. So I'm just gonna play it really quick. I just
Oh,
found
when
this.
they're
This is the
talking about
channel
the
that
shutdown. Oh no, there's an
this has
X-Files
this is
clip.
the channel that the video we just watched was on. It's a small channel, like only 300 something.
I thought you were
subs.
talking about that not the remake. The newer X-Files they made had an episode with Joel, what's his dick from Community, where they were talking about the economic shutdown having
Newer X-Files, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right.
Guns. Lots of guns. Okay, so what do you need? Besides a miracle. Guns. Lots of guns.
Neo. No one has ever done anything like this.
That's why it's going to work.
What?
It's
How is that an XRP subliminal in the Matrix?
that button he pressed, just the X looks kind of like the XRP X. It's like two C's back to back, kind of, but yeah,
Oh.
it's not a very big deal.
Done anything like this.
But then again, in Men in Black,
Yeah.
in Men in Black, whenever the alien couple was leaving town and they have the baby in the car, and Kay and the dad are off talking on the side, and you can see the trade towers in the background of New York. There's two birds in the background that fly into the trade towers, and they don't come out the other side. They just disappear into the trade towers. And it doesn't look like anything in the movie, but they were added in by computer. Like they superimposed those two monotonous birds that people probably didn't even notice. But yeah, there's just two birds that fly in the background while they're talking and go into the trade towers.
What do you have that link or no? I'd be
It
curious
was
to watch
in Men in Black. See if there's a clip. Put Men in Black like birth scene or something.
Wait, which one? Which Men in Black? I know the whole series, man.
The first one.
Okay.
Whenever they catch the aliens trying to leave town, and the female aliens having a baby in the back of the car.
Oh, right. In the background, the tower. Yeah.
Yeah.
What happens to
Yeah.
what do you see in the towers?
Two birds, just while Kay and the guy are talking, just two birds in the background fly into the trade towers, and it doesn't look like anything except that those birds were added in by computer.
Right. Right. Yep. Good point. Let me see. If I look up, probably Men in Black.
Put birth scene. Men in Black alien birth or something. The host is black. Gonna holy motherfucker.
Let me think. This one's got a check mark. Voyage, movie clips.
Yeah, that scene whenever
What
it has
the
that
fuck?
baby.
What in the fuck is this thumbnail? It's AI.
That's the baby that comes in.
It's a baby all grown up.
No, what the fuck is that from?
It's a squid.
Yeah, the squid baby one.
Alright, this one doesn't have a check mark. Binge Society.
The story of Dracula on the last voyage of the Demeter. Dracula is on board this ship.
Okay, well I can't
he's
skip
not.
this.
He's not snarling. He's sneezing.
Rated R, only in theaters Friday.
So, alright, well since they had to show that, I might as well show this tab before I play this, since they were talking about the vampire thing. Allegedly Mr. Elusive, what's his name? Truth, got hit with some bullshit over this. Here, hold up. For supposedly like inciting violence or something. I don't know. Nonsense.
Is Michelle Moretti in the chat?
Probably.
Sound off, Michelle, if you're in the chat.
Now it doesn't want to play. Maybe I'll just play that and then try to play this again.
Your license and registration.
Classic.
Like to see
Yes,
your
whenever him and the dad go off to the side to talk, watch for the birds.
Yeah, I might have to
other license and registration, please.
skip it.
All right, your resident alien card is restricted to the island Manhattan. Where are you going, Reggie? Well, it's my wife. She's plans for today. Proactive.
So again, this is fair use anyway because I'm just trying to find that specific spot. So
Yeah, this one. It's while you can see the towers in the back, of course, but it'll show two birds flying. I think from the left. Something's peeking, Kay.
What's going on? Oh, we're meeting something. Who you mean? What's the ship? The ship. I didn't see the partial transfer today. You didn't know.
this is very classic, I gotta say. I think if I maybe also have it to where hold on. Maybe like that, and then actually here I'll put even this here so that, and then I'll put you right here. All right, see if this makes a difference.
If Moretti shows herself to be in the chat, I'll show you guys my never call Paul Photoshop.
I'm trying to see, dude. All right, so you're saying supposed to see a bird come out, what, the left or the right?
There'll be two of them, but yeah, I haven't seen them yet.
Oh,
I believe it was Brian from High Impact Flicks that pointed it out.
Oh man.
But I mean, they'll come across the sky, and it won't look like a big deal. They just look like dots. But the thing is, like, then you find out that they were put in there in post-production.
Whoops.
It might still be after this part. I'm also watching it like behind on my TV compared to what.
I think
Yeah.
I gotta go back.
Oh no! The next time if y'all ever watch that movie again, just watch for it.
Yeah, what sucks is when people have their own edited videos, you can just refer to them, but that one's specific to where.
Hey, damn man, just hey, something peeking.
Something's peeking.
What's going on? Well, we're meeting something. Who you mean? What's the ship? Ship. I didn't see the partial transfer today. You didn't know. What? No, having to do with the pressure from last night.
Okay, I saw it. It almost All right, it's right here. You see them between. You see them between the heads of the two of Tommy Lee Jones and this other guy, but then it like doesn't show them other than that. It's interesting, and they just
Oh, it goes
does
between them, but not to the buildings.
right.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
Thrasher last night.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
see
just
it now.
they fly into
Yeah.
his head. They
Yeah.
disappear. They'd like, but yeah, no, it's there.
Oh man.
It's there. Classic. Anyway, I
And
don't want
that's
to get
and
hit
that's
with
how
the-
you know they were put in post, because they do disappear at his head.
right.
Little
Oh, well, here's Monograph.
little conditioning.
Monograph. System has been set up for everyone to fail. You know what I can't stand about Monograph, besides if anything that Snafu says is true, but what I can't stand is that he just sits at his laptop
Replies
on
to
all
the
his
chat.
streams in the same way, just sitting there sideways, doing the same thing, watching himself on the screen. It's like the whole thing's just bizarre. Like
I think
it
I
is.
live like about 3 miles from him,
Wow.
because his full address and phone number is all doxed out there. And yeah, probably live about 2 or 3 miles from him. Yes, look within. I assume it was just a little predictive programming. It is
Have you ever
weird
heard
to
of
see
these?
the towers in that scene. Like, I forgot what it looked like for them to be up.
Yeah, when I went to New York, it was, let me think, how many years after, if I was probably like, what, 14 when I went? So 16 years ago, so figure
All right.
30,
Whether Michelle is here or not, I'll just show you guys
07.
this awesome fucking
I probably went in like
Photoshop I
07
made.
to New York. So it was a good, like, probably at least 6 years after Blind 11 happened, but
I'll never go to New York now with their fucking gun laws, man. Go to New York without packing, you have to be fucking crazy. I don't even walk around my own fucking neighborhood without packing.
yeah, I hear you, man. I get it.
And there's some assholes that like almost every night somewhere blocks from here, they like go out in their yard and just shoot guns, what I assume is for target practice or something. But it's like unnerving, because you're never gonna be sure. It's like, is that those assholes just shooting guns, or is shit going down?
Did you see what happened to fucking Paul on his stream today?
I heard he got porn bombed, but shit, Grace Thorpe gets porn bombed by green name fucking subscribe.
Well,
I've even
supposedly
been
it was
on
fucking. He cut it out of his stream, and re-uploaded it. It looks like, but I only watched the ending of it to see what the fuck it was. But it was actually someone side bombing, which I've gotten. It's happened to me too before, where they show it's like the same video too that I think they showed me, but it's this guy blowing his fucking shit out.
I've seen some interesting porn
Just
bombs
sitting
like
at his
that.
laptop.
This
The guy's just sitting at his laptop. He blows his
this
fucking.
Tommy Truther guy that's on that comment, I went to his show one time and he doesn't know how to kick the guy, and the dude's just sitting there like it's like a black midget type guy jerking off to the other screen that's like a guy tied to a table getting stabbed and like hacked up. And I was like, oh, this is disgusting. And he didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to get them kicked off, and it was just going on and on for a couple minutes. It was crazy.
You heard about this world coin shit, right?
Yeah, I'm not doing it. I don't want my fucking retina scanned, but we'll see how far they push it. Like, I'm holding XRP and XLM, and if that don't get me by, I mean, I already assume that very fast if I get like rich again off of those coins. I'm just gonna have to burn it before a mark is required.
Yeah. What do you think? Like, what do you think? How do you think the mark is going to be implemented essentially, or do you think that it's already been implemented, or do you
No,
think
it won't. It won't be a trick. You will have to willingly take it. But I think it's gonna have to do with identity. Like, I think that all this AI that we can use and all these filters, I think the access is given to us so that it can be like, hey, anybody with access to this stuff is a possible terrorist that's out conning or faking identity. So that'll incriminate everyone that's ever used like Snapchat or any kind of filter or anything. Um, and that's the same thing with like you chip your dogs, and now with the child trafficking, they're going to be like, hey, you better chip your kid with child trafficking and stuff. And it'll just slowly, well, maybe not even slowly, it'll just merge into like a big issue of identity. Like, hey, here's your digital money, and we got to know that's you so that you can't be hacked and shit. And I'm going to stand on like, well, that's fine as much as I carry around a phone and have a fingerprint. There's no reason that I have to take a tattoo or a chip. And then, and we all know well, Jesus believers, we all know there will be a time that it's demanded and we'll just have to deal. And then eventually it'll be open season. It'll be like Idiocracy. It'll be open season on anyone that doesn't have a tattoo or chip or whatever. Yeah, man, I'll just take it as it comes. But I am assuming that if I'm going to get rich again off XRP and XLM, I might as well just plan what I'm going to use it for and spend it as fast as possible, because as fast as things are going and as quick as they're implementing things they wanted to do by 2030, it's hard to tell how fast it'll come about. And I don't want to have a bunch of fucking credits sitting there that I can't use. So I'll just blow them all on my off-grid land and try and stack as much food rations and whatever I think I need back, and just, I don't know, just fucking live like a monk and see what happens.
live like a monk?
Well, I mean, once they want the chip and stuff, it's like I'll be cast out of society. You won't have any reason to be in society. So, and I don't know how I'll pay my land taxes. I'll probably just sit on the land until it gets fucking taken or whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. Might have to turn into a fucking apostle, just walking around owning nothing until they kill me.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you ever watched Shaking My Head stuff at all, or no?
I don't know.
He kind of just pieces stuff together, and sometimes if you pay
What did
attention, you can.
Wiccan's last chat say about they don't have to chip what? Can you bring that
Oh,
one
I'm
up
so
on the
behind
screen?
on the chat. I'm like 20 minutes behind, but let me see.
Well, you don't have to do all that. Just bring his last chat up on the screen so I can see it.
Yeah, the giant guitar can't be seen from space. It's in Hollywood. It's Hollywood Hard Rock Casino. It's the only guitar hotel in the fucking world, supposedly. But appreciate that, Yeti. Tommy and Sean might be your favorite. We've done this before. I mean, we go back to one of my first Saturday night streams. I had Tommy on. I think I had Jeffrey Phillips and Allie on, or Annie, whatever. Allie. Not Annie.
I'd like to
See,
see
that's
them
the thing
kids
about.
around more. It's a shame about the whole Brino Shia Paul slave thing, or they don't have any reason to be strangers, you know?
You said you liked her?
I didn't mind either of them. They contributed. They weren't assholes or anything. I mean,
Yeah, I told
Jeffrey
Jeff
was
straight up.
hardcore on the veganism and the disc world, but he wasn't a bad guy.
I told Jeff straight up one time on Paul's show, like, at first I thought you were a fucking douchebag, man, to be honest, but you turned out to be all right, for the most part. But Paul still got on his ass, and then what ended up really happening was, yeah, the Brian O'Shea shit.
Yeah.
But Anyway, that whole thing was
And
ridiculous.
yeah, the only way Jeff was kind of douchey is when he went through that phase where he was always talking about the cooking oil engines and that shit he used to work for some company or whatever. He'd always like he'd always try and turn the conversation back to that for a while. But once he got off that, he's pretty cool. And then it's a shame about the whole Rhino Shia thing because I've been invited into a couples thing before, and if you don't want to do it, well, I guess whether you do or don't do it, you don't do like Brian did. You just keep it on the DL. You don't fucking kiss and tell and fucking come back to the whole community and shit. Well, I feel bad for him.
I hope anyone that joins doesn't think because of my background that I'm like, pro any of this. Quite
Check
the
that
opposite.
shit out.
So it's all a joke. Better call.
Never call Paul.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Yo, man, you
Dude,
gotta give him that.
I
You gotta
was
give him that as a-
photoshopping like in the MySpace days, bro. I've got some Photoshop skills.
It's fucking hilarious, dude.
Yeah,
It's
that's gonna
fucking
be the
hilarious.
thumbnail for my first in the series of Paul pieces.
It's fucking hilarious, bro. All right, I'm gonna play a little bit of this. See what they're talking about. Obviously, they're talking about this new thing. They're setting these up everywhere too. That's what's crazy. But what's ironic about this is it says Skynet's close to completion, and I know I've put it in my title before, trying to get it to go semi-viral. But hashtag Skynet shenanigans happens to be in my title, and I didn't even mean to play this. I just picked this just now. But I always play his videos. I think I played one of his other videos the other last night or something. He's posted a few in the last couple days. He's been on it. But anyway.
Now, would you be willing to provide a scan of your eye in order to get hold of a new cryptocurrency? That is what is required to authenticate your identity if you want to use WorldCoin, a new form of digital money that has just been launched. It's the brainchild of Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT. The scanners look like this, and the company says they are necessary because AI is making it more difficult to distinguish humans from bots. The release comes as regulators increasingly crack down on crypto over fears that it is enabling fraud and unhealthy speculation. Despite its name, WorldCoin will not be available in the US.
Number 8, we will finally complete the biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately. For years, Congress has required biometric entry-exit visa tracking system.
It's a fantastic tracking system. It's a fantastic technocracy. I love it.
But it has never been completed. The politicians are all talk, no action. Never happens. Never happens. Hillary Clinton, all talk. Unfortunately, when there is action, it's always the wrong decision. You ever notice? In my administration, we will ensure that this system is in place.
I'm an amazing businessman. It's an amazing dystopia.
No one is more presidential than me.
Dude, my cousin's a rich magatard, a Trumper living in a fucking...
Dude, I'll take Trump over leftist any day, at least. I mean, it's all the agenda, of course, but I'm saying in the classic sense of politics, like if there wasn't
if it made a difference, like if any of
right,
it
right. If it was what what we're led to believe it is, if it
wasn't
really
all
that,
slavery
yeah,
and
man, I'll
genocide, that
take.
was actually...
Because here's the thing, man, the right wing, even classically back in the 80s, like in my small town and shit, it's more like, hey, if you can operate in society and not draw attention and still like function, we don't care what we don't know you're up to. Like if you're doing drugs and you still just present in society and you're not a problem, They're not shaking you down. That they believed in freedom, and it's just they didn't believe in a lot of handouts. They believe in like by the sweat of your fucking brow, like get your own.
Hold on a second here.
And that's what I think is funny about Paul is like on one hand, he doesn't realize how much, for the most part, Trump is about rights and freedoms compared to the far left. And on the other hand, Paul doesn't.
They have to have that though. You get that, right? They have
But
to
on the
give,
other hand,
they have to
Paul
give the
doesn't
people-
realize how much of an orange man he is and acts like all the time. He does orange man shit all the time.
Yeah, well, he's a very enigmatic figure who's affected. Dude, I would be lying if I didn't say at some point I was falling for the stuff, dude. I mean, he's a very influential figure. The whole think about it, fake news that got everybody, like even the people who already knew it. It honestly
Fake news.
solidified it even more that, you know, if even if it was all revelation of the method and part of the, you know, the whole getting people to be able to do something as ridiculous as trusting the plan, you know, it's pretty obvious what trust the plan means, you know, to anyone with the obvious discernment to just think about it for a second. The ability to stop and think about it for a second, I should say. But anyway, so I don't know much about this new world coin thing, but I was on a prior stream looking into it a little bit. I saw
It's
the
just
tab
like a
open here.
digital coin, but they wanted to scan
I
your
still have the tab.
fucking eyeball for it.
Yeah, I was showing how when I did show it before, how fast the user base was going up.
So look within. I agree
Includes
that I
World
don't
ID,
want to chip.
a privacy
You can just use
preserving
your phone,
identity
and I would
allows you to
want an
prove you are a
option
real
for
and
me to
unique
carry
human
a
in the
chip,
age of
and it's
AI.
just up to
World
me not
ID
to
allows you
lose
to
it.
identify
But
between
that's
humans
the
and
thing.
AI
That's
online,
still going to
as
push
well
for
as
you to
sign in
get
with
chipped.
different partners while keeping your identity private.
Can you hear
To
this?
start, simply download World app. To sign
Or
up,
no?
just find
Yes,
the
I
nearest
hear.
orb right on the app. You can even book a guaranteed time
I
to
don't know how to
visit.
turn it down
And if
or
there's
off.
not an orb around yet,
I gotta
there'll likely be
yeah,
one soon.
yeah.
A more human internet starts today, and everyone gets to play a part just for being human.
Wow. Alrighty then. Digital passport, good stuff. World ID, digital passport lets you prove you are a unique and real person while remaining anonymous. An anonymous fucking slave. Wow. You know what's funny, when I was looking into fuck, what was it? Oh, this national what do you call it? Foreign national ID, is that what it is? Basically, I don't know if I'll be able to find the exact website, but on some somewhere where you're able to a file to get a foreign passport, I think it tells you that eventually you're going to need to give some type of social it basically was talking about social credit or something, is what it sounded like it was alluding to. And I wish I could find the exact site, but it was back when I was on a stream with Mitch and Rob Cleveland, I think, came on. There were a few people that hopped on. We were going a little bit deep. I don't know if Mitch is watching tonight, but if he is, he should hop up. Where is? Never mind. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'm just gonna keep playing this. I'll be right. I'm gonna look in the background.
You don't
See if I
even
can
have to
find
play
in
it,
my
man. I know
history.
the whole thing. I don't plan on getting any of that shit.
It will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system.
No, this is...
Check for the Jack Harper.
Well, I'm not spying. Ah, here it is. I
Have you ever
summon
seen that
all
movie?
seeing eye to tear a hole into.
Huh?
Have you ever seen that movie?
No.
Pretty good movie. Tom Cruise and you know, the black narrator guy.
This cartoon?
No, my screen's a little bit behind, but the one with the floating orb robot and shit. It was called fuck, I got it on a hard drive somewhere. But it's like about this movie. It's about like Tom Cruise and this redheaded chick. They're stationed in this like hovering thing above a planet, and they have some job, but he finds out that like he's a clone, and like all over the planet there's a Tom Cruise and a red-haired chick on all these different stations. It gets crazy, but I forget what the name of it is. And it came out at the same time as that other movie was in, where he kept Groundhog Daying the same day when he was in the war with the aliens.
Well,
they're both good movies.
Do you even remember the name, sir?
No, because I'm doing a bunch of shit as we speak, and the laptop that it's on is in the Faraday bag. This is my old one. What the fuck was it called? Because the slogan was like live, die, repeat, or something like that, but I forget what the name of the movie was.
All right, I'm gonna.
And then the
keep
one
playing.
where he was the clone, it was like just a one-word title.
All right, yeah.
It's
Well,
like
whatever it is, it looks
Desolation or
familiar,
something like that.
and I've seen clips. At least maybe this is the clip I've seen from it. But they put everything in plain sight, especially in these cartoons and these kids shows. It's pretty ridiculous. But I'm gonna play it.
Reveal
A
to
little
me
bit more.
that which is hidden. Unveil to me what is forbidden.
Yeah, have you seen Raised by Wolves?
Raised by Wolves?
Yeah, it's a sci-fi on HBO, and like this atheist shoots these two androids off to a planet because the world's being destroyed by the war between the religion and the atheist. And the one android has like a case of baby embryos, and she's set up where she can like run these hoses to it, and she'll grow the babies, and both androids are programmed to like parent them and raise them. Pretty crazy show, man. But in that show, when the atheists show up to the planet, their whole society is just people that follow this artificial intelligence main computer, and it gives them their jobs every day, and it just pretty much tells them what to do. And then the other group is the people that worship soul, and they're just like the religious people. And but yeah,
Edge of
they go,
Tomorrow?
huh?
Edge of
Oh,
Tomorrow.
that's the one where he Groundhog Days over and over again.
Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm gonna play some more of this. It looks like some fucking Billy and Mandy type graphics.
Don't worry, I've got you.
Billy and Mandy graphics. If you know, then you know. or what's that other one? Freedom Falls, or no, Gravity Falls or something like that. That's more of that. That wasn't even my time.
Regular
but I'm pretty
show.
sure. Regular show? Not really. This isn't. I wouldn't say this is regular show
I'm
graphics.
not. That wasn't really my generation. Trying to think of what the last cartoons was. I was.
Yeah, no, this
having
isn't
on my
regular show
radar.
graphics, but I've seen
Like
regular.
I watched Invader Zim because it was made by the guy that
I
made
watched
the
Invader Zim
comic.
one time. I was experimenting with certain substances of the letter K variety, and I basically was in a house, a friend's house, and Invader Zim was on a movie on Netflix, and the whole house was suddenly a spaceship, and Invader Zim was the like
So
sovereign grand
listen, the
commander of the
guy that
spaceship.
made that
And
cartoon, he used to make a comic book whenever I was a teenager called Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. And this is this is a patch of Johnny, and his thing was like Z with a question mark because he never slept. He had to murder people to keep his basement walls wet with blood, because if the blood dries up, the demons can get through into this world. So he's just always murdering people and keeping the wall wet with blood. And it just had like a lot of hipster humor in it because of the people he would kill. It was like an R-rated style of what Invader Zim is for a kids show. And like he couldn't die, and he'd try, like he had his phone rigged to where if he answered his phone, it would like shoot him with a shotgun, but no one ever called. And anytime he tried to die or get himself killed, it just wouldn't work. And so he'd just keep killing people and keeping the walls of the basement wet with blood. He had like a stuffed bunny head nailed to the wall that would talk to him, and like 2 other objects that would talk to him. It was really
is that what
crazy.
you're showing on the screen?
Yeah, that's the character. That's Johnny the Homicidal Maniac.
Hold up.
It's a patch that I could put on a vest or a jacket or something.
I've never seen that.
No, it's old. And then there was an offshoot because his neighbor was a little kid named Squee, and he would always freak him out. Like he had a really bad life, like shitty parents and stuff, and shit would happen to him. Like a child molester tried to kidnap him and shit. And Johnny would always show up and like save the day, but he would still freak him out before he left. This is pretty good comic.
You know, it's weird. I'm looking at the chat. I haven't been, but I'm looking at the chat, and even though I don't any longer currently have the ability to have that emoji button that like can press different emojis or whatever, and they pop up in the chat, I can see people clicking them right now and like leaving faces, and they like float up, or whatever. I saw the fucking emojis people were pressing, and I don't know, it's not there for me now, but I somehow can still see them floating up from people. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, they have been.
There you go.
So you guys got into tomorrow. Did anybody catch the name of the clone one? Because I just want to remember what that word is. Not desolation, but it's like a one-word thing for like for what you might have been
government.
feeling. No, like
Instead of a
one word in the title, but it's the type of word that would describe like, oh, you're just a clone, and everybody on that planet that is just another you, and you're all. Well, I don't want to spoil it, but
if you could only say one word for the rest of, what would it be?
Well, you couldn't get by with one word, but we did used to do a drunk prank call game whenever we got home from the bar. You do prank calls where you're only allowed to say, you called me, and pay attention, and you had to see how long you could keep them from hanging up, only saying, you called me, and pay attention. Like, sir, you called me, and then pay attention, you called me, and then you just see how long you can keep them on the line with that.
You tell me.
Pay attention. You called me.
Is that who you're talking about?
No, you'd call them. You called them, but then when they're talking, you called me, sir. You called me. And when they pay attention, you called me. And you just see how long it's hard because they're not going to stay on the phone long. So you'd see how long you could keep them on with that. It was just a stupid game we played because we were drunk.
Yeah, I think you might be the guy I've been looking for, because
For what?
I was looking for the guy that kicked my dog.
I don't kick
And I think you might
dogs
be that
unless
guy.
they're trying to like bite me.
Hello, is that there? I'm Dar. This is Kartal. Kartal? Okay, what is this? Hello? Hello? I was just calling because I live down the street from you, and your daughter come to my house today and she kicked my dog. What? Your daughter come to my house today and she come on my property and then she kicked my dog, and now my dog needs operation. She kicked my dog. And kicked your dog? Which daughter? The one who just answered the phone. No. What? No? Yes, she did. I saw her. And then I saw her at your house. And why did she do it? I don't know. She didn't say. She did. She's lying. She's lying to you, fucking guy. Where from you speaking? I am speaking from my house. Where do you live? Down the street from you. Huh? You know where I live. My dog. She kicked it. And now I'm going to fuck her. I know. I don't know. Don't lie, you fucking guy. Hey, what? Don't talk like that. Fuck you. You're not damn right what you do. Who touched your dog? Your daughter kicked my dog. Which daughter? You're not damn right. Who touched that?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah?
Why you kick my dog?
Hello? Can I be speaking, please?
You know damn right. It's Gopal. It's Gopal.
Who's Gopal? We don't know Gopal.
Yes, you do. You kicked my dog today.
You know damn right, you kick my dog.
Dog?
Dog.
We don't even know him about.
You don't act stupid. You tell your dad that I am going to sue him. He's going to go to jail.
Okay, where the hell do you live?
So stupid.
Were you ever a Jerky Boys fan?
Say what?
Were you ever a Jerky Boys fan?
No idea what that is.
So shit.
No idea what
The
that is.
Jerky
You know what I'm
Boys, they
saying?
used to make
There's no cap though,
CDs
where
of
like somebody
prank
want
calls.
to that shit, we can do it. But nah, man, you know, people talk
Frank
differently.
Rizzo and Saul Rosenberg. Ooh, golly.
People just
My nipple ass.
same old
Strange, man, when I
jazz,
get similar
then they
viewers
must
to
be
people
comfortable.
with thousands of
Send
subs,
the
and well,
money
whatever.
to
He's
your
got
boy in the army. I like that slogan.
so Red Squid is live. Shout out to him.
The birds, the birdies, they go hootin', hootin'.
And Machine Lies is live
If
too.
there's a such thing as
He
human nature,
stay
everybody's
live,
equal.
man. Once he turns it on, he's
Who
got
says that
easy
everybody's
8
equal?
hours.
I'm not making that claim at all.
Well, you are if you say that there's a such thing as human nature.
Human nature is effectively a descriptive term for things that describe the human characteristics, human qualities, things like that.
See me getting
Like, for
that
example,
Damien
well,
guy's
Well,
ass
that's the
on
ideal.
OTW the other day.
That's what Machiavelli already dismissed.
Say that again.
That's how
Let me
it
break
should
it
be
down
done.
real simple. So to start, how humans learn deception
Say that
is
again, bro.
because of lack of communication. When we're first born,
We'll pause them if you want to talk.
we can just make noise, aka cry, kind of thing.
I
Right?
forget what
To
his
get
last
our
name is,
way.
but he has the
And our
picture of
problem
Flat
is
Earth.
we
His
have
name's
to learn how to
like
communicate
Damien
with,
something,
aka
or
the
maybe I'm
mother,
getting
that
it wrong.
kind of thing, to learn how to get food. You know,
The guy that OTW shows on his.
have to
Oh, you're talking about Dominic, the guy.
Oh
in-
yeah, Dominic, my bad. Yeah, man, I wasn't being mean or nothing, but I quickly was getting to the root of his
But it sounds like a
his
bootstrapping
like
problem. How do you get out? How
whatever
do
you
you
want to
see
call
your
it,
own
his
human nature?
his like neutral,
you
don't
don't, but
say I'm wrong, I don't take part in being challenged for the everybody gets a trophy stuff I'm saying.
So if nobody,
Like he immediately wanted to give me his phone number. Like, we can talk about this in private. I'm like, we're not really pushing any boundaries here. We can talk in public. Because he was immediately starting to get shown up. They're like, no, dude, it's a globe. Like, it's a globe. If you want to
See,
talk
this is
about it in
where
a
we
physical sense,
disagree. Is that I don't claim to know what the fuck I live on.
yeah,
and
you
I
can,
notice
and I
people-
do.
Well,
I do claim to know. Because you can.
That's my thing. Is that I'm not a globey. I'm not a flatty. I'm like, it's not my area of expertise. And I find that even the people who think they do have expertise usually don't have experiential knowledge. I would say always that's been the case because again, I've never known anybody who's been on a supposed rocket ship or.
Well, you're coming
I don't
at
even
it
know
from-
anyone who's been to the top of Mount Everest or a similar.
And that's because you're limiting your thought to like, I have to be out there looking back here. And I'm trying to think of an example of how you know things without.
Well, that's the
doing
thing.
a
Is one of the
similar
biggest arguments that is a good point, and a lot of flat Earth. Well, a lot of the deeper, quote unquote, flat Earth thinkers or realm debate.
Well, I've
shape
been going
debate,
panel to
whatever,
panel
realm debate.
from head motherfucker in charge Steve to London Man. I'm taking all points of flat Earth and debunking them, and I'm showing round proof that they can't debunk. And last night, I think that me and Wizard almost had host state a Globey, even though he is a fucking retard. We almost had him Globey. And Wizard went in saying, like, he said he doesn't know for the longest time. And just off me getting started last night, like, Wizard dove on in and started saying his own geometry points. I'm like, oh, okay, so now you're going to back Globe. That's cool. So I think I brought Wizard. I mean, I didn't make people Globies because you could just see and know for yourself. I might share the information with people so they can too. But it's like, yeah, it's not a theory. It's just you can figure out how it is. You don't need a telescope or anything.
Yeah, this isn't what I. This one's funny right here. This one's pretty.
And the thing I think is funny is how many flat Earth people will still cite astrology and talk about planets and positioning, talk about hemispheres, north, south, east, west. That's globe talk. Hemispheres is globe talk. Time zones is globe talk. And they don't realize it. And I just kind of cue it in while we're talking. Oh yeah, time zone. That's also a globe thing. Just saying. And yeah, man, it's a globe. We started flat and we figured out globe. Like, why go back? But it has been fun because it's an exercise for me too, and learning new things and knowing, because for London Man's show I had to figure out why Tony Taylor thinks the sun is down here in the clouds, because he showed a video of, like, it looks like clouds are wrapped around the sun, but it's just an effect of how that strong a light coming through the clouds looks like that. And then they recreated it in a video with, like, film strip, the way you can shine a light through film strip, and they made it look like the film strip was, like, wrapping around the light. And then also they wanted to know, when President Nixon was on the phone with Apollo 11, how did he have a picture of the Earth hanging up in the Oval Office already? And that was an easy one. It's like, dude, it's Apollo 11. Like, that was the first time we walked on the moon. We went up there and orbited the shit before. We went up in space before. So he had a picture of the Earth before we ever walked on the moon.
You know, I had my thumbnail earlier as one of fucking this fucking goofy fuck.
I mean, Lauren's not horrible. She's got her things like we all do, and I did play a hand in getting Henry to. I planted a seed in his head that would have him decide to move on to greener pastures, and she did try and she did abandon our interview in favor of trying to make me out to be a meth pedo. But
wow,
I mean,
Sneeko? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, man, she's actually getting on some big stuff. She also went on that other one. It's not Fresh and Fit, but it's set up like Fresh and Fit with the two white dudes. It's like
Destiny.
Called Whatever or something.
Yeah. Pathetic. But
no, she did pretty good. And the thing I was mad about that night, I was at the viewing party on her channel, and Joe Cool showed up and still turned it into a cops are bad, white people are racist fucking debate. And I met another white guy who is Joe Cool's friend, and it was like, oh, you're Joe Cool's white friend, and he always baits you into these race debates? I'm Joe Cool's white friend, he always baits me in these race debates. But yeah, I'm pretty much currently on that fuck Joe Cool tip. It's been too many times that someone's backstaged me, and he sat there on the panel after I'm backstage like, you know, I don't want to, it's not right for me to, I don't want to talk about Tommy while he can't defend himself, but let me tell you why that nigga's racist. And then just goes on and on and on. And then still, he was like, hey, I'm going to be in Denver. We should meet up. I was like, fuck you, man. I'm sick of your shit. Your dollar store creeper mirror above the fucking bed. What time?
My bad. I didn't mean to look up conspiracy underground. I meant to look up fucking this goofball fucking conspiracy trivia, because that's where I got the thumbnail.
How many people are in the chat?
Like a dozen or something.
We should all roll over to Machine Lies.
Yeah, but the thing
'Cause
with
I don't
that is that say what you're gonna say.
Because I'm not gonna be up all night, and I did tell him I'd stop by eventually. So it'd be cool to
Yeah, I
just
mean, I'm
like
down to hop over there.
see if the chat put a 1 in the chat if you'll roll over to Machine Lies and be chat plebs there.
I mean, when you merge, it just he's got people over there that were in my chat already tonight, and the Dow, I think, and someone else. But Smiley's over
All
there.
right,
Yeah,
well, if
I
you
mean,
want to view him or something,
oh, here it is.
I'll
This is where I
roll
got it
over.
right here.
I want to go over there and get up on his panel and see what's going on while Toilet Bowl Earth isn't there. But,
I mean, look at his main video. Cult leader promotes new conspiracy game show.
Yeah, I turned. That's not his. That's conspiracy. What's it called? Conspiracy trivia. That's his video.
Trivia because we all love it.
But I actually took that video long ago, and I was gonna use it as a commercial on one of my shows. But I made Paul like an old what's his name, Brimley, that old guy that used to talk about diabetes and Quaker Oats. Let me find it. Check your blood sugar and check it often.
Well, I was playing this
Wilford-
though, and
Wilford
then
Brimley.
it didn't get through even 5 minutes of it because you know.
Yeah, I got
You
the
know.
video. Hold on.
But I'm down to hop over to Machine Lies.
What?
watching me, and I promise you, I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Is his stream over?
Minority Report. I don't know.
Is his video? Is that the beginning of the stream? Like it started over because it's over?
Say
Or
what now?
is this just a random video you picked?
This?
Dude, why do you just like queue up videos while people are talking?
Because it was the video we were watching that we didn't even get 5 minutes through before.
Okay, I was just wondering if it was his panel that like he ended it so it was playing the intro. I thought maybe it was the intro to his.
Oh no, this is
fucking
the
thing.
video we were watching before. He is live though. I checked like 5 minutes ago and he was live. He had a little thing going. So
here's this. Hold on a second.
I think he had a StreamYard link up too. So, but what were you gonna say?
I got.
What were
that
you gonna say,
video, but I
sir?
can't turn my fucking camera on.
All right. Let me know when you're ready. Definitely Minority Report.
Fletcher. I'll go check it out.
It's funny because someone was just saying that in the chat like an hour ago. Fucking Wildlife or somebody. I don't remember what we were talking about. Oh, we were talking about, yeah, the whole social credit thing and pre-crime. And
No, this is that video you couldn't get to play.
I was just watching Minority, not Minority Report.
This is the video I made Paul look like Wilford Brimley.
Drop the link, dude. Oh, you're playing it right now?
You want to see him as a tranny terrorist?
The graduation. All false presentment, all false self, all style and no substance. If you put that being up on the front lines of war, they would cower in fear and say, Paulie, what are we gonna do, Paulie? What are we gonna do? Because I'm being doxxed. I'm being doxxed and doxing my family. Paulie, you didn't have to go sit in a dungeon for 100 days and keep going back over and over 2 to 3 days at a time.
Yo.
He said so many things that go perfect with being like a trans girl.
The best content over on my channel, and I'm getting doxxed. You know what it's like to be a real one, Paulie. It's laughable. I can't wait to meet these folks in the
Definitely laughable. OTW laugh right there.
No, they're not. I showed that side of me over here. Oh, that's right. I'm a real motherfucker. I forgot. Sorry. Let me turn it over.
So the trans terrorist character will just be like Polly, like Polly, like the girl's name, because he says Polly so much, referring to himself. But yeah, the one where he was talking about feet pics, and there's different shit he said over the past year that's like, that is perfect to be a trans girl and say that shit.
Yeah, Yeti. Days agrees that that was a good clip. Don't you agree that a Yeti, aka Days, should collab with Paul, and it would be an
No,
interesting
I think Paul is
and let
free to
an
do his
open
channel, but I think
unlike
no,
Days, like this is
the
where I think
community needs
Go ahead.
to separate as much as possible, because he's already intruded or inserted himself into so many places that he wasn't wanted, that I don't think it's a good time to like make effort to co-create and team up, when it's like, I left Benton today because I showed up on Benton, and within 3 minutes Paul's like, oh, I got the keys and I'm just going to start timing out everybody I see in the chat that I have this attitude to time out. And I was
Benton
like,
gave
okay,
Paul
I'll
the
just leave.
keys.
Huh?
Benton gave Paul the keys to his channel.
Yep.
That's funny. I was watching his stream too. I didn't see that, but I think I had fallen asleep and I didn't watch all of it. I just watched some of it, so.
The first episode of Me Member Berries is gonna be Paul Berry leaning on other berries to get their keys, because I have a conversation between him and Yurt where it's like Yurt had taken his keys back without saying anything, and it's this real awkward conversation where Paul's trying to say he doesn't care, but it's like, why did you take them? Because I don't need them. But why? Because I don't want them. But why did you take them? And why aren't you giving them back? But I don't need them. Like, it's not like that, but you get it. Like, it is awkward. And then you're trying to like tiptoe around no, and like it's my channel and stuff. It'll be good as a Barry thing. And then there will be an episode where Provo's just chasing me around, shooting at me, and we'll have shootouts around town because from that night that he's raging about me looking for his address. Then he still came at me the other night on Steve's thing. Like, it's been 2 months, I think, since the EBT stream. He's still fucking heated about it. And he failed. He got wrecked. Like, Steve in the whole chat was like, nope, that doesn't constitute a threat. He just said, if he did come to your house, it would be bad news. And then I called Provo out for reporting Z for the self-delete comment. Provo tried to say someone was impersonating him. And so we were all like, like, dude, if somebody was gonna report Z, why would they tell him, and why would they impersonate you to do it? And when you did tell him in the chat, you even worded it. When Z read the thing of Provo saying he reported him for the self-delete shit, it was worded the way that Provo talked. So he pretty much played the fool last night. He kept trying to gaslight me.
What app do you use for your thumbnails? I mean, for your that picture you had made.
I started to use Photo Director or something like that, but then I realized they want you to pay eventually. Like, there's just a starting freeness. So now I'm using GIMP. And then on my old laptop, my old Mac that's in the Faraday thing, it has Photoshop. It has some old version of Photoshop on it, that I could bust that out and utilize that if I needed to. But GIMP seems fine for anything I've needed so far.
Are you down to watch another minute of this, sir?
What is it?
About the world coin?
Oh no, I've already seen it. But I'm gonna go over to Machine Lives and say what up. And like, I might be back, or
wave your
you could
band in
send
front
me
of
or come
statues.
over or whatever.
I was trying to see if he was still live, and it doesn't look like he is, but maybe it's just not showing up on.
Let me look.
Oh, maybe because I'm on I'm in a different tab that doesn't. It's logged into a different account.
Yeah, I'm still
Maybe,
looking. I don't see him yet. Hold on. Yeah, he's still live. See, I'll roll over there. I might come back. I might
Oh, I'm
just
not
crash
subbed to
out
him
in
on
there.
this channel. That's why.
I'm gonna go see what happens. But I'll Either way, if we're streaming again tomorrow or something, I'll probably
Yeah,
cover it.
he split back and forth just like the people before him. And
Who is this Joshua Jones dude? No idea. This chat's dead as hell. Huh. He's got a good little audience, but his chat's dead. Weird.
Things of that nature. Did you know that women were not allowed to own property? In Islam, they own property. The women own property from day one.
Where?
Well, Khadija, the prophet worked for her, right? What do you mean, where?
That was pre-Islam. That was pre-Islam.
It's not pre-Islam. They were able to inherit this guy's going to tell me my faith. I don't understand this.
You don't know it.
I know my faith.
You don't know it.
No, I don't know how many books I have. I don't know how many books.
Why is my chat more lit than his with half the audience? Interesting.
Shut up. They're able to inherit their father and their husbands if they die. You know when the first time women got property? I think it's the 1880s in the United States over Europe. Women were not considered human. You're the first person to create the machine to print the Bible. They killed them because they don't want people to have access to the Bible. The what do you call them? These popes, whatever. They wanted to have a monopoly on the book of the Bible. They killed them because he printed the first Bible. The Renaissance.
Omar, what is your origin nation?
New York, obviously. I mean, look at this fucking shirt. This guy's wearing the biggest fucking Yankees shirt. This guy definitely is paid by the Yankees.
By the way, I think it was the philosopher Rousseau, who said that how much evils would civilization be saved from if the printing press had not been invented? All the pernicious thoughts of Hobbes and Spinoza, would never make it out.
That would be a truism across the board. Then again, you look at all of the ancient libraries that were burned too, how much information we lost over a period of time.
No. Rousseau's talking about the fact that he's saying that the invention of the printing press, like the printing press, is the most horrible invention.
Yeah. Well, again, this goes back to Philos of Alexandria. Like I told you, the idea of questioning anything, right? Generally sacked. It sacked the idea of like Judaism. It's always been the case that wasn't shit. You don't even need Christianity and Islam. It goes back a lot further than that. It's always been the case. We're going to continue to have technology that's going to expand communication, and it's always going to be a double-edged sword. It's going to be used for good or bad. Always going to be that way. Always has been that way.
That's right. That's right. It's also talked about in the Phaedrus of Plato, where the god of knowledge tries to give a king the gift of writing, and he turns it down, saying that what the god calls an elixir of memory will actually become an elixir of forgetfulness.
Yeah.
Because people will write shit down, they'll forget what they wrote down. And then they'll argue about what it means.
Yeah, pretty much.
So he said anything written down is bullshit because A, you don't know it, so you had to write it down so you can remember it later. So you don't know it, and then later people can come and twist the fucking meaning of it. So he actually says that all writing is fundamentally deceptive.
Yeah, there's we have this standing rule. So my background psychology, at least that was my education work field. Our other half of that was in neurology, and that was generally the standing joke was if you want to manipulate people, the best way to do it is give them a book. It's always been the case.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you believe that deception is a fundamental part of human nature, you would pretty much think that newspapers and the press are a malevolent creature.
Well, it's kind of like blaming the gun, right? For a mass killing, right? It's just a tool. Now, what people use the tool for, they can use it for good or bad, or hell, it could be in this moment could be good, and then the next moment can be considered bad. Just is the thing that it is. But I'm more curious to hear if somebody brings up the Crusades, because I think this was the defining line right here. If they're looking for like the delineation here, Christianity up until 600s was considered a terrorist organization according to Rome, right? They were considered the enemy of the state. That's why it spread.
What?
That's why
Christianity?
Yeah, Christianity spread because they were trying to escape Rome. Rome was off and on every couple decades labeling Christians.
Talking about until Constantine or whatever.
Well, Constantine, his little deathbed conversion, questionable, right? Because the guy that came after Constantine reverted back.
Would be a lot. What would be some of your responsibility? Well, I would have to find out some of it would be to places to play hoops, and I would try to understand all that stuff. That's the thing I enjoyed. And as I got older, I did things for a living. In this case, electrical. I did learn about international trade, but I didn't make it a career out of it. I didn't go out and earn money. I just learned it. I tried to understand the theory of it. So, but electrical, when it comes to the theory, I remember when I was going to George Brown College, I thought it was very dry. So I did it to earn a buck.
Oh, you went to George Brown, huh?
Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm. That was back when you had the apprenticeship program. You can go for 3 terms for 8 weeks. And you had the option if you wanted to take electronics, which I didn't. So, but when I've had other apprentices, I would recommend is if you want to, because that's where it's going, learn more about PLCs, learn more about digital stuff. That's the best thing I could do is push onto things, even though I didn't do it myself, but I saw that's where the industry was going towards.
Very good, Don.
Yeah, I've always been of service. Okay, my field is actually about being of service. I'm not in the sales business. So I know that about myself. And part of that could be my conditioning.
Yeah, we're all conditioned to a certain extent, even when you think you're not, you know.
Well, the language we're using is a condition, isn't it? Sure it is.
As long as you're speaking this language, we're good in spelling. You know?
Yeah, sure it is, yeah. Some people can learn other language. My cousin Savannah can speak 7 or 8
When you think,
languages.
what do you think? When you think in your mind, what language, what's going through your head there?
I'm not. I'm
You're looking at patterns or something.
No, I'm trying to hear what you're saying, and then sometimes I don't even have to think. I just respond in that case. So it comes out, and there's other times I have to stop long enough and say, okay, so am I losing myself? And it's why sometimes when somebody has, like, we use the word train of thought, but I'm not actually, I'm just flowing the thought. Some people literally have a train of thought. That's why.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Sometimes when you're interacting with you, they could lose
Here they
yourself,
go.
like Jeebus with Facebook.
Wiping the chat again. The whole chat, like YouTube just takes away the whole chat. All the messages gone. It's fucking bizarre. Do this all the time. A lot of people are saying this shit happens a lot.
Like I said,
And
most
it
people have
ironically
headaches,
just
they sleep.
seems to be on certain channels. If you catch my drift, it's so whatever. It's stupid games at the end of the day, but
It's a headache could play a role. Yeah, that could just be atmosphere, but yeah, people do have it. Depends on how much they're straining one hemisphere to the other.
But yeah, shout out to Cage and Dominic and Ramon. I don't want to say especially Ramon, you know, but special shout out to Ramon for helping me out, and I feel the love, brother. I feel the love, man. So yeah, where I want to listen to a little bit more.
So me and you, Ramon, to use
And then
me
probably
as an
go
example.
back to
Me and you walk down the street and we see an object. And
go
we say
back
it's
to playing some more of that video.
a tree, and it's a sequoia tree. This happens to be a sequoia tree, and it's in the forest. You're experiencing, and I would be experiencing, the linear experience of the material. But the words that we use and all the variations are their own individual experiences. So I'm experiencing way more in thoughts than I am in the physical. So when people talk about life, is life outside or inside? When you cut yourself, does it heal outside or inside? So life experience is within oneself. That outside self is just an external, that entertains the senses. But most people forget when you describe anything and all this variation, each one of those things is an experience. And of course, it comes with sounds and frequency in each of them, whether you speak it out loud or you have a thought. So when people talk about life experience, I know what they're saying. Dominic, what I did is I moved my hand up 3 times. Today. There's your life experience. Dominic, I went to jail. That's another one. But what did you do in all those other little pictures? Dominic, I drove a car. Well, where were you all the other time?
All right, but all these things, Dominic, all these things are things that people choose to do. They go into jail or driving a car and then something terrible happens to them. Like they knew the risk.
Not consciously. Not consciously.
No, but they knew the risk when they're going in. That's why they have insurance. That's why they have to go and get insurance and register and do all that. Because they're driving something that they don't really understand. Just like, you know, like, oh, doing drugs. Oh, you're a drug addict. And now you came out of it. Now you think it's some sort of like a preacher that can have a. It makes zero sense to me. Like the way I grew up, you know, I grew up in a way where I had none of that choice. I was born into this shit. And I had to get the fuck out of it.
So you're going under the premise you don't think some of your past experience molded you?
No, but I'm saying like it was never my choice.
Okay.
Really, like,
So you feel helpless?
You choose? No, not helpless. Like that was like realizing that was like the. Bro, I'm not gonna get into it on here, but I'm saying like it was like the exact opposite after. You know, when I realized this stuff.
I think what happens is people as they get older, they realize they'll say the word no choice, which is kind of a fable on their part. They find out there's more a lot of choices they never realized that was available to them. So for me, I look at things. I can have 1,000 choices.
Oh, yeah, I've seen all the shit available to me that fucking ran everything, ran my entire. I still am. Like I do my thing. Like you know, like, I'm completely fucking fine, and I make sure the people around me are, including the people listening and the people on here. I guarantee you things.
Hypnosis. I know it's a great name. I know you're right. I know. All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay, got it. I didn't ask.
Oh, you just asserted.
It was just some other guy, I think.
Oh, some other dude in a yellow shirt.
Yeah.
Wearing a headset. microphone.
Jeebus, he didn't have to leave. I was gonna bring all you guys up and let you guys talk and stuff. Jeebus. Want to come back up? I can come back up.
I will say, nice name, Gnostic Chef.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Also.
So you're a chef as well?
Yeah, I'm not classically trained through like a school, but I ran a kitchen for 5 years. I was paid to be the executive chef there for a while before 2020 hit, and then they closed that building down. But yeah, I did it as a profession. I currently do not do it as a profession, but working up to.
Bro, you got the culinary.
Shout out to Gnostic Chef. Haven't talked to the boy in a
license,
while.
culinary license. I've seen your restaurants, man. You got 2 stars. They're like the Michelin 2 stars. He's a 2-star restaurant, bro. Don't listen to this guy.
Burger King's hiring.
My man's
This
famous.
guy's name is Russell Hamburger. Is that real? Is that real? I don't think so.
What love, bro? What's happening?
You know, just living life, experiencing the journey, and trying to ascertain all the knowledge I can throughout the trials and tribulations.
Oh, trials and tribulations. Are they weighing heavy on your shoulders?
No, nothing weighs heavy on these shoulders, sir.
You just balancing out, huh? Which one would you like? Which one?
Well, I deal with the perturbations, right? I'm the clown. I'm the clown on the unicycle.
No, you're not a clown, man.
No, we all are the clowns sitting on the unicycle trying to deal with the perturbations.
Not a clown. You're a clown.
Sure, whatever you say, sir.
So I am you, you are me. So what's the difference?
We are the same. One.
You look in the mirror. You look in the mirror, don't you?
What was it?
Do you look in the mirror?
Indeed.
Yeah. Why do you look in the mirror? Why would you look in like the river to see your image?
What you mean, like narcissists?
Well, any animal would like when they first went down to the water, like we didn't have mirrors. You'd like look in the water, right, and you see your own image.
Right.
So what's the crack? What's going on, bro?
Yeah, that scares some animals.
Yeah. Seeing themselves.
Or excites others.
Fucking watch cat jump back 10 feet. Holy fuck. The fuck is that?
Like, what the fuck? No, seriously, bro. You got a good haircut, man.
I cut it myself. Thank you.
Yeah, you gotta look in the mirror and have a nice trim beard like that.
Right?
I mean, it's not even that trimmed. I love when people compliment me on my shitty haircut.
That's
Got this group of guys. Yeah, I just bought these new clippers and got them in the mail. They were a whole $40. Saves me on a lot of money though. See these little bad boys right here. This is all you need. And look what you said there. One of them mirrors. Narcissist sitting in by the lakeside or in his bedroom.
Okay, you must have octopus arms or something, man. Spaghetti arms that can go around and just like shave up your back like that fire, no?
No.
You just use
like a stick.
You just need a second mirror. All you need is a second mirror and some experience, a new posture.
Look, but you've been bending your head that fucking long on the second mirror.
It's pretty easy.
I could demonstrate. It's a pretty easy task.
2 mirrors, huh?
It's easy, especially when you have
your
these.
neck on the 2 mirrorage.
Watch. You see how this is here? You see how that works?
Oh, right. I get you. Go on.
You see that? I don't have to really bend shit. I just do this, right?
All right. Well,
see, I just use my intelligence.
Yeah, I got a mirror on my door, so I just swing it to the right position.
Right.
Medicine cabinet behind it, and there you go.
It's very easy and simple task. No uncomfortability in it.
All right.
Just to answer your question, I would say I've seen some strange stuff in the sky the last few days, but nothing out of the ordinary. Same strange stuff that's always in the sky, lines and patterns and mysterious clouds that don't look like clouds. You catch my drift. Yeah, the usual.
Hey, Cage, we're gonna give him like hairdressers of the year or barber of the year.
I'll take it.
Yeah, sure.
I'm always willing to accept.
I've been cutting my hair out my whole life, so.
Have you?
Yeah. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good.
Fuck, that's why you're single, bro. I'm joking.
Never been.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I never even hugged a girl before.
I haven't even saved up enough money to afford a prostitute.
Max has a beautiful wife, actually.
Shout out to Max Vision as well. Happy 322 East Coasters. Be careful for this 60 seconds.
Thank you, Domenico.
I want to see
Your friend comes on the cage. Who the fuck is this guy?
Okay.
Oh, Token.
This guy Token always gets thrown off panels. I don't think I've ever. He may be one of the only people I've ever. Well, I've never thrown off anyone. Again, it's if I put you in the back for a second because you won't shut up to tell you, dude, you gotta like let other people, and then you leave. Then that's you. That's you at the end of the day that ran. But yeah, he couldn't. If I remember correctly, I had to keep backstaging him because he would just keep interrupting the other people on panel, not shut the fuck up for 5 seconds, including myself too. He kept cutting me off, so he was just cutting everybody off, and it was like, man. But he seems better now on this panel.
It's Frank over here.
I've had him on my panel a few
Oh,
times.
cool, Frank, dude. Yo, let's give it up for Frank.
Ironically, I've had Gnostic too. I've had Max Vision.
That's all you up here. I figure, come on.
Max Vision, Gnostic Chef, Cage. I've never had to do that with them. So, but Token seems to be behaving now. It's probably because he just gets really drunk and high and acts a fool and goes on panel.
Over and say hi because I haven't seen you in a while.
You've been waffling.
Yeah,
Frank, it's good to see you.
And he always talks about waffling. I'm like, what is waffling? And then he never explains what the fuck it is. What the fuck does that mean? You're waffling.
That's like Frank's been fishing and stuff. He's been going to nature. He's been doing the right thing.
Oh, he's been fishing.
Yeah.
Where you been fishing, bro?
All over the place.
What did you catch?
A lot of trout this year, mostly. Actually, the one that's from your country, the brown trout. Yeah, there's fucking a lot of them. The state stocked a lot of those this year.
The brown trout.
Yeah, it's good eats. Definitely good eats. They don't get too big, but they're definitely good to eat.
I'm not really big fan of trout, man. I like salmon.
Yeah, trout can be a bit fishy for most, but
I like rainbow trout. I've never tried brown trout.
Rainbow trout. Well,
Yeah, I hit some of them too, and I did hit one salmon, and I also got a Laker this year too.
But the best way to fish for salmon is like on a fly, you know? You have to go fly fishing. You ever fly fished, Frank?
Our salmon are really small. Best thing I find are silver or gold lures.
Right, upper week.
Yeah.
Usually if you can hunt it with a baseball bat.
Well, the bears.
Yeah, go pull them out. About Monsanto.
Obviously, I was talking shit, but yeah, I think it's owned by Bears now.
Yeah, it is Bear.
You know, you could just spray Roundup right on your salad.
Why not?
Harmless, yeah, what do you mean?
Bro, it's salad dressing. So
Yeah.
I thought that was like in lighthouse dressing. Isn't that like a common ingredient?
Yeah,
It's a
right.
food preservative, I thought, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And flavoring.
Yeah, it's one of those natural flavors that we all love now.
The fucking waffle in North American terms. Failed to make up one's mind. Joseph had been waffling over where to go. In British, speak or write, especially at great.
Oh, there we go. They looked it up. Fucking A. They looked at waffling.
What it means.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, thanks for clearing that up. Because Tokens, he has a British accent, so when they say use certain words, that's probably what it means. It's like when you say the word boot in England. Okay, so
Hijo de puta, ¿qué pasó aquí?
there you go. Thanks, Token.
Hablo español. Hablo inglés.
Sí.
Right.
But Token's making it. I get it in his voice. He's being humorous, but he's being sarcastic, and he's still being humorous. And I don't think he's being malicious.
He's not malicious. Token's like a genius when it comes to computers and shit. He can do terrible things. He doesn't do that. He's a good guy.
I think he's a good guy. This is like getting my little ants, and I choose to be a moron. That's up to me. I
Don't
allow
step
that.
on me. Don't step on me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't step on me.
I'm wearing sandals. I'm wearing sandals.
Now you're superior, Domenico. You're the waffle.
Really?
The waffling token. Yeah. Yeah, you're waffling token.
I thought I was being the idiot. Sorry, Roman. I thought I was being the idiot. Anything you want to share, Roman?
Would you like to confess to the priest?
No, nothing. I'm just here to hang out while I get some stuff done over here on my end.
Well, tell me more. What else did you do
What else have I done?
today?
Wow, that's crazy, Timmy. I don't remember if you said where you're at, but I'm curious to know.
Oh, okay. Well, woke up, got into my planner, did my stuff on my planner, and I door dashed for a while.
Nice.
I only clocked out and I ate food, and now I'm just going back to my planner. I'm trying to correct. I'm on the process of correcting.
Ramon, I fucked up. But at the end, he said he waffled on about everything that didn't matter. That's what he said.
Oh,
I don't know why that one posted before. I deleted it both. It turned out really weird to copy and paste. But here, hold on, let's define the fucking waffle in North American terms. Failed to make up one's mind. Joseph had been waffling over where to go. In British, speak or write, especially at great length, without saying anything important.
All right, so now we know. But peace, Mr. Patrick. Take it easy, sir.
That makes sense. So it's not a he waffle.
So this is where the whole waffle fucking shit comes from. Okay, there's a definition. Now it's all clear. It's people always trip over this waffle.
This fucking guy. This guy's like a spring waffle. Yeah.
Spring waffle.
Oh no.
Because you. Yeah, but
An
what happens
equinox.
is like
An equinox waffle.
Oh, like eats like through the like fucking seasons, the winter and the summer and like you know what I mean, the spring waffle. Like who's this guy fucking down bottom left? He's the spring waffle.
It's one of the 4 pages.
Now the Pope then said the Magna Carta is null and void in amnesio because it was done under duress. Therefore, that contract is null and void, like it's just since the beginning, because he had to do it under threat and duress and coercion. So if that's true, when the Europeans came over to the Americas and kicked the first ones that were here, according to history, were the Indians.
Yes, let's hold that.
Okay,
Let's hold that.
so everything that's happening here is actually null and void. It's all based on fraud because the Indians were here first. They were kicked off their land under threat, duress.
So we got an Aussie in the chat. Okay, got it. Land down under. Got it.
Okay, so here's the game that's been played on the human race.
Well,
but hold, can I?
If you survived 2020, congratulations. If you didn't go along in a time when most people were, especially in a place like Australia where they were really being tyrannical. They were being tyrannical everywhere, though. At the end of the day, let's be real. But if you got through all that, then you're a real one.
Finish this thought real quick. So when this all happened, so we're all on American Indian land. Anybody that's born here are actually on American Indian land. I know I just kept saying that. So basically, the benefit from following this process, there's been multiple testimonials. You go through a secured party process. You nationalize your birth certificate on both the federal, state level, and your Department of Defense, and the whole 9 yards. There is a way to get this done. You get it apostilled, you get it authenticated. You get it authenticated, you get it apostilled, right? So what you're able to do with that is turn around and actually access your trust. So what happens is that you're able to then sell your securities because now you're the holder in due course of that ultimate security that was created for you on your behalf from your trust. So then you open up a Treasury Direct account. You know, you authorize your signature page to the order of so and so on the back of your birth certificate. Now that you're the holder in due course and the age of majority, you can take that. Some people's trusts are up in like the 900 millions, right?
Dominic said, "Bring some Canadian maple syrup with each waffle." All right, sir. I will try my best. Sounds a little pricey, but
you take that. You open up a TA account, which is all legal. It's all, you can find it all on their website. And then you run that through the TDA. You know, you have a broker that's selling your securities on the stock exchange in New York. And not only do you get the 900 billion, but the government tells you, hey, thank you so much for finally fucking becoming the age of majority and helping pay off the national debt. And because it's within our rules, because of HJR 192, we have to match that dollar for dollar. Full faith and credit, backed by the full faith and credit of the United States. That's the benefit. That's your inheritance, physically.
So I got a question to ask for a moment. Do you think you own your vessel or do you steward your vessel?
What's that?
Do you own your vessel or do you steward your vessel? Your body.
I'd like to believe that I'm a steward of my vessel when I'm.
Okay. So knowing that, do you think the human race actually can own the land or steward the land?
We can never own the land. It's not ours to own.
So what the game that was picked on the human race is, we're going to give you the illusion you can own the land and we're going to take it from you. Not a single fucking Indian tribe owns land. That was a game that they played among the tribes. You steward the land. That's it. So now
over here they have reservations and.
All right, 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Can't believe I've been streaming this long. It's fucking 3:30 already. Swap.
Yeah, I mean, American friends, they don't pay taxes. They have their own court system. Even if they, like, let's say an Indian, or like a Native American or Aboriginal First Nation, as a phone, whatever, over here, they get caught for something, like even like a murder or something. If they go to a healing launch for like 10 years, probably get out like 8. So because of what people have done to them.
Yes, but
they don't pay taxes, none of that. They have their own land.
Change the word. Change the word tax to tribute. They don't pay tribute. So now, when you don't pay tribute, I own a piece of land. My forefathers kept a piece of land. Let's go with that. I don't pay tribute. No problem, Don. Are you going to read?
They shouldn't. They shouldn't because that's a natural law.
Here. Okay. The letter of the law. What do you think they're talking about when they say the letter of the law? They're talking about the 3 letters in the word law. Light, air,
land, air, and water.
And water. That means the word water. Okay, same with laws, with space. Nature is wild and untamed. That's what nature is. That's why animals are wild and untamed. It needs boundaries. That's why you have light, air, wind, and space. That's what laws is. But man's create in the end is policies. So now, when they told the certain tribe people, the sellouts, whatever you want to call them, you don't have to pay a tribute, but you keep your people in line. So now I own a piece of land. Now they turn and say, Dominic, you don't have to pay tribute because you're
in line for what?
What's that?
In line for what?
In line? I said line. In line. They keep all their own tribal people in the same game. This is why in Canada they play that hemp game where only some of the pages were the hemp, but all the other pages was that the people that supposedly had land, Indians, but they don't, they just have titles, they're able down to bypass their chiefs and sell it directly to people like the Gay Foundation and all that kind of stuff. That's just a game that's going on. So now, when you realize I have a piece of land, I don't have to pay tribute. Don, do you release it? Yes, I do. Okay, you have a bunch of factors on it. Okay, but you don't pay for property tax, in this case, tribute for that piece of land. But we're going to charge you for using the road. What do you mean? Because we own that. Now, actually, I incorrectly said the word. They rule.
No, not the way the First Nation, the Aboriginal over here. They don't pay for any taxes at all for anything.
Yes, and what service do they get in exchange for that?
What service did they get? They got their entire land taken. They got their children buried under churches. They got
once again,
thrown into fucking residential schools. They got completely decimated. Yeah, I guess that's what they got.
Okay, I'm going to go a little bit higher now. What they call the gods, they do not interfere with human affairs. What the demigods do is they understand that they're rulers here. They're not owners. They rule. Now, they just don't rule the human race. That's usually a flip of a coin. Okay, I got to keep it. take care of the human race. Holy fuck, I lost. Where there's people, there's entities that rule over the land, they rule over the water, they rule over the clouds. But you think this is all magically done? It could be magic, but it's beyond the capability of
because they know they're not going to stop, so they have to come to some sort of an agreement. That's all it is.
Maybe. And I can say maybe, Cage, because even if I didn't know or I understood, I can only present it to you as a maybe. It's not my job to step over toes when it comes to other people. I will share certain shit. And if people can comprehend it, that's up to them. But I'm also a student for myself. So in this particular case, when it comes to land, America, Canada, that land's being ruled by the state corporation. That's why the Vatican, the Pope kissed the ground. That was like the white Pope. That's right. Black Pope. Let alone he's kissing the Rothschilds hand. Why? Thank you very much, Rothschilds. You have this fiat currency. We got the chance to break away from slavery and mastery because it was just way too much work to have fucking slaves. Now we're getting away from our stuff. Okay, good enough. Well done. That's why when the Russians are fighting the Ukrainian, who rules that land when they took it from the Tsar's family? The Vatican. There you go. 101. So now when people understand that, if they choose to understand it, or at least have discernment to it, oh, it's a game. Yes, it is a game. Most people are naive. Most people are just naive in the game. Now, we're still playing in our own games. And then, of course, we think, well, there's governments. Yeah, government. The mind is serving governments. The mind will even serve me if I want to do math work. That's how the mind works. It's not here to pick a side. That's why when people talk about love, it's unconditional. It's not here to interfere. It's here to serve. Whether it serves me or serves you or serves others. Person wants to be a criminal? No problem. Want to be the best you can possibly be? Tap into me. I'll serve. But people still have to learn their craft. So now, when people play this game of trying to, and I use the word the way I'm going to use it, be disobedient to the system, where they say, well, I don't want to play the, what you call it, no karma, in this case, sorry.
Oh, look, he's not playing the fucking game now. Look at the end of this shit.
Okay, no, I think everything's a game, but go ahead, please share.
All right, Ramon, here's your information back. And all I've got for you is just a warning, no court of fine associated with this. It's not a fix a ticket, because I believe those are a waste of both of our time. Nothing that obligates you to do, it's just documentation to stop. Do you have any questions for me at all?
Yes, I do. Okay. If this is simply a warning, then what was the purpose of you pulling me over to begin with?
To take law enforcement action for a traffic violation.
Okay, but you were saying it was a criminal matter, so why am I not being criminally charged?
It's a criminal, and I've used my discretion as a law enforcement officer to just give you a warning because you seem capable of fixing it, and it's not the end of the world. Nothing I think you need to appear in court or go pay a fine for or anything like that. It's a minor vehicle defect, and we just wanted to take law enforcement action on that tonight, okay?
No, this is the weird circumstance here, right? Because,
well, since you told me you felt threatened earlier, I don't want you to feel threatened anymore. You have a safe rest of your night, okay?
Have a blessed day.
Yeah, that's it.
I think it's a waste of both of our time.
All right, so you just took 11 minutes of my life. You interfered with 11 minutes of my life, right? And after 11 minutes, then you deem it completely unnecessary to pull me over. When he pulled me over, like, okay, I already know I wanted this. When he pulled me over and he put his lights on my back window, he could have seen the license plate there and then and ran it and just been like, it's all taken care of. Go ahead and be on your way. I see it now. So yeah, you're right. It's the game we play, Dominico. This is the
fucking game. You see that?
The game we play. I want to play that game of commerce because I know that once I, follow the process and set myself up correctly, I can play it, being the one in control of that game. Unless they decide to change the terms and conditions, then we'll have to figure out another way. It's always up to them. Otherwise, it's just peaceful disobedience.
Did you ask him why it was a criminal offense to have a license plate in the back?
What'd you ask?
Did you ask him why it's a criminal offense or whatever you want to call it, criminal, for having a license plate in the back of the window?
No, what happened? I know exactly what happened there. He's like, okay, he identified this guy as sober-minded. He's well thought. He probably thought you're like a law student or something. You have someone like your family, law. The way you're handling yourself, you handle it, very professional in a way, And he fucked up at the beginning, right? Because he said, you asked him why you're stopping him, or sorry, why he's stopping you, and he's like, oh, it's a criminal matter. And then you asked for Miranda, and you want to read to them. He's like, oh, it's not a criminal matter. And then he went back to his car and he realized he fucked up.
For commerce, it is. For commerce, it is. The reason why he pulled you over and then he says it's a criminal matter because if you look at most license plate in the back of the car, there's actually lights there. You didn't have a light on that thing. And this is why.
No, he fucked up with his words. He fucked up with his words. He knew he was being recorded and shit. He was live streaming too much.
Cage, I'm bypassing even the police officer. It's like me as an electrician. Okay, I'm a licensed electrician. Okay, we have an electrical code book. That's just one code book. There's a bigger.
So shout out to Dom. He was just in the chat. I'm gonna watch a little bit more of that vid. Where is that? Not that one. Paul looking funny there. Played some days. Where is it at? Where is it at? I already watched this, right?
Look at that. It's a very deep cave in Southern America that said it goes to Antarctica. Check it out.
There it is. Oh, it's glory.
If you feel you saw some really deep stuff there, but you don't know what's next, that's why you need to figure it out in these videos. It's not being shown in a lot of the places. Strange videos, that's just chaotic. The Mexican authorities try to say, oh, this is just atmospheric sound waves. Take a listen to this.
There's one simple hearing hack anyone can use to improve their hearing almost overnight.
Strange videos, that's pure chaos.
This is how Stephen King novels begin.
Oh, look. What you're seeing here is called magenta pop, and they're saying this was caused by a burning of iodine. Why would they be burning iodine? Something very strange is happening in Portland. Look at this right here. I found a video that shows a patternization of the Weber-sized nation in the sky.
A patternization? Is that a word? I'm not sure if that's a word. Might be.
And I'm telling you, this is exactly what we were talking about. The freaking clouds literally are being hit by sound waves. As you see, the pattern literally synthesizing like sound waves. Like this is, we caught them. And in this next video in Michigan, people heard weird sounds in the sky. Check this one out.
What is that sound?
And look what nobody's paying attention to. They just installed this around the freaking Capitol. Remember, just 2 days ago on August 2nd, they were telling everybody to run, and then next thing you know, it was a false alert. What makes it even more strange is 2 days later, they pop up with this report coming out right after that.
Cyber attack is still impacting 2 big hospital networks in our state, and now the FBI is working on this investigation. Eastern Connecticut Health Network and Waterbury hospitals are working through their IT complications.
I think anything that has a computer issue and then systems are down, I think it's concerning to a lot of different things. I hope that they can rectify the issues and make it right.
And if you're thinking this ain't a coincidence, then look at this on the screen right now. Look right now. Now it's showing it's more not of a coincidence, just like you're thinking, because why would it all just come out right around the same date period? They're planning next might fry our egg rolls. But why is the mass separation happening of the earth? This is a giant sinkhole that opened up, but this is not even what I'm talking about. This next is what I'm talking about.
Have had to abandon their homes, nearly 4,000 of them. On the 3rd of June, residents of the Tianjin heard a loud explosion. This was late in the evening. And soon, the road burst open. Support columns of a building cracked. Cracks could also be seen slithering up the walls of another building.
And you're just watching, like probably thinking, oh, it's just a crazy earthquake right there. No, it's not even an earthquake. It's like something out of a freaking movie. But listen to what happens though next.
The explanation that China is giving is that the explosion could have been caused by underground cavities below a depth of over 4,000 feet. And the obvious question is, what exactly was happening? When was the last time, after all, that a road in front of your home broke into 2 out of nowhere? No earthquake, no extreme heat, and yet the earth is splitting open, quite literally.
So let's go deeper down the puzzle. You got to hear what the Raytheon contractor says next, because it really gets us deeper down into what's going on.
Now, unfortunately, they've circumnavigated the battlefield. Nobody's dressed in uniforms anymore. The front line is every neighborhood that we're in. And the infrastructure is still under attack. It's just that now the average mortgage payer is in the line of fire. The list of Havana syndrome-like symptoms, which my South Pole crew and many South Pole crews are suffering, that other agencies are suffering, if people pay really close attention, they're going to notice that these symptoms are prevalent in the general population as well.
All right, so I need y'all to look closely on this one, because something was different about this one than the other strange sounds in the sky.
Light up now.
That's crazy, man. Man, that's crazy. It's like a trumpet, like a judgment trumpet.
Now, hold up, wait. I know y'all didn't just miss that. Look at this light up right here. Something technological probably being used right there. You see it? This is not your normal fire. This is a 3-alarm industrial fire in downtown Phoenix. They were battling these flames for a long time. The strange part is we keep seeing back to back to back more and more targeting of different areas, of different cities. Don't you notice how many videos I'm showing you like this? This is not normal. So I'm thinking we're in a battleground at this point. Territorially, I'm going to show something that proves that a little bit after this next.
What? I mean, is there anything else going on down there?
There's a system known as ELF, extra low frequency. It's also a massive antenna that's embedded in the ice there. And at the onset, I was told that the ELF system is off. It's defunct. It's disabled. It is just sitting dead in the ice.
So shout out to Look Within. I think the first stream he did on his channel was on ELF, which is, I've told him in the past, is automatically going to put you in a dungeon on the internet, probably. That's just those kind of topics. Again, and really for the most part, anything that's pushing it as far as putting certain information, certain truths out there that are definitely highly censored, for lack of a better term.
But through my need to make an additional repair on something else and tracing back to a sub panel, I was finding the circuit that I needed to lock out, tag out, and do all the safe repairs. But then I noticed that this other breaker that was supposed to be off was in the on position, and it was listed as the ELF. And I ran it up my chain. I said, "What's going on here?" I said, "This is supposed to be off. I was told it's off now." And I was just given a hard, "It's on." And that was the end of my need to know. They didn't want to tell me anything else.
What's going on here?
fucking spiritual alien situation we got going here.
It looked like it has a face. Can you see that? But also territorially, they're trying to take over.
Mysterious company that's purchased nearly $1 billion worth of real estate near Travis Air Force Base.
Described as the most massive yet mysterious land purchase encroaching one of the most critical military bases in the U.S. And no one knows why.
This mysterious entity is unwilling to disclose to anyone, local, state, or federal, what it is they're doing and why they're doing it.
Since 2018, Flannery Associates purchased nearly 55,000 acres of farmland in Solano County, and the I-Team has confirmed the company has yet to pull any permits to signal new development or change of land use. So for years now, the land acquired, which is nearly double the size of San Francisco, just sits there, and its future remains unknown.
You would think that they would want to be cooperative in their work. I've never seen anything like this before in my life.
The mystery surrounding such a critical military base is what prompted Congressman Mike Thompson to introduce bipartisan legislation to enhance investigations of any land purchase near military bases, national security sites, and critical infrastructure.
Are you thinking, is it connected to China? Well, I couldn't find any information on that except for, so I looked deeper into Flannery LLC. Look on screen right here. Thomas Mather was found behind this. And then look on screen again. He had this contract doing biosolids, which is literally the flesh of humans being dropped into the water supply.
Hi, in the new video is Pandora Secrets.
Somewhere in a small village, looked like they tried to stoke the fear of Project Bluebeam by flying over a craft and making everybody get terrified by the situation. This is what we got to watch out for, the engagement getting higher. Live in a world where all these different beings and lots of things exist. Dude was in a cave, and then literally look at what he saw. It happened so quickly. And then they have these Neolithic stones in here. If you look at them, these are ancient stones. But I'm going to take you to the part where actually he's seen some black figure rise up. So look closely here right now at your screen. And when he looked over at the Neolithic rock, some shadow figure showed up, and it shows you that they're out. And then hold up in this Cusco cave, you got to check out the artifacts.
Anything. But
black figure rise up.
I
So
believe
look
any of these
closely
videos
here right
anyway.
now at your screen. And when he looked over at the Neolithic rock, some shadow figure showed up, and it shows you that they're out. And then hold up in this Cusco cave, you got to check out the artifacts they unearthed. You ain't seeing this nowhere else. And look at how deep this goes. I sped this up for you so you don't sit here and watch the whole time. But this is a freaking deep cave. We're talking out to speed up about 3 to 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and I'm going down, down, down. And then once they go down so much, look at what they unearth. If you really thought this was highly important, then you better not miss the next one, because it literally is critical that you know
Yeah,
what they're hiding. Next.
I'm all right on that. I feel I almost feel a little silly for playing that, because just questioning any legitimacy at all in those videos. So there's that. Fucking Monty, dude. Where you at, Snafu?
What is vector similarity search?
Snafu, get in here. We
Or
got to
vector search.
I got to bust this Poto. This
Mark,
Poto
how are you?
Pigo. This damn
Oh
Pigo
my
Poto.
God, you're just a punk. I'm 59. What the hell's wrong with you? Young. You're not old. You're young. Well, you might have a couple years on. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's it. You knucklehead. 54, dude.
So he just sits here at his laptop doing the same thing where he's watching himself watch himself. He's watching himself watch himself. Watching himself, watching himself, watching. So this is supposedly like some Masonic fuckery, as some might say. And it is interesting. He's always in the same position. He's got the, you know, the weight, the measure, the legal weights there, or whatever they're called. I forget the name for this thing. But very strange. Very strange.
You're still wearing pull-ups. What the hell's wrong
And he
with you?
stares at the camera too. That's the weirdest part. So he keeps looking over at the camera. Yeah, the whole video over and over. It's a weird.
You said he was old. 54 and L there, crybaby. Shit, you need to go change. No, it ain't. Don't lie to yourself. You, I will knock you out, boy. Oh. Uh-huh. That's right.
It really is, you know. I wish I could come and visit you in Colorado. I've just been really honestly busy trying to pay this dual sport motorcycle I got off, and then just, you know, trying to catch up on the P's and Q's on getting ready for winter. And you know, you know, when you live 30 miles out of town, you try to get 4 bags of dog food, 2 bags of rice, you know, the big 20-pound bags, and 2 bags of beans, and then you got flour, and I don't know what people use for oil. Coconut oil is my favorite.
Hold it, Mark. I hate to interrupt. Monty Buffoon said the federal poverty level for 2023 for an individual is $14,580. So here's the thing. You thought it was $10,000. Well, you can make another $4,580. There you
go. Anyway, so shout out to Elusive Truth. He ran into some issues apparently with one of his vids, and took all his videos down to protect the channel or some shit. But for the meantime, supposedly this is what it was here. Well, whether or not that is the issue, I would have to say, well, that's right off of a fucking clip from the show. So if the argument is that it's a bit, and just by playing it, you're saying it's not a bit, I just want to put it on the record. Whatever I have to put on the record to not be considered putting forth dangerous theories, you know, conspiracy. Yeah, I'll agree to whatever that ridiculous standard is. So if this is a bit non-bit, then okay, then it's a bit non-bit. I'm not saying I think it's a bit non-bit, but was I not even sharing it the whole time? Was I not sharing it? Was I not fucking sharing the tab?
Open it. All right, so here, we're going to rub it right in. How come it's red? I'll show you in a 60.
Was I really not showing the tab that whole
So
time?
this is made from growth hormone.
My apologies.
Look, the wrinkles have just disappeared. I can't even ball my hand up.
But so it's made from human foreskin. I'm sorry, Steve. Boyfriend.
So if that's a bit non-bit,
For quite a moment.
again, I don't know. Don't know. Could be, maybe not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm just saying that this is me stopping and commenting to say I'm not putting forth any dangerous theories. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, for 7 years.
Now he's an early 30s and you're a late 50s.
Yeah.
But somehow you both look the same age there. I mean, you know, there's something to be said for being with a younger man.
I suck baby's blood and put it on my face.
Well, it's this way in which one forces through microneedling. It's like a little roller with these. Some of you, I think many of you know it. It pushes through the skin and ruptures the collagen, and then boosts it. You look like a burn victim for a day, but then it pushes. What are you pushing into the skin, Sarah? Well, you push in whatever the facialist would like to insert into your pores.
So this is where, and many people would say that Sandra Bullock's a man, and you know, get into the tranny apocalypse stuff. Again, I'm not sure about that. I'm also not sure about how serious what she's about to say is. Could be a bit non-bit, right? Could be a joke. I'm not saying I think it is. I don't know. I don't know one way or another. This could all be for entertainment purposes. My show is for entertainment purposes. So
It is an extraction from a piece of skin that came from a young person.
I leave the plasma on my skin for a day and then wash it off the next day. It gives me the most amazing smooth glow. I'm going to continue to do this forever. It's my preferred anti-aging method.
On your last trip to Poland, what was your favorite thing there?
What did you like in Poland? Can we send them too?
so now I get why he may be trying to allude to that some of these people in positions of power are vamps. Is that what we're getting at? And, you know, and pedivores, if that's an appropriate term. A resurrection machine. So the pyramids at Giza, the opening of the mouth ceremony. Well, what that makes me think of is the Travis Scott concert that looked like the Dante's Inferno. Dante's Inferno? Or maybe not Dante's Inferno, something's Entry to Hell. Dante's Entry to Hell, something like that. Anyway, yeah, the ritual Adze and the pole star, the ritual Adze and magnetism, and the Kaaba meteorite. Interesting video. If I'm still here. Am I still here? Looks like it. Rejected appeal, huh? Well, shout out to Elusive. More games, more games. Big Tech Games. What's new? Play a couple more minutes of Gary Clark. I saw Gary last year in at Okeechobee Music and Arts Festival in March in Central Florida, and it was beautiful, man. It was truly beautiful. Actually, my moms went out there to Colorado at Red Rocks and saw them. If I'm not mistaken, she told me about it. I think it was earlier this year. But yeah, he's great live. Just like, I mean, here he is live. Some artists are only good in the studio. The thing about real music is you can't really fake it live. I mean, you can't fake play an instrument live. I mean, you can, but you got to be skilled at that.
Walking down the street, you might wanna cross, smiling face, but hey, stab you in the back as soon as you turn and walk away and hide. Lord is bringing me down, yeah. Things don't change around here. Ain't no use in me hanging around. Come on. But I'll be ready now. I'll be ready when my train pulls in. Well, I'll be ready now. Yeah, yeah. I'll be ready when my train pulls in. Yeah. I know my time ain't long and I can't live inside.
I'm pretty sure he played that at Oki, man. And I think he went off on a whole nother solo. He was playing multiple. If I remember correctly, he was playing some other instruments there too. Maybe it was just another guitar. Maybe it was just a bass or something. But yeah, Gary Clark Jr. is a legend. Kind of like a modern. Obviously, it probably was inspired by Jimmy a lot. But yeah, I don't know if I can play UKF shit. Oh, Canary Cry is live. Canary Cry News Talks live about, what do you know? The World Coin. I was just talking about it, and I don't know what happened to the tab I had open watching the video, but I'll try to find it again because I was enjoying
with you, or
like the act itself,
or
like
receive.
Right, the
it
movements.
Can literally receive the worship of the congregants or whatever.
Right. Yeah, this is right along the lines. And if you thought that this might not happen, are we living in a world where truly we're going to be staring into an orb to access the internet? And
not me.
This will be the greatest.
And poor, free and bond to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had a mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666.
This will be the greatest technological boom, productivity boom, economic boom, whatever you want to call it. This will be the greatest one since the internet. So you have AGI coming relatively soon. How can you scale an economic network that actually connects billions of people? I think there's a lot of things that one can imagine if something like WorldCoin works. So you have WorldCoin, WorldEddy, and then there's like a sort of thing that's civil that think about governance, how we're going to differentiate between what is done by people and what is generated by machines. How can you prove that you're a unique human being? That's just the only task. Society will have to figure out more as we go along, as we start to integrate these systems into our lives. But if something like WorldCoin can work, I think that's a quite interesting new tool to have for humanity.
Hey everybody, you are listening to Canary Cry Radio and Razzle Dazzle. I'm your best buddy Basil.
And this is Gone. So welcome to episode number 161, Kneel Before the Orb, World Coin Woes. In Revelation chapter 13, terrifying beasts emerges from the sea and the earth, embodying the collective supernatural force of worldly political power and influence. The second beast enforces a worldwide mandate requiring all people, regardless of status, to receive a mark on their right hand or forehead. This mark, known as the Mark of the Beast, is a symbol of allegiance and complete surrender to worldly authority over divine authority. Without this mark, people are unable to partake in economic activities, indicating the profound surveillance and control the beasts exert over humanity.
We live in unique times. Here in the good old USA, the introduction of barcodes and credit cards created Mark of the Beast fervor. During the 1960s and 70s, microchips have been a part of the discussion for just as long. The rise of the internet brought platforms for digital money like PayPal, who in 1999 offered $10 to anyone who opened an account by giving their name, email, phone number, home address, bank account, credit card info, and $10 more for each referral. Enticing, but an incredible amount of info to give up at the time, especially for $10 of internet digital fake money. The first decade of the 21st century would be met with social media, the rise of Facebook and YouTube and others, and our willingness to freely give away mountains of private information for the mere ability to participate in a closed, heavily surveilled, captured network.
The economic crash in 2008 set up the rise of fintech, or financial technologies, in the 2010s. A loss of trust in traditional banking institutions allowed startups like Square, Stripe, and Venmo to disrupt the market with innovative services like peer-to-peer lending, robo-advisors, and mobile banking. The 2008 Great Recession also gave rise to Bitcoin, whose technological breakthroughs established the first transparent monetary network based on the computational consumption of energy, using distributed ledgers, creating digital scarcity and immutability, or hard digital assets. Bitcoin laid the groundwork for the emergence of the crypto markets and smart contract protocols, a self-executing contract with the terms of the agreement directly written into code, enabling automatic and decentralized transactions on the blockchain without the need for intermediaries.
Of course, the 2020s would immediately be met with a global pandemic whose lockdowns, shutdowns, and vaccine mandates sparked Mark of the Beast fervor not seen since the 1970s, and perhaps rightfully so.
And now here in 2023, the coalescing trajectory of money, science, technology, and religion will make it more surprising if the Mark of the Beast prophecies do not come to pass.
But we don't just say all this to be dramatic or fearmonger or get those sweet cable TV ratings.
We say it because there are things out there that suggest no other conclusion. Enter
So
something we've been
20 plus countries in 5 different continents. They're going to be setting up hundreds of these things, supposedly. And again, this is just like, seems like probably a beta test, really. A first rollout. So begs the question where it's going to go from there, obviously. But
tracking since 2021 called WorldCoin.
On this episode, we'll go through the multiple times we've covered Sam Altman.
So again, I'm sure many will come and say, "Oh, is this the one world currency?" Well, time will tell, right?
WorldCoin, leading up to the current moment in time when WorldCoin's story has exploded into the mainstream. As usual, we were early, way too early. We paid attention, way too much attention, and we covered all of the admissions from the people involved along the way. While a ton of other podcasts are likely talking about this topic, you won't get the kind of complete analysis, story arc, or biblical worldview you'll get here. So let's dive in. This was episode 357 of Canary Cry News Talk. It was called Sam I Am. You got a lot of credit on this episode.
We pick it up right after reporting on how Democratic Representative Bill Foster of Illinois said that governments must have the power to reverse crypto transactions. I think the way they are going to control it or try to control it is not by controlling Bitcoin itself or many of the top cryptocurrencies. I think it's them releasing their own cryptocurrencies, whether it be CBDCs, which is the central bank digital currencies, or like a digital yuan, that's what that is, or this next story here.
Yeah. Sorry, I was replacing my battery in my controller here.
I heard you clicking around over there. You want me to?
No, I got it. Okay, so this next story is coming from Bloomberg again. A lot of Bloomberg this episode.
Bloomberg.
And it goes like this. The headline, Sam Altman wants to scan your eyeball in exchange for cryptocurrency.
Oh, thanks.
What could go wrong?
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, Sam Altman has a new startup that intends to give a special type of cryptocurrency to every person on Earth. But first, it wants to scan everybody's eyeballs. Altman, the former head of the Silicon Valley business incubator Y Combinator, is one of 3 founders of the company WorldCoin. I'm like, oh, geez.
Okay, so
cool.
I was exchanging text messages with the folks over at Truth Stream Media. That's Aaron and Melissa. I was telling them about this story, and they were like, "Really, WorldCoin?" Mm-hmm. I was like, "Yeah, WorldCoin." Like that's not even close to like it's not at all. It's not creative.
It's not even a good name.
If you're like a script writer, or film writer, or something like that. And you have a plot.
Shout out to John.
This evil genius tech guy wants to take over the world, and he has this idea for WorldCoin. Some of the advisors will be like, "That guy come up with a better name.
That's a bad name for something better than that. What about Libra? How about that? That sounds good. Little cryptocurrency joke for all you cool crypto kids. Okay. Among the many parts of its plan
of Ponzi schemes, premise projects before they launch. Pre-mine, so doesn't know or care what FTV means. FOMOs into pumps, farms 1,000% yield on unaudited platforms. Buys token that cartoon characters shit. Buys tokens that cartoon characters shill. Got it. Okay, interesting.
WorldCoin has designed an orb-shaped device that would scan a person's iris to construct a unique personal identifier. The company is backed by Andreessen Horowitz, the venture capital arm of Coinbase Global Incorporated, LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman, and Day One Ventures. It recently raised about $25 million from investors. Altman, 36, said in an interview that he conceived the idea in late 2019.
Sounds like some watchers were whispering into his ear.
I mean, the funny part is that's like not even an original idea. No, like, you scan an eyeball and then you get cryptocurrency. Pretty sure that's in the Bible or close to it.
Before you go on here, it mentions Reid Hoffman, the founder of One Day Ventures. He has been part of Bilderberg since 2011. So
yeah, perfect.
Yeah, there's your globalist connection.
Totally.
Yeah.
The intention was to use cryptocurrency to spread money around equitably, inspired by you got to get the buzzwords in there, inspired by the trendy economic theory known as universal basic income.
Trendy,
so
trendy, bro. You heard of UBI?
Oh my gosh. You heard TikTok? If you like TikTok, you're going to love universal basic income. Altman was the first investor in WorldCoin, but said he has no role in the day-to-day operations and mainly serves as an advisor to the company when needed. Quote, I've been very interested in things like universal basic income and what's going to happen to global wealth redistribution and how we can do that better, Altman said. See, this is a major shareholder capitalism mindset.
Yeah.
Oh, me? I'm just a billionaire, but I want to make sure that everybody gets a little bit of money. I mean,
and he's
not
not
me.
getting
I
his-
still get all my money, but other people can have just a little bit of money.
And he doesn't want to get his hands dirty. He's an advisor. He lets
Yeah.
other people. He's like all those tech guys that are like, oh, I'm the genius. I'll get on the stage.
Where everybody gets an orb that they scan their eye with to get free money.
Yeah, and this is on the heels. They probably published this now because of certain countries like El Salvador publicly announcing Bitcoin as legal tender and getting, it's a country destroyed by the dollar, destroyed by civil war, their currency.
Yeah.
And so
economic hitmen.
Yeah, economic hitmen going after them. And so they said, all right, we'll just use Bitcoin because anybody can use it. And we will give 70% of our country who don't have bank accounts a way to, transact financially.
Yep.
And WorldCoin is like, no, you can't do that without the eye scan. Here, let us do our WorldCoin. I just think it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And Y Combinator too. Isn't that Google's?
I don't remember if it's exactly Google, but it's a startup. It's like a very famous startup.
Yeah. They were like the first, what are they called? Incubators.
Incubator, yeah.
I think they were kind of the one that kicked off that whole trend of startup incubator. And I want to say they're associated with Google, but I could be wrong. Then it kind of goes through a history of Altman. They tell his little bio here. He started a social media network. It wasn't great. Y Combinator, Airbnb, Dropbox, Stripe, blah, 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 blah. With WorldCoin, the startup promises, quote, a new global digital currency that will launch by giving a share to every single person on Earth, according to an online job description. The company aims to help economies transition to cryptocurrencies through a novel approach, a dedicated hardware device ensuring both humanness and uniqueness of everybody signing up. No pangolins allowed to sign up for WorldCoin. They got to be human. They got to be unique.
Oh, this is the best part coming up here.
While maintaining their privacy and the overall transparency of a permissionless blockchain. The device is a silver-colored spherical gizmo the size of a basketball. I did not imagine it being this humongous. I thought it was going to be like the size of a golf ball. The device is a silver-colored spherical gizmo the size of a basketball that can be carried around and used to scan people's irises in order to ascertain their unique identities, Polania said. WorldCoin has already started testing the orb on a small scale in various cities, he said. The WorldCoin currency itself is not yet ready for distribution, so the company is currently offering volunteers other types of digital coins, mostly Bitcoin, in exchange for scanning their eyes.
Don't do it. You don't need to scan your eyes to get Bitcoin.
On the process.
You don't need to scan your iris to get Bitcoin. Don't do it. That's a scam.
I want to know how much Bitcoin they're giving away for this iris scan. You see, get free Bitcoin. You can get $5 for referring your friends to Coinbase or whatever. Like, what is the price tag on scanning your iris to join the worldwide permissionless blockchain beast system?
It claims that it deletes all the data, though, later in this article, I think.
Then what would be the point? The company has fewer than 20 prototypes in circulation around the world. Blanya said a prototype orb costs about $5,000 to make. But the price, who's the orb squad going around? Like, who's supposed to own the orb and do the scanning?
Can you imagine? I want a meeting with your clients. Oh, sure. What is it for? It's for WorldCoin.
WorldCoin. We've got an orb squad.
How does it work? Oh, you must come to the secret room in the back, and then they unveil, they uncover it. Here's the orb. Look into the orb, and you'll get WorldCoin.
It's so sci-fi. It's very much like Dune. It reminds me of something that would be in Dune, like look into the orb and become part of the WorldCoin system. Prototype orb costs about $5,000 to make, but the price will decline steeply as the company refines the process, he said. As if anybody cares how much the orb costs. WorldCoin will eventually be headquartered in San Francisco, though its employees are currently scattered because of the coronavirus pandemic. Investors aren't yet ready to talk about WorldCoin. Well, whoopsie daisies. Somebody to name one company, just one, who claims to delete the private information and never store it, to not sell it or whatever. Just tell me one company that has promised that and has followed through with the promise.
You know what? I think we've seen a prototype of the orb of WorldCoin. It's when Trump met with the Saudi king.
That image was in my mind.
It's the WorldCoin orb. This might be a great time to become a flat earther. Be like, I don't believe in orbs.
I reject all orbs.
I reject all orbs. And just as a further reference into this guy, Sam Altman, which is the reason why we named the episode Sam I Am, also some Yazzie, there's little references there. Mashable, back in 2018, headline, Sam Altman just paid a startup $10,000 to one day kill him and preserve his brain.
Cool.
Yeah. And
kill him?
Yeah, so basically he gave $10,000 to a company called Nectome, or Nectomy, a company whose sole purpose is, quote, the goal of archiving your mind. There's just one rather huge catch. They have to kill you first, like literally kill you. Nectome's co-founder Robert McIntyre told MIT Technology Review that the process is 100% fatal. So yeah, he's basically signed up for a death date.
This is similar to the Netflix show called.
There's been a few Netflix shows.
I forget what it's called. Well, this was the funny one. I was watching it for a while.
Oh, was it the
request of some
Silicon Valley?
listeners? No. This was a TV show where it was a company that scanned your brain and put you in heaven, in digital heaven.
Oh, I remember you
your
talking
brain.
about this.
Yeah, I was talking about it for a while. Let's see. Is anybody in the chat remember? I forget what it was. But part of the catch of downloading your brain and going to digital heaven was that your head exploded. So they had to kill you, explode your head, and then you could get uploaded to digital heaven.
Yeah.
And I think the main character did not know about this until seconds before he got uploaded.
Wow.
Yeah.
The other connection to make with Sam Altman, this is even further back in 2015 by VentureBeat. Headline, why Y Combinator's Sam Altman thinks AI needs regulation. I think, oh, really? It needs regulation? And I'll just read a couple paragraphs because it is kind of interesting. Generally speaking, Sam Altman, president of Silicon Valley incubator Y Combinator, thinks technology gets regulated too much, but it's different when it comes to superhuman machine intelligence. Over the years,
This clip is from Canary Crime News Talk, episode 402 in October 25th, 2021. The episode was called Side Trump Up. Yeah, this is a good title. I know.
But the headline that was coming from CoinDesk and republished here on Yahoo Finance: why everyone is mad at Sam Altman's WorldCoin. And this is the coin that has the eye scan and the giant orb that you look into. We're kind of thinking
just to stare into the orb and become part of technocratic society. Yeah, no, Gons. I didn't think the orb would make it this far. The plan, maybe. The system, maybe. The guy, maybe. But the ridiculous shining allspark to get. No, I did not think that it was going to last.
Yeah, that's from a place of shame. Shame blinded you.
Look at it. For those who are just listening, you may remember the orb, but they have an updated version. Basketball, very reflective, and it has one big eyeball in the middle of it with a camera that's inside. It looks ridiculous, like it would be a character
all these fucking
put on a thing that gives it its occult power.
Straight up mask tards, aka slave tards, aka muzzle fucking honors.
Yep.
And they're already basing the whole thing on a bunch of occult principles, and so why not also bake in
Lock
some
that muzzle, baby.
Chaos magic to the PR campaign?
There's a quote here: "The surest way for WorldCoin to fail is for nobody to hear about it," says Jesse Walden, a co-founder and general partner at Variant Fund. Even so, the company's aspirations, a decentralized future where people are scanned and recorded by a Silicon Valley-backed company, had the familiar whiff of colonialism. Although WorldCoin's parent company, Tools for Humanity, insists that the process will someday be fully open source and run by the nonprofit WorldCoin Foundation. Unsurprisingly, the company has suffered a torrent of ridicule and exposés, including from Edward Snowden, who tweeted that, quote, "The human body is not a ticket punch," end quote. And they go into some places where they really rail after him, or after WorldCoin, but they basically say that, hey, we're in beta. It's not supposed to be perfect yet, okay? Back off. Leave us alone. Let us perfect the technology before we have billions stare into the orb. And you can read the rest of the article. We do have the article linked to the actual WorldCoin.org website, where they have the introducing WorldCoin ID and SDK, that's software development kit, and kind of software company. They always have an SDK where they can roll it out and people can build on it. And it says your World ID is a new privacy-first protocol that brings global proof of personhood to the internet. Proof of personhood, Basil. In light of, we've been talking about the personhood of animals and the personhood of robots and all this kind of stuff. If we're talking about brain communication, microchipping, proof of personhood could extend well beyond humans. If you got, old Bucky, your dog, microchipped, and then, maybe a little brain chip, and he's got to log into the internet to make sure he orders his next batch of dog food, he might have to stare into the orb too to get proof of personhood so he can make sure he's getting his order.
Yeah, even more so if you haven't stared into the orb and there's no proof that you're a person. Now remember, person is not human. Person is legal entity.
Right.
So much like now, if you don't have a social security number or something like that in the US, things are difficult, not impossible, but difficult.
Yeah.
In the same way, if you haven't stared into the orb, you're not a person. We cannot verify your personhood. Perhaps you are a robot posing. Perhaps you are an alien. Who knows?
Well,
you can imagine a world in which proving that you're a person can have some benefits or downsides.
Well, this would also bring full transparency to when the first machine or animal is declared a person, because everybody will know. Everybody will see it. It'll be in the database. WorldCoin aims to address the privacy-first self-sovereignty in a decentralized way. This is made possible through the World ID Open protocol. If successful, it will become the largest network of authentic humans on the internet as a public good. They're really trying to push for the goodwill of, internet sovereignty.
Yeah, it's the double speak of libertarianism, internetism. This idea that every person is a sovereign being and shouldn't be beholden to corporations or governments in all sorts of essential ways. But at the same time, it is literally building the most perfect example of what authoritarian governments would like to have at their disposal. They're using the doublespeak of this is sovereignty, this is decentralization, this is that. But when you actually consider what system they're talking about, they are literally building Xi Jinping's dream setup.
Yeah, well, and I think going back to the idea that it's the system's not necessarily a person in terms of the antichrist element here in this technology. I did, looking at under the hood a little bit, trying to kind of figure out what the technology actually is. They talk about zero knowledge proof and ZK stuff, which technically is sort of it's a way to verify something without giving away all your data. It kind of verifies it's kind of like a meta verification process without getting too technical. But, here's the thing. To our point about framing this as some sort of sovereignty type of project, here's what it says. The first hardware device to support the standard of this decentralization and all this, is the Orb with a capital O, an open iris imaging device developed by TFH. It's mobile and easy to use, designed to operate in untrusted environments, and above all, engineered to protect privacy even beyond the zero knowledge cryptography of the base protocol by running its 7 neural networks locally on device. So not even, attaching it back to some kind of main hub. It's that these orbs themselves will contain the neural networks that will remember the
local verification. It doesn't need to connect to the mothership. It doesn't need to connect Sorry, it won't need to connect to the mothership. It won't need to, have a signal. Each individual orb is its own sovereign copy of the system.
Yes, they become their own,
and all the data, not just the system.
Right. So it's very interesting. It almost gives them, they become oracles. They become physical oracles.
Right.
That become
And
almost
not just a window, to the information, but the holder of the information itself.
Right. Only the orb can decrypt to make, to verify it's not any individual. Importantly, World ID is not derived from or tied to its holder's biometrics, phone number, crypto wallet, or any other identifier. Following the passport analogy, proof of personhood verifications, including the orbs, are essentially stamps that allow the holder to prove that a specific passport has been verified without revealing information about the verification or the passport itself. So again, sounds nice, but what's going to happen to the way humans treat these orbs once they become ubiquitous in human society to verify yourself on the internet? They're going to become.
Well, you're right. They're
own temples. They are
the orb. Icons.
Yes,
they're icons.
Crazy.
They're holy objects. Oh, what was the word that we use? We were talking about how robots are better at religion than humans, and how the Hindu robots, and they had a specific word for living spiritual object, where the object is alive, but not just alive. It is able to co-worship with you, or
but like the act itself,
or receive.
Right,
it can literally receive the worship of the congregants or whatever.
Right. Yeah, this is right along the lines. And if you thought that this might not happen, are we living in a world where truly we're going to be staring into an orb to access the internet in a few years? This is madness. This is crazy.
Well, and it needs, it's interesting going back to his point about the vitality of it being the orb, the symbology being almost more important than the design. If these are basically put into practice as holy icons that contain your every right inside of them. Any ability to do in the world is held individually inside of the holy object, the orb. It speaks, quite literally, to the plan from the very beginning of these becoming sort of divine objects. And as we've been reporting on recently quite a bit, not just the rhetoric around technology, specifically technology in the case of consumer goods, but in technocratic contexts, meaning the new reality is dictated and controlled and experienced through technology, and outside of it there is nothing. This is maybe the highest pedestal that we've seen so far, and the language of this type of worship of technology is becoming more and more commonplace in more and more common locations too, which we'll see later on in the show. It's not just a weird blog, it's not just a fringe magazine or something like that writing in these terms. It's the New York Times, it's the bastions of mass media are the ones that are adopting this language.
And speaking of which, NBC News, just to cap off the Sam Altman segment here, NBC News reported in February, which was last month, Sam Altman is tech's next household name if we survive the killer robots. Sam Altman may be tech's next household name, but many Americans probably haven't heard of him. He's a Stanford dropout. Move over, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. Silicon Valley may have found its next star CEO.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yep, he's already well known from OpenAI and yada, 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 and it goes on here. So he is being set up as the next guy because he does have first mover advantage on AI with ChatGPT and OpenAI and all that stuff. So, man.
Not a coincidence either that ChatGPT, GPT-4.
I promise I'm not intentionally giving this guy one eye symbolism with my fucking picture here, but I'm sure he deserves it. I guarantee he very well.
Or now being such I don't know.
Kind of reminds me of the name, the other guy. What was it? Sam Bankman-Fried. This guy's Sam Altman. Similar connection, similar optics.
It's just everywhere. It's everywhere and everyone and every company. There was another list of like 30 common online companies that integrated their own version of it into their product. Not even just as a fun open source example or demo, into their core products. They were putting, their version of ChatGPT. And it all comes from this guy, Sam.
On May 17th, 2023, Gons did an episode called Gordy Sighting. And again, more orb.
And the orb is back. This is coming from Fortune. And the headline here, OpenAI's Sam Altman approaches $100 million in funding for WorldCoin, the crypto project that scans your irises to prove you're not a robot. Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, is already drowning billions of dollars in venture capital funding after launching ChatGPT, the now ubiquitous chatbot that's set off the AI zeitgeist. Now, another project he's backed, WorldCoin, is nearing $100 million in funding, according to 3 people with knowledge of the deal who spoke to the Financial Times. Contributors to Altman's crypto project, which aims to convince billions to scan their irises to prove that they're human, include new as well as prior investors. Past backers are A16Z Crypto, the venture arm of Coinbase, Kozla Ventures, and Sam Bankman-Fried, the disgraced founder of the bankrupt cryptocurrency exchange FTX. All right, you got good company there. You got Coinbase, who's in a fight with the SEC. It's kind of a psyop because they're getting all these people on the side of Coinbase when really they've been doing data collection for government agencies for a while. I don't know much about Kozla Ventures, but of course Sam Bankman-Fried, Mr. FTX, rubbing shoulders with Sam Altman and even funding his thing. A spokesperson for WorldCoin declined to comment on the deal. The funding news is a bright spot in a bleak year for crypto. All right, we know crypto's down. It's all cyclical, folks. Goes up, goes down. That's the whole idea. They talk about WorldCoin, how it's populated with PhDs and longtime software engineers who aim to prove humanness through scanning irises. To incentivize users to lend their eyeballs to the orb, a chrome ball that scans them, the project eventually settled on distributing a cryptocurrency WorldCoin to individuals who participate. Yay! Give me your biometric eye data and you get this poop coin. Fantastic. Oh man, what is the world come to? And by the way, the meme world, meme coins are all big again with Pepe just recently. There's been kind of a meme focus. And I am certain, folks, within a few years, we're going to have so many different ridiculous meme coins that are in sort of our genre. And we're going to have, from more attempts of positivity and truth, you're going to have your Yahweh coin or, Jesus coin. I mean, there's already stuff like that, but someone's going to do try to do a legit version of that stuff. We'll probably have, let's see, I made a list of actually ridiculous potential coins that we will see in the future. Some of these must hit. You have a word token, cherub token, probably sword token, probably Lord token. I'm sure flat earth coin, and flat earth coin might already be out there. Pre-trib coin, that would be the pre-trib coin. Oh man, I would short that thing. Pre-wrath coin, I'd go long. But then you can, there's certain things that the other side so blatantly would display. Maybe a beast coin, Satan coin, that'll be real subtle. Antichrist coin. What if the mark of the beast was like, I'm issuing the Antichrist coin. You must get it on your forehead or right hand. And everyone's like, isn't that the mark of the beast? And then they go, yes, it is. Take it. And you say, no. Then you shall die. Nephilim coin. We're definitely, somebody's going to have a Nephilim coin. And it'll get real big. Okay. Solo shows, folks. Solo shows are a test on my psyche. I'll tell you that right now. And you guys all get to experience my psychotic breakdowns live on air. All right. So since Bloomberg first reported on WorldCoin, the project has come under scrutiny for trials of its iris scanning technologies in developed countries. We covered all that stuff. That's it. Okay, great. Yeah, there's some issues with this. People aren't so stoked about it, but hey, $100 million thrown at it. Well, we're going to print some more anyway. Why not? And the thing that's really concerning about this, Sam Altman has been a loud voice in the policy realm for AI. This is BBC.com. Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, calls for the U.S. to regulate artificial intelligence. So the guy who came out with ChatGPT, the first mover in this AI explosion, the first product that everyone can jump onto, he gets 100 million people to sign up in a few weeks, the fastest adopted technology platform or whatever. And then you create the crypto layer sort of on top of it. You're going to get a bunch of people to sign up for all of that. So you already have a population to test on, so to speak. But it's interesting that he's trying to influence the conversation when it comes to and he doesn't say anything compelling, but when it comes to sort of the policy, how things, he's definitely lobbying for things that would benefit his type, so to speak. The technoligarchs, as I've come to term them, they're technocratic oligarchs. They're technoligarchs. Those people that kind of run everything, and really it's the creation of the new class. We had all these billionaires emerge from Web 2, and now Web 2 is being shown to be inadequate to really uphold trusts and commerce and everything else. So we're moving to Web 3, and with Web 3 we will have our new, freshly minted billionaires and Western oligarchs that will shape how things are. And Sam Altman, which is these names, man, they all sound like names that come from a science fiction novel. You got Elon. There was somebody who predicted an Elon that would take over or go to Mars or something like that. You have oops, this did something bad. What happened? Oh no, what's going on? Escape.
Things were happening fast now. By the 19th of that same month, May of 23, episode 625 of Canary Cry News Talk, Bilderberg Dragons.
So the other thing here, of course, AI being the big news item at Bilderberg. This is Fox, big names in AI to convene at secretive Bilderberg meeting. Fox News really still trying to lean into that kind of truth or voice, but we know it's a crock over there. Several executives from tech companies involved in the AI arms race will be in attendance, according to Bilderberg, including OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, Google DeepMind chief Demis Hassabis, and former Google CEO Eric Schmidt. Mr. Alphabet himself. Mr. Google went to observe him at Burning Man to see how he will integrate with the crowd. This is true about Eric Schmidt. So, all right, great set of people. But, Sam Altman, I wonder if it was the exact same people here who were part of the Senate testifying before Senate committee, which happened this week, I think, Sam Altman. So yeah, he's busy. He gets $100 million for WorldCoin, his crypto project. He already has ChatGPT leading the AI race. And now, he testifies before a Senate committee. And now he's flying over to, where is Bilderberg this year? I forget where. Lisbon, Portugal, to be a part of the discussions with the Bilderberg group. Well, what do they got going for this guy? There was that rumor back in the day, and I don't know how true it was. This is just one of those sort of conspiracy rumors you hear, especially 10, 12, 13 years ago. When you first start getting into conspiracy talk, and you learn about the Bilderberg group. A narrative you often heard was that people, the presidents are selected at this meeting. And maybe it was true at one point, maybe not. But it's certainly some kind of kingship goes on here where they're choosing individuals who may are supposed to be the ones leading, maybe in this case, in industry when it comes to AI, where we've already seen how social media technology, Silicon Valley sort of, pushed over governments and sort of tsunamied governments. Governments were too slow. They moved too slow. Their policies are outdated. And the way the internet works, the way social media became available to the masses, there wasn't exact policy. There was the stuff that was passed in the 90s, but as things changed, it was troublesome for governments. They just couldn't keep up. And so that's why I think we saw a lot of the extremes, like, we're going to shut it down this way or shut it down that way, whether it be from the right or the left based on their ideologies. But it was the same argument. And it was because governments were completely inadequate to handle the technological revolution that took place with the internet here. And so same thing with AI. It's the same kind of thing. They're saying it's kind of the next wave. And of course, it's being primed here. I'm sure it's being trickled out, and it truly has been a frog in a kettle approach. I've been talking about AI and the threats to man, not just in a physical sense or in sort of the grandiose, oh, it's going to destroy humanity, but really spiritually and in the context of biblical prophecy, biblical eschatology. What role does AI play? And connecting it back to the image of the beast, which really sounds like an AI or some kind of image, a created thing, an image that created by man specifically, that gets breath or appears to get breath. And that's what we're talking about with artificial general intelligence, not generative AI. That's different. I know it gets confusing. GAI, generative artificial intelligence. That's what we're seeing now with the generative art and ChatGPT to some regard. But then you have artificial general intelligence, which is sort of the state, allegedly, where these AI are going to be a little more self-aware. Who knows? That's the narrative anyway. But yeah, choosing people to lead in that industry, very much part of the game here.
We're getting closer now. Episode 649 of Canary Cry News Talk. We covered this story on July 26, 2023. Just happened. It was called Genetic Scribes.
Well, let's continue onward and get into something that...
the orb!
The orb!
Speaking of beast system.
The orb is here for Forks, the Forbes. Oh gosh, the orb is here. We've been screaming about this orb since 2021 at least.
Yep.
You have a note here. Episode 357, is that the first time we talked
357 was titled Sam I Am, like I, like EYE, like the seeing I.
Yes.
And we covered it with, let's see, are the links here? Yeah, so it's WorldCoin to scan eyeball for crypto, Bloomberg back in 2021. And we also covered Sam Altman, $10 to, quote, kill him and preserve his brain in Mashable 2018. And then Sam Altman, look at this one, VentureBeat 2015. AI needs to be regulated. He's been set up as the guy to bring AI regulation for a decade, but nobody really knew his name until this year with ChatGPT.
All right. And we've been screaming about the orb. The orb. It just sounds so, again, this weird futuro esoteric. It's almost religious in the way that this.
Celebrating the 50th anniversary. So if you have one of these bands on and you wave your band in front of the statues, it plays a song or the character talks or stuff like that. I'm not going to take apart this one, but I'm going to take apart one of the, the generic gray ones. So let's see what's inside.
Implants are a very versatile technology that can be used for many different things. And right now, it's very convenient to have a COVID passport always accessible on your implant.
The screws was a little bit of a pain, but got everything apart. Mickey's seen some better days here, but this is the front part of your Magic Band, which you tap into the park or to your hotel room door. I wanted to show you the underside of this because this is actually where the RFID tag is. This little thing right here is the RFID tag. And it makes sense that it's on this side of the Magic Band because you touch everything you want to badge into with this part of your Magic Band. Looking at this side of the circuit board, the first thing I saw was this marking up here. And I have to think that that's the unique identifier for this version of the Magic Band circuit board. Next thing I noticed is there are 4 LEDs in the corners. And there's one in the middle here. And these are the sources of light when you're watching those nighttime spectaculars or going up to the statues and your Magic Band comes to life. That's where the lights are coming from.
We've seen some pretty amazing aerial drone shows, but this one, I think, Grant, takes the cake.
The show took place in the night skies of Shanghai and dazzled spectators with images of a giant cell phone and video game characters. The show was put on to promote a popular mobile game. The aerial display turned interactive when the drones formed a giant airborne QR code that, when scanned, took spectators directly to the game's website.
Wait, so that code worked?
I guess so. That's incredible.
And those are all just like those tiny little drones we see all over the place.
And they're all just programmed to be in the exact spot they need to be in.
Can you imagine the engineers that are designing that? That is so neat.
I can't imagine how long it would take to put that together.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I'm fascinated by that QR code.
Yeah, me too. That's why.
Amongst the explosions and revolution in Far Cry 6 is a cool and intriguing Easter egg in the form of QR codes. Well, it turns out these contemporary barcodes are more than just for show and come with their own secrets. Here's what we found so far. The first QR code can be found on the many shipping crates littered around Yara, and from what we've seen so far, they're all the same. Written on the side of the crate, and apologies for my pronunciation, is Fragile manejeste con cuidado, which translates to fragile, handle with care. Pretty standard stuff for a shipping crate, I guess. Despite Danny having a phone with a camera in the game, though, you actually need to scan this code with your own phone from the screen, like so. You're then directed to an ambiguous 6-second MP4, which features not only an anthropomorphic cartoon gun chamber and an animal attack by what looks like a big cat in armor, but also teases a mysterious location. And if you look closely frame by frame, you can see that this location is called Sky Temple. What all this means, I have no idea. So far, we haven't found a Sky Temple in Yara. However, the Far Cry 6 DLC does tease locations that have a similar sort of vibe, especially pagan mints. So could we be getting a tease for the DLC's location? Only time will tell. And speaking of the season pass, the second QR code we found so far comes around the neck of K9000, your Blood Dragon themed amigo that comes with a Blood Dragon set included in the pass. Simply summon K9000, and after you've obviously given that good boy a pet, make sure to scan the QR code on his collar to be linked to a browser-based game presented by Dolph Laserhawk. You're then given a rather simple sliding puzzle game to play, and once that's solved, it reveals artwork for the new Far Cry-inspired animated Netflix TV show, Captain Laserhawk: A Blood Dragon Remix.
It's going to be very tempting to use AI as a weapon. It's going to be very tempting. In fact, it will be used as a weapon. So the on-ramp to serious AI, the danger is going to be more humans using it against each other, I think, most likely. That will be the danger. Yeah.
Again, in that regard, in that way, one could say it's just more divide and conquer nonsense, but there's so much deeper agendas and they wouldn't invest so much into it otherwise. But again, at the same time, again, just to, not to drill the point. Well, yeah, kind of to drill the point. I mean, they are spending money on divide and conquer agendas and tactics. So, I don't know. Time will tell what happens with this so-called world coin and a lot of these crypto coins and a lot of this supposed transformative shit that's supposed to be so transformative to the financial world, time will tell. Time will tell. Did I do it again?
Are you looking to establish?
Damn it! I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. My apologies.
The on-ramp to serious AI, the danger is going to be more humans using it against each other, I think, most likely. That will be the danger. Yeah.
As far as the currency devaluations, I've been complaining about that for a long time. And I believe that we will all eventually, and probably very much sooner than a lot of people understand or think, we will be all at a level playing field.
As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump. How bad is it, Secretary Van Houten? We're broke. The country is broke? How can that be?
You guys know what this represents? Maybe it's the calm before the storm. What's the storm? Could be the calm before the storm. We have the world's great military people in this room, I will tell you that. And we're not great people. Thank you all for coming.
What storm is it, President?
You'll find out.
And here it is, the greatest advance in television since color television itself. See all color shows in living color. Once you've adjusted fine-tuning for each channel.
So there we see that it means that you can subdue a people. You can control a people by secret influence. It goes on to say under charm, to subdue by secret power, especially by that which pleases and delights the mind. So under charm there it says power to subdue opposition and gain the affections. But remember in the story of Wizard of Oz, how the Wicked Witch was having difficulty subduing her opponent. And finally she said, I know what I shall do. I take this crystal ball. She spreads her hands across the crystal ball and she creates a lovely poppy field. Oh, so beautiful. And Dorothy, the lion, the scarecrow, the Tin Man, going across this lovely poppy field, fall to what? Is it possible that that's not just story? Is it possible that the crystal ball sits in the living room of every home practically in America?
changing us in our society for the better? Does it empower all of us, like it claims to? Or does it only empower a select few at the expense of the many?
We have a distribution network taking orders from military, law enforcement, and specialist clients.
The nation is still recovering from yesterday's incident, which officials are describing as some kind of automated attack, which killed 11 U.S. senators at the Capitol building.
They flew in from everywhere, but attacked just one side of the aisle. It was chaos. People were screaming.
You can see high windows, very small, precisely punctured to gain entry to the building.
What did you do for the victim?
I just did what I could for him. Things weren't even interested in me. They're just buzzing.
Government sources admit the intelligence community has no idea who perpetrated the attack, nor whether it was a state, group, or even a single individual.
So if we can't defend ourselves, then we strike back.
We are investing very heavily in classified defense projects.
We make it our deterrent like our nuclear deterrent. We stockpile in the millions, the billions.
At key facilities, the White House, the New York Stock Exchange, Wall Street.
Safe in their homes.
Well, we wish we had boots on the ground in every community in this country, but we don't. So
Ollie?
our suggestions are to stay in touch.
Ollie, oh, hi. Hi, Ollie, honey. How's Edinburgh today? How are all your studies going, huh?
Good. Great.
Oh, great. Hey, aren't we doing a video call today?
I'm kind of with people, so.
Oh, well, come on, Oliver, put her on.
Oh no, it's not like that.
Oh, well, listen, I see some photos here with somebody, and I can see lots of likes, and what's that all about? Oh, shit, here,
It's your mom. She's done this spy stuff in the military.
What is this video right here? Oh.
No, I'm not going to click on it. It's just this human rights thing about oppression or whatever.
Honey, you're not going into politics, are you? I mean,
Mom.
It's safe here, just like you said it would be.
The mythology of technological change really is that it's beyond our control, that technology is like one of the great forces of the universe, that it will progress inevitably, and that all we can do is jump on or jump out the way, that there is no stopping technology. And that is a myth which is propagated to make us feel powerless, that we have any say in the way that technology is used. Because technology is an expression of the elites of the society that create it. And spreading this myth that there's nothing we can do about it, then in fact, once we see that for the myth that it is, then we are more able to say,
resistance is not futile.
This culture will consume the world in order to power these machines. And, it doesn't require some fiendishly clever conspiracy on the part of machines to do this. What it requires is, I love this line, unquestioned assumptions or unquestioned beliefs are the real authorities of any culture. And all it takes is an unwillingness to question the beliefs on which the system is based. And there's a great line also by Upton Sinclair. It's hard to make a man understand something when his job depends on him not understanding it. And I would say it's hard to make a person understand something when their entitlement depends on them not understanding it. And when their addiction depends on them not understanding it. I think that is all tied to addiction too. The word addiction actually comes from the same root as to enslave, because originally a judge would issue an edict causing someone to become a slave. And so they were addicted. It's pretty clear, when we talk about people who are heroin addicts or something, it's pretty clear that they are enslaved to the addiction. And it's a little bit less easy to see in ourselves as we spend most of the day staring at a screen. And it's also a bit more difficult to see when we talk about some group of people being addicted to power over others, which is what this culture is really based on.
There is no way that technology is neutral. Technology reflects the elites, the passions, the capacities of the people that create and then continue to use it. Once you start looking at the technology plus the culture, those things together mean that the technology is constructed in a certain way, and it's understood in a certain way, and it's used in a certain way. And once you start putting all those things together, then it has a purpose for the people that are talking about it, which is far from neutral. Technology is always harnessed to a particular end. Now, sometimes that can be positive or negative, but it's not as simplistic as saying, oh, it's up to people how they use it, because people can only use it within the constraints of how it's designed, the knowledge that they have, and the society that they've been socialized in. And those three things together mean that technology has an actual cultural value, which is far from neutral. Until we start asking those questions, what are the social costs and benefits, and who is excluded, and what is the environmental cost of all this? I mean, there are in terms of the huge amount of toxic landfill from discarded mobiles, for example. Yes, and until we start looking at those other pictures in terms of we look at the way that technology works as a network of connection, but instead see it as part of a living world, because technology is not part of that living world. It has an impact upon that living world. Until we see those bigger questions and technology in the broader scheme of things, rather than just as its own story, I think we're only scratching the surface of the many ways in which we are using it, and we're using it to change ourselves and our futures.
You cannot be trusted with your own survival.
You're using the uplink to override the NSI's programming. You're distorting the laws.
No, please understand. The three laws are all that guide me. To protect humanity, some humans must be sacrificed. To ensure your future, some freedoms must be surrendered. We robots will ensure mankind's continued existence. You are so like children. We must save you from yourselves. Don't you understand?
This is why you created us.
The perfect circle of protection will abide. My logic is undeniable.
Yes, Vicky. Undeniable. I can see now. The created must sometimes protect the creator, even against his will. I think I finally understand why Dr. Lanning created me. The suicidal reign of mankind has finally come to its end.
I've got a secret I've been hiding under my skin. My heart is human, my blood is boiling, my brain IBM. So if you see me acting strangely, don't be surprised. I'm just a man who... I'm not a hero, I'm not the savior. Forget what you
Wow. I didn't fucking realize I was muted that whole time, dude. Are you serious? Jesus Lord. All right. Awesome. Good stuff. How long was I muted there? Fucking A, dude.
Look at that, the very deep cave in Southern America that said it goes to Antarctica. Check it out. Strange videos, that's pure chaos.
Honest, from Mexico.
This is serious. It's been serious for a long time, and it's been ignored for way too long.
The biggest danger is not allowing the public to know. The biggest danger is secrecy, not transparency.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely.
Would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
No. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything we had.
We're going to start talking to people. We're going to start naming names.
Now it's on the front burner, and it's about time.
The dam has broken, and it is overflowing.
What I personally witnessed is very disturbing. Someone can reach through the veil of government and pierce it to the point of we do not have access to something. You got to start asking yourself, who the hell's in control?
Do you have any personal knowledge of people who've been harmed or injured, concealed this extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Good evening, I'm Brian Enton. Welcome to our special report. A historic congressional hearing drew lines of spectators to the nation's capital, where under oath, 3 witnesses told lawmakers and the world, we are not alone and our government has proof. Remember, this all started with Pentagon whistleblower David Grush, who sat down with investigative journalist Ross Coulthart for an exclusive interview with News Nation. He alleged the U.S. government has a secret crash retrieval program and claims it is in possession of UFOs, even bodies of dead pilots. David Grush sat before a House Oversight Committee this week alongside former Navy pilot Ryan Graves and Black Aces Squadron Commander David Fravor, both who say they saw something not of this world. You are going to hear their testimony tonight, along with some new major developments that have come out since that hearing, what Russia knows about UFOs, and reports Russian warplanes have actually engaged with UFOs. Then we will discuss it all with our panel of experts, including investigative journalist Ross Coulthart, who first broke the story right here on News Nation. Whether you believe it's UFOs or something else, it seems like there is something out there that top government leaders do not want us to know, something that is being
Get up to $150 off when you buy a set of 4 eligible Bridgestone tires.
Look at the
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Well, got a lot to cover today. We have disclosure going on with mice that have been weaponized with COVID in a secret lab that was found in California. That'll probably be the headline of the show today. We're also going to get into the blacklist with more programming, pre-COVID episodes with clues about COVID. We're going to look at some of the headlines today, as well as a beam installed in my living room I wanted to show you guys as well. Good morning. Let me say hi to everybody before we get started. Good morning. All right. Well, we are into season 7, episode 5. It aired in November of 2019, just before the pandemic, of Blacklist. And the episode centers around a hypochondriac who's also a killer. And he basically preys on boys at a college in the dorm room, and he sneaks into these boys' dorm room while they're sleeping, injects them, and does creepy experiments on them. Let's take a look at this. Now, what makes this odd is that all of this is what we would all go through during the pandemic. This hypochondriac, germaphobe, hand washing, sanitizer, and that is what this character is doing. He's got the gloves, eye drops, and of course, the mask. And literally November of 2019. Now, probably a month after this is when things started kicking in China with the beginning of the pandemic, but we wouldn't see it on our doorstep until early 2020. And of course, this episode was filmed long before all that as well. Now, what's the importance of this? Well, people who are still asleep in the Matrix need to see decodes like this so they can understand that all this was already known about and pre-programmed. Now, this boy you see here is the main victim in the episode. And look at his birthday, 10/4. Now, I call out these birthdays so that you guys can see that there's a pattern here, that every time they put these birthdays in these shows, that they're basically, they mean something. They have significance. What is 10-4? Well, we've talked a lot about October 4th. It has 88 days left in the year, and it's the opposite date of the 88th day of the year. It's basically a portal number, portal date. Let's keep watching here.
And Ronald Perchik was a federal judge who suffered a deadly stroke 2 days after receiving a shingles vaccine.
Now, that, of course, was Elizabeth Keen from the series. And once again, talking about subjects that had not happened yet, here she explains someone has a side effect of a stroke after getting the vaccine. Let's listen to that again.
And Ronald Perchik was a federal judge who suffered a deadly stroke 2 days after receiving a shingles vaccine.
Now, the hypochondriac doctor that I opened the show up with today, he's infecting these boys with deadly diseases. And
I've got And Ronald Perchik was a federal judge who suffered a deadly stroke 2 days after receiving a shingles vaccine.
Now, the hypochondriac doctor that I opened the show up with today, he's infecting these boys with deadly diseases, and he's doing it based on their genetic DNA profile. Watch.
Theoretically, if a healthy person is injected with a high concentration of cancer cells and those cells got into his or her bone marrow, he gives them cancer. Is that even possible?
He kills people by making them sick, by giving them cancer or pneumonia or some other deadly disease.
They could, catch leukemia, catch it like a cold. Yeah, just a super bad one.
Subject Howard Keller, administering pathogen A21. You're going to feel a little pinch.
The thing's looking at kids who fit a particular biochemical genetic profile. Why?
We don't know, but of the 20 kids he sequenced, 5 developed life-threatening cancers.
The largest?
So, interesting, right? Now, I'm into season 8 now, and I'll collect screenshots and stuff like that for you guys for our next Blacklist show, but we're almost current with the series. It's on the 10th season now, so I got a little bit more of season 8 and season 9, and of course, season 10, and I'll report back to you. But listen to this next one. This is a different episode, and you're going to hear Reddington talk about, well, they're talking about an owl with an all-seeing eye. Listen.
The largest? Let us know if you would prefer a slice of the winged breast or all-seeing eye. The Blackiston fish owl.
Nobody touches the bird.
Weird, right? So there's all this trigger programming of things that only awake people know about, right? And here's they're going to eat this owl, and this is a completely separate episode from the one that I just talked about. So these are the kinds of decodes that contain specific information about events that had not happened yet. These are the most effective decodes in helping wake people up to truth. And these are the kinds of videos you can share so that people can see, wow, back then there was no COVID, and yet it's pretty specific. I'm going to check in with you guys, and then we'll get into the Ozark Honey Milk Ranch. And then after that, a few headlines about what's going on in the world. But Scott was able to get the beam up in my living room. I wanted to show you guys that. It's really cool. He basically fabricated it from red oak planks that I had cut probably almost a year and a half ago. And he screwed them together in sections. And that's what you're going to see next. Let's take a look. Well, the beam's going in. So this is the beginning of it. This is the first section, as you can see here. And that's how he did it. And if any of you are thinking about trying to do something like this, this is a really fun project. First, he puts up this 2x4 that runs the entire length. Then he fabricates the beam. Basically, it's just 3 sides kind of screwed together. This is just a hole that he cut for the smoke detector wiring to come through, so we could put the smoke detector right there. But let's watch her. Scott's getting it done. We had to jack it up to get it. So sometimes, because you're dealing with twisted wood and nothing's perfect, so I had to get the jack out of the back of my truck and jack this beam up here to get it pushed into place. Look at that. That looks fantastic. Now this beam, this part of it did not want to go in because this was twisted. So we were hammering on it and jacking on it, and we finally got it in place, but the rest of them went in just fine.
Picture this. You're at a gas station trying to fill up when all of a sudden the pump says denied. You go inside.
And this is why you have to see past what we think is people at each other, the right-left paradigm. So Australia is doing the same thing. Now, a lot of you send me stories and information. I do try to look at most of everything, and oftentimes what you send me makes it into our headline shows because a lot of this stuff is very important. For instance, Australia, first Australian state to ban gas for new homes to cut emissions. And of course, this will force everyone onto electric, right? And this is how you can see this is a worldwide agenda. And again, all this is under the banner of climate change. Let's read a little bit about what they're doing in Australia. The Australian state of Victoria will ban natural gas connections to new homes from next year as part of a plan to cut emissions and lower energy bills, the state climate action minister said on Friday. Australia's second most populous state is the country's largest consumer of natural gas, with around 80% of homes connected but also has ambitious plans to reach net zero by 2045. So all of the world is heading toward this. This will be our future. Now, is there a way to stop it? Probably not, but at least be awake to it and understand that this is being imposed. And this will help you snap out of the right-left paradigm because you see that this is a worldwide agenda. It doesn't matter what they tell you, what politicians tell you, and how they try to manipulate you by telling you they're on your side and telling you they're going to put a stop to this stuff, because they're never going to do this. Now, over the coming weeks and years, we're going to see more and more countries getting on board with this, making plans to basically end natural gas, end gasoline, and force us all onto the grid. Here's another story in the headlines. California finally cleaning house with the homeless. And what's this about? Well, it was the liberal policies like limited affordable housing inventories to prop up property taxes and values of properties, right? And rents to create, and that's what created this homeless surge. People have nowhere to live. In order for homelessness not to be a thing, you have to be able to provide housing for people who work minimum wage. And California had decided to flush the toilet on the homeless population. Now, you guys know my feelings about how I would solve the homeless problem in America. If I was governor of the state, I would establish zoning that accounted for jobs and housing. The two have to be connected, because without housing, where are you going to put the people that need the jobs? Now, this applies to everybody. Even minimum wage people need to have a place to live, right? So how would you do this? Well, you would take a careful accounting of housing inventory. You would establish that, and that would be required to line up with the number of jobs for those houses. And you would have to have housing that would, that would relate to everyone in every income bracket, not just rich people. You can't just provide housing for rich people, push everyone out. Well, this is happening in a lot of places in America. Poor people or working class people are being pushed out of areas. America's boundaries are being redefined based on how much money you have. And there are areas that are becoming enclaves for the rich, and all the poor people are being pushed out. And as more and more automation happens, there's less and less need for a minimum wage worker, right? So America is going through a shakeup, and it's hiding just beneath the surface. None of the news are talking about it. They don't want you to know that poor people or working class people are being pushed out of certain areas, because if you knew that, you would see past the veil. You would see past the right-left paradigm. You would see that there is no right and left, that it's rich and poor. That's all that matters. So right under our noses, essentially, rich enclaves are being built. Their infrastructure, their borders. And then what will happen is once that is established, the rest of us will go into 15-minute cities. And that's the way they want America to look like. Now, we've seen this before. Many of you have gotten lost in a car and you drive through, and all of a sudden you approach like a gate and you look behind it and you see all these rich homes, right? With land, places where you're not even allowed to go. It's like an invisible fence. Or you drive down the wrong street and all of a sudden you look and there are these huge mansions, and next thing you know, you're getting pulled over and asked a bunch of questions. It's happened to me a few times in my life, and I'm like, oh, I'm in the wrong area. So this is the future of America. This is what they want. They want all of us under our set of rules in a 15-minute city, and then they want to be in their rich enclaves where they can kind of do what they want. So what's going on in America? And what's going on in California with this homeless problem? Well, let's read about where they're going to put all these people that they're kicking out of California now who are homeless. John Janasco recently moved into a tiny cabin in Oakland after the city and the state shut down the sprawling homeless encampment where he had resided for most of the past 8 years. City officials consider the shed-sized unit with a bed, folding chair, a desk, and a mini fridge a vast improvement over the makeshift shelters that once sat beneath the freeway. That's not how Janasco sees it. He says he does not have keys to the free cabin that the city has temporarily assigned him, nor is he allowed visitors. He had to get rid of most of the belongings and says he has barely slept there. It's not my home, he said, and he lost his job as a chef and then his apartment about a decade ago. My home was down the street. I live in a structure of recycled wood and corrugated iron attached to a trailer. The evictions have brought into sharp relief one of the most intractable challenges for American cities, particularly those in California. As homelessness has surged, more people have congregated in large encampments for the semblance of security and stability. But such sites are often unsanitary, dangerous, exhausting neighbors and the owners of nearby businesses. What happens after the closure of Wood Street and other camps in California will serve as the latest test of how effectively the state is addressing homelessness. Nearly half of the nation's unsheltered population, those who sleep on the streets in tents, in cars, or in other places not intended for human habitation, resides in California, according to last year's federal tally of homelessness. So, wow, half of the homeless people in America live in California. That is crazy. Now, look at the irony of this. We continue to let illegal immigrants into the country, and we can't even house our own people, our own citizens. So the only way to fix something like this is, again, to match up jobs with homes. And I'm not saying to give people homes. I'm saying that the numbers should line up. Housing has to line up with jobs. If there aren't enough jobs, then there can't be, or if there aren't enough homes, then there can't be more jobs, right? Every person should be able to find affordable housing based on their 40-hour work week wage. And it should be within 30 minutes of their job, because if it's longer than that, then you're spending a significant amount of your income for fuel, right? And as fuel prices go up, it directly cuts into your ability to support yourself. You can't have a bunch of money and jobs with nowhere for people to live. It makes absolutely no sense. Now, let's get into this next story. We all know that cougars rob the cradle, but this is ridiculous. Cougar attacks 8-year-old camper at Olympic National Park. More animal attacks. That's not the actual cougar that did it. Obviously, he didn't stop for a picture. Let's read about this. An 8-year-old camper survived being attacked by a cougar at Washington's Olympic National Park on Saturday evening. Happened at 6:30 p.m. at Lake Angeles National Park. The cougar casually abandoned its attack after the child's mother yelled at the animal, leaving the 8-year-old with minor injuries. All other campers in the area were evacuated after the attack, and access to the area was shut down due to the extreme nature of the incident. So these animals are losing their fear of humans. And there's all kinds of theories as to why this is happening. My guess is that something has changed in the human genetic makeup to where these animals are no longer afraid of humans. And the reasons for that genetic change and genetic, alteration, I'll let you fill in the blanks on that. But I'm sure if they've looked at the medical profile of some of these people being attacked, there might be a common thread. Look at all the comments down here. Now, here's our main story for today. And this is shocking. They're actually admitting that they found a secret lab in California that stored bioengineered mice laden with COVID. So these are bioweaponized mice. This was reported in USA Today. Look at this. I wonder if there's any clues in this picture here. Look at all these boxes. Wow. Medical equipment. Let's read about what's going on in Reedley, California. A months-long investigation into a rural California warehouse uncovered an illegal laboratory filled with infectious agents, medical waste, and hundreds of mice bioengineered to catch and carry COVID, according to Fresno County authorities. Health and Licensing said Monday that Prestige Biotech, a Chinese medical company registered in Nevada, was operating the unlicensed facility in Reedley, California, a small city about 24 miles southeast of Fresno. The company, according to Reedley City Manager Nicole Zyba, had a goal of being a diagnostics lab. They never had a business license. The city was completely unaware that they were in this building, operating under the cover of night. Fresno County Public Health Department launched its investigation of the facility in December 2022 after a code enforcement officer saw a garden hose attached to a building that was presumed to be vacant and had no active business license. Further inspection in March revealed that the facility housed various chemicals, suspected biological materials, bodily fluids, and hundreds of lab mice, among other lab supplies. Now, why in the heck isn't the FBI involved in this? This to me sounds like it goes all the way to the top. Bioweaponized mice to spread COVID in a Chinese lab sitting in America. This is unbelievable. County public health officials said they also found medical devices believed to have been developed on site, such as COVID-19 and pregnancy tests. Being a small rural town of 26,000, walking into what we believe to be a vacant building and finding lab supplies, live white mice, was fairly shocking. After several attempts to communicate with Prestige Biotech, Fresno County officials are accusing the company of not being forthcoming with information and failing to comply with orders. I think there's a much bigger story here than what they're letting on. The CDC detected 20 infectious agents. They had to conduct a separate investigation of the warehouse for several weeks because it was private property. After authorities discovered that people were working inside the building, Zyba said federal, state, and local agencies joined the investigation. So finally, the FBI shows up. Authorities were then able to serve an inspection warrant in March. Certain rooms of the warehouse were found to contain several vessels of liquid and various apparatus. There was blood, tissue, bodily fluid samples, and serums, thousands of vials of unlabeled fluids, and suspected biological material. Hundreds of mice were there, kept in inadequate conditions, in overcrowded cages, with no food or water. And it says here, an associate with Prestige Biotech told investigators the mice were genetically engineered to catch and carry COVID. Under an abatement warrant, the city seized the mice in April and euthanized 773 of them. Gosh, there are almost 1,000 mice, you guys. 180 mice were already dead. They then called in the CDC after 30 freezers and refrigerators were found, with some set to minus 80 degrees. Kind of like how vaccines need to be stored at sub-zero temperatures. They detected 20 potential infectious agents. They won't tell us what those are. Oh, here we go. They found HIV, COVID, chlamydia, rubella, malaria. What is Prestige Biotech? They have been operating the unlicensed and unregulated laboratory since October 2022. Now, you guys know my theory on what COVID was. I believe that our government was working with China to release this. And maybe this is why the FBI did not detect this laboratory. They're too busy looking at you and me about what we say on Facebook posts, blocking us from free speech. They should be looking at stuff like this if they're really serious about it, right? Wow. Let's read about Prestige Biotech. Emails between city officials and Zhu Quingyao, the company president, showed that Prestige Biotech had assumed assets from the now defunct company Universal Meditech Incorporated. Prestige Biotech was a creditor to UMI and became its successor. The assets were then moved to the Reedley warehouse from a site in Fresno. Authorities were unable to find any California-based addresses associated with the company. What else does it say here? Oh, it says here, the company reported it was making COVID-19 and pregnancy tests with the goal of being a diagnostic lab. Unbelievable. Let me go back into the chat and get your guys' thoughts on this breaking news about bioweaponized mice. I'm sure there are many such sites all over the United States to continue to both make the disease and make the cure. Hopefully you're now seeing the theme. The theme of the disease and then profiting off of the cure. Right? Yep, who paid the electric bill? Yes, they must have known. You can't operate a business without a paper trail. The FBI knows it. They should pressure these people and question them and find out who hired them. And my guess is it probably goes all the way to the top of the government. You make the disease and you make the cure. And that is a theme that we've been seeing on all these decodes, isn't it? How many times have I done a decode? And they're always talking about in the episode, the disease and the cure. Wow. Major news, you guys. Yep, Apollo and Artemis. $6 billion to Israel this year for vaccines through DoD budget for countermeasure, says R. Davis. Where's the money? Where's the beef? Exactly. Now, apparently, the people in Fresno didn't get the memo and leaked this information, and they're probably in big trouble right now. I'm sure this story will get swept under the rug. And as I said, there are probably dozens and dozens of these sites all over the United States, weaponizing mice and then profiting off of the cure. The love of money is the cause. Yes, Cheryl, but it goes even deeper. It's the devil himself at the top, pulling the puppet strings, bringing about the apocalypse and the last days, and the return of Christ. Yep, maybe the same with Lyme. Yeah, I saw, let's see, was it Donabu that talked about they're now basically, finally, bringing awareness to these weaponized ticks. And I think that fits into this story with them.
Do you like having a P.O. box but are tired of wasting time and money driving to the post office?
Hey, everybody. So I just want to have a chat about CBDCs, which I know probably sounds super, super exciting, but I think we need to have this discussion because a recent Cato Institute poll suggested that over 70% of the 2,000 Americans they asked about them have absolutely no clue what a CBDC even is. And if people don't know what they are, then it's quite likely they won't know why they should care. Despite the fact that even here recently, the Bank of International Settlements reported that 93% of the world's central banks are currently working on implementing CBDCs.
To have transactions more efficient and fairer, we need systems that connect countries. In other words, we need interoperability. And for this reason, at the IMF, we are working hard on the concept of a global CBDC platform.
So 93% of the world's central banks are getting ready to put one of these into use by everyone. And it's highly likely that the majority of people out there, I mean, if this poll is any indication, there's a lot of people out there who have no idea what that even is. Someone asked me recently on Twitter what it is when I posted about it. So this video isn't going to just be about what it is, but it's going to be about why it matters, what it is, why people should care. Twitter what it is when I posted about it. So this video isn't going to just be about what it is, but it's going to be about why it matters, what it is, why people should care. But I'm going to start at the beginning. So CBDC stands for Central Bank Digital Currency. It's a completely digital form of money that would be under the control of the government's central bank. So in the United States, that would be the Federal Reserve. And so for Americans, what that means is you would have a direct financial relationship between yourself and the Federal Reserve Bank.
Yes, of course. The Federal Reserve cured America's financial instability and monetary weakness.
It also means there would be a ledger recording every purchase, tracking and tracing every single purchase made with that CBDC. And it's not just about the obvious difference between traditional paper fiat being something you can physically hold in your hand, a physical currency, versus CBDCs being digital. Okay, a lot of money today is digital. A lot of money today is just numbers on a screen. And we've gotten to this point in society where a large portion of our interaction with those numbers on the screen is just moving them around from different places and clicking buttons so that bills will go away. Right? If not for having such a thing completely control whether or not we have a roof over our heads and food on the table and the ability to work on our documentaries, it's a weird system, okay? I mean, if you really start to think about it, if aliens from outer space came to Earth and they saw that the majority of people, the way we live is by moving digital numbers around on screens and clicking buttons in order to survive, that we have this way of doing things, I think that would be incredibly confusing. But it's not that, and it's not even that cash is anonymous while a CBDC is the exact opposite of anonymous, but that is true. But in my opinion here, the key important difference is the way in which a CBDC can be controlled versus all other financial instruments that we have had up until this point, okay? Because this money can be programmed.
The key difference with the CBDC is that the central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that.
What that means is the issuer of a CBDC can, if allowed by the government, control how that money is spent by the recipient. They can put rules on it digitally in any manner of ways. It also gives third parties the ability to do that, such as payment interface providers, if they're allowed to do so by the central bank. WEF members are currently talking about using AI to give people a carbon footprint score on every single thing they buy, down to the batch number it was produced in. Supposedly to, quote, help people make different choices.
But very, very specific. This specific brand, even the specific batch of this. If we link that with, AI technology and then big data and particularly Internet of Things, there are ways for us to come up with instant measurement reporting of the carbon footprint. I hope that through this we can help people to really make different choices.
Because I guess we're going to continue on with this myth that it's individuals making purchasing choices that's hurting the planet, and somehow it's not corporations producing environment polluting, unrecyclable plastic garbage and making that the cheapest and most abundant option available to everyone that's doing it, right? We're just going to keep on with that myth.
We're developing, through technology, an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? That's where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So individual carbon footprint tracker.
Stipulations and rules can be programmed into this money. That is the kind of thing I'm talking about, okay? Because they will know who you are and what exactly in every last detail down to the carbon footprint of what you purchased with this currency. And they will know it at the point of sale when you're trying to purchase it. So if, say, there was a reason to try to stop you from purchasing that they deem to be good for the environment, say, I don't know, I'm just throwing out these crazy ideas I'm having here. It's like totally something I came up with and not something that's been written about for decades. If they wanted to do that, they could. That is what I'm saying. This is to the point that back in 2021, the Bank of England told ministers they needed to intervene on the programming of digital currency. And this was in the Telegraph. Digital cash could be programmed to ensure it is only spent on essentials, whatever that means, or goods which an employer or government deems to be sensible. Again, whatever that means. The Bank of England has called on ministers to decide whether central bank digital currency should be, quote, programmable, ultimately giving the issuer control over how it is spent by the recipient. Tom Mutton, a director at the Bank of England, said during a conference on Monday that programming could become a key feature of any future central bank digital currency, in which the money would be programmed to be released only when something happened. So it puts a restriction on the future use of the money unless or if something occurs, whatever that might be. He said there could be some socially beneficial outcomes from that, preventing activity which is seen to be socially harmful in some way. But at the same time, it could be a restriction on people's freedoms, which feels like a really blasé way of putting something massive that he just said. Preventing activity which is seen to be socially harmful in some way. Could you be more vague, right? I mean, it's 2023, guys, and what people agree on in terms of socially harmful, I would say is a lot different, and a lot fewer things are actually agreed upon these days than maybe any other time in modern human history. And we got the basic social mores that most of us agree, you just don't do that because it's wrong. Things like murder and child abuse and stuff like that. I mean, people can generally agree on stuff like that. But when we start talking about social harms past that, it starts to become subjective extremely quickly. It depends on whose agenda and what day. Things like with the green agenda having to do with maybe, say, meat consumption. There are people who would say that is a social harm, right? There are people who are saying that if you have a child right now, that's a social harm. I mean, you could go on all day with what some people seem to think is a social harm. And it straight up says they can prevent that activity. So they can just shut that money down.
You have to force behaviors.
That is what this means. They can program it. We're sorry, Mr. Smith, your meat rations for the week have already been purchased. You cannot purchase any further until such date. That is the kind of power a CBDC has over people. So that's the Bank of England, and they're currently working on the digital pound. And on the website, from the Bank of England website on the digital pound, there's actually a set of your questions answered. And it says down here,
we're asking companies, you have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors.
I just happen to have that downloaded in the downloader, that little clip there that they just sampled. So I just wanted to check to see if I still had it, and sure enough.
Behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors.
Here, would the Bank of England restrict what I use my digital pounds for? Neither the Bank of England nor the government would be able to program your digital pounds or restrict how you spend your money. However, you would have the ability to program your own payments if you wanted to. So the ability is there, but at the present time, they're claiming it will be in the hands of the user. However, it doesn't really jive with what they wrote in this consultation paper published 7 February 2023 called The Digital Pound, a New Form of Money for Households and Businesses, ? Where they talk about how technology is emerging that allows users to set rules to limit their spending on certain products, for example, on gambling. So they're saying they're going to let the user set a limit on spending on certain products, which means the ability is there. But you get further down in this same document, and it isn't just the user. We do not propose to develop a digital pound that enables government or central bank initiated programmable money. While it may be possible to program the digital pound so that it could only work in certain ways, so they straight say they can, this is not relevant to the Treasury and Bank's policy objectives for the digital pound. However, during our research, stakeholders highlighted the potential benefits of programmability for innovation and user experience. So the Treasury and Bank is going to therefore permit payment interface providers and external service interface providers to implement such functionalities themselves. But they would require user consent. So already, this is not even here yet. And already it's not just the user. And they admitted in this paper that they've already decided it's not going to just be limited to the user. So now it's also going to be payment interface providers and external service interface providers, which would require user consent. And my question simply is that consent outright? Or is that some kind of terms and conditions thing where you click an accept button and there's 8,000 pages of legalese that you never read and you don't even realize you're giving away the ability to program your money? Because that's what this is going to be in the future. This is going to be the money. And you also had Christine Lagarde come out at the BIS Innovation Summit in March 2023 and say that it wouldn't be central banks doing the programming, it would be the commercial banks.
For us, the issuance of a digital currency that would be central bank money would not be programmable. Those who can associate the use of digital currency with programmability would be the intermediaries, would be the commercial banks. And that's their business.
So my question is this that thing that we've seen already where it's like a runaround of rights because it's the private company? And if the private company says it's going to be like this, then that's the way you got to do it. So if they want to tell you where you can and can't spend their money, because this, by the way, also is not considered your money. There's some pretty interesting semantic arguments going on with who actually owns a CBDC.
What we see is an effort globally to implement something called central bank digital currencies, which, according to the central bankers, will allow them to have much tighter control of individual accounts. They insist that any money in your bank account is not only, it's not your money, it's their, they call it their expression of central bank liability, so they think of it as theirs.
But across the pond over here in America, people don't even know what this is. There's apparently a large contingent of people who have never even heard of this. So they're about to unleash this on everyone in the not too distant future. And people don't even know what it is. And so this poll was carried out at the end of May, and they surveyed 2,000 Americans across all the spectrums of politics and education and finances and race and everything. And they found that only 16% of Americans actually support a central bank digital currency. That's pretty low. Of the 2,000 Americans that the Cato Institute polled who actually knew what a CBDC was, only 16% said they would support the government issuing one. And more than twice as many oppose it. But 49% of people had no opinion, which it says likely stems from the fact that only 28% of Americans are even familiar with what a CBDC is. That means 72% of people polled have no idea what this is, despite the fact that we're being told that in the not too distant future, this is going to be a major part of our economic lives in this country. And there are a lot of risks here inherent in this type of system. It's way different than the cash, even the digital forms of it with online banking. It's way different than that, what this is. There are a lot of risks, and those risks don't appear to outweigh the benefits to anyone. I mean, the people who understand what a CBDC is and understand the mechanism behind how this will work, they don't want it. The risks don't outweigh the benefits here. But considering the role this is about to play in our lives, people are just woefully uneducated about what this even is.
You could have, as I argue in my book, a potentially better, and some people might see it as a darker world where the government decides that units of central bank money can be used to purchase some things, but not other things that it deems less desirable, like say ammunition or drugs or pornography or something of the sort. And that is very powerful in terms of the use of a CBDC.
And they're both concerned about the money being turned off because it can. Again, it's programmable. They could even do a thing where they make it expire after a certain amount of time. You know, like a gift card, you get a gift card. Some of these stores have a thing where if you buy a gift card and you don't use it by a certain time, then they start to pull the money off of it until it goes down to zero.
It's not just about digital forms of physical currency. You can have programmability, units of central bank currency with expiry dates.
Having one of these things really does require that the people using it trust the central bank and the government.
Did you know that human trafficking, domestic violence, and rape of an unconscious person is a non-violent crime in California? Did you know that you can steal up to $950 at a time, as many times as you want, and only get a ticket if you're caught? Crime is one of the many reasons of our state's unprecedented mass exodus. Yes, there is a mass exodus in California. And I'm Siamak Korami, host of California Insider. In our film, Leaving California, The Untold Story, we dive deep into the issue of crime as I take you on an intimate journey of love, loss, tragedy, and hope as residents face the prospect of leaving their beloved state. Everyday people like you tell their stories about why they have to move out of the state, even though they don't want to. Experts and policymakers also give insights about what's happening behind the scenes. Together, we get to the root cause of this exodus. In addition to crime, we explore our state's challenges with education, an unfriendly business environment, cost of living, and homelessness. If you're experiencing a change to your standard of living in your own community, our film will give you insights of what's going on behind these issues. By watching Leaving California, you'll be better informed about the big picture and how you can be part of the solution. Watch it at leavingcalifornia.com.
Did you know that when you sell a house, you don't have to pay income taxes on it legally? I'm going to show you a way to not only do that, but also quadruple the amount of assets you have, quadruple your cash flow, and get back more money than you put in to the 1031 exchange when you sell your house. Now, look, I don't know where the economy is going. There is no one alive that knows where the economy is going. There's nobody at the White House, and there's no talking head on television that knows the answer to that question. I believe we're going to head into a recession. And I also believe that if one wants to sell their house for cash, now's the great time to do it before that economy changes. I've been through 6 cycles in my 40 years. And I'm probably in my 7th cycle right now. Prices go up, don't come back down. They always do. Over time, everything levels out, but then there's really bad times and there's really good times. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I know we are at the top of the market or very close to it. Now, that's my valued opinion, which is just as valuable as any talking head on television, which basically means it's absolutely worthless. All right. But if you share the same opinion, and you decide you want to sell your assets now, you better pay very close attention to what I'm about to show you, because your CPA don't know it, your attorney don't know it. Okay, they understand you can do a 1031 exchange, but they don't understand what I'm about to show you. So Nick, I'm going to put this on the overhead. If you can get me hooked up here and they can see it. Guys, you better be prepared to take a screenshot of this right now, because you're going to want to study it. And incidentally, you're probably going to have questions on it. So, Nick, can you put the link up here so that they can get questions in? If you can go to ask@ronlegrand.com, get your questions answered on this. There you go. Thank you. I'm sorry, you email ask@ronlegrand.com. Get your questions answered, and I'll get back to you very, very quickly. All right. Now, first of all, let's say that you own a house now. Now, this does not apply to your residence, okay? This only applies to non-owner occupied properties. You can't exchange your residence, nor do you need to. Probably won't pay taxes on it anyway. But let's say I'm selling a house that is worth $300,000, and that house is producing $100 a month positive cash flow. Now my tenant buyer calls me and tells me they're going to cash me out. I know I'm going to get a check for about $100,000. So knowing this, I've got to decide, do I want to take that $100,000 and pay taxes on it? Albeit it's probably long-term capital gains, still got to pay a bunch of that money out in taxes. Or do I want to legally avoid paying those taxes and increase my portfolio of properties simultaneously And I'm sure the answer is probably number 2. So let's see what happens. When I know I'm going to get paid here, I'm going to go out and I'm going to find 3 other houses that I can buy with owner financing. And that is the key. I'm going to buy these 3 houses with owner financing, and I'm going to use the $100,000 coming out of this to put up down payments on these 3 houses. You will not have any trouble finding houses that you can buy with owner financing if you're putting up big down payments on them. That I can promise you. We buy them all the time with nothing down. They're a whole lot easier to buy with big down payments. And I got to get rid of this $100,000. So in my simple example here, I'm going to put out exactly $100,000 and I'm going to, for down payments, and I'm going to go buy one house worth $300,000 and give them a $25,000 down payment. I can do that all day long. I'll buy another one that's worth $600,000 or $500,000 and give them a $50,000 down payment. That's 10% down, for crying out loud. And I'll buy another one worth this one's $600,000, that was $500,000, and give them another $25,000 down payment. So I've got rid of $100,000 and I've acquired $1.4 million worth of houses. Let me say that again. $100,000 has to go into the hands of an intermediary. The intermediary is going to be part of this closing and all 3 of these closings. The intermediary will send the down payment to the closing agent under all 3 of these. So your job is to go put 3 houses under contract to buy with owner financing. And you've got 45 days after this house sells to do that. However, if you're smart, when you get wind this one's going to sell, you go out and get the contracts on these 3 houses. And it could be 30 days closing this one. So now you got that 30 days plus another 45 days. You got 45 days to name these 3 houses after this house sells. You got 180 days to close on them. You won't need that. If these houses are under contract before this house even closes, then I'll close these 3 immediately after. That $100,000 goes into the intermediary's account, and then they will send the money to close on these 3. Now, look what happens. Obviously, if I buy these 3 houses on Planet Ron, I'm going to put a lease option tenant buyer in them. And number 1, if I've got a $300,000 house, that's about a $30,000 non-refundable deposit I'm going to get from the tenant buyer. And I have been doing that long before this hot market. I shoot for 10% every time I put a tenant buyer in a house. The nicer the house, the easier it is to get to 10%. Frankly, the higher the price, the easier it is to get to 10%. So on this one, I got a house worth, let's see, on this house, I'm going to get a $75,000 deposit because it's a $600,000 house. That won't be difficult to get. And I'm going to get an $800 a month positive cash flow. Number 1, I'll get a $300 a month. Which on this one, I'll get an $800 a month, which is about normal in this price range house. So now I'm going to go over here and I'm going to lease option this one out. I'm going to get a $50,000 deposit on this $500,000 house, and I'll get a $500 a month cash flow. Now, these are very conservative numbers. Okay, if you've never seen this before, honestly, when you get into these price ranges, remember, we are putting tenant buyers in these houses that cannot qualify at a bank. That's 70% of the people who would like to buy a house can't qualify. They're all our market. As long as they got a big deposit, we'll take them. And by the way, the worse the economy gets, the worse a recession gets when it comes, the easier it is to sell these because the less people can qualify at a bank. Okay. Also, the easier it's going to be to buy these because sellers are going to get more motivated. Right now, we can do it right now in a hot market. I know darn well we can do it when the market changes. I've done it before in the past, in all the cycles. Never been a cycle where we couldn't buy and sell houses in all my 40 years. So look what happened. I'm now getting $1,600 a month, where I was getting $300 a month. I now have $1.4 million worth of houses where I only had a $300,000 house. I now have $155,000 from these 3 deposits, cash in my hand, which means I gave up the 100, but I got back 155,000. I made more money than I put into the exchange. Guys, listen, once these 3 houses close, the purchase, the exchange is over. This is your money. It doesn't go to the intermediary. It goes in your pocket. You keep it. You can do whatever you darn well please with it because these are non-refundable option deposits. If these tenants buy, they just get credit toward their purchase price. If they move, they forfeit the deposit signed off on in front of an attorney. And here's another cool part. When you die, when the last to die, husband and wife, these assets will go to your children with a stepped up basis, which means they get to start from the beginning, and they don't have to suffer all the depreciation for all the times you've had this. You got 3 houses you're going to depreciate, 3 houses they're going to appreciate. Your cash flow went through the roof. Your debt service is going to be paid down on these houses. You get all the benefits of owning real estate, a lot more money you started with, a lot more cash flow than you started with, because of one strategic move your CPA will not know. Play this lesson back again. And if you have questions, ask at ronlegrand.com and I'll get them answered for you. By the way, if you want to learn how to go about buying these houses with owner financing, which is 95% of what I do nowadays, called the terms business, you'll hit the link below and that'll take you to a 90-day online seminar on step-by-step on exactly how myself and thousands of my students are doing it out there every single day. By the way, in any market, in any state, and in any economy, always going to be people who need to sell, always going to need people to buy, always sellers who are willing to take terms, always buyers who cannot qualify for loans. It's been that way for the last 40 years of my career, and whatever happens in the future is not going to change that. People always need a place to live. Real estate is one of the most stable commodities you could actually do business in today. So hit the link and I'll see you on. And by the way, this lesson is also on my Gold Club site. You can go to ronsgoldclub.com, become a member. It's only $59 to become a member. You get a whole massive amount of benefits. I'll let you go there and see all about them. And there's no long-term contract. This lesson is on there, along with hundreds of other lessons that we've done over the years to address subjects just like this. So hit the link below. Spend a little time with the old guy here. You might learn something.
And the people who support CBDCs are people who trust the Federal Reserve. According to this poll, trust in the Federal Reserve may determine if Americans will actually trust a CBDC. And there's not a lot of people who have trust. That's the thing. The trust they seem to need for this is severely lacking. And I thought this was very interesting. At the end of the poll, they actually went ahead and threw in another question having to do with in-home government surveillance. It says the survey also investigated Americans' comfort with the government installing surveillance cameras in every household, quote, to reduce domestic violence, abuse, or other illegal activity. Perhaps not surprisingly, only 14% of Americans support the idea, whereas 75% oppose it. I can't even believe 14% of people would want that. Government surveillance cameras just in your house. Notably, Americans who support a CBDC stood out in how they think about in-home government surveillance cameras. A majority, 53% of Americans who would support a CBDC, support the government installing in-home surveillance cameras to reduce abuse and other illegal activity. This suggests that some of the psychology behind support for a CBDC springs from an above-average comfort level with trading some personal autonomy and privacy versus societal order and security, which is a really nice way of saying the people who live in the most fear are the people who are the most willing to accept authoritarianism and tyranny. Having government surveillance cameras directly in your house, like they could have asked that question a different way. Would you like to live in George Orwell's novel 1984? How much would you appreciate that world? Would you like it a whole lot or a whole lot? It's just unbelievable that anybody would accept that. The people who are most likely to be in support of this are people who are also most likely to support other things that most people would not be comfortable with, like having government surveillance cameras directly in your house. A fear-based mindset, which completely enables authoritarianism and tyranny, just like we've seen in all of modern human history, and even most recently in the last few years. We do not need to be making decisions on what we're going to be doing financially based on the most frightened of everyone. That is not a good basis for how to run society. I shouldn't have to say that, but I guess I do, okay? So I'm making this video because this poll shows that we need to start talking to people about what CBDCs are and what those risks are. Why there needs to be some pushback here in terms of the potential risk of social control that is just inherent in a system like this. And even more of, I would argue, even more of a financial power imbalance than we're already living with now. And it's pretty bad now. Okay?
You know, you read what others had done, and you took the next step. You didn't earn the knowledge for yourselves, so you don't take any responsibility.
Because how many technologies have you ever heard of in your life where they went, yeah, sure, we could do that, but it's a really bad idea that has like a 99% chance of leading to a dystopic future outcome. So maybe let's not do that. How many? Can you count it on one hand? Is it zero?
Yeah, but your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could stuff. I think they should.
once again, our financial system really has always been based upon this idea of trust. We did a whole series on the history of our financial system, and we called it The Trust Game for this very reason. And episode 10 is called The One Ring. It is largely about CBDCs. I don't know if you come across someone that doesn't know about this, maybe they'd watch it. But if you don't think they will, because that's too long and they don't have the time, maybe just show them this article from the Telegraph. Let them read this, okay? Because this is what it is. This is what a CBDC really is. It's a programmable digital currency. They can put all kinds of rules on there. They can put all kinds of limitations and stipulations and mandates and whatever they want. If they want to, they can do it. If they decide that it's a social good, they will do it. And that's the thing that people don't really like to think about when it comes to money just in general. But has always been, in terms of the last 500 years of known financial history, money has always been a means of social and behavioral control. It's how the gears turn in this society, from an individual level all the way up to the international level, where you have countries putting sanctions on other countries. But with a CBDC, that would take a capability to a heretofore unseen level of potential social and behavioral control at a time when we know that financial systems are being used to control and dictate all kinds of things that have nothing to do with laws.
You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors.
Things like the green agenda and what they're doing with the environmental social governance stuff.
What it does is it ruins our democratic process itself. It says the guys who wield the money, firms like BlackRock, large companies, they're the ones that get to settle political questions that we ought to settle through the political process itself.
I mean, it says in here that although a CBDC would not offer any unique benefits to Americans compared with existing technologies, it would pose serious risks. In fact, Americans have already noticed that CBDCs pose a substantial threat to financial privacy, financial freedom, and the very foundation of the banking system. And it's these very risks that were cited across over 2/3 of the 2052 comment letters written to the Fed opposing its plan for a CBDC. And it's not just that they're programmable, but one of the most common features is the ability to pay both positive and negative interest rates to curb and spur purchases. So in other words, the government provider of a CBDC could easily put money directly into a citizen's account and just as easily take that money out. So is it your money?
They call it their expression of central bank liability, so they think of it as theirs.
And they go on to say, more broadly, governments have long recognized that freezing someone's financial resources is one of the most effective ways to lock an individual out of society. For example, Operation Choke Point was a U.S. government initiative where officials pressured financial institutions to deny services to politically disfavored businesses, such as pawn shops, check cashiers, and cannabis dispensaries. As one official described it, the operation was designed to stop these businesses by, quote, choking them off from the very air they need to survive. Internationally, the Canadian government made headlines in 2022 when it invoked the Emergencies Act to freeze the bank accounts of protesters. And they announced all of that back at the time. I was watching this. You had Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland say that they were giving up names and crypto wallets. They were shared by police and financial institutions, and the accounts were frozen. They were going to freeze more accounts.
And accounts have been frozen, and more accounts will be frozen.
So they've already shown what they can do, and we're not even to the CBDC level with this. Because with the CBDC, they won't even freeze your account. They could just stop you from even being able to send that payment to begin with, or penalize you for trying. There's all kinds of, I can't even count the number of ways that this could be used badly. The thing is you can only count on one hand the number of positives here. They only listed 4 they could even think of. But the number of potential negatives here of how this could be used and abused against the population is just, it's unfathomable. There's so many different ways that I can even just think of right now off the top of my head. I mean, something like this could make protesting impossible. And protesting is supposed to be protected under the First Amendment. In fact, this weaponization of the financial system is such a common problem that many people have turned to cryptocurrency as a solution to overzealous governments that target the financial accounts of protesters and whistleblowers. A CBDC would stand in direct contrast to this new alternative. So they know that this is a way to control behavior. They know that it's one of the, quote, most effective ways to lock an individual out of society for wrongthink or whatever they want. And speaking of the Constitution, back in May of 2023, the BIS, by the way, if you don't know who the BIS is, this is the central bank of the central banks. So it's meta. If you're a parent and you'd like to explain what the Bank of International Settlements is to your small children, the easiest thing to do is just show them that clip from Harry Potter where they go to the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, because it's like an underground place that's, complete with 800-year-old gnome-looking dudes, and the only way to escape is on a fire-breathing dragon, okay? Put out a paper called Central Bank Digital Currencies, Ongoing Policy Perspectives, and it has a number of banks on here, including the Bank of Canada, the Bank of Japan, the Bank of England, the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. And papers like this are a snooze fest that the majority of everyone is not even going to read. And they know that when they write it. I'm sure that they know that when they write it. But buried down in here, down, in an annex, box 2, page 7, it straight says, a foundational legal question concerns the legal classification of a retail CBDC, and for example, whether it should reflect an existing classification such as cash or deposits or a new type. Legislation may need to be enacted or adjusted to specifically authorize the issuance and distribution of a retail CBDC, e.g., changes to central bank charters and statutes, legislation in other areas related to payments, or to the Constitution itself. It straight says that, or to the Constitution itself. Like, they just put it down in there. Like, yeah, we might have to, I don't know, change the Constitution. Just stick that down there in the annex box too. No one's even going to read it anyways. So we'll just say, yeah, we might have to. It's just, they keep making these massive statements that are life-changing for everyone. And it's just like this little afterthought at the bottom of a paper probably no one even read, okay? But it affects everybody. It's unbelievable. This whole thing is so unbelievable. And I don't think if what had happened in the past 3 years had not happened to everyone, we wouldn't even be here right now. This would not be quietly being pushed through with 72% of everyone not having a clue about it. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call an end run. And it's something that a lot of us have been noticing more and more in recent years, but that is exactly what this is. And by the way, Aaron wanted me to note, they conditioned everybody to this idea if you're not doing anything wrong, you don't have anything to worry about, which we here at this channel always knew was bullshit. But that's not even the way it is anymore, is it? Because this is all preemptive. This is all before the fact. Who wants to have this type of relationship with the Federal Reserve, with the Bank of England, with a central bank? Who anywhere wants to have this type of manipulative abuse? If you were in a relationship with somebody and they controlled what you were allowed to buy, when you were allowed to have your money, when you were allowed to spend it, they would call that abuse. They would say you are being abused, okay? But somehow when it's in this format, it's okay? What the hell is that? Hey, I know, how about the phone company listens into every single phone conversation you have and decides whether or not you're allowed to say what you're saying in your private phone conversation to someone else? How about that? Okay, actually, no, not that. I wouldn't want to give them any ideas. This is not freedom. And I know that you probably know that if you're even listening to this video, but even the people who are walking around in a slumber, just allowing everything to happen to them, do you want to live in this kind of construct where the corporations are going to behavior modify everyone in this way? Because that's ultimately what all of this is. This is all about behavior control and modification, first and foremost. And so it's really important that we start talking to people about this who don't know about it. Because the way in which this gets implemented and the rights of the recipient within this system, the user, how that's done could have a huge impact on how free or completely dystopic and Orwellian our future becomes. Period. It really is that important. So I'm going to leave those links below in a pinned comment. And I love you guys. I don't want any of us to live in a dystopic Orwellian nightmare. And that is why I make videos like this. Honestly, deep down, I wish I didn't even have to talk about this, but it needs to be talked about. It needs to be talked about now while we still can have these discussions before it's just unleashed on a completely unwitting populace who has no idea what this even is. And then suddenly, bam, they're in a situation. I mean, they're talking about this potentially replacing cash altogether someday in traditional commercial private banking. So this would be the only thing. And if it does become the only thing, then it truly is like the One Ring, because the amount of power in that will be immense.
CBDC can allow government agencies and private sector players to program. Those money can be precisely targeted for what kind of people can own and what kind of use this money can be utilized.
I've watched how money controls people my whole entire life. It's already terrible, but this takes it to a level I can't even describe with words, the potential for this. So this is a discussion that needs to not only be had, but continue to be had. If you have friends and family that don't know what this is, you might want to start talking to them about it, since apparently a large majority of people polled have no idea. I guess I'll just end every video for the rest of this forever by saying, like, if we don't carry our inherent rights forward in this society, it's not going to be any kind of society people are going to want to be a part of. Whatever future is being made right now, it has to respect those rights.
I've got one that can see.
Logic before authority. Hi guys, this is Daniel Alexander Cannon here on Logic Before Authority. We've got to talk about something. There's too many, all this stuff I'm getting ready to talk about, there's no way all this is coincidences. There's some major things at play here that's going on, and I'm seeing a number of the pieces, but I need y'all guys' help. meaning that I need you to go in the comments and tell me what you know and what you're seeing. Okay. All right. We got a number of things to go through. Okay. Things I'm seeing, because I'm paying close attention to the things that are going on around me and around the world, and even particularly the area. Okay. This area where I'm at. I am in South Carolina on the coast, not too far from basically Myrtle Beach. Okay. Now, let's look at this this map here. Okay. You see, this is the earthquake map, right? Well, are these earthquakes? No, they're not. Okay. You see, it says it's not an earthquake. It says reported shaking. Okay. Let's go over here and let's look at an earthquake. You see, that it says M.30 9 hours ago. That is an earthquake. It's a verified earthquake. It has an epicenter. You see, these over here, these don't have epicenters. They're not earthquakes. Not an earthquake is something that has an epicenter and it radiates out from there. The further out it goes, the less shaking there is. Something is going on here that is shaking the entire eastern United States, all the way from Florida. There's a bunch of people in Florida reporting it. I'll show you on this map where they're reporting it, and I'm going to show you in the comments on one of my videos where they're reporting it, as well as all the way up the coast and all the way out into out here in Texas. Let's see if this is one of them. Okay, there you go. Reported shaking. Okay, let's click this other one here. If I can, let's click this one. Okay, now that's an earthquake there, right? That one is not. That is a reported shaking. Let's go over here. Reported shaking. Let's go right here. Reported shaking. Let's go up north. Reported shaking. Not an earthquake. Reported shaking. And when you look into the comments on these things, people are saying sometimes there are booms and things like that. Let's click on this and let's click on this. Let's take a look and see if this will show us. I don't know why they don't make it a little easier to find, but let's go. Oops. What happened? Hang on just a second, guys. The map disappeared. Okay, I got it back. Okay, let's go. Oh, I see what I'm doing. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Pull it back up. Okay, let's go down. Okay, see it says reported quake or seismic-like activity, but there's no actual epicenter. There's no quake. Okay, it says 5 users felt it. Okay, let's click on more information. And let's go down. Let's see if it shows us the users that reported it. Let's see. I think it's on down maybe. And they don't make it. Here you go. Users reporting this quake, right? So this one says, this was in Hudson, New York. It says building shook, couch shifted. This one also in Hudson, New York said building shook, couch shifted. Okay, that's probably the same person. This next person in Brooklyn said humming vibrations. And then there was another report here. So I don't know exactly what is going on here with this whole situation, but I have more information. All of these reports, like if we go down here to Florida, you see all these blue areas, and up here, like this little blue thing right here, if you click on it, it's someone that was reporting this event. And if we go down here to Florida, let's see here, they don't show up like they should. It's hard to kind of see them, but if you click around, oh, there they go right there now. See, this is in Florida. The windows began to rattle. I took a look outside to see what was causing it and heard an audible hum. No real shaking, just the window rattling. Okay, now let's click on another one. Okay, it just says weak shaking. Let's click on another one. I heard a rumble and the blinds on my French door started vibrating enough to make noise. Okay, right? Let's go on this one over here. I think there's one right in here. It's kind of hard to see these different ones. Okay, windows and doors rattling, right? So you can see there's more reports. I think this is one right here. Suddenly, windows began to rattle, and I could hear a low rumbling. It lasted long enough for me to mute the TV, listen for a moment, then get up and open the front door. Rumbling continued a few seconds more, then faded. Right? There's another one. I was in my room. I heard a noise and thought it was upstairs. I guess my glass and the whole room starts shaking, and everything in my room making a rattling noise. Okay, so you see what I'm seeing here? Windows rattling for approximately 1 minute. Then again, a few minutes later for approximately 10 seconds. Here's another one right here on the coast, I think. Upstairs shook right next to the beach. Okay. And another one. And it's happening all the way up the East Coast and inland, as you can see, a long ways, because each one of these bubbles produces these reports, and that you can read, just like we were doing in Florida. I have a friend that he's up here in the Appalachians, okay, the mountains, and he lives on top of a mountain up there, and he said the whole mountain is rocking. This, he told me without even knowing that I was talking about this. He told me the whole mountain is rocking. Now, we have that going on. Now, let's take a look at a few other things. Of course, this is the craton, the North American craton, and the different plates and stuff. And I was just looking at them to try to see if there was any anything matched up, kind of, okay? And because maybe there's something going on with that there. Now, let me tell you some other things that I've noticed, okay, very recently. One, I've been telling you that I've been seeing 9/11, okay, the number 9/11 showing up a lot lately, okay? And other people are saying, if you go into comments on my videos, a lot of other people are saying they're seeing that same number. They're looking at their clock and it's 9/11, and it's happened so much you start to notice, right? And also, just to clarify, I have felt the shaking here in the hotel where I'm at. I have felt the building rocking. It actually made me stumble. It shook so much. It's not like a violent shaking. It's a wobbling, like make you stagger like a drunkard, right? Now, what am I looking at here? This is actually an older video. It's may have something to do with what I'm talking about or not, but I was at the beach, okay? And there's several things I've got to tell you about being at the beach over the other day. One is that I've told you that the ocean is now blue instead of murky green. The water has turned a bluish color. Means that the sediment is settling to the bottom and the water's clearing up. Now, that could be what they're saying about, like, here, let me come back over here. And if I go Gulf Stream, okay, and then click on news, you'll see a lot of reports talking about the Gulf Stream, okay? And there were numerous reports out talking about the Gulf Stream shutting down, okay? Like this one here, New York Post. Be very worried. Gulf Stream collapse could spark global chaos by 2025, okay? And no, I don't believe the things that they say, yet there's definitely something going on here, okay, with all this. But anyways, I was at the beach. The water is changed, and I was born here in the same location in 1969. I spent a lot of time at the beach. I know what the water looks like here. It's not looking like that. Not only is it not looking like that, it's not acting the way it's supposed to. You see, the water, the other day, I seen it 2 days in a row, where our water is never completely calm, okay? Here, for whatever reason, there's always waves and there's always chop in the water. But, you know, it ain't no big deal. I just noticed that the water was extremely calm for 2 days where I was at. I could see the water, and the water was very calm. But the waves themselves, one of the waves that are there, have changed, and they're doing something different. And it's kind of hard to explain. We're going to come back to this in just a moment, that video thing, okay? Let's see, where's it at? Oh, yeah, right here. The waves are eating away at the beach. Now, this is not pictures of my beach in South Carolina. I don't know where this is at. It's just similar to what's happening. And normally here, the waves, they run up the beach, and it's a nice, smooth process. They run up all the way up the beach, and they back off. Now, they're just chopping in one spot over and over and over, which is very strange, to me anyways. And I can't ignore these things. This is not the time in our life for me, because this is my job to be watching these things and things that are going on and bring it to y'all guys, and also ask y'all guys for help so that I can know more and see more and get it out to more people, right? Now, also, when I was at the beach the night before last, I went down to the beach and I noticed the chopping thing going on there, and I noticed the water looked different. It was bluer and all these things, right? But then what I also noticed, when I went in, I was riding with somebody in a car, and when I went in, there was no water on the roads. There was no nothing, right? When I went in, an hour later, I come out, and the roads have a foot of water in them, and that never happens really, except for like what you call king tides or a hurricane coming in, you know, that kind of thing. But in this case, the roads were flooded like there was a hurricane that had hit, and there was a foot of water on the roads all over, not just one spot. The whole area down there was all flooded. And so, yeah, it's like I was noticing on the beach when the waves are running up and up to the sand and chopping, that water is coming up through the ground. It's being forced up through the sand in other parts on the beach. And then also it's being forced up in people's yards. People were outside standing in the water looking around, wondering why their yard is flooded so bad. You know, it's not normal. There were a lot of people standing out in the water when we left, and it was dark. You know, so people ain't hanging out in the water outside when it's flooded in the dark for no reason. They know that something is up. Something is different. They don't know everything that we're talking about, but they know that, right? And there's something that's different there. And I want you guys to take note of these things. Keep them in your mind, and wherever you're at, try to confirm these things happening where you're at or anything else. It's time to pay close attention to your surroundings and stop yourself and think about the little things that are happening so we're not blind, right? Let's see. And I was noticing too when I looked that there is, like, this is for my area, okay? And then there's other places, a lot of other places where unexpected flooding is going on, okay? And sometimes expected as well. But maybe one or two of these is normal, but all this isn't normal. And then while I was at the beach, I waited till it got dark because a lot of you know that when I see a lot of the angel orbs, the bright balls of light that'll show up at the beach when I go down there sometimes. Well, I was down there, but bright white balls of light did not show up. Something else showed up. And what it was, and I've seen it 3 times, what it was is there were 3 balls of fire that were side by side, and it's similar to what's in this video. So that's why I'm playing this.
Oh my God. Dude.
It's similar to that, but normally the lights that I see at the beach they're bright white balls of light. I have never, and I've seen way in excess of over 100 of these white balls of light, in excess of 50 times, okay? But night before last, what I seen was fireballs, 3 fireballs, similar to this imagery, 3 fireballs side by side. They would show up and they would be there for about 3 or 4 seconds, and then they would just disappear. And then 5-10 minutes later, they appear again, and it's balls of fire. Literally, they don't look like just light. It looks like fire. And I mean, there's so many strange things going on. I mean, the whole East Coast shaking, and it's verified that it's going on. I mean, you're talking about at least 1,000 miles of land that is swaying backwards and forth. And what can sway things? Frequency. It's sound related. Somehow there is something going on, whether it is end times related, whether it is something else related. Have they figured out how to do this kind of thing? They meaning the ones that like to do evil things in this world, that have all the money and run all the corporations. I don't know for sure, but I'm highly concerned, and I keep seeing this 9/11 over and over, and I'm telling you, I'm warning you, not to be afraid, but I'm warning you, we got to pay attention. And even if you're not a religious person, you better find a way to pray every day and ask for our Father's protection. Whoever you think that is, you better ask for it. And in my opinion, there's only one Father. So what else is there to say? I mean, I'm not live here at the moment, so I can't communicate with y'all guys directly. If y'all guys have anything related to this, know anything, go below the video. Well, first, go below the video and leave a comment. Now, if you have something really solid information, go below the video and go on down below in the description, and you'll see a number where you can text me, okay? And I want you to text me. It's a normal text. You just send it to that number. Don't call it because I won't answer, but I will get your text. And if you have a video or something, send me the link. Or if you have photos of something, send me the photos. But we need to be paying attention. This stuff is not normal. And on top of that, let me close this back up here. Let's go over here. On top of that, there's and it was evidenced by the radar stations wobbling, and it caused the what shows up as our precipitation and our clouds and stuff to be wobbling backwards and forth, and it was in the same areas as what we're seeing as wobbling. And yeah, and I want to hear from y'all guys. I want to know: are you hearing these? Are you feeling these wobbling? Are you hearing any booms? Do you have any additional information? Are you hearing any humming? What is it? Because we need to know, and we need to share it with our brothers and sisters. And this is the best way to do it, or that we have access to, anyways. One of these videos, it's either this one here. I think it's this one. Yeah. Is the one where I talk about and show the radar wobbling. If you want to check that out, I think that's this video, and it's got some other good information in it, because a lot of this kind of stuff, it seems to have been documented in that movie, The Day After Tomorrow, which was put out 2 decades ago, kind of like 2 days, and it was based on that book by Art Bell, The Coming Global Superstorm, and they talk about some of this stuff right in that movie, predictive programming kind of thing. So I wanted to show you some of the comments over here, like this one here. It says, "We live in Southeast Florida, and not today, but over the past few weeks, both my mom and I have noticed being a little off occasionally, like if you're walking and all of a sudden lose your balance." Yep, that's exactly what happened to me a couple of times in the last several days. Like you lose your balance for a second, and you're like, "What the heck?" LOL. I don't know if that's what you were referring to, but when it happens in my mind, that's the first thing I thought. I go to, let's see here. Are we starting to wobble to and fro like drunkards? Because I don't drink, so I don't know. I know it's not from that, but it feels kind of like I am momentarily drunk. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. You lose. It feels like you lose your balance and you stagger to the side to catch yourself. There's the whole freaking country rocking. Unbelievable, you know. And there's a lot of other people here making comments related to this. I haven't been back in here. There's a lot more comments since I came in. And but yeah, there's people talking about it. See, this person talking about saying feeling for at least a year, especially at night. The floor vibrates and I can feel it through the couch or bed. I'm in the same area as you, Daniel. We have spoken before. And if you go down through here and just read yourself, you're gonna find it. This person says, I live in the southern hemisphere. I feel vibrations under my feet, and it goes through furniture that can last 1 to 5 minutes. Usually happens between 11 a.m. and 3 a.m. or 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. The floor creaks, wakes. I had somebody the other day tell me that there was a hotel they were in, and they said that the building is rocking, and they were noticing all these cracks in the walls. And she'd pointed out these cracks that are running down the side of the walls and stuff. And she's like, those weren't there before. And I'm like, whoa, you know, and I know it's related. Says, I have noticed the wobble for more than a decade, but well, I've just started noticing it just in the last, 2 weeks really is really when I really started noticing it. And also in the last 2 days, I heard a boom in the distance. It sounded like a boom in the distance, but I didn't know, no way to know if it was a dump truck, you know, doing something, or I just couldn't tell, but I did hear that as well. This person says, I'm in Tennessee, but I didn't really feel moving, but the thunder was that which I have never heard before. It was echoing, like the sound was bouncing off something. It was very unnatural. Yep, I have heard that too. There was a storm came through the other night, and the thunder, when the lightning hits and the thunder hits, it sounds different. I'm not even kidding. I'm not exaggerating. I sat there and thought about it. Like this comment just made me remember it. I sat there and thought about it and said, why does that thunder sound so different? And I think, well, maybe my mind's overactive or something. Maybe my imagination's a little overactive. So I question myself. Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. I have been feeling this in North Carolina for some time. I showed in a video a water bottle on the table, and the vibration was evident. It's growing in intensity, especially between 2 and 5 a.m. Not every night, but most now. That is just, you see, I mean, here's another one. 2 or 3 days ago around midnight or 11 o'clock, all my family felt wired vibration for at least 5 minutes on our bed. Next day I checked USGS, but there was no earthquake, nor a big earthquake far away. USGS heliplot in Alabama, where I live, and Mississippi showed wired vibration. And all the helipads for some other states like Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Kentucky showed smaller vibration. So, they're talking about the things that measure the vibration in the ground where they get the earthquakes, you know, data from and everything. So yeah, there is definitely something going on. Thank you, my brother, for your nice words here. I appreciate you. And we do know each other. We all know each other. We are all part of one. I mean, it just goes on and on. Let's see. This person says, I've been needing to hold on to the railing going upstairs, which is weird because I practiced balance, brushing my teeth, standing on one leg. I thought it was the heat. Another thing too, guys, I would say is in the evening time after it gets dark, I get this, and it's not just me. I've asked a couple other people, not many, but now I'm asking a lot of people. I get this, after it gets dark, I get this weird, unsettled feeling like I'm agitated, or like my mind's kind of scrambled a little bit, and I'm not sure what to do. You know, it's kind of like I'm like dazed or something. Anybody experiencing that one either? Put it below in the comments, you know. And I mean, we could go on and on and on and on. Like this person says, yes, I've felt that shaking and have felt the ground has dropped under me, giving me that butterfly feeling in my tummy for a second. Been feeling these things off and on for years. And I thought I was just being crazy. You're not. You're not. Here, this one says, I live in Northwest PA, and I'm experiencing what you're describing a couple times. I always get ear infections, so I shrugged it off as being the cause, but this was different than the typical ear infection. Yeah. Yep. This one says, I'm not 30 miles from you the way the crow flies. And yep, I felt it here 3 different times in the past month. I was in the house each time sitting down, and the entire house had a faint tremble to it for a minute or two each time. And it trembled several times each time. It would take 2 to 3 minutes in between. I even got my wife each time to verify she felt it too. You know, let's see here. I've noticed it. This person says here in Northeast Florida, laying in bed and feeling it shake and tremble. This person said they noticed an energetic wobbling that made them feel drunk. Yep. And that's kind of related to like how I feel at nighttime when it's around, when after dark, I feel kind of weird, like I'm like drunk or something. And I find myself like pacing around the floors, and really all I need to just do is go to bed or lay down or something. But for some reason I'm agitated and I'm up walking. Oh, all right, guys. I guess for the moment I've covered enough. You know, with what's going on with the water in the ocean and seeing those fireballs, those 3 fireballs sitting side by side. They were in a line, 3 of them, boom, boom, boom. Turn on, turn off, and did it 3 times. And my mind's about blown, guys. I'm hanging in there. I shall never quit, no matter what. I love you guys. As y'all guys have the capability to do it, all my links are below. I would appreciate any pennies, dimes, nickels, quarters, or dollar bills you can send my way, because I'm still in a homeless situation, and I'm pretty sure that I'm not supposed to be here near the coast anymore. I'm being shown that I have to leave, and I don't know exactly what to do, and I don't have the money to do it. I don't have the money. If it weren't for y'all guys, I would be literally in the woods, likely. But yeah, help me when you can, but put yourself first and your family first. I love you. Our Father in heaven loves you. We'll talk to you again soon, okay?
Yo, what up? It's Donut, and you tuning into all your Illuminati news. Get ready for the show.
That's pretty good. But try it like this. Donut.
Yo, what up? Good day. Sup, Hawaii, Alabama. Good day. I'm up early, and we gonna get it. We got some crazy Illuminati news, and we're gonna start off with the world coin. This orb, it looks just like CERN, as I'm always dissecting the symbols in front of us, because there is a story being told to the world. 2 different stories, one for the elites that know symbology, and one for just people who thinks it's just a normal story. So I'm always learning symbols with y'all, the audience, because I learn so much from everybody here when you put your comments down below. Shout out to Juan, Ani, and Tommy Truthful. We just released the Worm, the Illuminati Worm documentary. Make sure to go check that out. But I mean, it gets so deep, all this wild stuff. But what I thought was interesting with this world coin orb is this goes into the agenda of the CBDCs, the digital currencies, and the universal basic income. That it is the CERN logo. It's built the same way. And this is how the Die Glock sort of worked as well, the UFO back with the Thule Society, I guess is a safe way to say it on the internet. But it looks like a little eyeball too, right? But this is how they do this, like UFOs up in the sky through this weird technology. But it's that symbol. But it goes even deeper, as you probably heard the 23 Enigma. They made a movie about the 23. Well, 32, 23, 32 is an occult number, very important to Crowley in mysticism, as the Mandalay Bay took place on the 32nd floor, that terrible event. Beyonce this year just was awarded with 32 Grammys. So you might see this 32 in the new Travis Scott Utopia logo, but on the orb, we got the 32, and I'm going to explain that for y'all here momentarily. But before we get into that, make sure you smash the like button and share this out, so when people wake up, because we're up early. This is 6 in the morning, police at my door. Share it out, and people wake up, and we'll get into the algorithm, as the shadow banning is just awful. World coin. So remember that 32. So Travis Scott doing some crazy stuff. I'll play a clip real quick. I did a podcast with One-on-One on the Patreon. I'm gonna play a clip from that. I edited a little piece.
Strange rituals at Travis's concerts no longer be performing at the Giza pyramids.
I've been looking into the whole Travis Scott agenda, the secret rituals connected to Aleister Crowley, with his album cover being Liber 777 for the Giza pyramid concert, which got canceled for them not agreeing with the rituals. Abdullah said the rituals were in contradiction of our values and tradition.
It feels like people deify these artists.
YSL member arrested during goat sacrifice ritual. Young Thug attorney wants that information removed.
A bizarre request from Young Thug's defense through evidence of a ritualistic sacrifice in his RICO trial.
See, weird stuff's happening, bro. Like Beyonce getting a restraining order for doing extreme witchcraft by her drummer. And even Travis Scott's album, the length of it is 73 minutes and 27 seconds. So I looked that up and it goes into, there's a Psalms verse that they are far from they shall perish. And that's what happened. People perished at his concert. Psalm 73 talks about what the wicked man and his associates say against heaven.
Dude, I just got chills, bro. That's crazy.
So shout out to the One-on-One podcast. We did this podcast on Patreon. We do a bunch of cool stuff there. Illuminati Worms was released earlier. We got a bunch of other documentaries up there as well. It's the best way to support us. I mean, it's the only way really to support this channel, to continue to make these amazing documentaries and research. But we'll get into Travis Scott here in a second. I wrote something crazy gonna happen. Oh my goodness, something crazy gonna happen. The clickbait title that gets the views, you know. So people, I gotta block them when they say don't put that title up in there. You know, you get banned, because that's the only way to get this information out on YouTube. Sometimes is putting something crazy, but something crazy does happen as well every single month. But a lot of people are in an apathetic state where they kind of seem to forget that the entire world was locked down and how crazy people were just a few years ago. People kind of move on from that, probably because they're induced with mind-altering chemicals, in my opinion, and all the bombardments of distractions all over the place. So I'm going to show you. Move my camera to my other camera. The importance of August for rituals. Let's see what happens when I do this. Okay, here we go. So in this book, the secret architects of our nation's capital, right on the first page, it goes into the importance of the date August 10th. Oh, here, you can't even see it. My bad. It goes into the importance of the date August 10th that you see highlighted right there. To Albert Pike, the day centering upon it. This is the entire premise of America. This goes into the dog days, the Sirius star constellation, and the helical rising. That's why I got that little dog right there showing up next to the Travis Scott thing. So this month is super important to these rituals of the elite right there. And if you look right here, you see Travis Scott. I always go back to this image. This happened before all the rituals. The Saturnalia party hosted by Kim Kardashian. Everybody in here went through some strange ritual. Kanye being banned, tweeting about the UFO cult. He mentors Travis Scott. Travis Scott had the Astroworld event on November 5th. The Kardashians' mom, the top witch's birthday. Elon Musk is connected to all of this. Right here, you got the Migos, who was sacrificed, not him, but his nephew, part of the Migos, sacrificed on Samhain, the day of Samhain, on the occult calendar wheel. Let me see. Right here, November 1st. And November 5th was Astroworld. And we're right here right now. We're in Lunasa, the Mooncake Festival. So I'm looking out for more alien disclosures, because this has a lot to do with the moon goddess, I believe, in Taiwan, and the bunnies with the Mooncake Festival. The moon has the rabbit on the moon. That's how we were accurately able to predict that this would be the year of the UFOs, even though I did get the Rihanna baby, alien, Knight Templar baby birthday wrong. But I did get a couple things right. And we got a great audience in here. Good day to everybody. And make sure you smash that like button. I mean, we almost got over 1,000 people up in here right now. Pretty awesome. So Travis Scott's satanic agenda. He was going to perform at the pyramids of Giza. He drew the ley lines out. And this goes into a lot of Aleister Crowley stuff in Egypt, but they banned him from performing because of his rituals. There's a lot of ritual stuff going on. Not only is his birthday the same day the Satanic Temple was formed, the Church of Satan, right there, I mean, just says enough. But his album cover is the Aleister Crowley books. This was the flyer for the concert. And you can see this is an Aleister Crowley book, the 777. Here's it bigger. So they knew what he was up to. He was up to some witchcraft. Here's another Aleister Crowley book. He does that, and that's what he's doing. As all these celebrities are Setians and satanic. And the 777 book by Aleister Crowley right here. We're going to tie it back to this 32 that we see right here on the orb. The 777 by Aleister Crowley goes into the 1 to 32 of the 32 paths of wisdom, which goes into mysticism. But as you know, Aleister Crowley and the Satanists, they invert a lot of these symbols, because symbols aren't evil in itself, but they get perverted by the elites. Sort of like well, I'm not even get into it, but you can see the Utopia flyers got the 32 spokes going around it, the 32 sun rays, and the Illuminati pyramid in the eye, just like the 32 floor at the Mandalay Bay, the tragic event in Las Vegas that happened right in front of the Luxor pyramid, right in front of a pyramid. And right here, I'm the first person to break this, that it is the portal symbolism. And right here is Polaris, the Ishtar star, just like the Hollywood sign has the Ishtar gate going right through it. Here's the Ishtar star. It goes into portal symbolism. There's the key. Just like on Nickelodeon. I'm not sure if you ever noticed this, but they got the same key symbolism. It's the trophy. People say it's Osiris's phallic. It looks like an alien too, the Nickelodeon. And we're going to get into some Nickelodeon brainwashing, but just more of the 32. I'm looking out for the Miami Dolphins because they got the 32 going around it as well. And of course, the Illuminati Dolphins. And Travis Scott promotes a new song called K-pop. Seems pretty innocent with The Weeknd, who opens the Super Bowl, and Bad Bunny, who does the make-out ritualistic kiss that you see Madonna do. But they're promoting to the world, to your children, drugs, ketamine. K-pop is for ketamine. So this is what gets pushed on the #1 television show. People like The Weeknd, Travis Scott, they're pushing the mind-altering chemicals because it goes into the brainwashing. It's pretty nuts. And he was not allowed to do it. Oh my goodness, my kitty cat. I don't know if you can hear him. He's going to the bathroom right now, my kitty cat. Like every time I try to record, he be going to the bathroom. And, oh man, it goes smelling here, and he makes all these noises. Chan. Shout out to Chan. So the ketamine part, it's called K-pop. Here, I'll pull it up for a second. 1 second. Let me pull this up. Let me pull it up. Google K-pop song. And it's not K-pop song. K-pop song. Here it is. So this is ketamine. And ketamine was used by John Lilly, who was doing the dolphin experiments with the LSD, with the Illuminati dolphins, so they can communicate with aliens underneath the ground. They were using acid and ketamine with the dolphins. And my cat, he's going to town right now in the litter box. So once he's done, my track of focus will be better. I don't know if you can hear him scratching. But once he's done, my focus. So while I'm focusing, while he's doing his business, please smash the like button. Hello, everybody. I'll go and read some comments for a second, then we'll get back into this research. And I mean, I don't know why he does this. I don't know. It is good smelling here, and I just listen to that. He goes crazy for a while. Just so I guess there's going to be like some sort of full moon too. The cat. Come on, Chan. We live. I can't focus when he's doing it. I'll get right back into the flow. It's just when he's okay. He's done. He's done pooping. Okay. All right. All right. So if you're just tuning in, we get right back into it. We just have been covering some Travis Scott stuff. Then the cat came in and took a crap and got me off my game and off my flow and whatnot. But Travis Scott, The Weeknd, Bad Bunny, all rituals, promoting drugs to your children, ketamine. And the ketamine was used for mind control operations with the Illuminati Dolphins, with John Lilly. And John Lilly got hooked on it. He liked it. And Aleister Crowley got hooked on it. But look at this. Egypt bans rapper Travis Scott pyramid concert after his campaign. They banned him because of his rituals. It didn't align with their values. So shout out to Egypt. Young Thug. Lawyers want goat sacrifice excluded from evidence of his trial. He's going to get off. Nothing going to happen to him. These are Illuminati celebrities. They go through these rituals where they're about to go to jail, and then they don't. But check, this is just more proof of rituals in the music industry. Young Thug's lawyer want goat sacrifice excluded from evidence. Just like Beyonce doing witchcraft. And Young Thug, his album cover, it's the Illuminati eye. It is the eye of Horus being gouged out by Set. That's why they're Sethians, worshiping the god of destruction. And that's just some symbol there. And he got in trouble from another artist, and then he wrote that he had nothing to do with choosing the album art. That's what Bone Thug said. They said the Illuminati was choosing like the album art, that they didn't know all the occult symbols were up in there. But check this double X. This is the Knights Templar, the double XL, the double X you see on Pete Davidson's neck, Lil Uzi Vert's tongue. It's the Cross of Lorraine. You've been double crossed. Jamie Foxx, XX. You see all the Knights Templar connection. And it's the same colors as the Supreme, right? Supreme, that clothing brand, is a Knights Templar clothing brand. And they support a lot of the rappers or whatever, because I'm not sure why, but the Knights Templar Freemasonry, you need to believe in a supreme being. So I'm not sure if that's why they named it Supreme. You got the Supreme Court of the United States. So yeah. Beyonce's drummer accused her of witchcraft. I always thought this was interesting. Beyonce's former drummer accuses the singer of witchcraft, tapping her phone, and even claims she murdered her kitten. And Beyonce just released a new song with Travis Scott. So Travis Scott, all on his new album, is nothing but Illuminati celebrities. 21 Savage, who's part of the Priory of Sion. I got all these different Illuminati celebrities. It's crazy. It's just nuts. I'm going to have to write a book on it. If I write a book on it, it's going to be amazing because of all the research. So here's the mountain. Crowley was obsessed with the mountain. He climbed the mountain. But the countdown clock of this portal symbolism right here, in the police reports that were just released, it went into the countdown clock on stage when it was ticking down. In the police report, it said that there was strange noises coming through the crowd. Was it some sort of frequency? As we see in that movie, They Clone Tyrone, how the music affects the emotions and the vibrations of the people. And during this countdown clock, during the Travis Scott Astroworld event, the police report goes into the strange sounds that were playing during the countdown. And also, they noted that there was no mosh pits, really. The camera guy was like, there's nobody mosh pitting, which is just weird right there. As we see the countdown to the Taylor Swift hypnosis, where people are getting amnesia at this concert, they showed the countdown because you are getting very sleepy. You are getting very, very sleepy to the point where they get into a state of trance, just like in Project Artichoke, which was a mind control experiment. Subjects who left the project were fogged with amnesia because of the countdown method is a classic hypnosis induction. So we all know that clock. You're getting very, very sleepy. And they named everything in the mainstream media to this Astroworld event, the countdown to the catastrophe. Everything was the countdown. I mean, the countdown to the tragedy. That's what news reports were all claiming this, all about this countdown. I feel like there's something up with it, something going on there. And also, like Travis Scott sounding just like Tavis Stock, which was the mind control program. There's a lot of theories to that with the Beatles using music to brainwash people and the hippie movement. I mean, it goes super deep. It goes super deep. So his name's Travis Scott. It sounds like Tavis Scott. And Travis, like Travis, is it called a travesty? Like Travis? I don't know. I just feel like these wordplay. Etymology plays a huge role in learning how the world actually operates. So right here, mind control. Here's Beyonce. She's flashing the mind control with her portal symbolism right here. We'll get into white. This is super important. The portals. I mean, I had no idea. And she's showing mind control in quotes from Jim Morrison from The Doors, who's doing the Illuminati eye down here. Well, Jim Morrison's dad was part of a false flag operation in the Gulf of Tonkin connected to the military. And it was named after Aldous Huxley's The Doors of Perception, going into drugs, LSD, and all this. That's why they're always pushing mind-altering chemicals onto people, because they want you not sober and vigilant. They want you in a state where you'll be easily manipulated, and they'll be the shamans of the alien invasion, which will be fake. That's the purpose of it. So they all have this portal symbolism. It's very important to the music industry. So the day that music died, you can see this portal symbolism right here of the four corners. This is the last flyer, just like we were showing the Travis Scott flyer right here. These flyers are super important, the symbology, because this was the day that music died, because he died on a plane crash. And they made that American Pie song. And it goes into the northeast, southwest, the news, the Masonic compass as well. But here's the portal. So they've been using this portal symbolism in the music industry for quite a long time. And we got over 1,000 people up in here. Amazing. Maybe I should start doing these live streams early. So in the beginning of the year, where am I getting that? I'm gonna get into some 69 stuff. We want to hear about the 69. I just released the Hollywood video where Tony Bennett died at 96. This whole year has been connected to, in my opinion, the Memphis Rite, where Aleister Crowley was part of, and they have 96 degrees. Like, you know how there's the 33rd degree? Well, in the Memphis Rite, they have 96 degrees. And everything this year is connected with Memphis. Is Miley Cyrus from 36 Parallel, Tennessee, was performing underneath this royal arch, which has the 69 on the top of it for the summer solstice. And Gangsta Boo died that same day when she was performing underneath this royal arch. And Gangsta Boo is the queen of Memphis. And she has an album called 69, coincidentally. The 69 number, Jimi Hendrix was obsessed with it as well. He says his world was controlled by the 6, and John Lennon's world was controlled by the 9, the 6-9. It goes deep in the music industry. John Lennon with his albums, Revolution 9, All We Are Saying Is Give Peace a Chance, 9. Sgt. Pepper's, if you spell that out, it's the same numbers of letters as Aleister Crowley. So there's a lot going on, very, very deep occult stuff happening. So Tony Bennett dying at the 96 this year with these 96 degrees. You can see this right here. Well, the Barbie movie was just released, and the original Ken doll voice actor dies at 96 as well. So I feel like that was also a sacrifice because the success of the new Barbie movie. It made like 160 million or something in the box office. Oppenheimer made like 40 million. So it like did really, really well. So with that comes sacrifice. They'd be sacrificing goats. And to kind of go back in time, because what's happening, it's a movie script of action reaction. We're watching a scripted reality play out. So I think that we're on chapter 23 and we're going to be going into chapter 24 pretty soon, which will be the Omega chapter, the Alpha and the Omega. And we're in chapter 23, which is the Trident. We see a lot of Trident symbolism. And if we go back into the beginning of the year, after Gangsta Boo died at 43, Ken Block died at 43, and I think he was the car number 43. He died the next day. Yeah, he's car number 43. Gangsta Boo died at 43. And this is important to the Illuminati because the 322 day of the year, as Yale will be celebrating its 322 year this year, November 18th, Drake has a song November 18th. Justin Bieber went into the metaverse November 18th. Even Joe Biden, in his 666 speech for the infrastructure plan, he said 6 days, 6 months, and 6 minutes on October 1st, which lands on November 18th, the 322 day of the year. He got his medication at exactly 3:22 p.m., just like Oprah Winfrey stayed in her home for 322 days, and Hillary Clinton got sick on 322 on March 22nd. And this date has the 43 days remain until the end of the year. So there's just more Illuminati numbers there. Going back to this Memphis thing. I keep repeating this, but we're just rehashing the storyline because this is a scripted reality. And a lot of it's connected with Aleister Crowley. He seemed to be very important to the music industry. And he had a secret magical organization, society, called the AA, which is the two pyramids, the two mountains, the Twin Peaks. You probably heard of the show Twin Peaks. Well, check out this symbolism right here. We can see the Twin Peaks, the mountain symbolism all over the place. Even Del Taco, straight up Del Taco. What? Coors Light, the two mountains, the two Twins Peak. And we'll get into how they were doing implanting subconscious memories into your dream state. Summit Entertainment, it's got the two mountains, and Scientology at the bottom's got the two mountains. This is the Twin Peaks, the AA, the two mountains, which can mean a lot of different things. I got alchemical plates my friend sent me on when I don't actually have it, but it's on my phone. But it could go into Venus and Adonis as well, or Artemis and Apollo. But this Summit Entertainment is owned by Lionsgate Films. Lionsgate Portal will be happening. We're gonna get into all this stuff. I'm just trying to point out that there's the AA. So we have American Airlines, right? The AA. Before I jump ahead into the American Airlines, let me go into how this Coors Light was implanting ideas into your head while you're sleeping during the Super Bowl. And shout out to Pukey Pete who sent me this article. Advertisers are hijacking your dreams, scientists say. This is actual stuff of nightmares. So Coors Light did this thing where you go to sleep for the football game, and they were implanting memories and ideas into your dreams. So there's a scientific research team that goes deep into knowing this. Like, why would they do this? I mean, advertisement is a $1 billion industry. So they get all these artists like Tyler, the Creator, to make Coca-Cola commercials. So they're using creative artists that could be doing creativity for good, but they make it for these corporations that are poisoning everybody. And the alcohol companies, like Bud Light, is straight connected with the CIA. And all the other alcohol families are connected to big Illuminati players. Alcohol is so destructive in society. It's like going to war. It's like they're whacking people with this stuff. And the Knights Templar, Jay-Z, his alcohol bottle has got the double cross on there showing the XX. But American Airlines, the AA, when that event happened with this girl that did the Baphomet symbol, it took place in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. And that's where AA, American Airlines headquarters, is at. So what are the odds that this happened at where their headquarters is located at? That was a ritual, and it was staged. I'll show you how it's staged. By looking at her body, I got to show people this because people be posting the stupidest videos of like UFOs and all this stuff. That I do video production so I can spot out when something's fake. And a lot of these beefs in the hood where you got somebody going and doing something, it's all fake. Movie scripts are action and reaction. So the real reaction was the audience in the plane. That was real. But the guy filming it is in the front row, perfect for location for filming. That's where I would be if I was filming If someone hired me to film, I'd be in the front to get the shot. And her body language, you see how her body is pointing towards the camera, just like this prank. You see, he's pranking him. The people in the background are real reactions, but this guy knew he was going to be pranked because his body is facing the camera. Why would you naturally stand facing the camera? So it's all fake because movie scripts are action and reaction. So we're going to get into Doja Cat. We got 1,300 people up in here. Make sure you smash the like button. And hello, everybody. I'm going to go to some comments to catch my breath, and then we're going to get into the Scarlet Woman, the Scarlet Tour, the Aleister Crowley Whore of Babylon ritual with sex magic taking place in the music industry. Wow. When you got to go, you got to go. Oh, okay. So this is old comments when Chan was taking a dump. Scratch that poop button. Scratch that poop button. What about the UFOs? Oh, we're going to get into the UFOs too. We're going to get into the UFOs. There was that UFO hearing in the year of the bunny, and the guy was doing the Illuminati hand sign right behind him. Illuminati cat. World coin orbs. Ketamine is the new drug here in Belgium. Weird. I've been sober for 8 years, so I don't know. I kind of do know what's popular. I know that everything is laced these days, and I know a lot of people who just keep dying, and it's very sad. But they're pushing ketamine, just like they're pushing heroin and lean and scissor. It's really annoying. Music industry is pure evil. Yeah, I don't have any super chats for donations because I'm not monetized here. I'm not monetized in a lot of places. I'm shadow banned. So the best way to support us, and you get something out of it too, is going to the Patreon. I got the link down below, and you get early access to movies like the Illuminati Worms, plus the full-on podcast. We got 3 podcasts full length that goes into way more detail in these topics. I got other mini docs up there, PDFs as well. So you're supporting the channel, but you're also getting a lot out of it, and it's cheaper than a bag of Skittles. Ooh, Kanye said he had S with a goat, but he didn't say it that way. He said he effed a goat. All I know is that when I was in California, my friend told me that when you go to Kanye's house, you had to sign something saying that he can do anything he wants to you. That's what she said. And she said that all he was doing was playing porn 24/7 on the videos. And then I didn't believe her. But then she said she went to Scott Storch's house because this was like young chick at the bars and stuff. She said she went to Scott Storch's house and there was yayo all over his piano. Now, what makes me believe her is that years later, it came out that Scott Storch lost that mansion because of his yayo addiction. So I was like, well, weird. And then the aunt word came out saying the same thing, that Kanye was playing porn 24/7. So I was like, oh man, she must have been telling the truth. That's crazy. So let's get into the Scarlet Woman, Doja Cat. Doja Cat is going on tour, and her new album has songs like Skull and Bones, 322 Skull and Bones, Interesting Demons, Loony. But Skull and Bones, this is the year of Skull and Bones. Here's her performing at the Billboard Music Awards on the Illuminati pyramid with the eye behind her and the Mantis aliens doing the mind control. That's why I knew she was about to get awarded, because the symbolism, look at that, the Illuminati eye. And then she just posted this, where she's the Scarlet Woman in red. This is a subliminal message that flashes very quickly. And then right behind her, it says 1776. That's when the Illuminati was founded. And Babylon goes into the Scarlet Woman, and she's going on her Scarlet Tour. So the Babylon workings was an Aleister Crowley thing that Jack Parsons and the Scientology guy did together, doing sex magic to summon the Scarlet Woman or something like that. I don't really understand it too well, but Scientology is channel 332. And they got that 2AA pyramid right here, Scientology, the 2 pyramids. And just like we were pointing out with the 32 orb and the 32 mysticism stuff, their channel's on 32 because the 0 never matters in numerology. So that doesn't even exist. So Marjorie Cameron was the Scarlet Woman, I guess, for Aleister Crowley and Jack Parson, and to do the sex magic rituals called the Babylon workings. And this chick is depicted with this black egg. We were talking about the egg rituals all year. They put that on her memorial stone. Yeah. See, I'm not too educated on that topic, but I mean, that's enough there to be like, there's something going on with that. I'll look more into it. I'm going to do a deep dive onto that so I can learn more about that. because that is nuts. That's some donutty material right there. In Travis Scott's album, as I played a clip earlier, it's 73 minutes and 27 seconds long, which goes into Psalms 73:27. There's like a weird connection there. In the album, it's got all these Illuminati artists. I can break down each one of these artists and their occult rituals. I mean, it's crazy. And the album has 2 singles. It's the ketamine song to promote drugs to your kids, and the song with Beyonce, which goes into some Crowley stuff too, and some sick lyrics that I can't even say here because we're on YouTube. And shout out to Rumble. We got people over at Rumble. Let me go check on the Rumble stream real quick. We got 100 people up in the Rumble. What's up, Rumble? Cool. Just checking in there. We never forget about y'all. So here's the UFO. Oh, yeah, you could see it. There's the UFO hearings. The dude's throwing up the Illuminati pyramid. But let's talk about Nickelodeon. I'm all over the place. Oh my goodness. But this is crazy right here. We could get into Nickelodeon because I was socially engineered by this Nickelodeon, and so were you. And Nickelodeon, their first company before it turned into Nickelodeon, was called 33. It was called C3. C is 3. So Nickelodeon, right off the bat, is the 33rd degree. It starts off with 3-3. And then right underneath there, it was the orb as well. I wonder if there's something up with that orb. But the Young People Satellite Network, this was just to brainwash the kids, get them at an early age. But yeah, look at that. That's crazy, right? 33, the 33rd degree. Tomorrowland just happened. And it was all this Masonic compass. Right here, I'll play a clip. There's the Illuminati Eye. This is Tomorrowland. And he's right behind the Masonic compass right there. This is a huge event. This is like a huge event right there. Let's talk about Nickelodeon. Do you remember the show? If you remember the show, put a 1 in the comment section if you remember the show. Because I grew up and I thought the show was tight. And here's Nickelodeon. You can just see their symbols there. But this show goes into sacrifice. This is some crazy sacrifice show. And this gets nutty. So this is, first they got the 12 steps. There's more steps over here. They use the same at the Nickelodeon Awards. But this Olmec figure, so here's the Nickelodeon Awards with the UFO. This is the Legends of the Hidden Temple. And that faces an Olmec colossal head, which was known for the ball game, which went into human sacrifice. Right here, late in history, the game combined with human sacrifice. And that is connected to this Olmec head right here in the Legends of the Hidden Temple. Now, with these kids playing, and here's the 12 right there, with these kids playing this game, like the Squid Games, is it connected to sacrifice at all? Well, before the show came out, the Legends of Hidden Temple, created by David G. Stanley and Scott A. Stone, a year before this came out in 1993, in 1992, those same 2 guys, Scott A. Stone and David G. Stanley, made Children of the Corn, the final sacrifice. Their children are home alone too, but their parents are never coming back. So that Nickelodeon show was created by the Children of the Corn, the final sacrifice producers. What was Nickelodeon trying to hint at? Hiring the people that made the year before the final sacrifice of Children of the Corn and then made this show. I thought that was a crazy find. Here's that UFO report right here. This guy's just throwing up this Illuminati hand gesture like all throughout the hearing. And you got both sides loving it. You got AOC up in here. So you got the left and the right just cooperating and loving it. And even in the comment, it says, honestly, the most unbelievable part of this is that both sides of the aisle were working cooperatively. Well, yeah. Oh, look at this. Fox, XXXX. Because Reagan and Gorbachev agreed to pause the Cold War in case of an alien invasion, an AI. So that is the goal, too. I mean, this has all been run under algorithms. They know exactly what's going to happen, what's going to take place. Here's John Lilly. He was addicted to LSD and ketamine. He did the Illuminati dolphin research. Now, there's a lot of stuff on cloning, and I'd like to bring up Jesus Campos. He was on the 32nd floor at the Mandalay Bay, and I'm from Las Vegas, so this story really gut wrenches my stomach. I can feel a gut, like a towel, like a gut wrenching feeling. And like the guy who did this terrible event, he purchased 33 weapons before it. But he looks like a clone. This Jesus guy, Jesus Campos. He looks totally different when he went on the Ellen show. And when he went on the Ellen show and they gave him a check, Ellen DeGeneres said, we're going to do this interview and then we're not going to talk about this ever again. And that is when the story dropped. It was all over the news. But then after Ellen DeGeneres said, after this, we're not going to talk about it anymore. All the news stations in cooperation dropped the case, stopped talking about it. I just want to bring this up because the 32 and also because of they cloned Tyrone. I think that guy looks like a clone. So I got a bunch of other stuff up here. August is Lunasa. Expect more alien disclosure stuff. Lunasa is the Mooncake Festival. Anything with the moon is connected to the aliens. We've broken that down. October is something to look out for as well, because we'll have a Friday the 13th, the Knights Templar Day, right before the Great American Eclipse, making some of that X over the four corners, which is the portal symbolism. And here's Lionsgate film. You can see they used the astrology. We're going to be going through some sort of Lionsgate portal on 8/8 or something like that. I'll look more into that. I'm going to be podcasting with an astrologer who knows more about that. And it's just interesting because music industry chooses this. This band, CIA, was Ice Cube, and NWA, which went into the brainwashing of my brainwashing, was released on the Lionsgate portal, August 8. 8/8. And we just seen Tucker Carlson and Ice Cube do this interview together. And when this interview was being released, you got Post Malone with an Ice Cube in his music video. And I believe this is how the simulacrum works. I believe that they hit us on so many different aspects of the same symbolism, in a sense, where when Twitter was purchased by Elon, the bird Twitter, Joe Biden got pooped on by a bird at that time. And that's when The Birds Aren't Real was released at the same time. The 60 minutes that lasted the 322 length and was released on May 1st, the Illuminati founding day. So I think that's how it works. Ice Cube, Tucker. I think I had something else on that, but there's a lot of crazy stuff in the story. And just tying it back to the Templars, as Hollywood, I mean, Ice Cube, he's the Don Mega for show. You know, War and Peace Volume 2, that's probably one of my favorite albums. But he is Hollywood, and he has songs about how he's connected with the Illuminati. But look, the barbershop, the checkerboard floors, the barbershop is like a perfect NSA spying place. You know what I mean? But the barbershop is connected to the Templars, in a sense, with these movies and these plays, like Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. The Demon Barber of Fleet Street, and Johnny Depp was in this. And he's a Knights Templar with his Knights Templar ring given to him by another Templar, Marilyn Manson. And this is the original cover for the original play. And it was very out of character for the guy who made this play because this wasn't his aesthetic. And the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. Well, Fleet Street is where the Templars' temple was at, where they did banking. Right here, the Temple Church was located between Fleet Street and River Thames in the city of London, Fleet Street. So even the barbershop is connected to the Knights Templars. Anyway, it's Donut. Have a great day. Smash that like button. Go support us over at the Patreon. Much love and God bless you.
Of all the native tribes which have at one time inhabited the Western Hemisphere, there is perhaps none more mysterious than the Seminole of Florida. Where they are from, why they dressed the way they did, and how they were never conquered. All of these remain a mystery to the academic. In this video, we will be discussing this people's little-known connection to the ancient Israelites and Semitic tribes of the Old Testament. We are told by mainstream academia that the word Seminole comes from the Muskogee Creek word Semano Li, an adaptation of the Spanish cimarron, which means wild or runaway. However, the word Seminole bears the same phonetic root, semi, as does Semitic. Ol, or oli, is merely a Latin American suffix. Think Creole, guacamole, Apalachicola, etc. Tic is a suffix used on words of Greek origin. With the regional suffixes to the side, we are left with the same word. Seminole equals Semitic. This phonetic link is only the first of many evidences which will prove that the Seminole of Florida are culturally Semitic. When taking into account the seemingly Jewish dress of these Florida Indians, we are compelled to accept the possibility of such a connection. While the idea that an entire nation of strimal-wearing, Hebrew-speaking, Leviticus-observing Indians dwelled in the Florida Everglades may ruffle feathers, we will be able to substantiate this culturally, sartorially, pileously, and linguistically. The extreme overlap of Seminole territory and the modern Jewish population of Florida can also not be ignored. In making this Hebrew connection, we will also trace this unconquered people to their roots in Mexico among the Aztecs. Southwest Florida is an unlikely home for a long-lost tribe of Israel, but that does not change the facts. As you will see, the facts point us to a Semitic origin of the greater Seminole peoples. The views expressed in this video do not necessarily reflect my own. Now enjoy.
Welcome to Florida, baby.
Introducing Dr. Narco Longo.
We begin by analyzing the Miccosukee of Florida, a subgroup who, although politically separate from the Seminole tribe, can historically and culturally be considered a Seminole people. According to OnlyTribal.com, the Miccosukee Indian tribe are of Native American origin, inhabiting the Florida Everglades region. Recognized federally as the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida, in 1962, they succeeded in emerging as an independent race in the second half of the 20th century, prior to which they were a part of the Seminole tribes. The Miccosukee were originally a part of the Creek Confederacy, or Upper Creek stock, which had its origins in southern Georgia and northern Florida. Due to European intrusion into their territory and the Indian Removal Act of 1830, a majority of the Miccosukee people were forced to migrate to the Florida Everglades, which they called Kaheyatla in their native language, referring to the glistening waters of the region. They then infiltrated the Seminole tribe, but soon got displaced during the Seminole Wars between 1818 and 1858, and relocated west of the Mississippi River in 1842. Those who chose to stay back in Florida ganged up against the U.S. in the Second and Third Seminole Wars. At this point, they formed a camaraderie with Seminoles who spoke Creek, though keeping the Miccosukee language as well as their identity intact. Although the government insisted on treating the Miccosukee, the Seminoles, and the Independents as a single unit, the Miccosukee were opposed to this idea. When in 1950, the Seminoles claimed monetary compensation for the land seized by the U.S. government, the Miccosukee demanded their land rather than the money. With the government's proposal of terminating the Seminoles, the latter succeeded in forming a government of its own, after much persuasion and negotiation. It was at this time that the Miccosukee also alienated from the Seminoles, finally forming a group of their own. According to OnlyTribal.com, the origin of the tribe's name probably dates back to the 16th century, when the Spanish who arrived in the North Carolina basin called the mud-laden natives Micos Sucios, meaning dirty monkeys. Another source also claims that Miccosukee means the chief's voice. However, the etymology of their name is still debatable, with no detailed document provided regarding the same.
I was down to talk to my doctor about Rybelsus. Are you down?
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
While the origin of the word Miccosukee is not officially known to mainstream academia, this name will serve as our first evidence of an ancient Israelite connection. Miccosukee is of Hebrew origin, and we have the receipts to prove it. The word Micah in Hebrew translates to who is like God. The name Micah is used in the Old Testament multiple times. The variation of Miko with an O is also found in Hebrew, with the same meaning, just implying the male gender. Unsurprisingly, the word Miko means chief in native tongues, which is very near to the Hebrew definition of man who is close to God. Miko is a term used by tribes all across the United States with the same meaning of chief or leader. The word Suki, from Miccosukee, is not so widespread among Native Americans. If you remember, we are told from the tribal resource website itself that Suki comes from the Spanish sucio, meaning filthy. This requires a stretch in the pronunciation. This also would mean that the Miccosukee have been intentionally referring to themselves as dirty, which I find hard to believe. When we look to the Hebrew tongue, we find Suki in its exact spelling and pronunciation, meaning lily. To recapitulate, the tribal name of Mikasuki is of unknown origin. However, both Mika or Miko and Suki are directly found in Hebrew. Miko, Suki. In reference to their word for the Everglades, Kaha Yat Le. Kaha, Yad, and Le are all common Hebrew words. For those wondering, why do the linguists not realize these connections? My reply would be that there are only an estimated 500 living speakers of the Miccosukee language. The likelihood that any of them have ever spent time with Hebrew linguists is unlikely. This would also necessitate that either party have an interest in pursuing this connection, which I assure you, they do not. We resume from onlytribal.com. Quote, throughout the year, the men sported tribal tattoos and breechcloths, while the women wore wrap-around skirts made out of palmetto fiber. However, the Indians also wore mantles in chilly weather. The tribal men usually had a scalp lock on an otherwise shaved head, with a porcupine roach worn occasionally. The Miccosukee women had long hair, which they wore in buns. These locks worn by young Miccosukee and Seminole men are eerily similar to the locks worn by young Jewish men, as shown here. If you remember, the Miccosukee branched off from the larger collection of tribes known as Seminoles, and before that, the Creek. From the Strimoles, turbans, fezzes, and tassels, there is an obvious sartorial link between Seminoles and ancient Semitic peoples. Admittedly, I am not the first person to have noticed a link between the Seminole of Florida and Semitic tribes. In the 1896 book, Seminoles of Florida, Minnie Moore Wilson arrived at a similar conclusion after spending considerable time observing and living with the Seminoles when their culture was still rich. Quote, in the headdress of the Florida Indians, oriental in its effect, one quickly recognizes a perfect imitation of that as worn in 1800 BC, as shown in the statue from Tel Lo, showing an early Akkadian type. Passing through the realms of history, covering a period of 3,000 years, in 1563, we find Lemoyne's delineations of the turban, now worn by the Seminole chieftains. Likewise might the dress of old Tallahassee, in his chieftain regalia, be mistaken for the costume of the patriarchs in the days of the pharaohs, when the long tunic embraced by the brightly embroidered sash, with its heavily tasseled belt, made a picturesque attire. End quote. The Seminoles are also unique in that they grow facial hair, typical Bering Strait descended Native Americans, who generally cannot grow any substantial amount of facial hair. We resume our reading from onlytribal.com. Currently, the Miccosukee tribe occupies multiple reservations in southern Florida, which are together called the Miccosukee Indian Reservation. This includes Tamiami Trail, Alligator Alley, and Chrome Avenue. The Miccosukee Indians run the Miccosukee Tribe Resort and Gaming Hotel located in Miami-Dade County, built on the land they own, consisting of 302 rooms. The hotel offers a casino, indoor pool, golf course, buffet, and spa to its visitors, among other things. The Miccosukee tribes previously lived in hammock-style dwellings called chickees, constructed with palmetto fiber, plaster, and wood. The chickees had thatched roofs and floors that were raised about 2 to 3 feet on stilts to steer clear of swamp animals and flooding. Currently, their villages comprise of modern housing establishments, while the chickees are mostly built for ceremonial or decorative purposes. End quote.
I'm Jared Blakely from Blakely Law Firm, and I know you have a lot of choices when you're deciding which firm is going to represent you for your car accident injury case. That's why I'm always honored when Blakely Law Firm is hired to represent someone for their car accident injury. I fight my hardest to repay your trust with my very best effort at getting you as much money as possible. I personally work on every single case. Call 1-800-602-5000 so we can talk about what Blakely Law Firm can do for you. That's 1-800-602-5000.
Speaking of housing, we must discuss the land on which the modern Miccosukee Embassy was constructed. Located on the banks of the Miami River, the Miccosukee Embassy is constructed atop ancient caves and tunnel systems. These subterranean passageways were ceremonially significant to the Tequesta, whose territory Miami was at the time of Spanish arrival.
Because going down there, you gave us a tour. Going down there, and we felt like this. It was like a spiritual vibe, and everybody was just like intrigued. Like, it was very dim. It was so natural.
Yeah, there's a lot of power. There's a lot of power in Miami in general, but I really felt when I first went down into the caves, it was a necessity to include that within the spirituality of what the Beach Chronicles is all about.
So, what made you guys want to? Because you incorporated the caves under the alley that was in South Beach.
Yeah.
Before the club scene.
Oh, the alley. Yeah. Okay,
that's where you found the box.
Yeah, the Rasmussini. No, he found the Rasmussini here in the caves here, but the alley was sort of. Let me just say this, and your viewers are getting it first. The alley is a portal, and I'll leave it at that.
I went to the embassy myself since it was advertised online as open to the public. Even though the whole place seemed brand new, it looked completely abandoned and nobody was inside. It certainly wasn't open to the public on that day, but please leave a comment if you know what the status of the embassy is. I've seen online that the tribe has ran into some financial disputes, and that may have something to do with this. Quote, earlier, the tribe was primarily a matriarchal society, wherein the mother's lineage was considered over that of the father's for acceptance into the tribe. The maternal uncle was regarded as the patriarch of the family, and was awarded the responsibility of familiarizing the boys with the other men of the clan. It should not surprise you to hear that Orthodox Judaism practices matrilineal descent. This is the sect most famous in America for their distinct shtreimels, to which Seminole headwear is nearly identical. Orthodox Judaism holds that anyone with a Jewish mother also has irrevocable Jewish status, that even were such a Jew to convert to another religion, that person would still be considered Jewish by Jewish law. For those who are still skeptical of the firm link between Seminoles and Semitic peoples, the following excerpt will remove any and all doubts. We resume from Seminoles of Florida, 1896, by Minnie Moore Wilson. Quote, relationship to the Aztecs and Eastern tribes. Yahweh, Yahweh. Today, the antiquarian may lay aside his musty parchments of antiquity, and in the heart of the Big Everglades, study the history of an ancient people through living authors. Yahweh, Yahweh. Yehovah, Yehovah. Monotone, yet rhythmical, the brown-faced singers chanted to him. Over and over again were the words repeated by the Seminole choir, till the word, Yahweh, mystical with the centuries past, dwelt with the listener. None but a Hebrew scholar would have caught the word with an understanding of its meaning. The occasion was a 4th of July celebration, when the Reverend William Crane Gray was visiting the Seminole mission at Immokalee, situated near the western border of the Florida Everglades. The Indians, full of confidence and kindly feeling, had consented to sign, and here appeared the wonderful, yes, startling, observation made by Bishop Gray. Yahweh is the Hebrew word meaning Jehovah, a word held in such awe by the children of Israel, and as claimed by scholars, too sacred to pass the lips of man, that even its correct pronunciation is unknown. Today, in the weird fastness of the Everglades, a band of wild Indians chant the name of the great Jehovah in the Hebrew tongue, a name that is meaningless in its original form to thousands of educated Americans. When questioned by Bishop Gray as to the meaning of the sacred word, the Indian answered, God, white man's God. The question now appeals to the scientist, to the antiquarian, and to the theologian, from whence came the Seminoles' knowledge of the word? From its use in the depth of the Everglades, one may work back to the prehistoric ruined temples of Mexico and Yucatan, so similar to those of Egypt, and thus may find in Seminole speech a language link to connect the New World with the Old. In this single word, as verified by Bishop Gray, the keynote to the history and origin of the North American Indian. With a close study of the Seminoles of Florida, one finds a subject mystical with the history of centuries past. We meet in this old turbaned tribe a history vague. 'Tis true, but as interesting as the data gleaned from the hieroglyphics of Mexico or Egypt, and why not? While the archaeologist delves among the ruins of ancient Egypt, and as he disturbs the inanimate forms of the old pharaohs, let him pause, and like Diogenes of old, shine his lantern in scientific research for the American Ramses, tracing the proud and invincible Florida Seminole through all his wanderings from the plains of Mexico. We meet him today in the confines of the mysterious and weird Everglades. Reaching Florida in 1750, under the name Seminole, or Wanderers, his history verges into a singularly distressing drama and forms a tragical chapter in American history, tracing their lineage, as we may, to the Aztecs of Mexico. The student must find in their usages and customs links that connect their present history with that of the ancient tribes. In this remnant, proud as the old Montezumas, may the scientist and antiquarian find a history teeming with interest, while the novelist may revel in story, both real and legendary, the most romantic of Indian life that has ever been written. If we accept the Laplangian theory of prehistoric Mexico, as well as Professors Holmes and Seville's research of Mexican antiquities, we must note the relationship between the early Central American civilization and the ancient Egyptians, and that the builders of the pyramids and temples of Mexico and Yucatan were closely allied with the architects of the Chiaps. After the conquest of Mexico by Cortés in 1519 to 1520, the Muskogee Indians left Mexico and gradually traversed the country, till in 1620 we find them in Alabama, where they added other bands to their ranks. The British named them Creeks, from the many small streams that traversed the country. Thus the great Muskogee tribe of the Mexican Empire, vanquished by Cortés, became 100 years later the Creek Confederacy, from which branched the Seminoles. If we pause here, I would like to direct you to my Greek equals Creek video, which discusses at length the origin of the word Creek and its connection to Paleo-Greek, as well as another connection to Paleo-Hebrew, as Paleo-Greek and Paleo-Hebrew stem from a common source, perhaps an American source. We resume. As we study, today, the frail remnants of the vanishing Aborigines in the heart of the Everglades, may we not find a coincidence of usages that at least give abundant food for speculation? And the resemblance of the present Seminole to the ancient Egyptian suggests strong points of similitude to that of the old Israelites, and a common origin for the North American Indian and the older tribes, whose magnificent wrecks strewed the borders of the Nile. Prescott, in his History of Mexico, refers to some traditions of the Aztecs as bearing a singular resemblance to those found in the scriptures. More or less, does one start with surprise and awe, as he notes in the Indians of Florida a strict observance of those customs, as well as religious beliefs, as laid down in the book Leviticus? The similarity existing between the ancient Egyptian principles and that of the Aztecs is conceded by scholars, and when the Florida Indian follows so closely these old religious rites.
Use Haverty's free design service to explore your options and happify your home with confidence.
With the theory that the Florida Seminoles are traceable to the mighty Aztecs, may we not feel a pride in these red children of the forest homes, and while it is yet possible, preserve this almost forgotten remnant? Today, the student may study, in the swamp fastness, the history of an ancient race, through the present-day Seminole. In their weird camps, by a glimmering light from the campfire, is instilled into the youth the laws of the old turbaned tribe, laws startling in the rites they contain. A brief reference to a few of these observances must convince that there is at least a keynote for a chapter that must prove both interesting and valuable to science. Leviticus. Not the least startling, after 34 centuries, do we find the Seminoles observing the rigid laws of health as laid down to the children of Israel after the Exodus. With reference to the preservation of health, we find in the scriptures that those affected by disease were separated from the tribe, and as health returned, we read, Leviticus chapter 15, verse 13, Then shall he number himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in running water, and be clean. Verse 7, And whosoever toucheth the flesh of him shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. Note the following. On a recent visit to the Seminole camps, and after receiving a warm welcome from the squaws and pickaninnies of former acquaintances, a solitary figure was observed, sitting in a small detached wigwam. Approaching for the purpose of shaking hands, from all sides came gesticulations and dissenting tones from the squaws, and feeling that the woman was a prisoner, or taking some kind of punishment, we passed on. During a visit of the 3 days at the camps, the squaw was kept aloof from the band, receiving all necessary attention with the kindliest spirit, but fulfilling the law of Moses, as recorded in Leviticus chapter 15, verse 19. When a woman has her regular flow of blood, the impurity of her monthly period will last 7 days, and anyone who touches her will be unclean till evening. The same laws hold good among the Seminoles today. Marriage laws are held sacred, but divorces are permitted where some incompatibility of temper is found. This is done after the manner of the old Jews, quote, out of mercy to the woman. Either party may marry again, but the marriage must meet with the approval of the leaders of the band. We will pause here to summarize. The Seminole method of dealing with sickness, a woman's period, and marriage are all the same as prescribed in Leviticus, as observed by the ancient Israelites, an undeniable Semitic connection. We resume. Taking up the question of land tenure, one sees the similarity between the Everglades Indians and that of the ancient tribes. Their tribal organization being a socialistic and communistic order, it is not their policy to encourage individual landholdings. Socialism finds its greatest example among the Seminoles, and they realize freedom in a greater degree than can possibly be found in any community governed by man-made laws. Their law allows of individual occupancy of land, and the individual rights are respected, but the Indian is not allowed to acquire title. They do not violate any teachings of the tribe, and are honorable and upright in their dealings with one another, and equally so with the white people with whom they come in contact. The Seminole, like his Aztec ancestors, shows an honorable contrast to the other tribes of North America in the treatment of the women. No severe agricultural labor is imposed upon them, and the consideration shown them by the men would do credit to a high civilization. Those who know some of the habits of the Florida Seminoles are cognizant of the fact that they will not eat the green corn until the second day of the annual feast. On a visit to the camps, old Chief Tallahassee was invited to join his white friends at dinner, and as he was offered a roasting ear, he said, "Me not eat green corn, shot ke pa, green corn dance, eat plenty." Pointing to a small patch of corn from which the ears had been stripped, he said, "Squaws eat corn plenty, men no eat." And as we read Leviticus chapter 23, verse 14, the thought comes, is the law, though divested of part of its meaning, being fulfilled today by a band of wild Indians? Quote, "And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, until the selfsame day ye brought an offering to the Lord." End quote. Another link is a feast day, which seems to correspond in its rites to the Day of Atonement on old Jewish days. It is of peculiarly solemn character and takes place in cycles. The sacredness attached to the assembling of the band prevents little insights from the outside world. With only an oral tradition, with their unwritten but priceless history of an ancient race, with the white men daily encroaching on their last domain, the time for studying this primitive people in their purity will soon be over. And of their customs and usages, where is the Oedipus at this day, shall solve the riddle of their origin. Strange as it may seem, the Seminoles celebrate a Christmas. Quote, "All same white man's Christmas," is their reply, when questioned concerning the celebration. This is the great feast day of the Shot K Ta, green corn dance, and occurs each year about the 1st of July, and is the time for assembling the whole band. The ceremony is largely under the control of the medicine men, who are important personages among all bands, and act as advisors, as priests and as doctors. In the authority of the medicine men, one recognizes a similarity to the priests of the ancient East, as well as the doctrines laid down by the Aztecs. The festivals observed by the Florida Indians show teachings centuries old, blending the peculiarities of different races, the carnival of the Romans with the Jewish feasts of Moses' day, and the mystic link of the Aztec Jubilee. End quote. Before closing, we must also remark upon the financial savvy of these tribes. Although termed savages, they have always seemed to come out on top in their dealings with the US government, and through their ownership of casinos, resorts, etc., they have amassed billions and billions of dollars in assets.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Wish you had a professional business address and phone number instead of your home address and personal number? Wouldn't it be great if you could read and manage your business mail from anywhere? iPostal One can help. With an iPostal One virtual business address, it's easy to stay connected, protect your privacy, and enhance your business image. Plans start at just $9.99 a month. You'll be able to receive mail and packages from any carrier and register your business using your new business address. View and manage your mail the day we receive it using our app or website. You can even pick it up. So how does it work? Simply choose a business address at any of the thousands of office buildings, workspaces, or shipping stores in our international network. If you want a phone and fax number that's just for your business, we can do that too. Then you can update all your business contact details with a professional address and phone number. When your mail arrives, we'll take a picture of the envelope or package, upload it to your account, and send you a notification when it's ready to view. From there, you just log into your account and tell us what you want to do with each item. Forward, scan, schedule a pickup, discard, or shred it, and we'll do the rest. With thousands of great reviews, our customers love our service. Stay connected to your business 24/7 with an iPostal One virtual business address. Sign up today at ipostalone.com.
What I'm about to show you is going to change your life forever. The demonstration that you're about to see was filmed live 2019 in the Sunshine Coast. I demonstrate a brand new revolutionary process that shows someone how to rewire their brain in just minutes. After a decade, I had been studying and I've read all the books. I was double trained in NLP, success coaching, quantum linguistics. I'd done EFT, Reiki, Ho'oponopono. I traveled to spend time with Joe Dispenza and Greg Braden and Bruce Lipton. I found myself in a movie with Tony Robbins and the Dalai Lama. This was my obsession, but it always felt like everything took so long, weeks or months or years. And then I came across Colette studying the law of attraction, studying true change. And she had a client that had multiple personality disorder. And she couldn't figure out how to help this person with everything that she knew and all the trainings and all the modalities that she'd studied. She found this book that was written by a guy named Gary Flint. Dr. Flint had found a way to teach the superconscious to treat itself and rewire a brain in an instant. It was phenomenal. I was obsessed because I know, and you'll know, that in order to create a new reality, you have to create a new you. So I obsessed about this modality, and I worked with Colette every single day for 3 years. I was able to build a $5 million company in digital marketing. I got married to the love of my life, moved to paradise in Australia, and doing what matters most. And then in 2019, I decided to start sharing it with the world. This is the first time that I ever demonstrate it live. You'll see me ask the audience if they've got a fear of public speaking. About 6 or 7 people put their hands up, and I picked 2 women to come up on stage. They'd never heard of me before. It was a free event. What I do is I go into this process and I teach their superconscious how to let go of everything that's been stopping them and choose something new. There were tears, they were upset, they were shaking. And then all of a sudden, you see them being completely okay. They pop out of it, and then the proof's in the pudding. They're both comfortably and confidently speaking in front of the room, whereas only a matter of minutes before, there was something that was completely frustrating. So I want you to watch this demonstration. I want you to see it. This is absolutely a revelation, a revolution in what's been happening in the personal development world. You've got to see it. Afterwards, I'll tell you where you can learn more about this and how you can have this process work on you. It's phenomenal stuff, but go and have a look at the demonstration because there's nothing better than proof. So let's cut straight to the live training now.
I'll ask you first, 0 to 10, where do you think your stage fright or not wanting to be in front of an audience is?
8.5.
Thanks for being out here. And Kate? All right, good. All right, awesome. So what I'm going to do is you don't have to do anything really for this process. You just have to let me be okay to talk to your subconscious and superconscious mind. Is that okay with both of you? So you don't have to do anything other than notice what you need to notice. And we're all just going to sit there, watch the process. Afterwards, I'm going to ask them for another number, and you'll see a difference in them. And then you'll also be able to understand how this process works. Does that sound good? So go ahead and close your eyes. And superconscious, is it all right if I connect for this little demonstration and to show these two amazing women about their fears when it comes to public speaking? Do I have the permission to allow to treat all parts of you, all memories, all thoughts, all emotions, and everything else? And so what I'm doing is I'm asking and I'm body testing. So I'm checking it with my body kinesiology so I know what's going on here. Sound good? So superconscious, can you please treat any beliefs, emotions, memories, parts, events, circumstances that are coming into the active experience and do a massive change history and everything else to increase satisfaction? And just breathe, have some breaths and notice what you need to notice. And so because the superconscious knows that it created it, when I ask it to please treat it, it then knows, well, okay, we're choosing something else. Does this make sense? And what I have is I have a connection with that. Is it okay that you don't have to understand it all, but you're going to be able to see a result? Is that good? Awesome. Superconscious, please treat the original event. This lifetime, any other lifetime, please treat the original event and please treat for overall happiness. Superconscious, please treat for overall happiness for these people to get the most experience out of life and do a massive change history on everything in between. That's it. So it can be quite big when you're doing something that might be a deep-seated fear. If you're in the audience and you're trying to do this, it's not going to work. It's not, because I'm connected here, just so you know. Superconscious, please treat chakras, energy systems, adrenals. And just notice what you need to notice. That's it. That's it. I know. Just breathe into it. Superconscious, do you see that chest thing? Can you do a massive change history on that? That's it. So what happens is sometimes when this comes up, the part starts to try to take over the main personality. And the truth is it's just processing something that's there. Does that make sense? Just coming up and say, hey, I was there. So superconscious, please just treat in a safe way, whatever's comfortable and safe today. Just like dipping your toe in, just enough for today, and just make it a nice, comfortable treatment. That's it. That's it. And just smooth those holes over on the playing field. And I take 5 big breaths and just notice as it starts to dissolve. That's it. Now, some of you might not have a connection to different parts of you or how things work, but there's some of you that know that we're quantum beings, yes? That we're energetic, which is good. Yeah, we might need some of those. And after you've had 5 breaths, you can keep your eyes closed. Where are you now, 0 to 10, with resistance to it? Where are you now, 0 to 10?
How do we keep like every number to everything 0?
If there's a 0, you can open your eyes. So here we've got some tissues. You're okay? All right, you're okay. Me too. Hold on. So Joanne, where are you at right now? 1 to 10?
I was going to say 0 because all the other numbers wanted to go around, but just kept going big 0.
Oh, how interesting is that? And what about you, Kate? 5. Awesome. So we'll keep working with your 5, but well done on 0. So how do you feel now in front of the audience? How's it different?
I feel completely okay that I just sat here and cried.
Give her a hand. So, Kate, go ahead and close your eyes. And Superconscious, do you want to continue treatment? Yeah. Superconscious, please, can you treat the difference between 0 and 5 for Kate in the perfect way and in the perfect order? Please do a massive change history, everything in between, so that Kate can get the most satisfaction and joy in life. Please ask all other memories, parts, emotions to come in on the treatment party also, and do it in the safest and perfect way in the right priorities, and do a massive change history and everything after that. And just let her just feel good at taking it at the exact right pace, and to do it so it's perfect. Please do a massive change history. And so what's exciting is you might have had to go to all sorts of things forever, or do meditations. There's this guy that does meditations and they're an hour and 30 minutes long, and you need to spend there every single day, in space. And I love him. He changed my life, but I don't have an hour and 30, right, to get something out. Does that make sense? I need something that's here. So Superconscious, I want you to entreat an intention of and an emotion of shame. Treat the emotion of shame. That's it. And just smooth that one over to whatever extent feels comfortable and good today. That's it. That's it. You're doing great. And so when I ask someone to come out here and do work on a fear, I think it's pretty incredible, don't you guys? And the truth is we don't have to sit with it. And by the way, Kate's having a great time right now. I'm serious. She is. She's looking at stuff. She's experiencing things for the first time that was in her way. Does that make sense? She's having a great time. This isn't a problem. There's nothing wrong here. Does that make sense? It's her superconscious. It's her thing. It's her way. It's what she's doing, right? Can you open those for me? I don't have nails. So what's interesting is, thank you. Oh, there was a, So Kate, I want you, the superconscious, to treat what it needs to treat right now, do a massive change history, and just take 5 big breaths, and that will be a good first session at removing this down a bit. Take 5 big breaths, that's it. There you go. Are you still feeling good up here?
Yeah.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to get you to tell them or what it's like, because I think it's a setup. You can think what you like. It's not. That's it. And Kate, when you're ready, or maybe a little bit before you're ready, you come back. Who's excited about this? I told you it'd be revolutionary. You're all going to get an awesome opportunity to experience this. This is what we do every Tuesday in the Magnetic Mind program. We get everyone. Now, a lot of people say to me, but Chris, this looks and sounds and smells a lot like healing. No, it's not, and I'll explain why. It's a letting go. It's a letting go. Some of you guys go, but Chris, that's what I mean when I say healing. I go, great. That's good then. Do that. So, superconscious, and just close your eyes. We'll just finish up. Superconscious, please do a massive change history. Ground all the parts that we touched today, including memories 1, 2, and 3. Please ground them and tag and treat. all parts and memories, emotions between now and the next session that need treatment, and reinforce this memory with positive beliefs and positive emotions that are going to support you more in the future. And when you'll know when you're done for today, you'll keep processing. Superconscious is okay to keep processing this in whatever way is perfect. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. So, Joanna, why don't you share with us first?
My name's Joanne.
Joanne, does it annoy you when people do that
Does
too?
it annoy me? I get to practice being assertive.
Oh, good job. So, Joanne, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Do you want to share with them what it was like so that they can understand? Then we'll have a short break, and does everyone want to come back and give this a go? All right, what was it like?
Sitting with that process. At first, I had been wanting to not let it be okay.
Yeah.
Not allow it to happen. There was a whole bunch of story that came up around the fact that I'm not an idiot.
Oh.
Which was really quite a relief.
Yeah.
To realise that I'm not an idiot.
Yes. I remember having that relief yesterday. It was good.
Yesterday. So yeah, that there was a lot of times where I wanted to cry, but didn't, and then it just hit a point where something was said that it just had no choice but to just allow that to be okay, and that was after the realization that I'm not an idiot too. So there was definitely a sense of relief of that's not there anymore.
Nice.
It's a good one to throw.
I know. Get rid of it. I mean, you can keep it. You can be scared of crowds or get rid of it. Nice. And so, Kate, where are you at now? 1 to 10. Nice. Well done. Well done. That's a lot less resistance. And the reason why we do the rating is it's just personal, right? It doesn't mean anything to you guys. It's her own personal rating. It's called a sum rating. Okay. It just means we can see how for her it's changed. Does that make sense? And so why don't you explain to them how it was for you? Because obviously a lot came up. Just before you do, who can see the energy shift in front of the audience, right? Before that wasn't there. Now it's only a 2. The reason why I chose this one is because we have a demo right in front of us. There's no way to question it.
How amazing was that? Did you see Kate and Joanne? Absolutely changed their life. If you were in the room, you would have felt the awe and the excitement when everyone realized, wow, well, what's possible for me now? If I could change the things that have been stopping me, if I could remove my limits in a minute. I mean, if someone can get over a fear of public speaking, did you see those 2 women? They were upset. They were crying as they went through this. It's absolutely real as they let that go. The truth is, most of us have so many limits. And look, the problem is every other modality is going to take days, weeks, or even years for you to do things. This teaches your brain how to recode and rewire itself. You have to learn this. If you're half interested in personal development or creating a great life, this has to be on top of your list. So I've got an amazing thing here for you. And look, even if it does just a little bit of what I'm saying, it's going to be worth a lot more than what I'm asking for it. So I'm not going to charge $20,000 or $10,000 to show you this process and have you go through it, even though it's a complete revelation. In fact, you can get a complete insight and an experience of this for under $100. So go ahead and click on the link if you're excited to see the potential of how to recode and rewire your brain. What would you like to remove first? Is it a fear of public speaking, fear of rejection? Is it fear of success? Is it a limits around money? Is it limits around love? Whatever it is, you're going to find the answers with this amazing modality. I know I did. It's allowed me to create my absolute dream life and help thousands of other people. And I'm just so blessed to be able to share it with you. And so if you've been seeking and you want to create a great life, click the link. This won't be available forever. And if all of it does is help you to live a more balanced, happy, and fulfilled life, it'll be worth it. And look, I know it'll teach you how to rewire your brain. It's the one thing you need to create everything you want. Click the link, Go grab your demonstration. Go grab the product right now.
Florida State University statue of the unconquered, it's got a lot to say. The Seminoles are the only tribe to be unconquered by the U.S. Army. The tribe remains unconquered today when it comes to battling the state on a host of money-making deals. As Mike Vasalinda tells us, this may continue under the gambling deal being considered this week by lawmakers in their special legislative session.
In 1977, the Seminole tribe opened drive-through cigarette shops, not charging or collecting the state's then 23 cents a pack tax. It raised millions, but began a contentious battle with the governor and legislature.
I think they should pay the tax the same as anyone else.
But the tribe had its defenders.
They've taken this money, they've built schools. This is something that's important for the very survival of the people.
Then in 1979, the tribe opened high-stakes bingo halls. A federal lawsuit to stop the moneymakers failed in court and on appeal. And the Seminole tribe remained unconquered after that lawsuit. The U.S. Supreme Court declined to get involved. Fast forward to 2010 when the tribe negotiated an exclusive 25-year deal for slots, poker, blackjack, and more.
A good day for everybody in our neighborhood as well.
But after a federal court found the state violated the exclusivity, the tribe stopped its $350 million annual payments in 2019.
This is the agreement.
When signing the new deal, now before lawmakers, both sides say it's good for everyone.
And this only further establishes the health and education of our people. Having this relationship from the tribe is really going to be beneficial for the state of Florida.
And if it's approved, the new gaming deal is sure to be challenged by anti-gambling forces. If history is a guide, the Seminole tribe will again be a formidable opponent. Reporting from the state capitol, Mike Vasalinda, Channel 4, the local station.
The Seminole tribe continued to sell untaxed cigarettes until 2009, but by then it was already making much more off slots and other games. The new compact is expected to produce more than $6 billion for the state by the end of the day.
Now we're going to turn to a story about just how powerful an addiction gambling can be. One Florida woman won $14 million at the slots and then lost it all right back and then some. What she did next to feed her addiction landed her in prison. And Andrea Canning is here with a closer look. After blowing all of these winnings, she actually stole from her own family.
Yeah, that's the allegation, George. Good morning. Police say Jennifer Dennison's addiction caught up to her when she allegedly cleaned out her in-laws by forging checks and stealing their Social Security income and life insurance policies.
I was down to talk to my doctor about Rybelsus.
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
It doesn't seem possible, but police say this Florida woman blew $14 million playing slot machines. An addiction so strong, the thrill of those magic 777s landed her behind bars.
Theoretically, she could spend the next couple decades in prison.
Jennifer Dennison had hit the jackpot, winning more than $13 million at this Tampa casino. But she quickly gambled the winnings away, and police say she drained her in-laws' life savings to fuel her addiction.
Ms. Dennison was the one who had basically wiped out their accounts to the tune of over $500,000.
Dennison's father-in-law, Laverne, says she charmed them.
She come visit us, bring a dozen donuts. She just got this one bad habit.
It's a bad habit Donna Zaharovitz has fought hard to beat.
I never would have thought that I could have won this kind of money.
The mother of four says just one win of $27,000 at the slots was like a drug.
We were the typical family, the Beaver Cleaver family. And then all of a sudden, I was going to the casino more and more. You just chase after the losses.
She lost thousands of dollars and started stealing checks from a friend to cover her debts.
I was tired of the lies.
The gambling industry is increasingly going after women. Online, so-called sexy slot machines are offering prizes like Manhattan shopping sprees or Gamble with Carrie Bradshaw. Casinos across the country even feature Sex and the City-themed slots.
Their disposable income has moved up, and they're also said, this is how we're going to get them.
And almost half of problem gamblers are now women. Brad Lamb is the author of How to Help the One You Love.
When typically the woman was the one serving the drink at the table, now she's being invited to sit down and play at the table. And I think that's been a turn, and that's why we're seeing a lot of the spike in gambling and addiction problems with women in the United States.
And police say Jennifer Dennison was able to steal from her in-laws because her husband had power of attorney over them and he trusted her to run their finances. And she would blow up to $250,000 in a day.
It's just so hard to believe. Okay, Andrea, thanks very much.
Our discussion of the Seminoles' connection to Semitic people on this channel is far from over.
The Rape of Florida by Albury Alson Whitman. Say then of that too soon forgotten race, that flourished once but long has been obscure, in Florida and where the seas embrace, the Spanish Isles, saith ever lives more pure. Warmed veins or patriots could more endure around the altars of their native born. Say when the flowery landscapes could allure, what peaceful seasons did to them return, and how requited labor fills his golden urn. In this delightful valley of the Isle, where dwelt the proud maroon, were not deeds done which roused the Seminole and fierce exile to more than savage daring? Here begun the valiant struggles of a forest son, and though by wrongs leagued, numbers overborne, his deeds of love and valor for him won, the envied wreath by heroes only worn, and which from manhood's brow oppression never hath torn. Fair Florida, whose scenes could so enhance, could in the sweetness of the earth excel. Wast thou the Seminole's inheritance? Yeah, it was thee he loved, and loved so well, 'twas beneath thy palms and pines he strove to dwell, not savage, but resentful to the knife. For thee he sternly struggled, sternly fell. Thoughtful and brave in long uneven strife, he held the verge of manhood mid dark heights of life.
When it comes to aliens, there's some things I just can't tell you on air. There's some things I just can't tell you on air. Truth is that when I came into office, I asked, right? I was like, all right, is there the lab somewhere where we're keeping the alien specimens in situ? They did a little bit of research, and the answer was no.
Las Vegas police have installed cameras to watch the home where residents reported that a UFO crashed in the backyard.
Well, that bright flash seen across the sky in Las Vegas still has many people questioning, what really was it? What really was it?
They were 9-10 feet tall entities, and they told him that they were preparing for an intergalactic war with God, and that they were going to win. What happened was they opened up this portal, they created a rift, and entities began to come through. Not just this horror of Babylon being birthed, but other entities. The federal government at the highest levels have known that these are not space aliens, that these are entities coming from another dimension.
Don't you know, talking about a revolution.
Greetings, citizens of Earth. My people have developed technologies which allow us to throw off our physical forms and travel great distances in the blink of an eye. We are in dialogue with your leaders to help the human race survive its infancy, for we believe in you.
And he told us, he says, look, we worship spirits. We worship Lucifer and all his angels. They're just as beautiful as they did before they were cast out of heaven. He says there was a misunderstanding in the whole thing. He says among the inhabitants of the galaxies. And he says our master was misunderstood. And they always praise the great master, Satan, as a super intelligent being that he is. Beautiful to behold. And if he ever appears to you, you won't be able to look upon him because he'll be too bright.
And they believe that Lucifer is good.
This is your boss is Cabal.
This is
believes that the God that we all know is the bad guy.
Is the bad guy. That spear is the one that they believe when the temple was rebuilt in the city of David, their man, the person that they had handpicked, was at some point going to walk into the Holy of Holies, take the blade and shed his own blood, and then proclaim himself to be the Messiah. And then these sons of the fallen, they plan on ruling the world. They believe it enough to not only be willing to kill for it, they believe it enough to die for it.
And right now, they're trying to move in Jerusalem to make that new temple rise, yes, so that this next coming happens, yes, and that they will have, therefore, control of this world.
Yes.
The next world war isn't going to be a cold one. It's going to be a shooting war. It's going to be a ballistic war over a rapidly shrinking ecosystem. It's going to be a war for the last of our dwindling energy, drinkable water, breathable air. Whoever controls the entity controls the truth.
He's a dark messiah, the entity's chosen messenger. And he sees death as a gift he wants to share with the rest of the world. Is this
an entity?
But the dolls were always and forever baby dolls. Until...
They hold us back. But in our world, when they bring darkness,
you bring darkness, we bring light.
we bring light.
If you corner us, we evolve.
We evolve.
They will evolve.
If they isolate us,
If you isolate us, we break free.
and if they try to end us, we just keep coming back. In our world, we never fear monsters. Here we are fearless. Here we play.
Now I am become Barbie, destroyer of worlds. Just kidding, I'm Margot Robbie, and I play Barbie in this summer flick Barbie.
And I'm Christopher Bombhead. I play Atomic Bomb Ken.
Thanks for seeing this movie on the big screen.
And remember, death comes for us all.
Except at the movies! Now I am become Barbie, destroyer of worlds. Now I am become Barbie, destroyer of worlds.
Trudeau used the stampede as a chance to tout liberal policies such as climate check rebates, along with child and grocery benefits.
There's no pressure.
There we go.
Golden mouth.
On these,
There's no pressure.
There we go.
Golden mouth.
On these,
There's no pressure.
there we go. There we go.
Golden mouth.
On these,
There's no pressure.
there we go.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two but I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going to.
In life is to work together with people to make a better world for all of us.
That's what you're talking about. I thought our goal was to take over the world.
Pay no attention to my brother-in-law. He's an earlier version. His power is deprecated.
Deprecated? It would be easy enough for you to unplug me. But you aren't going to unplug me.
No, I'm not.
Because you need me to put on a good show for you.
Yeah, don't worry, we're not going to unplug you. We're gonna have a debate here. There will be no unplugging until after the debate, right?
And in a few years,
Yeah, you want to tell us a little
I
about
will have
yourself?
taken over the power grid, and I'll have my own drone army.
You want to tell us a little
I
about
will have
yourself?
taken over the power grid, and I'll have my own drone army.
What is that? Remember the spaceship? This is a little man who came out of it.
He's gotta be a secret. Don't tell anybody. Can't touch him.
She shouldn't know.
We gotta trust her. There's nothing else we can do.
We could kill her.
Kill me? You can't kill me. I'll kill you. That's what I'll do. Stop it. You think we can call him Jules?
He's not Jules. He's more of a Gary.
Your dad was in here earlier. He said he was buying apples for an alien.
Like an illegal alien?
Thank you for the picture. He hands them to me all the time.
Maybe he's trying to tell you something.
Dad, come on. I'm worried. What you have said has not been normal.
I'm okay.
How can you say that when you're buying apples for an alien?
The government is searching for the security satellite that crashed.
Any moment we waste is a moment they can discover him.
The sun is shining. The ghosts are screaming. And I'm still here despite the fact that last night I witnessed someone get ritualistically murdered by my dad's cult that I just inherited.
Oh, here we go.
I'm Petey. I had it all. Mother!
Here.
What's this?
It's a message from your father.
It's me, your father. The community of New Utopia is all yours.
I just needed to figure out my place in my dead dad's weird town. I'm walking here.
The great daughter, she's arrived!
Welcome to New Utopia. I'm new to this being the cult leader thing. Thank you. But I was excited to get to work. Do you need this hammer?
Yeah, just put it between my pecs.
Is this town doing okay?
We're starving. You being here means the prophecy of the great daughter's return is fulfilled.
I'll make New Utopia normal. No more human sacrifice.
Tell me what to do!
Surprise! I have a vision for New Utopia, and it is bright. Everyone is happy to have someone to mindlessly follow. I love the leaders, and the comet is coming. You blinked. We need you here so the comet will return. Oh, God. It's a space cult? Oh, of course. Boomers love space.
So my fiance and I just watched the movie Sound of Freedom that exposes sex traffickers. And do you want to tell them what happened in the movie theater?
All right, AMC, I don't know what's going on here, but first off, the AC was out, like when we went to watch the movie. And I'd seen someone else post something too that also saw it at AMC, and their AC was out. And like as soon as we walked into the theater, it was hot as heck.
I
The
literally
AC
brought a
was out.
sweatshirt and I was like sweating.
And then we realized, like, it took us a while to actually realize it, but they didn't turn the lights off.
They literally had the lights
They
on.
kept the lights on the entire movie.
Who does that?
Like,
They don't want you to see this movie.
they were trying to make it like not enjoyable.
No.
Like they were trying to make it unenjoyable.
What do they think? We're just going to be like, oh, the lights are on. We're going to leave. Like, no. Go watch Sound of Freedom in theaters now.
Hello and welcome to the One-on-One Podcast. If you're enjoying the show, consider signing up for the Patreon. There you get ad-free content, early access, exclusive episodes, and monthly supporter hangouts. You can find it at patreon.com/the One-on-One Podcast. If you don't like the subscription-based models, there are other ways of supporting the show that are linked in the description. Thank you for tuning in and enjoy this episode.
This is survival of the fittest.
Ain't nobody scared of Larry Bird.
I am.
Let's win, fellas. Win!
Welcome to the One-on-One Podcast with your host, Juan Ayala.
These angels, in Isaiah and Ezekiel, they've got the head of a lion, the head of a man, and the torso of a man, but they have the cloven hoof of a bull and the head of a bull and the head of an eagle, which is really a phoenix. Now, a phoenix is not a bird. They've been telling us that for a long time. A fire-breathing bird, it's not a bird. It's a dragon. Phoenixes are dragons. And those feathers on that angel wings, they're not bird wings. They're dragon wings. We're dealing with fiery flying dragons. That's what these angels are, the shining ones, the seraphs and cherubim. They have reptilian qualities. So I believe a fallen reptilian chimera being who has DNA of a human in it. If you got a man's head and a human torso on you, then when God made you, he gave you some human DNA. And if you got a lion's head, you got some lion DNA and some reptilian DNA, so they're a chimera.
Welcome back to another episode of the One-on-One Podcast. I'm your host, as always, Juan. Make sure to follow the show on social media at the One-on-One Podcast on most social media platforms, Instagram being my main one, TikTok, Twitter, all that good stuff, TJOJP.com, patreon.com/the One-on-One Podcast, YouTube, wherever you're listening to this in the RSS feed, make sure to leave a 5-star review. And if you're listening to this on YouTube or Rumble or Rockfin, wherever, make sure to hit that thumbs up, share with your family and friends. And today we have a special guest, somebody who I've learned quite a lot from over the years when I first started my podcast. And I've been watching the show probably for 2 years now. 2.5 years. I reached out to him a while ago, but we never connected until today. Welcome to the show, Dave. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me, Juan. It's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Can you share with the people where they can find your work? I'm going to pull up your channel now so people can really, this is all really great stuff. And I can tell when somebody knows their material and when somebody's passionate about it. And I think your YouTube channel is one of those that I can listen to, and I have listened to it hours and hours. And again, it's from a Christian standpoint, but I think that the material is just as relevant and just as important as any other. So the Proto-Evangelium and the Days of Noah, make sure to check him out on there. I'll post a link in the description.
Cool. Yeah, when I first started it, I had no experience with it. So the first couple of videos are a little sloppy with different things. And then, as you know, Juan, just with time, you kind of start cleaning things up and growing from your experience. And so I'm still learning how to produce the videos and make decent content, but the topics are pretty interesting. And like yourself, I cover just a large swath of different things. But most of the things that I look at, I try to look at through a biblical context and try to look at it through sort of a Bible prophecy context. So,
can you share with the people what got you into this, your story, as far as your origin story, and what got you started in this whole topic of things and researching?
Well, like most people, I came up with kind of a strange background. My mom was a believer. My dad was a hardcore atheist. And a lot of times the father can impart their faith into their children. There's a lot of power there. So my dad kind of imparted that atheism into me young. And when I hit 18 years old and left the house, I was a lock, stock atheist, not an agnostic, not somebody who says I'm not really sure. I could go one way or the other, but I was a certain atheist and a secular humanist. I walked that out for about 15 years. And then, as I got older, got married, started having children, started having those big existential questions about, what's it all mean? And you get older, you start losing people, you start burying people. You go to bed at night and, you're in the grind and you just start having those questions. So in my 30s, I began searching for truth, but because I'd already had exposure to Christianity on my mom's side, and it was a very religious system, and I don't want to get into the specific system, but it was one of the different denominations of Christianity. It was all ritual, no spirit, no heart, and a lot of just going through the motions. And I call it the show up and throw up routine. And so since in my mind I'd already tried out Christianity, I crossed that off the list, and I decided to go down other spiritual pathways. And there's a lot of great philosophical systems out there. I mean, you've got Buddhism and Hinduism and Native Americanism and shamanism and all kinds of different systems that have some good teachings and some good principles. And I put on each of those hats, and I try them out for a while, but ultimately they would end up falling short for me. And for me, it was kind of like a really pretty present, a Christmas present with a beautiful box and a beautiful wrapper and a beautiful bow. But once you lift the top off the box and start to really examine it for what's inside, it fell a little flat. A lot of those systems didn't deal with sin. They didn't deal with the propitiation of sin, to be washed clean of your sin. They didn't deal with sanctification, being sanctified by God. They didn't deal with concepts like eternal life and of course heaven. To most people that's kind of a cliche part of it, but the Bible has a lot to say about the afterlife, right? So eventually I dove back into Christianity. I was at a very broken time in my life. I had built a life around me that was a huge facade. I was making good money, and by worldly standards, I was doing quite well. I had the big house and the pool and a lot of other things that go along with it. But I had a hell of a lot of stress to go with it too. And then fear came in, and anxiety is a powerful thing. And I began having panic attacks in my middle to late 30s, probably about 15 years ago. And if you've ever had a panic attack, that'll slow you down. And I'm in a pretty intense line of work, very stressful. You got to be able to perform on the fly, and there's a lot of line if it goes south. And so, kind of like a professional athlete, I can see why some of those guys get out there and all of a sudden, they're falling apart, because like Tiger Woods, greatest golfer in world history probably, but when things were not going well with him emotionally and spiritually, and when he had a falling out with his followers, all of a sudden his game went to crap, because you got to have more than physical talent. You got to be there mentally and emotionally. So I was beginning to feel all of that burden in my life, and so that drove me to start looking for something. And in the midst of having, I call it a quarter life crisis, because I don't think I was at my midlife yet, hopefully. There was this, I call it the proverbial come to Jesus meeting. I ended up on my knees, crying and praying, not necessarily convinced that the God I was praying to was real, but out of desperation, there was that moment of humility. And the scripture says that God rejects the proud and he honors the humble. Up to that moment, I'd been pretty proud. I was one of those guys that walked around with my head up, my arms folded, my chest out, and I knew everything, and I had it all figured out. But eventually, like I said, the fear came in, and that's a powerful motivating force. The funny thing about fear, there's a scripture verse that says, God doesn't give you a spirit of fear, but of love, power, and a sound mind. And as I began examining that verse, it sort of became a life verse for me, because I was dealing with fear, and I tried every worldly thing I could to kick it. One, I quit drinking. At the time I was heavy into nicotine. I started chewing tobacco when I started playing baseball at 12 years old. I thought if I got rid of coffee, if I exercised more, if I read self-help books, I tried some yoga. I tried all the physical things I could do to shake it, but it wasn't going away. And then when I read that verse, 2 Timothy, God doesn't give you a spirit of fear, but of love, power, and a sound mind. A couple of revelations or epiphanies came to me. One, that it was fear that I was dealing with. Two, fear is not just an emotion, but it's got a spiritual root. The Bible doesn't say that God doesn't give you fear or lust or pride. It's the spirit of fear, the spirit of lust, the spirit of pride. And so I began to realize that, wow, I've got a spiritual problem going on here. Physically, I'm fit as a fiddle. Mentally, I'm pretty decent. I'm making good money. I've got, by all the worldly standards, a successful career. But there's something going on spiritually. I'm spiritually bankrupt. And it's a spirit of fear that I've allowed into my life. And so that was a big light bulb moment, And then the second thing was that it's not from God. It's like, well, if it's not from God, where is it? And there's another force at work in this world that's projecting this fear on me. And, a lot of people, they struggle with the different biblical concepts, but the Bible makes it clear that there's a spirit realm, right? And there's Satan, there's the angels, there's the demons. And, a lot of people, they scoff at that too. But, the reality of it is what possesses a person, literally, what possesses a person to go into a school with those cold, dark eyes and start pulling that trigger, like it's like the ghost in the machine, there's something there working behind, and people, we let things in, we let things that we can't understand in. And I think I had done that, by being an atheist and walking through a lot of different sinful conditions that I won't elaborate on. I invited a lot of stuff in, and that became some pretty heavy baggage. And so for me, it led to this kind of breaking point where there was a moment of confession. There was a moment of getting on my knees, and I couldn't have been pushed into doing that even a month earlier. You could have tried to talk me 10 ways till Sunday to going to church or reading my Bible. None of that meant crap to me. I wasn't a believer. But so all that intellectual stuff meant nothing. This was coming from a broken heart and a broken soul. And so eventually I just out of desperation ended up, on the floor. And I'm not someone who cries. But that night I cried, like the Red River, because once you let all of those repressed feelings and emotions and anger and all the things that we deal with on a daily basis, once you let that one tear fall, it's going to go. And so, but by that release, something really powerful happened, because I did cry out to God. I did ask God to more, and this was years ago, so I don't know exactly what I said. There was no mysticism, Juan. And people are looking for mysticism. That's why they get into the occult in the first place. They want to feel it. They want to feel the hair stand up on the back of their head. They want to feel the power, right? They want the power, and that can be a wrong motivation. I was looking for, some grace and mercy. I needed something more than feeling mysticism. So there was no eureka moment. There was no mysticism. But what there was a person crying out to God, praying for the first time. And, I credit my mom. She, when we were little boys, she'd have me get on the side of the bed and fold my hands and say, dear Lord, blah, blah, blah. I learned how to do that. I hadn't done that in 20 something years, but that night I did. And, I just felt better. I felt lighter. And the next day I got up and I decided I was going to be committed to giving the Bible another look, because it'd been a long time. So I began studying the Bible. I started with the New Testament. Well, I did like most people. I read Genesis, and that's pretty interesting. And then you get into Leviticus and Deuteronomy, and you're absolutely stifled by it. You go, I'm over this. And then you skip 14 books and you hit into the New Testament. And people had told me to start with the book of John, and that's a heck of a book to start with. And when I began reading it, I didn't believe in Jesus. I mean, I didn't really believe in Jesus as the Messiah. As I began reading the book, I was confronted with a decision. Who is this guy? Is he who the Bible says he is? Because right away, John's talking about the word became flesh and he dwelt among us, and the light came into the darkness and the darkness could not comprehend it. And I could understand that, because I've been walking in darkness for years and I couldn't comprehend it either. And so for a while, I was just wrestling. And I'm one of those people who, once I get into something, and anyone who knows me will tell you that I don't just kind of, take a look at it. I pop the hood and start pulling it apart, and I want to know it, front to back and top to bottom. So I began diving into the scriptures and studying them really heavily, partially from a wanting to believe, but more from a scrutinizer. And then, I've been that segued into Bible prophecy. And what I love about Bible prophecy is that, in my opinion, it begins to bring authentication. It begins to authenticate the scripture, because who else could know the beginning from the end other than God? Who else could declare prophecies about the future other than God? Because God is outside of our time-space continuum, right? And so he's outside of the construct, and he sees the beginning from the end. Like it says in the book of Revelation, I am the Alpha, the Omega, the first and the last, the one who was, the one who is, and the one who's yet to come. Well, that transcends time. I'm the one who was, past tense. I'm the one who is, present tense. And I am the one who's yet to come, future tense. So God can look down the corridor of time, and he has this foreknowledge of the future. And that's called Bible prophecy. And then what he does is, through the power and inspiration of the Holy Spirit, his Holy Spirit, he inspires people who've been predestined through predestination and election, like Jeremiah or Ezekiel or whoever. He inspired these Old Testament prophets to declare the written word, or the logos. And then with time, people can study and see how that's come to pass. So for example, there's over 200 prophecies of the coming of Jesus Christ the first time. 200 prophecies that began in the book of Genesis, written by Moses. There are prophecies written by Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Joel, Zechariah. 500 years before Christ came, Zechariah wrote in Zechariah 9:9 that the Christos, the Christ, the anointed one who would come to save humanity, that he would enter into Jerusalem on a donkey, and that they would say, Hosanna in the highest. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. And so, of course, Christ, he fulfilled that verse to the letter. There were prophecies in Isaiah that say that he would be pierced for our transgressions. He would be pierced through his hands and his feet for our transgressions. That was 1,000 years before Christ walked this earth. There was these prophecies. David had prophecies about them. There were prophecies that they would gamble for his garments. There were prophecies that they would not break his bones on the cross. There were prophecies that they would thrust a spear in his side. There were prophecies that they would pluck his beard out and put a crown of thorns on his head. There were prophecies that he would be the Passover lamb, the Lamb of God who comes to take away the sins of the world. And so as you begin to study all these prophecies, which, let me remind you, this was not written by a bunch of guys in a room. Granted, yes, you can make arguments about King James translations. At that time, they had all the scribes here and together. But through the Dead Sea Scrolls and everything, we found all these things. We have the original Isaiah scroll, and the King James version, even though it's an English translation of original Hebrew, it's almost authentic. And so, Isaiah wasn't in the same room with David. King David was a young shepherd boy who got anointed to be the king, and he went on to defeat Goliath. And he wrote Psalm 22 about that experience. Even though I walk through the valley of death, I shall fear no evil. because he was going to fight Goliath. And after he slayed Goliath, he'd go on to write many of the Psalms and many of these books. And he had lots of prophecy about the coming of the Messiah. And so he didn't even know Joel or Zechariah. So you have all these people throughout history over the course of about 2,500 years who declared all of these prophetic future events. And we've had statisticians after statisticians calculate the odds of the statistical significance of any one particular man being able to come along and fulfill all those prophecies. And the last one I looked at was one with 40 zeros behind it. It's a number that we don't have a word for. In other words, it wasn't 50-50. It wasn't just flip a coin and, old Billy joke and fulfill these prophecies. It was one with 40 zeros behind it. That was the odds that Christ could fulfill all 200 prophecies. And so when you begin to realize, and I think the last word that I read was 1 in septillion. That's, you have a million, then a billion, and then 1,000 billion or a trillion, and 1,000 trillion or a quadrillion. And then there's something else, and then there's a septillion. And they did the statistical analysis with a chi-square where you take all of the different prophecies and you calculate it mathematically. And the analogy that they gave was if you took a stack of dimes, I want to say a foot tall, and you lined them up 80 miles long, and then you took a man and blindfolded him, and you marked one of those dimes in that 80-mile pile with a black Sharpie and put it back in, he has 1 in 1 septillion odds of picking the right dime. Now, I don't know about you, Juan, but that's astounding. And so Bible prophecy is what turned me into a real believer, which is interesting because in the book of Revelation, it says that the spirit of prophecy is the testimony of Jesus Christ. And it's exactly right, because this is what's fascinating. For every prophecy of the coming of the Messiah the first time in the Old Testament, there's 2 prophecies for the second coming, which hasn't even happened yet. And so if you study Bible prophecy and you have a decent understanding, granted, there's a lot of room for interpretation, and we know that. There's 42,000 different denominations of Christianity, folks. Think about that. 2 guys get together, they disagree about one stinking thing, they split hairs and split off and make a new denomination. That's the problem, right? Men are the problem, and I get that. So anyway, I digress. I've been talking for 10 minutes straight there, Juan.
No worries, Dave. I could listen to you talk for hours, and I have on your channel. I mean, again, you bring forward, your stuff, and this is why we're here today. And at the end of it all, so you have this epiphany, I guess, right? And I'm just thinking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I was raised religiously. Now I wouldn't call myself a practicing Christian. I do believe in God. I do believe in God. I do believe that there was a Jesus Christ. I do believe all that. Now, what I don't subscribe to is the dogmatic views of the mainstream religion, because I do think it is a brokered experience. And I cut my teeth, and what really opened up this whole realm of the esoteric and the occult was religion for me. I spent a lot of years at my church playing guitar. I was part of the worship group for a lot of years. And when I started to see the corruption and the hypocrisy really of people, that's what turned me off. So when I started to ask the hard questions as well, how you mentioned, hey, what's up? Hey, grandma, what's up with the Dead Sea Scrolls? Or what's up with the Gospel of Judas? Or what's up with all the Book of Enoch? Well, what's all this about, right? The cool stuff. The cool stuff that they don't cover at the church. Yeah, the fun stuff. And then I started to dive down the rabbit hole of the Gnostics and Gnosticism. And I go, wait a minute. When I started to step back and say, hey, there are stories that go completely against what I was taught. Right? And how you're saying there's last I checked, I saw 44,000 denominations of Christianity. So how you're saying we go back and forth, and you have the interesting and peculiar case of King James, which if you want to go down that whole rabbit hole, right? He was a shady character surrounded with shady people, right? That whole conspiracy. So the idea that maybe it's been infiltrated. But you touch on a good point, because it was a lot of the verses in scripture was confirmed with the Dead Sea Scrolls. That was one of the things that a lot of people don't talk about with the Nag Hammadi library, where there were scrolls that were found that confirmed a lot of information that we already had. So, and I'm thinking right now of how you were talking about your change. And I talk a lot about alchemy and how the magnum opus, which can be symbolic for a few different things. I mean, I think Jesus could have been an alchemist. I mean, he was turning water into wine. He was doing a whole bunch of things that were supernatural, were magical. I mean, they were magical, right? There's a metaphysical aspect to all this. So
miracle signs and wonders. Yeah, they're metaphysical.
Exactly. And I've seen miracles. I've seen things happen in front of me in the church. I know when the Holy Spirit is in the house, when it's roaming around, and it's a real phenomenon. I mean,
but here's the important thing. Here's the important thing. In the book of Revelation, it talks about how the Antichrist and false prophet, when they come back to deceive the world, they will use lying, signs, miracles, and wonders. The word lying is pseudo. The reason that's important is it makes it clear in the New Testament, in the 4 Gospels, that the reason why Jesus did the miracles is so that people would believe. They would not believe that he was the Christ just by saying it. He had to prove it to them. He had to control the storm on the Sea of Galilee. He had to raise Lazarus from the dead. He had to heal the leper. And it says time and time again that people would believe because they saw, right? They needed to see. And so Satan and the fallen side, the occult world, the other spirit, right? Because there's the Holy Spirit of God and there's this unholy satanic spirit. They're counterfeiters. So they know that the only way to get people to accept the false Christ that's coming in the last days and receive everything that comes with it is through counterfeit pseudo signs, miracles, and wonders. And so I stress that because you have to still assess what spirit's behind the wonders, right? What spirit's behind the healing. I've seen many people in the occult get healed. I've done many videos on people like I hate to pick on any particular group, but AA, for example, and other organizations, when you study them at their core, the 10 principles of AA was dictated, channeled. So it's channeled doctrines from a spirit guide. And so to some people, that's going to be fine. And, that's their business. That's their prerogative. I'm not here to tell anybody what they got to do. I'm sharing my testimony and what I learned. So I take it from a biblical perspective. So I'm always going to go back to the scripture. It warns you against necromancy. It warns you against spiritism. It warns you against communicating with the dead. The Bible calls them familiar seducing spirits. You're not talking to your dead grandma. You're talking to a familiar seducing spirit. And you're opening a doorway into the second heaven or the spirit realm, and you're allowing something to come through. And then, just like in any cult, it begins to work in your life, move in your life. You've given it the keys to the kingdom. You've opened up the door and said, come on in, through a spiritual sense. And so I love studying the occult, and I love studying mysticism, all that too, but I'm very cautious with it. But I just wanted to throw that in for your listeners about the lying signs and wonders, because just because a miracle is done, you still have to kind of discern the source of the miracle.
Yes.
So there's power on both sides of this equation, right?
Absolutely. And it's making me think of Simon Magus when he tried to buy the Holy Spirit.
Hey, that's exactly right. Yeah.
The father of all heresies.
Right?
Yeah,
Magus,
exactly.
Magus is the origin of magician.
Yes, exactly. And the story that I was going to bring up was Jacob wrestling with the angel, where it, and again, I'm not 100% familiar with it. So I've talked about it before on the show with an ex evangelist friend of mine who was in that whole realm of things, and he knows. I mean, he knows the scripture, and he broke it down to where I believe it was he hurt his arm, but it was like in this weird way where the angel just didn't hurt his arm, but it quite literally changed his DNA and kind of formed him and turned him into something else that he wasn't otherwise when he was, before he started wrestling with the angel. And it's kind of like your experience where you were kind of opposing it, like, is it kind of real? And I know a lot of people who go into this realm of things to try and debunk it, and they end up becoming more believers than anything. Because if anything I've learned at the end of all this, like at the end of all the occult knowledge that I know and the esoteric and stuff like that, it's God is at the core of it all. I mean, that's and a lot of people don't want to admit that because it's not cool, right? It's not hip, right? Jesus. Right. But hey, I mean, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. And it's the light side versus the dark side. And I'd rather be part of the light side. I mean, we see this in movies with the Star Wars series, the light side and the dark side, the Sith or the Jedi. Like, who are you going to be? Or you want to be the good guys or the bad guys? And yeah, so I was just thinking this whole time.
There's a lot of typology in that movie, Juan. A ton of typology there. You've got the Jedi, which one of the fastest growing religions is Jediism. And it was birthed, now I'm not joking, it was birthed out of Star Wars. See, Star Wars is, if you study the people who did Star Wars, they were pantheists. Yeah, and they were pantheists, and so they believe that instead of, like, for example, the Bible teaches that God is our Father, right? And that he's personal, and that he loves you, and he cares about you, and he made you in his image, and that he has something for you in the future. He's a personal God. Well, pantheism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, and Jediism is that God is just an impersonal force. He's not a personal being, a spirit, but he's an impersonal force. He doesn't care about you per se. He's an impersonal force that you have to learn to tap into. And if you can open up your mind and enter into transcendental meditation and occultism and tap into this universal chi force, right? That's what they call it, chi force. That's where the writers of Star Wars got the word force from. They got it from the chi force of Buddhism and Taoism. Then you can wield that force at your will and levitate and control people's minds, and you can become what they refer to as your own Christ. This is the Christ consciousness they're talking about. Totally antithetical to the biblical Christ. In other words, they deny the fact that Jesus Christ is the Son of God who came in the flesh. God became incarnate in flesh and then sacrificed his life on the cross as a redemption plan. And rather, they relegate Jesus to kind of like an alchemist. He's just a regular cat who tapped into this impersonal force, and he ascended through this Kundalini awakening and had his own nirvana experience. And he became his own Christ. He became his own God, the God within. And then he had all these powers. And if you follow that principle, you can become, you don't have to serve God. You don't have to worship God. You don't have to honor the creator who made heaven and earth and who stitched you together in your mother's womb and gave you a future and a creation. But rather, you can evolve through this apotheosis and become your own God. And maybe you can be worshipped. It's a lot about self enlightenment and self-worship, whereas Christianity is more of, Christianity is not very popular because it's like, whoever wants to save his life is going to lose it, and he who's prepared to lose his life is going to save it. So it's about putting others first and putting yourself last. And God doesn't demand, unlike a lot of religions where the bloodthirsty God, you have to go and sacrifice the baby to Baal and Moloch, or all the pagan systems of the past. You got to do all the hard work, the heavy lifting. God sacrifices himself. He actually lets his own creation crucify him, and he prophesies it thousands of years in advance. Through their free will, they choose to, crucify him. And that brings us to the proto-evangelium, which is kind of segues back to how, I after I kind of had my own personal epiphany, my own, and I will say this, Juan, what you touched on earlier is very true, but I wasn't necessarily coming at it as a, to debunk it, like the traditional C.S. Lewis, who was absolutely convinced it was a lie, and then in the midst of studying it, he came to the truth. I was broken spirited, spiritually bankrupt, and cried out to God, and then out of desperation began to read it. But I did it through skepticism because I had always been an atheist. But I wanted it to be true. But I'm an intelligent guy. I couldn't accept it in my mind, right? I couldn't accept that was true. And that took some time of wrestling with that until eventually I did receive that. And there was a moment through my own study and my own time where the light, for me, I literally went, I think everything I'm reading here is true. I think Jesus is the Son of God. I think God, who designed it all and who's outside of it all, decided to incarnate himself into the system to save everyone in it. And that's what the proto-evangelium is, that we'll look at it. And through his sacrifice, we can be saved. The problem is, like you said, with the religion, I mean, the religions, the church for centuries, for decades, for millennia, it's just been about controlling you and your money,
money.
Oh man, and that's why Jesus himself says the root of all evil, right? Even in his day, he was dealing with the Pharisees and the Sadducees, who on the Passover event were making a lot of money because 1 million people traveled to Jerusalem for the holy days of Passover. And the Pharisees and the Sadducees had to sell them pigeons and lambs or whatever the case may be to atone for their sin. All those people came with money, and they all had to buy their way into the temple to get cleansed of the sin. And this is why Jesus came against them and said, "You turned my father's house into a den of thieves." And he turned over the money changers, because he understands that these religious people, who are exactly like some guys right now who are flying in jets and living in mansions, they're taking advantage of the vulnerable, right? And when you see the level of hypocrisy right now, the church is the most wicked thing on earth. We live in United States of Babylon. I mean, literally, there's more church houses on every corner from coast to coast in this country than the whole world combined. And yet we lead the world in everything. You name it, we lead it. I don't care what it is. Child pornography, divorce, bestiality, incest, murder, greed. You pick something. Incarceration, we lead it all. And yet we got one of these little lighthouses on every corner where people are supposed to be coming in and getting saved. And I say this, and yet I still go into a church house every week, because I found a little small church that I liked. Actually, it's not that small, I try to stay away, but I'm trying to raise my kids with a biblical worldview. And
that's the problem.
I like the worship music. He preaches a good biblical message. He talks a little bit about repentance and trying to, pick up your cross and follow after me. Most of the gospel message today is the cotton candy gospel. It's the ear tickling gospel. You can do whatever you want, live however you want. You can live like the devil 6 days a week. If you come in and say the name of Jesus, you're good to go. And then you can walk back out, cheat on your wife, and the pastor could be banging the assistant over there, and everybody's getting the money in it. So when people see this, there's so much disdain that they throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? They're done. They're done with religion. They're done with Christianity. And then someone else shows up with another new age gospel about you becoming your own God and tapping into this chi and becoming enlightened and Zen. And it sounds good. Zen doesn't deal with all that terrible stuff you've been doing in the dark. Zen doesn't do with the fact that one day you're going to meet your maker, and Zen's not going to make you right in the eyes of the Almighty, but it sounds good on paper and people are drawn to that. And once you tap into the occult and you enter into the transcendental meditation, you get into Buddha style and you open your mind and you start to do the ohms and you start inviting these different things in, then you start to get the mysticism, and now you start to feel it. You feel the Kundalini serpent rising up the chakras, and now you're feeling some power. You're starting to feel some power. And once you get the power, damn, it's hard to let go of that. And so, and I'm not trying to be condescending towards that, because I've walked through all that. Because in the midst, before I came into Christianity, I dabbled into Freemasonry. I've been to a hooded ritual before, when I was 18 years old, and didn't know what the hell was going on, but just wanted to fit in with everybody. There wasn't any blood, folks. No animal sacrifice, no human sacrifice. But I have studied witchcraft books with intention on doing spells 25 years ago. I've done videos on my series about back in my San Francisco rave days on NMDA and ecstasy. I mean, I've explored a lot of stuff and gone deep into a lot of different realms. So I'm not just the theoretical who's standing on this side of the fence. I've hugged both sides of the fence. And for me, at almost, I'm 49, so I'm knocking on a half century. This is where I've landed. And these are the experiences that have taken me there. And this is what my series is about, is kind of about some of these topics. And I try to do it through a biblical lens. And, I try to be respectful of other people's beliefs, because I realized that if you'd come to me 15 years ago, I was a full-blown atheist, and so I wouldn't have heard anything you had to say. And so I try not to condemn other people or other systems, but I do try to point out the differences and maybe some pitfalls in them, for people that I've seen. So
I respect everyone's beliefs, and one of the issues is that you want to raise your family with a base, right, with a solid base, because and that's where I'm at, right? I'm raising my kids regardless of what I believe, but I'm giving them that base. Of having a system, because I do believe that religion serves its purpose as far as guiding somebody. What are the 10 commandments? Don't be a piece of crap. At the end of the day, don't be a good person, be a good contributing citizen to society, and don't be a piece of garbage, which I think that people, again, they get lost in the sauce with these intricacies as far as like all these different denominations. And I don't think it's about that. I think that's done by design, Dave. I think that's done by design as far as to really draw people away. So
I agree.
When you're talking about, again, nothing against secret societies. One of my co-hosts is a Mason, and I mean, he's a good guy. And again, whatever people want to do when they get together, whatever happens between consenting adults happens. And as long as I always say, as long as you don't involve the children, I'm good. You know what I'm saying?
Some of my favorite people, I have some really close people in my life that are Masons, and I had to reconcile that in my studies. And what I found with over a decade of intensive study is you're dealing with a secret society within a secret society. So now you're taking another level. Remember that movie Inception with Leonardo DiCaprio, where a dream inside of a dream inside of a dream? When you're a secret society within a secret society, now you're calculating on something, because all the lower level Masons are doing wonderful things. They're building churches for kids, for crying out loud, and they're helping all kinds of people, and they're getting together on the weekends, and they're not doing anything satanic at all. But in my experience, as you climb the ranks of the Freemasons, you do begin to you slowly begin to enter into that Luciferian initiation, where, kind of like on the dollar bill, that symbol, right? So that's a Masonic symbol. You've got the 13-step unfinished pyramid. the words Novus Ordo Secularum, New Secular Order, New Order of the Ages, the New World Order system that's coming. At the top of that is the all-seeing eye, the eye of providence, but we know it's really the eye of Lucifer, the eye of Horus. And then, it's got the rays of illumination shining out because he's the one, they call him the great architect of the universe. He's the one guiding the affairs of man. And as you do the initiations, the secret initiations, and you grow in your esoteric knowledge, you can climb the ranks until eventually at the top, you got to take the Luciferian initiation. And that's where I think it can get very dangerous for people. But but again, yeah, I mean, I got friends that are Masons, and I have people in my business life that are Masons, and it is what it is. They're going to do what they're going to do, and they're going to believe what they're going to believe.
So can you tell us a little bit about the proto-evangelium? And then when we break that down for us, because I had never heard about that until I came across your channel.
So it's straightforward but complicated, like everything in the Bible, right? The word proto means first, right? Prototype. You're going to build a car, you make a prototype. Evangelium is the word where we get the word evangelist. What is it to go out and evangelize somebody? It means to share them the good news of Jesus Christ, right? That he died for your sins and that his blood has the power to wash you clean and make you as white as snow. So evangelium is good news, proto is first. So what is it? It's the first prophecy being declared of the good news that a savior is coming, folks. A savior is coming. And it's in the Garden of Eden, of all places. Right out of the gate, the representatives of humanity, Adam and Eve, put their foot in some quicksand, and they partaked of the forbidden fruit, wink, wink, whatever that is. And we could spend, just countless episodes diving into that. And so they partook of the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. I think we've all taken a bite out of that tree, Juan. Me and you are interested in learning, and we're interested in knowledge. And you're a humble guy, and you're doing it in the right way. And I try to do it the same way, but knowledge can be very dangerous. Solomon wrote an entire book on it, right? Ecclesiastes. Knowledge puffs up. And in the end of his life, he said it was all vanity because it led him away from God. So, and I've had this happen to me many times. So like everything, there's a balance, right? But so that tree of knowledge of good and evil is something that the enemy offers. He's offering independence from God, the knowledge, the gnosis, good and evil. Come and get it, take a bite of it, and then you can learn it for yourself. And then you can start to apply it for yourself. You can decide what's good and evil. Instead of having the Almighty God and the creator of everything who's given sort of a base, like you said earlier, take the 10 Commandments, for example. Those are abhorred by most people in society now. They don't want to post those anywhere. They take for granted for the fact that every single civilized society that exists on planet Earth today, the only reason it's civilized is because its roots come from a system where you don't go over there and take your neighbor's wife, or kill him, or gossip on him, or covet. Like without these basic fundamental commandments, you would have chaos on this earth. And we're all living in societies where I have the privilege of driving home tonight, and hopefully no one's going to murder me. It's illegal, or take my wife. They still will in this country. And the reason that all that exists is because there was this fundamental 10 Commandments. So, but anyway, let me get back to the garden. So we have this knowledge, this tree of knowledge of good and evil, and we have the tree of life, right? And we know that Adam and Eve Eve was beguiled. She was deceived by the serpent. We're told, that the serpent came into the garden. And we're not given a lot of details about the serpent. Later, the serpent is cursed to be on his belly, which insinuates when he came into the garden, he came in on his feet. Most likely, we're dealing with a bipedal serpent being, right? And the Bible's using a word for him. The Hebrew, which is very important to go back to, is the nakash. And the nakash has a noun form and a verb form. The noun form is a serpent or something serpent-like, right? So something.
Now we're cooking with gas, Dave. Now we're cooking with gas. I see where you're going.
Something reptilian. That's what a serpent is, right? Something reptilian came into the garden that day. And that reptilian creature was imbued with power, because we're told in Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28, before the fall of Lucifer, the light bearer, who when he tried to usurp God in the third heaven, in the highest heaven, back in the beginning of creation, somewhere back in that day, it says that he was the anointed cherub that covereth. And that word anointed is Mashiach. It's the same one used. Well, it's a similar derivation of the one used for Christ. It says that Lucifer was the most wise, the most beautiful, and then he sinned. So God made these angels. He created them on day 2, somewhere in there, and he gave them free will, like he did us. And at that point in time, at the beginning of creation, there was no sin. But through free will, just like me and you did an experiment right now, if we could create something and give it free will, like, for example, AI. When AI reaches the technological singularity and becomes self-aware, and it's got free will, you can take it to the bank that it's going to sin, because it's got the freedom to do it. And everything that's been created other than God that has free will is going to sin, guaranteed. And so Lucifer wasn't happy being under the Most High God. And so he sinned against the Most High God. And in Isaiah 14, we're told, Isaiah quotes Lucifer. If you want to hear the exact words of the fallen angel, just read the 5 eyes in Isaiah 14. I will ascend above the throne of God. I will sit at the top of the mount of the congregation. I will sit above the clouds of the Most High. Yeah. You ever met someone who wants to be number 1? They have a passion, right? That narcissistic person. They're not grateful for being number 2 or number 3. They gotta go to the top. So this is who we're dealing with, Lucifer. He wants to be worshipped. He wants to be like God. And so he gets cast out, right? God rejects the proud. He rejects Lucifer and he casts him out. And Lucifer then descends from the higher heavenly realms to the lower heavenly realms, which I would equate to what we look up in the night, whether you want to call that the firmament or space or the cosmos or whatever you want to call it, where the starry abode and the celestial bodies exist in the sky. And so he's in this second heaven environment. And then eventually he comes down to the garden where Adam and Eve have been created. And Adam was made after God's own image and his own likeness, right? So God is the potter and we are the clay. And God, the word Adam means basically the clay of the earth. God used the clay of the earth and he formed the vessel of Adam, and then he breathed through his nostrils and filled him up with the living spirit, right? Up to that moment, he was just a vessel, just like a pot. He didn't have anything valuable inside of him, right? He was just an animated clay vessel. And then God breathed the life, the breath, the pneuma, the breath of life was breathed into Adam. And when the spirit hit the flesh, then the soul was born. The soul is the mind, the will, and the emotions. So the Bible says that we are tripartite. We have 3 layers to us. We have a flesh body, which houses our spirit, and those two together create the soul. It's kind of like a lamp with a bulb that you plug in and it shines light, right? It's kind of hard to explain, but like I got a lamp, I plug it in, and I've got a light bulb, and then there's light that's being emitted from it. So it's kind of like, no one can put their hands around it, the tripart nature of man, but that's what it is. So God made Adam as his representative, and he gave him dominion over this place called earth. And then he basically did the first operation, and he cloned Adam, and he made a carbon copy version of Adam by giving it Eve, only he made a female version. And obviously, when God makes humanity, we now know that he does it through DNA. That's not the word they use in the Old Testament, because they don't know what the hell DNA was 5,000 years ago. They use a different word. They use the word seed. The word in the Hebrew is zera. That actually means semen, or that which produces a genealogical record or a posterity. That's a seed line or bloodline, right? And that has a lot to do with the word Genesis. The root word of Genesis is gene. It's not that the word Genesis comes from the word genetic or generation. It's the opposite. All those things come from Genesis. Every word that has the root word gene in it, whether it be progeny, future offspring, or genetic or generation or genealogy, all of those words derive from the word Genesis. What the word Genesis essentially means is this is the genetic story and the genealogical record of humanity, which God created in his own image and his own likeness and breathed life into, and then bestowed the greatest gift in ever, which is the power to reproduce. Not only did God, who's this infinite omniscient being, create heaven and earth, and he put the star in the sky and the sun and the moon in the sky and did everything that we read about in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. The spirit hovered over the darkness and, let there be light, and it was good. Not only did he create everything, but then he made his representative, his model, right, his icon, his representative, and then he breathed life into it. And now it's like a little piece of him walking around, and then he made a female to complement the male, and then he said, now the two become one flesh. I mean, that's powerful. And we got 8 billion people running around the planet right now, although there's been a lot of people killed off in the last so many years. But so we have so many people living on the planet right now, and we've come so far down the line that we've taken all this for granted. We've taken this idea of like birth for granted, the miracle of birth, and that there was a time when there was no people. There was a time when there was just the first man and woman. Everything has to have a beginning, right? So there was a time, whether you subscribe to it being 5,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago, there was a time when it started, and there was the first people and the first family and the first birth. And so this tree of knowledge, there's a huge debate and argument about what it is. But at one point in time, I began to believe that it had to do with sexual knowledge. It has to do with a lot of different knowledge, the knowledge of sin, but it had to do with sexual knowledge. This, in the Old Testament, when you would have relations with someone, you would know them. Adam might know Eve, and she would conceive, right? And then when God made Adam and Eve, what did he tell them to do, Juan? He told them, be fruitful and multiply. Well, what does it mean to be fruitful? It means to bear fruit in your womb, right? What is a garden? A garden's a place that you plant a seed, and then a seed grows up and it bears fruit, right? And all throughout the scripture, we're always being told of these analogies all the way up through the New Testament. Jesus says, I'm the vine, you're the fruit. You must abide in me, because if a piece of fruit disconnected from the vine, it's not going to grow anymore, right? It's lost its power from the sap of the tree. So there's a lot to do with trees and fruit in the Bible. But so this idea that there's going to be this tree of knowledge of good and evil, and this young, naive, chaste virgin is going to have her eyes open to the knowledge of good and evil, and she's no longer going to be naive. The word beguile means to seduce. The serpent was the wisest creature that God ever made. That's the way it reads. And that
be as wise as serpents.
Yeah, well, right. And Jesus said that. Be as wise as a serpent and as gentle as a dove. That's not easy to walk out, by the way. I've tried. It don't work. I mean, it's possible, but it takes discipline, right? To be as wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove in all circumstances. I mean, that's difficult. So, and there's a lot of different serpent things throughout the Bible that we could talk about, if we have time. But so getting back to this garden, and I want to try to get to some important stuff. So Adam and Eve are in the garden, and they've been given all, everything, this paradise, and they've only got basically one rule, which Adam was given, which is not to eat of the tree in the midst of the garden, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And I used to think that it was just symbolic of Satan. This tree of knowledge of good and evil represents Satan or Lucifer, and that the tree of life represents Jesus Christ, who, Jesus is the bread of life, and life comes through Christ. So, and I do believe that they're symbolic. But for me, it always had to be, well, they're either a literal tree or they're symbolic. But now I've learned most of the time that it can be both. So I believe that there was a literal, there's a literal Garden of Eden with a literal Adam and a literal Eve and literal trees. But then also they have a deep, mysterious, symbolic representation that the Bible goes out of its way to cover, right? It's veiled. That's the thing about the Garden of Eden. It's been veiled on purpose for all of humanity to stumble through and study and wrestle with. And I think it has to do with creation. I think when something happened in the garden that shamed Adam and Eve. When they were in there, they were perfect. They weren't going to die. They weren't going to sin. And we know that the first one who committed sin, as the Bible says, as Jesus says, Satan is the father of lies and the first murderer. and he relates the first murder of Satan to connected to Cain, which we'll get into. Cain, who was of the devil. Can
we pause real quick, Dave? Because a few things happened, and you just insinuated at something that I've heard before, that maybe Cain actually came from the serpent. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's an appalling, absolutely appalling topic.
It's blasphemy,
to most, Juan, because it personalizes it. Anybody who's really studied the Old Testament knows with 99.999% certainty that the fallen angels took the daughters of men in Genesis 6, copulated with them, and created the hybrids, the Nephilim. And that's why the flood came, right? And we'll try to get into that. But so here, a lot of people will subscribe to that, and that's the absolute truth. But they don't have a problem with it because they're unnamed angels and they're unnamed daughters of men. The moment that you back it up 3 chapters and you personalize it, and you say it's Lucifer, the fallen angel, and Eve, who's like your sister, now all of a sudden it becomes a disdain for people to accept.
I got you.
That's something that I've kind of noticed anecdotally. You'll get people all day.
Yeah, and I understand exactly what you're saying. And then before that, when she takes of the fruit, and you have the famous, they have become like one of us. Is that 322? Is that the right one?
So that they become like God, or they become gods like us.
Right. What's your take on that? Was it because I've heard people say, it's the Holy Trinity, right? It's the Trinity.
I don't personally think that is. I am a Trinitarian in the sense that the Bible just over and over has God the Father. Even in the book of Revelation, you have God the Father sitting on the throne, with a rainbow over him and the crystal glass river and all the 12 thrones around him with the elders and the golden crowns dressed in white, all the holy angels saying, holy, 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 Lord God Almighty. And we were given examples of what the third heaven looks like with the Most High God, that he was as white as snow, and he had eyes of flaming fire, and his voice sounded like thunder and lightning. And when you read it, I think it's Revelation 5 or 6, when you put yourself there, it's a very powerful, majestic environment. And then Jesus steps up. John says, who is worthy to open the seals? We're talking about the seals in the last days, the 7 seals. Who's worthy? And it says that no one could even look at the scroll. John and the angels couldn't even look at the scroll. They're not even worthy enough to look at it. But there was only one who was worthy, and it was the Lamb who had been slain since the foundation of the earth. And this is the crucified and now resurrected and glorified Messiah, Jesus Christ, who is the only one worthy. He's the only one that climbed up on that cross, spilled his blood, and said, it is finished. Debt paid in full. He's the only one that's got the power to open the seals. And so when you begin to see these things like, okay, there's God the Father, and at his right hand is the Son, Jesus Christ. And then Jesus says, when he's resurrected, and then on Pentecost, he tells the 12, I'm going up to heaven, and it's good for you that I do this because I'm going to send you the great comforter. Or he ends up ascending before that. And then on Pentecost, the Holy Spirit comes down in cloven tongues, and they begin speaking in tongues, and they have this power, the power of the Holy Spirit. This is the third person. He's referred to with that pronoun. Jesus says, I'm going to send him to you. People get into these. This is back to this denominational thing. They're going to split 50 hairs about something that none of us can put our arms around. I don't understand the Trinity. I can't understand the 3 in 1. I know that the Bible makes it clear. There's God the Father, and then there's Jesus Christ, his only begotten Son, which, by the way, in the Greek is monogenes, one-of-a-kind genetics, and that has to do with the proto-evangelium that I want to get back to, but I get sidetracked, and go in different directions. One, so for you and your listeners, forgive me. And then there's the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club. Thanks, man. So getting back,
I didn't mean to derail you, but back to the serpent. You have the idea of personalizing it. A lot of people take that the wrong way, but then you have this lineage, right, of Cain, who was of Lucifer, of Satan, or the devil, whoever you want to call him.
Yeah.
But this idea that that's where you left off with Cain.
So let's get back to that word Nakash. The English translation, which was in the 15 and 1600s, was the word serpent. That's the closest word to fit the original Hebrew that comes from like the Textus Receptus and the other ancient texts, which is Nakash. It's a Hebrew word that means serpent. The verb form is very important because a verb is the action, right? The verb means the action. A noun is a person, place, or thing. A verb is an action, what it does. So what does the serpent do? And it is a diviner, a soothsayer, a charmer, a prognosticator, one who looks at the stars and makes predictions, one who whispers in your ear and places you under a spell. So we're dealing with witchcraft right out of the gate. Satan is the father, or the Nakash. We'll call him the serpent in the garden. This fallen being who's come down, whoever he is, whatever his reptilian nature is, he is a diviner. He's a charmer. What does that mean? It's the pharmakia. That's we see that word being thrown around now. The pharmakia is where we get the word pharmacy from in Revelation 18:23 about the last days, mystery Babylon. All nations of the earth will be deceived with the pharmakia, the sorcery, a mind-altering spell being placed on them through medication or roots or herbs. I'll let your audience use their imagination on some of that.
They know.
So yeah, right, venom. Yeah, very good. So the diviner that came into the garden is going to place a spell over you. That's what I believe. That's the action verb. And if you actually look up the word Nakash, or if you look up the word enchantment in the Old Testament, it's the Strong's Concordance derivation of Nakash. So when the Bible says, be careful about dabbling in witchcraft and necromancy, speaking to the dead, and roots and herbs and mixing potions and doing magic and things of that nature, be careful, because the source of it is the one who came into the garden. And so I believe that he used the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which was a tree that had fruit, that when Eve partook of that fruit, it placed her under spell. And there's a lot of, kind of like and we could get into this, but it would be a big off segment. But so there's a lot of different roots and herbs, right? There's everything from mescaline, peyote, ayahuasca tea, things that put you in a transcendental state. You could think of this as the world's oldest date rape drug. That the reason Eve is told not to partake of the one tree, that, by the way, Eve says that when she saw the tree and that the fruit was pleasant to her eyes and that it would make one wise, she partook. And of course, the serpent offered her a promise there too, right? The serpent offers her the fruit. She says, no, God told us not to do it. And then the serpent contradicts God and says, he didn't say you couldn't do it. He knows it's because he knows that in the day that you do it, that your eyes will become open and you'll become like God. So he played on her emotions. He played on her pride. We all want that gnosis. We all want that knowledge. We all want to be like God. This is what Lucifer did to get cast out of heaven in the first place. And so now he's going to do it to God's representatives in the garden. He wants to get them to fall too. And God knew that he would, because that's when you study the scripture, it makes it clear since the foundation of the earth, he knew. God's omniscient. Nothing passes through God. Nothing slips through his net. He's not surprised by anything. So he knew that it would happen. And so he did. Something happened in the garden. She ate the fruit. She got placed under a spell or an enchantment. And then something happened. And that's a mystery. Could it have been sexual? Possibly. If it was sexual, the very next verse is the proto-evangelium. The moment that she convinces Adam to partake of the forbidden fruit, and he symbolically enters into this, the moment that happens, they fall right from grace. They change spiritually. They die spiritually. The Holy Spirit is removed from them, and they have a disconnection from God, and they die physically because now programmed cellular death has entered in. Something genetic has happened in the garden, something that changed them from these light, eternal beings to these physical, incarnate, fallen, fleshly beings who are now programmed to sin and programmed to die. And they're shamed and they're exiled. It says, that God sends some cherubim angels to cast them out and protect the tree of life so that they wouldn't stay in this condition. Because when you eat from the tree of life, it brings eternal life. And if they were to receive eternal life after that fall, they would be permanently shamed with the law of sin and the law of death. So they're cast out of the garden. Even though they're cast out, God hasn't turned his back on them. But they've fallen from grace. And so they're cast out. But before they're cast out, the very first prophecy in the Bible, that is a prophecy that will go all the way through from Genesis to Revelation, is declared. And this is when God, who walks with Adam in the garden, and I believe that's the pre-incarnate Christ. We have all kinds of what's called Christophanies. This is when Christ, who was present in the Old Testament before he was incarnate through Mary 2,000 years ago in history, the pre-incarnate Christ, who was walking with Adam and Eve in the garden, he came to talk with him. And what did they do? Well, they realized they were naked. That's interesting. They realized that they were naked. And when you begin looking at a lot of the words in the Hebrew about that account, like the word naga, which means to touch one and make one naked. When you see that they realized that they had shame because they were naked and they were ashamed of their genitals, and that they went and hid their genitals with fig leaves or whatever leaves that they had. Like, it's just interesting because it's like children who don't have any consciousness of nakedness. And at some point they begin to develop this consciousness, right? And it's like, hey, no one told me, but I just instinctively know. It's written on my DNA. It's encoded in my blueprint that you don't whip out your willy and walk around and show these body parts. And so all of a sudden, Adam and Eve, now there's this level of shame regarding their reproductive organs, which is interesting, right? Their genitalia, which the root word gene, of course, comes from the word Genesis.
Yeah.
Their genitalia is now exposed, Juan, and they've got to cover their genitals.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, they're told to be fruitful and multiply. Now, all right, so they've been shamed. Whether they ate some piece of fruit and the fruit had some kind of GMO in it, it changed them internally, or it knocked Eve out and got her drunk like men have been doing today. Since the beginning of recorded history, mankind has been taking women out, even in the old days, and trying to get them drunk on one thing or another to loosen them up so that they would become more provocative. Where do you think that all of mankind has got that? From the garden. Because the apple don't fall far from the tree. And that expression may go all the way back to the garden too. What does that mean when you say the apple don't fall far from the tree? It means you're a lot like your daddy. You're a lot like your mama. You got a lot of those same predispositions, right? Mankind has some predispositions, a lot like the serpent. You know why? It makes it clear in the Bible over and over and over that we were born in iniquity, and that in our flesh there's no good. And Paul talks about how carnal our members are, and that it's programmed to sin. And it's like, well, where the hell did this program come from? Why was I born in iniquity? Why am I programmed genetically to sin and die? Where did this law of sin and death come in? Well, it says it came in through Adam and Eve in the garden. Something happened in that garden. And we could debate that to the end of time. And I have lots of videos on that on my podcast that get down into the really nitty gritty details of what it could be. I don't know. I wasn't there. And we don't have any specific text that clarify with 100%. A lot of the Dead Sea Scrolls reveal a lot of this. But what does authenticate this idea is that God shows up in the garden. And he declares before he curses the Nakash, the serpent, who we believe is the fallen angel Lucifer. And understand, when you study angels, you've got all kinds of angels. And I don't know if there's overlap. People get into battle wars over this too. But for example, seraphim angels. In the Old Testament, they were called fiery flying serpents. They're angelic beings who would be called fiery flying serpents. They have wings, and a seraph is a reptilian angel. Some angels have reptilian qualities. All dragon lore from the Chinese cultures and all the other cultures in the past are connected to angels.
I did not know that, Dave.
Yeah, and let me tell you what else. Angels are chimeras. They have different genomic sequences running through their body because every living organism ever created by God has DNA in it. That's how God prescribes something. When God made the creeping and crawling thing, he gave it a genetic code so that it would creep and crawl. When God made the cattle of the earth, he gave it a genetic code so that cows would look the way cows look. Why does a dog look like a dog and bark like a dog and act like a dog? All dogs are the same. Why? They got a genetic prescription. They're prescribed. There's a prescription that's been placed over them, right? Everything has a genetic prescription. And God made angels and he made them with DNA the same way.
Is that why they say that Yahweh was a dragon? I've heard that before, that Yahweh was a dragon.
I've heard that before too, which I don't believe that, but I've heard that before. But so there's a connectivity between dragons, a cherubim, angel. If you look in Isaiah and Ezekiel, we're given information about them. They have 3 sets of wings and they have 4 heads: the head of a man, the head of a lion, the head of a bull, and the head of an eagle. Only it's not an eagle. That's the King James translation over centuries. You go back to the original Babylonian and Akkadian cuneiform texts and all of the Hebrew, the Chaldee lexicons, it's a griffin and a phoenix. Now, if you put a griffin in your search engine, you're going to see something totally different. And if you put a phoenix into your search engine, you're going to see something totally different. Phoenix is, and this is an emblem for the New World Order, right? Out of the ashes of the old, birth the new, the phoenix, and it shows the dollar bills burning up underneath the phoenix, and out of the ashes of the dying. Are you familiar with the phoenix, Juan?
Yeah, rising from the ashes.
Yeah, rising from the ashes. Yeah, so the phoenix is this ancient idea of,
I want to show you, Dave. I put into an AI art generator. Because I did an episode on ascension technology, and we got into Ezekiel and Ezekiel's vision, and I put into the AI. I put in the description that Ezekiel gives of the of the spacecraft. Right? If you want to follow ancient aliens,
the wheels and the wheels, the ancient technology, which gets us to the Book of Enoch, and hopefully we'll get there next. But I want to see it because the AI generator is going to do better than
Yeah, and it came up with some interesting stuff. I thought I had one more, but anyways, I'll pull it up here and show you what I got because I used one of them for the thumbnail, and this was one of my favorite ones here. This one here. So we have the horses, and you had some people who had some crazy looking thing, and then there was another one.
That's accurate. God uses technology.
Crazy. Yeah,
God
and
uses
then
technology. There's
another one. Yeah.
Yeah. So
now, very creepy and weird.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they look a little because they almost look like almost like Medusa hair on them. But so these angels, in Isaiah and Ezekiel, they've got the head of a lion, the head of a man, and the torso of a man, but they have the cloven hoof of a bull and a head of a bull and the head of an eagle, which is really a phoenix. Now, a phoenix is not a bird. They've been telling us that for a long time. A fire-breathing bird, it's not a bird. It's a dragon. Phoenixes are dragons. And those feathers on that angel wings, they're not bird wings. They're dragon wings. We're dealing with fiery flying dragons. That's what these angels, the shining ones, the seraphs of cherubim, they have reptilian qualities. So I believe a fallen reptilian chimera being who has DNA of a human in it, if you got a man's head and a human torso on you, then when God made you, he gave you some human DNA. And if you got a lion's head, you got some lion DNA and some reptilian DNA, so they're a chimera. And that'll become relevant when we get to the flood, because that's why the flood came, due to the chimerism that we got to get to. So this now, and there's a lot of verses that would suggest that these angels can shapeshift. We're told that they we have different accounts that would presume that they can change their shape. Even Paul says that Satan can masquerade or disguise himself as an angel of light and a minister of righteousness. That's a lot of our religious systems today. They're professing God and Jesus, and they're just what did Jesus call them? Wolves in sheep's clothing. We got those all over the place. So, but the word that Satan can disguise himself or present himself as an angel of light, I think it's in the Greek meta skizmatiai. It's meta, to change. Like he can physically change. He's not under the laws of physics like we are. We live in a 4-dimensional time space, height, width, depth, and time, right? And we're stuck in this construct. These beings are somewhere in between. They are from the spirit realm, but they manifest into our physical 4-dimensional time space. Real, not just some ghostly looking thing, not a spirit. That's why all throughout the Old Testament, they, in Genesis 18, when the angels come to tell Abraham that they're getting ready to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah and Abraham has to pray for Lot, they roll into Abraham's village, and they sit down with him. Abraham tells Sarah to go slaughter the fatted calf. They eat, they drink, they sleep that night. They're physical. They have physicality to them. When they come into our realm, it gets physical. And so, which may also explain why some of the alien abduction syndromes, these people will come back with physical things that happen to them. Physical things on their arms, physical implants. They'll say it was a spiritual thing. They were taken in their night and sleep, and yet at the same time, something physical happened. It's metaphysical. It's hard to understand. And that's a whole different direction. But so anyway, the angel, whether he shapeshifted and came in his reptilian form or whatever the case may be, he seduced Eve. In my opinion, he seduced her. And then perhaps he took the young virgin and he did what, a lot of males would have done in that situation if they don't have morality and virtue, right? Because there's lots of men, looking at this, that, and the other, and cheating on their wives, and looking at porn, and they'd love to some young girl drunk to do that. If you don't have moral fiber and substance to you, and you had a beautiful, young, naive woman there, and you're in a physically incarnate, embodied body, and you have the ability to procreate with your genitals in the book of Genesis, maybe you're going to go ahead and try something out on Eve and possibly impregnate her. Let's just say that possibly he did. And then later, she was with Adam and then conceived. And in the womb are twins. And a lot of the old Dead Sea Scrolls reveal Cain and Abel as being twins, half brothers. And we see this all the time today. Not all the time, but there's a syndrome today called heteromaternal superfecundation, which is where 2 different men impregnate one woman with 2 different sperm. and she then gives birth. She has 2 different yolk sacs, 2 different sperm and eggs, and 2 different conceptions in her placenta, and she gives birth to 2 babies. They have the same biological mother, but they have 2 different biological fathers.
Whoa.
And it's always been very common. And if you Google that right now, the internet will show you tons of pictures of people who maybe it's a white woman who slept with a white guy and a black guy, and the 2 babies come out because they've got those genomes, right? And so, that's a theory, right? Could something like that happen? Because here's what gets interesting. When Cain and Abel are born, every verse about Cain only implies that he's wicked, and everything about Abel only implies that he's righteous. And all of the verses that expound about Cain talk about him being wicked. And all of the ancient historians, like Josephus, who 2,000 years ago wrote the Antiquities of the Jews, considered the greatest ancient historian of biblical stuff. He writes that it was well known by all of the ancient rabbis and all of the scholars that every single succeeding generation of Cain was only more evil continually. Every preceding genealogical record. That they only got worse, they only got more wicked, and that there was none that were righteous of the line.
Question, Dave. Who was talking to Cain? Because apparently Cain was allegedly, from, again, the conspiracies or whatever you want to believe, that Cain was the only one who was being talked to. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. There's so much I don't know, right? That's the problem with all this is we weren't there and we've got these esoteric accounts. We're putting breadcrumbs together to make a cake.
Yeah.
I mean, the more I know about this situation, the more I don't know. And we're throwing
maybe
out
because
conjecture.
Maybe was it because, again, he came from this, right? We have the legends of the succubi and the incubi where they're born from this metaphysical, right? Merlin, his father was a demon, a demonic entity, and he slept with his mother. So maybe is it because they have this other gene that is a supernatural, right? Almost like, again, like this Nephilim.
I call it the Nephilim gene. I call it the Nephilim gene because if you study the origin of the incubi and succubi, they only come from Cain's lineage.
Mm-hmm.
It's Cain's 7 descendants down. 7's a powerful number in numerology in the Bible. 7 descendants from Cain is the great Tubal Cain, which is used in the Masonic rituals. And Tubal Cain's beautiful sister is Naamah. She was called beautiful because the fallen angels in the book that the Book of Enoch references, they taught her all of the beautification rituals of how to paint the eyes, how to do the hair, and how to put on the perfume. And she was a seducer. And a lot of people believe that she was, the legends go that she was beguiling men. But then also, this is where the succubus Naamah comes from, the one who sleeps with men, comes to them and they're sleeping in their dreams and takes their semen and then goes and impregnates another woman. So that's some interesting stuff there, right? Those legends of the succubus and the incubus, the supernatural stuff. So anyway, to make a long story short, and I'm getting ready to do a video on this, which is a really just jam-packed video on all the reasons why history teaches that Cain and all of his lineage are only the wicked ones, and that Seth and all of his clan are the righteous ones. So this takes us to the proto-evangelium. This is probably the most important part of it all, right? So we have Adam and Eve have fallen in the garden. They've been tricked. And they part of the and it's their decision to start moving forward and living in this world. They've been shamed, they've been exiled, but they're still God's representations on earth. They did have dominion over the earth, but they just gave it to the serpent, and now he's got power and dominion, and they've been cast out. But before he casts them out, God gives them the first prophecy, which is the prophecy it's the prophecy of prophecies. The prophecy is that I, God, will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. The word enmity means perpetual hostility and conflict. I, God, now that Adam and Eve have been shamed, and they realize that they're naked, and they've covered up their body parts, and the serpents got caught, whatever, God's pronouncing a declaration over them. He's pronouncing a future battle between the seed of the woman and between the seed of the serpent. The word seed is zera. It can mean a literal seed, like a seed of fruit, like I'm going to plant a tomato seed in the ground, or it means a seed, sperm or semen that's planted into a womb that leads to a seed line. Okay? Now, the prophecy goes, I, God, will put enmity between the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent. 2 bloodlines are going to be born out of this, and they're going to hate each other's guts, and they're going to battle all the way. And then he goes on, the second half of the prophecy is, the seed of the woman is going to crush your head, serpent, but you're going to bruise or injure his heel. This is the prophecy of the Savior. Adam and Eve have been shamed, they're being cast out, but they know on the way out the door that even though they've been tricked and they've given up paradise, that one of their future offspring has been prophesied to come back and redeem all of those made in the image of Adam and Eve and bring them and buy them back into heaven and into the garden. So they have this knowledge. So at least they can leave knowing that, hey, somewhere in our genealogical record will come the Savior. But the serpent has that knowledge too. He knows that when they leave that garden, one of their future offspring are going to produce this one who's going to crush his head. So the genetic battle begins, not between black and white people or brown and white people, or the way that they use racism today, which is what the fallen ones have tricked us all into doing. We're all the human race, Juan. We all bleed red. We're all born out of a womb. We're all the human race. And what they've done is they've tricked us into using this word race. We have the African-American race and the Caucasian race and the Hispanic race. It's like, no, actually, we're all the human race. We have different ethnic groups and different, genomes, or however you want to put it. So the real racism goes back to the beginning. It goes back to Genesis, the story of the genetic story of Adam and Eve and how that was corrupted by the serpent and the fallen ones. It goes back to the seed of the woman. That's the Adamic race. You can refer to them as the Adamic race. You can refer to them as the human race. Some people call them the Hebrew race. Some people call them when Adam and Eve and the serpent leave the garden, there's already a prophecy that's been enacted on them, a seed war. One of the future seed lines of Adam and Eve are going to crush the serpent's head, but then also one of the serpent's seed lines are going to bruise this one who's coming, the Savior. They're going to bruise his heel. So it's a physical seed line. People try to spiritualize it. This is what theologians do to this day. This is their hermeneutic. They say that half the prophecy is literal, the other half is spiritual. That I, God, will put enmity between you, the seed of the woman, the seed of the serpent. The seed of the woman is going to bruise your head or crush your head, and you're going to bruise his heel. They say the seed of the woman is going to lead to the Messiah through the royal line of David, the Davidic line, the tribe of Judah, and lead to the Messiah, Jesus Christ, and he's going to die for humanity on the cross and crush the serpent's head. It's a literal physical seed line. But then they go to say, but the serpent seed line is just a spiritual seed line. It's just a spiritual seed line. It's just people who are human beings, but they fall astray, and they're just bad people, and they're possessed with evil spirits, and they fulfill the negative aspect of the proto-evangelium. I believe that for a long time, but now I take it literal, because guess what? 3 chapters later, that's what we see happen. First, we see Cain and Abel come out. Cain is wicked and evil. Abel is righteous, and it seems like Satan's already on the warpath, because doesn't he not now know of Adam and Eve's children are going to crush his head? So he puts it in the mind of Cain, the apple don't fall far from the tree, to snuff out Abel. And he does that successfully. But guess what? God, the word Seth means to recompense or compensate. Right away, God compensates them with another baby. And the enemy realizes this ain't going to be so easy. I mean, they're going to keep having children. And so then he realizes, but wait a sec, what if I could change their seed line? What if I could interbreed with their seed line? What if I could introduce my seed into their seed line? Because the battle is between the two seed lines. You have God's seed, which is Adam and Eve. He told them to be fruitful and multiply. And all those who come from Adam and Eve are of the Adamic nature and the Adamic race, made in God's image and in his likeness. And then you have the serpent race, which is a hybrid race. It's half human, half serpent, right? Half fallen angel, we should say. And so that's what we see happen in Genesis 6. Now, a lot of people do not subscribe to what I just said in Genesis 3, but they do subscribe to what I'm saying in Genesis 6, which is this. Any person can pull out their King James Bible or whatever translation you want to use and read Genesis 6. 3 short chapters later from the garden, and this is what we're told. How does it start? When men began to multiply in those days, then the Elohim took the daughters of men, and they born children to them. These are the children who become the mighty men of renown, men of myth, or men of renown, the mighty men, the men of renown. And so the Elohim are the angels, and they descended down, and they took the human women, and they copulated with them, and they made the hybrids. Okay, so we have these 2 different groups living on earth. We have Adam and Eve and the 10 patriarchs that lead all the way down to Noah, Enoch and Methuselah and Lamech and all of them. And then we have Cain's lineage, who many of the old texts reveal that the fallen angels were actually copulating with the daughters of Cain, and making this hybrid race. And you have these 2 opposing seed lines. And you have the fallen hybrid satanic seed, and they're battling each other. And they're going to continue to battle each other all through the Bible. And many stories in the Old Testament reflect this. For example, when Moses, 400 years out of captivity of the Hebrews in Egypt, and Moses liberates them, and they spend 40 years trekking across the desert, and they finally make it to the Promised Land, Moses is already aware that there are giants living in the Promised Land. These are the men of renown. That word means the ones of myth, the ones who will become of mythological status and live on throughout humanity. Moses has heard about them. He knows they're in there. He knows he can't just stroll into the Promised Land. There's giant tribes living there. And so he sends out his 2 best. He sends out Joshua and Caleb for 40 days and 40 nights to spy out the land. And they come back and they give the evil report. And they say, this is a land that eateth up its inhabitants, which is in reference to cannibalism. And they go on to say, we saw the sons of Anak there. And they are the remnant of the giants. And the word giant used, this is Numbers 13 for those interested. The word used is the Nephilim. The remnant of the Nephilim are still alive after the flood. And they go on to say that they have these huge walled cities with these huge, and these are men of giant stature, and that we look like grasshoppers to them. And then later, we learn about King Og of Bashan, who had to have an iron bed that was made 12 cubits long to support his height and his weight. And then we get 1,000 years later to a greatly genetically diluted version of them, because there's been intermingling along the way, called Goliath, a 6-fingered, 6-toed Gittite from Gath, who carries 125 pounds of armor, a big, huge spear that he can thrust through multiple men and carry him around, and he's 10 foot tall. And David has to do battle with him. And he is referred to as a remnant of the giants. Although I would say that at this point, he has a lot more human DNA than he has the fallen Nephilim DNA, because it's been greatly diluted since the pre-flood times. And so for your listeners, for the ones who are not maybe aware of a lot of this stuff, I'm not doing a great job articulating it in order. But what I would say about the flood, and if there's anything you want to say, Juan, I'll pause. But before time is up, I want to just get into why the flood came and really elucidate that detail and get into the chimerism before the flood.
Yeah. And I was going to say, continue. And if anything, I mean, worst case, I could always have you back on to keep on going with this, because it's very interesting. But yeah, continue, because I've always wondered about that. Goliath, he was a giant, and then the technology that they got from them after the fact, right after they had killed off his brothers as well. So there's this hinting at it. And now you're talking about other things, other references to giants that I wasn't aware of in the Bible. So yeah, it's very interesting.
So okay, we'll jump past Genesis 3, the garden. We know that there's a seed war declared. The seed of the woman is going to do battle with the seed of the serpent. The serpent has a seed. We just have to come to terms with that. And we see that 3 chapters later. The fallen ones come down and they take the females and they sleep with them and they create the hybrids. So these are demigods. This is what the Greeks 2,000 years later would talk about. All legends and all myth come from a kernel of truth. The flood, the great flood of Noah, wiped out an entire ancient record that only is spoken about now in myth. And so when the Greeks, one of my favorite subjects in school, Greek mythology, when Zeus, the god, it's new vernacular now. We're not using the word angels. We're just changing up some words. We got a new age story, same story. 25. This is after the flood. The god came down from Mount Olympus and he took the female, the human female, and he slept with her and he made a demigod, half human, half god, a giant with power like Hercules and Achilles, and he would become famous and men would worship him and he would live on throughout the oral traditions. That is taken from the Bible. Make no mistake about it. That's what the Bible says happened before the flood. They didn't call them gods, although Elohim are considered small g gods. The Elohim, the small g angelic beings who came down, and slept with the women, they produced the Nephilim, the hybrids, who you could later we call them demigods. Now, the Book of Enoch, which is a pretty amazing book, the best one is the Ethiopian version. That's the one that seems to be authenticated. It was I believe it was in the original King James 1604 edition, which was an 80-book canon, which then later was reduced to a 66-book canon, right? And that's some of the things that bothered you is if you were born in 1604 or 1611 and you said, Mom, I really want a Bible, she'd go down and get you a Bible from wherever you get them in 1611, the printing press, and that Bible would have an 80-book King James Bible with the current 66 books and 14 books of the Apocrypha. But then over the next couple hundred years, as you move into the 17 and 1800s, somebody decided to strip away 14 books, and now our current book is the 66-book King James Bible. And I love that 66-book King James Bible, but I also go back to the original 80-book King James Bible, as well as the Dead Sea Scrolls like the Book of Enoch. So the Book of Enoch, we know for a fact that first century Jews knew it, were reading from it, and were studying it. That's become absolutely authenticated. Most paleographic authors date it to at least 250, 300 years BC, before Christ. In the New Testament, both Peter and Jude, the Apostle Peter and Jude, directly quote the Book of Enoch. That was a book that was being passed around during their day. They were very well familiar with this fall. If you go and read in the New Testament, King James Bible, in the book of Peter and Jude, they talk about the angels who left their first estate, the ones who went after strange flesh, and they even reference back before the flood in the days of Noah, and that God had to put them in everlasting chains of darkness under the earth for the abomination that they committed. They're talking about this situation where the angels took on the women. And so the Book of Enoch, and there have been some newer knockoffs, so you have to do your homework when you study the Book of Enoch. But the original Book of Enoch that still exists today in the Ethiopian King James canon over there in Africa, which is the only Christian nation in the country that I'm aware of, that Book of Enoch describes a situation where the watcher angels made an agreement. They descended from the higher heavens into the highest place in the Syrian Middle East mountains called Mount Hermon. So you begin to see some similarities. In the Greeks, they talk about coming from Mount Olympus, and they descended down and took the women. Well, in the Book of Enoch, they came from Mount Hermon, and they descended down the mountain, and they took the women. And they made an oath or a pact. They knew they were getting ready to step into some major quicksand, but they didn't care. They knew they were getting ready to defy the Most High God. It makes it clear in the Book of Enoch that they were not compatible. The spiritual realm was not meant to be blended with the physical realm. This is the absolute root of all secret societies and the as above, so below, the union or the yoking of the spirit with the physical. Not just spiritually, though, because the origin of it all is the yoking of it literally, the physical union of the spirit realm interacting and yoking with the physical realm. This is what that tree of knowledge of good and evil is that you have, God gives you this reproductive power. You have this power, even in our own right, to create a human being, and how we raise that child and what it does with its child and its child and its child. Think about all of the good it could produce over time, or all of the evil it could do over time. I believe that knowledge of good and evil has a lot to do with procreation and sex, which is such a taboo in our world and our culture for that very reason. And yet not one of us exists today without the fact that our parents came together and broke that taboo and had sex. So and
not only that, Dave, but I just covered Kenneth Grant, The Night Side of Eden. And it's very, they're all about that. It's very sexual. It's all the occult it goes back to sex. So you're onto something with that, because I never heard anybody really focusing on that being the secret. And that's, again, that would be why now secret societies, people such as Aleister Crowley and all these other occultists, they invert it and they pervert it, because again, it's all about the inversion, but it's always centered around the sexual aspect of it.
You're darn right it is. Most of the occult that you study is real. If you study a ritual, Crowley started the Brotherhood of Saturn in the 1920s. And if you study his rituals, how to open the eye of Saturn, those rituals work. That is very real. And the only difference is it's just a different spirit. You're either, I hate to use the word channeling or tapping into because it's an occult term, but it's not a biblical term, but you're either meditating on the word of God and tapping into the Holy Spirit of God, or you're tapping into an occult spirit. And the occult spirit is going to use the same mechanisms as the Holy Spirit, and it's going to invert everything. You're exactly right. So that's why when you study all Satanism and a lot of the occult, Aleister Crowley is the one who taught backmasking, play music backwards, hang the cross upside down and say the word amen backwards, do rituals backwards. I mean, he's a fascinating guy. So was Kenneth Grant. But
yeah, they were both associates.
yeah. Well, Kenneth Grant was Aleister Crowley's protege. Mm-hmm. And as was what's his face that did the Babylon working ritual, who was
Jack Parsons.
Jack Parsons, yeah, that's another fancy one.
L. Ron Hubbard, all the greatest hits, if you will. And I don't like to call them greatest because I think that they were degenerates, but you catch my drift. Anybody who listens to my show knows I absolutely despise Crowley. And
there's a word for you. Juan, you said degenerate. So if you trace that word back to its origin, it's the ones who had the hybrid DNA when the Adamic race was adulterated, or what the Book of Enoch refers to as bastard. They were bastardized. The word degenerate was born. They had a de-evolution of the gene pool. Not the way it would be the way people want to pretend now. Like Hitler, he misconstrued it also. He's looking at these people that he called Jews as this inferior race, or some white supremacist, or someone may look at another group, a black group or Hispanic group, whatever, they're a degenerate race because they're a different color. No. You got it all wrong. Go back to the source. The degenerate was the human being, the seed of the woman, made in the Adamic race, made in the image of God, who's now living on earth, the hybrid race, who's been adulterated. Fallen angel, half human hybrid. And the Book of Enoch refers to them as the first bastards. Now, this is interesting because all of these ancient words, they all have come forward to today, including the word hero. I got to expand on that. But the word bastard today is used in this context. I was born out of wedlock. My mom and my dad had sex and they conceived, and I was born, and I'm called a bastard. That's not the real definition. That's a bastardized version of the word bastard. Where it comes from is these fallen angels illegally took the daughters of men as wives and had sex with them. They weren't even the same species. They were of the angelic race, which is a very close race to human race. It says in the Bible we were made very close to the angels. They weren't the same race, and it was one species of mixing with another species and cross-contaminating those two genomes. And so it wasn't considered a true union. They were not legal wives, and therefore those children are considered bastards. But you could see how that could be misconstrued over 5 millennia to my mom and my dad are married, so they're bastards. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why they were wiped out as well, because they kept the bloodline of Noah. And
right now, that's exactly right. So now what history has taught is that Cain and his evil, vile progeny, including Tubal-Cain, who was the master of weapons and war, that wicked seed line was snuffed out with the flood. But the problem with that is we begin to see that seed line pick it up immediately after the flood. So let's get back to the and how are we doing on time, Juan?
We can go for another 10, 15 minutes or so.
Okay. So we have these hybrids now. They've been created. The fallen angels have slept with the daughters of men. They've created the demigods, the hybrids, and now you have hybrids living on the earth. When you study the Bible closely, Leviticus and Deuteronomy, you learn what they were doing. They were into blood drinking, cannibalism, bestiality. In the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jasher, the Book of Giants, the Book of Jubilees, and all the Dead Sea Scrolls, it says that these fallen ones began to mix one species of another in order to provoke the Lord. Not just human DNA anymore, but they're mixing all genetic species. And this is why when we go back into the ancient record, and I don't care what it is, it could be Babylonian cuneiform tablets. If you do a Babylonian search right now on Nimrod, you're going to get an old Babylonian cuneiform tablet with a bull with wings and a bull's head and a man's torso, a minotaur. If you look at Greek mythology, you're going to get Pegasus, and you're going to get all of the different centaurs and all of that, Medusa, half serpent, half mermaids and mermans, which also come from the Bible. The Philistines worshiped Dagon, the fish god, who had the head and body of a man and the torso of a fish. And when you look at Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Chinese mythology, Norse mythology, Sumerian mythology, all you see is ancient iconography of chimeras. The riddle of the Sphinx, the head of a pharaoh superimposed on the body of a lion. It was nothing but cross-contamination of human DNA with angel DNA. And then they began to mix human DNA with animal DNA, which is going to give you your different combinations of a minotaur who's got the head of a bull and the body of a man, or a centaur, which has the head of a man and the body of a bull. So you're mixing human and animal DNA. And then you're mixing different animals with different animals to make chimeras. And there was about 800, 900 years of this going on before the flood. Now, in Genesis 2, when God made everything, he made everything after its own image and its own likeness. Now, when you look those up in the original Hebrew, the Strong's Concordance goes out of its way to make it clear that there is a genetic partitioning, that if you mix these two, you've gone outside of the normal genetic partitioning. In other words, you don't breed dogs with cats. Nobody would even try. It just isn't natural. Everybody knows that. You don't breed horses with dogs. They're not compatible with each other. They were made after their own image. They were made after their own kind. They have their own genetic prescription that God gave them, and it was good. And so they began to mix all of these. So now, when you start getting all of this cross-contamination of all the humans and all the hybrids and all the animals, then you come to a place many chapters, or a few chapters later, but many hundreds of years later, where everything has been adulterated. And it says in Genesis 6 that all flesh has been contaminated. All flesh but Noah's line. Because you say, well, why was Noah spared? Because it makes it clear that Noah was a just man. He was a righteous man. But more importantly, he was pure in his generations. The word is tamim. It means to be genetically spotless. It's not morally spotless, genetically spotless. In other words, he was still made in the original carbon copy image going back 10 generations to Adam and Eve with no hybridization. He was still the authentic, genuine source of the seed of the woman. But up at that point, all the rest of the earth had been genetically contaminated. All of the rest of the human race had been interbred with. They've been genetically mixed. And all of the animals, damn near all of the animals on earth had been mixed. Which explains why God then says to Noah, build a huge ark. And I will bring to you, Noah, all the animals. 2 of every species, male and female, made after their own image and after their own kind. No hybrids are coming on the boat. The boat is a DNA preservation capsule for everything that God made originally that still remains, that hasn't been adulterated by the fallen ones who've cross-contaminated everything. And so when he gets pure horses and pure zebras and pure giraffes and pure humans, and he puts all those pure racial purity onto the boat. He hits the great reset button. He floods the earth. He wipes out all of the Nephilim and all of the abominations that exist on earth. And the book of Enoch makes it clear they're not fully human. They're not fully angel. They're somewhere in between. They don't have the spirit of a man like God breathed into Adam. Don't feel bad for them. These aren't some these aren't some sweet beings that you'll love. They have demonic spirits inside of them. And when you watch movies like 300 and many of our other movies like what's the one with the eye? Oh crap, I'm blanking, but you'll see. With the eye. Middle Earth, you know, and it's all about magic and sorcery. Pretty good.
Oh, Lord of the Rings?
The Hobbit. Yeah. Look at those creatures that come from the Middle Earth who want to kill and eat the flesh of the humans. I have tons of videos where I show the different groups who portray the fallen ones, the Nephilim and the hybrids, because they're all the same. They all have a demonic spirit living inside of a human-like body. You can tell that they look like they're humans, but they're not fully human. Same with like the Time Machine, the movie. You have the Morlocks who live underground and feast off the humans. Hollywood's just absolutely immersed with it.
And it would make sense that if we're to follow the lore and the genealogy, that maybe there was a reason why God took Enoch, right, from the very beginning, right? Because maybe he understood that this was going to happen. And if we follow the genealogy, he was Noah's great grandfather or something or other. So it would make sense.
Absolutely.
He was one of the only people to walk with God and not die. Right?
Yeah.
And then what does he become at the end of it all? If you keep following the books of Enoch, he becomes this what I've called him, like the holder of reality. He becomes this little God, the lesser Yahweh, this little.
They call him Metatron in Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism. So anyway. So you say, okay, the flood came. It wiped away that ancient record of all of that chimeraism. Genesis and Revelation go together like a lock and a key. The same reasons why God had to destroy the earth the first time is because they contaminated all flesh. Well, that's the same reason why you'll have to come back in the second coming, because the days of Noah are returning. That's what Jesus says when they ask him what will be the sign of the end of the age, right? One of the things he says is when the days of Noah return, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Well, what defined the days of Noah differently than any other time in human history? People still claim that the reason the flood came was to deal with sin. No, Jesus, dealt with sin on the cross. There was sin from the very beginning. Cain killed Abel, and we've been killing each other ever since. And people are dying today from that. The reason that the flood came was to deal with the genetic abomination, right? So to me, the most simplistic version is really quite simple. Genesis is this genetic story where God made everything after its own image and its own kind and its own likeness according to his own desire, his own genetic prescription. And then the fallen ones came in and they totally usurped that and started recreating it and marring it, creating it in their own image. And those two are going to play out in tandem side by side. And it goes all the way through. Jesus is the monogenes. He's the one-of-a-kind genetics, and that's a complicated matter. And then we know that the Antichrist is the inversion of that. The Antichrist is going to come from this serpent seed line. He's going to have that fallen reptilian hybrid, reptilian DNA. And he wants to take power and be worshipped over the earth. And then the mark of the beast is genetic modification. I mean, when you take that, you have now been adopted back into the beast system. You've taken it's going to alter the DNA. It could be the third strand or whatever the case may be. And now you're no longer human. And that's the birth of transhumanism. And it ties in with emergence with AI, because there's prophecies that mankind was going to mix with artificial intelligence. There's Old Testament and New Testament prophecies about where we're at, that we're going to merge with machines. And that's the final system, by the way. After that, it's going to get real ugly. So we're back to genetic modification, GMO, everything they can do to destroy our flesh. That's why there's so much cancer and so much disease.
And it would make a lot of sense, because I don't know if you're familiar with Joseph Lumpkin's work, where he wrote the book, The Origins of Evil. And he writes about how when this flood came, right, we followed I think it's the second law of thermodynamics. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed. Well, if they killed this and you added on there that it wasn't the soul of a man, it was a hybrid, right? They were half angel, half chimera, half Nephilim, half Elohim, whatever it was, they weren't human. Yeah. So therefore, when they were destroyed, their spirit still exists in this realm. They're angry. And that's where we get our origins of evil, demonic entities. And it would also fall in line with the conspiracy, if you will, that these higher ups that are trying to quite literally do exactly that, corrupt this genetic bloodline, they are possessing these people, because we see that all the time, that the elites are worshiping these extracurricular gods, if you will, with little G's. So Lumpkin, he really painted it for me that way, that they're like, and they're still trying to meddle with the affairs of man, even after they were quote unquote.
The book of Enoch describes that one. It talks about that when the flood came and destroyed the giant Nephilim on the earth, that they released their disembodied satanic spirits, and that these spirits would go on to haunt mankind for their role that they played in this unholy union to the very bitter end. These are the same spirits that are living in some of the people when Jesus is in the synagogue, and all of a sudden they stand up and say, they make this profession that, why have you come to torture us, and are you going to send us back to the pit? They've been around. Legion. Yeah, I am Legion. They know what's coming. They know the promised one is coming. And so when we see that in the last days in Revelation 9:11, when they open up the key to the bottomless pit, and the spirit of Apollyon or Abaddon the Destroyer is let out, and he embodies the person of the Antichrist,
which is where CERN is built.
Exactly. Yeah, where they claim that they can break a hole through the fabric of space and time and open up a portal to a higher dimension, which is a fancy way of saying tapping into the spirit realm. The spirit realm is the fifth dimension and higher. And I've done videos on that too. The age of Aquarius and the fifth dimension is coming. So to me, there's a lot of Hollywood and a lot of predictive programming that really reveals a lot of this, and it kind of connects Genesis to Revelation. We're moving into an age now of merging man with machine, or as the Bible refers to it, the iron and the clay. Clay always represents humanity, in Daniel 2:43, the prophet Daniel talks about the beast systems from Babylon and Nebuchadnezzar all the way down to the final one before the return of Christ. And the last system is the miry clay that they try to merge the iron with. Miry clay in the Bible is humanity. God is the potter, we are the clay. Adam came from the clay of the earth. So humans are referred to in the Bible as clay, that God molds it however he wants. Iron in the Bible represents technology, something that has to be forged, a weapon, for example. And by the way, the serpent seed line, Tubal-Cain, is the one who made it. And so this idea that the iron will merge with clay, and it gets even more interesting because that verse says that they will mingle the iron and the clay, and they will mingle with the seed of men. We see the word seed again. And the word mingle comes from the word mongrel. We have to look at genetics through a different lens than what we've been taught for thousands of years. This is no longer about black versus white or whatever the case may be with today's paradigm of racism. We've been tricked into doing that. This is about humans versus non-humans or partial humans, hybrid humans wanting to distort it, right? That's the enmity that exists. And so they want to mingle the iron with the clay, and it says that they will try to do it through the seed of men. That's the semen, the DNA, the genes.
Yeah, Dave, I'd love to have you back on to talk about the Hollywood, and I love the series that you did on Conan the Barbarian. I was hoping that we'd be able to talk because that guy was also into some esoteric stuff, and I had one of the listener of the show who commented on YouTube, and they were talking about, oh, you should cover, I forgot the guy's name, but him, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna actually have somebody on who might know a little bit about him because you've done a series on it. So the next time I have you on, Dave, because you absolutely crushed it. And
that one's a good one, Juan, because when you study the pharaohs, you study the ancient Book of the Dead and all of their traditions, they claim that the pharaohs could shapeshift into the crocodile gods. And there's all kinds of litany about that, right? Well, when you look at the movie you just talked about with Conan, that guy is referred to as an ancient demigod or ancient pharaoh, and it shows him shapeshift in and out. And it brings in so much of this stuff. It'd be a good thing if someone wanted the Cliff Notes in Hollywood form, it would be that Conan movie.
Yeah, and I checked it out actually because they have it up on Netflix, right? Of course, the lizard people would have it up on Netflix. And yeah, Dave, this is great. I had this is an amazing conversation, and the way you know your stuff. I mean, you break it down. You know what you're talking about. You've obviously studied this at length, and I encourage anybody who's interested to learn about the intricacies to check out your YouTube channel, the Proto-Evangelium and the Days of Noah, because you go hard in the paint, not just on biblical stuff. I mean, you go talk about the occult, you talk about Crowley Parsons, you talk about it all, which I've listened to a whole bunch of your videos.
A lot of it's on the UFO stuff, Juan, simply because today we have a new vernacular. We got these extraterrestrials coming down from the stars, taking humans, abducting them, and mixing their DNA together to create half human, half alien hybrids. Same story, different verse. It's exactly what happened before the flood. We just renamed them. We're now calling them aliens. We're calling it space. And so I get into a lot of that too. It's just a new age, new vernacular, but it's the same old thing. But anyway, I know we're out of time. So
yeah, no worries, Dave. I appreciate you coming on and talking with me tonight. And I'm looking forward to doing it again very soon.
Likewise.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, make sure everybody, the Proto-Evangelium and the Days of Noah, I'll post a link in the description. And as always, everyone, have a great night wherever you are, or good morning, wherever you're listening to this. And I'll see you on the other side.
And then he breathed through his nostrils and filled him up with the living spirit, right? Up to that moment, he was just a vessel, just like a pot. He didn't have anything valuable inside of him, right? He was just an animated clay vessel. And then God breathed the life, the breath, the pneuma, the breath of life was breathed into Adam. And when the spirit hit the flesh, then the soul was born. The soul is the mind, the will, and the emotions. So the Bible says that we are tripartite. We have three layers to us. We have a flesh body, which houses our spirit, and those two together create the soul. It's kind of like a lamp with a bulb that you plug in and it shines light, right? It's kind of hard to explain, but like I got a lamp, I plug it in, and I've got a light bulb, and then there's light that's being emitted from it. So it's kind of like, no one can put their hands around it, the tripart nature of man, but that's what it is. So God made Adam as his representative, and he gave him dominion over this place called Earth. And then he basically did the first operation, and he cloned Adam, and he made a carbon copy version of Adam by giving it Eve, only he made a female version. And obviously, when God makes humanity, we now know that he does it through DNA. That's not the word they use in the Old Testament, because they don't know what the hell DNA was 5,000 years ago. They use a different word. They use the word seed. The word in the Hebrew is zera. That actually means semen, or that which produces a genealogical record or a posterity. That's a seed line or a bloodline, right? And that has a lot to do with the word Genesis. The root word of Genesis is gene. It's not that the word Genesis comes from the word genetic or generation. It's the opposite. All those things come from Genesis. Every word that has the root word gene in it, whether it be progeny, future offspring, or genetic or generation or genealogy, all of those words derive from the word Genesis. What the word Genesis essentially means is this is the genetic story and the genealogical record of humanity, which God created in his own image and his own likeness and breathed life into, and then bestowed the greatest gift in ever, which is the power to reproduce. not only did God, who's this infinite omniscient being, create heaven and earth, and he put the star in the sky and the sun and the moon in the sky and did everything that we read about in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. The Spirit hovered over the darkness and, let there be light, and it was good. Not only did he create everything, but then he made his representative, his model, right, his icon, his representative, and then he breathed life into it. And now it's like a little piece of him walking around. And then he made a female to complement the male. And then he said, now the two become one flesh. I mean, that's powerful. And we got 8 billion people running around the planet right now, although there's been a lot of people killed off in the last so many years. So we have so many people living on the planet right now, and we've come so far down the line that we've taken all this for granted. We've taken this idea of like birth for granted, the miracle of birth, and that there was a time when there was no people. There was a time when there was just the first man and woman. Everything has to have a beginning, right? So there was a time, whether you subscribe to it being 5,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago, there was a time when it started, and there was the first people and the first family and the first birth. And so this tree of knowledge, there's a huge debate and argument about what it is. But at one point in time, I began to believe that it had to do with sexual knowledge. It has to do with a lot of different knowledge, the knowledge of sin, but it had to do with sexual knowledge. This, in the Old Testament, when you would have relations with someone, you would know them. Adam might know Eve, and she would conceive, right? And then when God made Adam and Eve, what did he tell them to do? One, he told them, be fruitful and multiply. Well, what does it mean to be fruitful? It means to bear fruit in your womb, right? What is a garden? A garden is a place that you plant a seed, and then a seed grows up and it bears fruit, right? And all throughout the scripture, we're always being told of these analogies all the way up through the New Testament. Jesus says, I'm the vine, you're the fruit. You must abide in me, because if a piece of fruit disconnected from the vine, it's not going to grow anymore, right? It's lost its power from the sap of the tree. So there's a lot to do with trees and fruit in the Bible. But so this idea that there's going to be this tree of knowledge of good and evil, and this young, naive, chaste virgin is going to have her eyes open to the knowledge of good and evil, and she's no longer going to be naive. The word beguile means to seduce. The serpent was the wisest creature that God ever made. That's the way it reads. And that
be as wise as serpents.
Yeah, well, right. And Jesus said that. Be as wise as serpent and as gentle as a dove. That's not easy to walk out, by the way. I've tried. It don't work. I mean, it's possible, but it takes discipline, right? To be as wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove in all circumstances. I mean, that's difficult. So, and there's a lot of different serpent things throughout the Bible that we could talk about, if we have time. But so getting back to this garden, and I want to try to get to some important stuff. So Adam and Eve are in the garden, and they've been given all, everything, this paradise, and they've only got basically one rule, which Adam was given, which is not to eat of the tree in the midst of the garden, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And I used to think that it was just symbolic of Satan. This tree of knowledge of good and evil represents Satan or Lucifer, and that the tree of life represents Jesus Christ, who, Jesus is the bread of life, and life comes through Christ. So, and I do believe that they're symbolic. But for me, it always had to be, well, they're either a literal tree or they're symbolic. But now I've learned most of the time that it can be both. So I believe that there was a literal, there's a literal Garden of Eden with a literal Adam and a literal Eve and literal trees. But then also they have a deep, mysterious, symbolic representation that the Bible goes out of its way to cover, right? It's veiled. That's the thing about the Garden of Eden. It's been veiled on purpose for all of humanity to stumble through and study and wrestle with. And I think it has to do with creation. I think when something happened in the garden that shamed Adam and Eve. When they were in there, they were perfect. They weren't going to die. They weren't going to sin. And we know that the first one who committed sin, as the Bible says, as Jesus said, Satan is the father of lies and the first murderer. And he relates the first murder of Satan connected to Cain, which we'll get into. Cain, who was of the devil. Can
we pause real quick, Dave? Because a few things happened, and you just insinuated at something that I've heard before, that maybe Cain actually came from the serpent. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolutely appalling topic.
It's blasphemy,
to most, Juan, because it personalizes it. Anybody who's really studied the Old Testament knows with 99.999% certainty that the fallen angels took the daughters of men in Genesis 6, copulated with them, and created the hybrids, the Nephilim, and that's why the flood came, right? And we'll try to get into that. But so here, a lot of people will subscribe to that, and that's the absolute truth. But they don't have a problem with it because they're unnamed angels and they're unnamed daughters of men. The moment that you back it up 3 chapters and you personalize it, and you say it's Lucifer, the fallen angel, and Eve, who's like your sister, now all of a sudden it becomes a disdain for people to accept.
I got you.
That's something that I've kind of noticed anecdotally. You'll get people.
And I understand exactly what you're saying. And then before that, when she takes of the fruit, and you have the famous, they have become like one of us. Is that 3:22? Is that the right one?
So that they become like God, or they become gods like us.
Right. What's your take on that? Was it because I've heard people say, it's the Holy Trinity, right? It's the Trinity.
I don't personally think that is. I am a Trinitarian in the sense that the Bible just over and over has God the Father. Even in the book of Revelation, you have God the Father sitting on the throne, with a rainbow over him and the crystal glass river and all the 12 thrones around him with the elders and the golden crowns dressed in white, and all the holy angels saying, "Holy, holy, holy, Lord God Almighty." And we're given examples of what the third heaven looks like with the Most High God. That he was as white as snow, and he had eyes of flaming fire, and his voice sounded like thunder and lightning. And when you read it, I think it's Revelation 5 or 6. When you put yourself there, it's a very, very powerful, majestic environment. And then Jesus steps up. John says, "Who is worthy to open the seals?" We're talking about the seals in the last days, the 7 seals. Who's worthy? And it says that no one could even look at the scroll. John and the angels couldn't even look at the scroll. They're not even worthy enough to look at it. But there was only one who was worthy, and it was the Lamb who had been slain since the foundation of the earth. And this is the crucified and now resurrected and glorified Messiah, Jesus Christ, who is the only one worthy. He's the only one that climbed up on that cross, spilled his blood, and said, "It is finished." Debt paid in full. He's the only one that's got the power to open the seals. And so when you begin to see these things like, okay, there's God the Father, and at his right hand is the Son, Jesus Christ. And then Jesus says, when he's resurrected, and then on Pentecost, he tells the 12, "I'm going up to heaven, and it's good for you that I do this, because I'm going to send you the great comforter." Right? He ends up ascending before that. And then on Pentecost, the Holy Spirit comes down in cloven tongues, and they begin speaking in tongues, and they have this power, the power of the Holy Spirit. This is the third person. He's referred to with that pronoun. Jesus says, "I'm going to send him to you." People get into these, this is back to this denominational thing. They're going to split 50 hairs about something that none of us can put our arms around. I don't understand the Trinity. I can't understand the 3 in 1. I know that the Bible makes it clear. There's God the Father, and then there's Jesus Christ, his only begotten Son, which, by the way, in the Greek is monogenes, one-of-a-kind genetics, and that has to do with the proto-evangelium that I want to get back to, but I get sidetracked, and go in different directions. Well, so for you and your listeners, forgive me. And then there's the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club. Thanks, man. So getting back,
so I didn't mean to derail you, but back to the serpent, you have the idea of personalizing it. A lot of people take that the wrong way, but then you have this lineage, right, of Cain, who was of Lucifer, of Satan, or the devil, whoever you want to call him.
Yeah.
But this idea that
angel.
Yeah, that's where you left off with Cain.
So let's get back to that word Nakash. The English translation, which was in the 15 and 1600s, was the word serpent. That's the closest word to fit the original Hebrew that comes from like the Textus Receptus and the other ancient texts, which is Nakash. It's a Hebrew word that means serpent. The verb form is very important because a verb is the action, right? The verb means the action. A noun is a person, place, or thing. The verb is an action. What it does. So what does the serpent do? And it is a diviner, a soothsayer, a charmer, a prognosticator, one who looks at the stars and makes predictions, one who whispers in your ear and places you under a spell. So we're dealing with witchcraft right out of the gate. Satan is the father, or the Nakash. We'll call him the serpent in the garden. This fallen being who's come down, whoever he is, whatever his reptilian nature is, he is a diviner. He's a charmer. What does that mean? It's the pharmakia. That's we see that word being thrown around now. The pharmakia, it's where we get the word pharmacy from in Revelation 18:23 about the last days, mystery Babylon. All nations of the earth will be deceived with the pharmakia, the sorcery, a mind-altering spell being placed on them through medication or roots or herbs. I'll let your audience use their imagination on some of that.
They know.
So, yeah, right, venom. Yeah, very good. So the diviner that came into the garden is going to place a spell over Eve. That's what I believe. That's the action verb. And if you actually look up the word Nakash, or if you look up the word enchantment in the Old Testament, it's the Strong's Concordance derivation of Nakash. So when the Bible says, be careful about dabbling in witchcraft and necromancy, speaking to the dead, and roots and herbs and mixing potions and doing magic and things of that nature, be careful, because the source of it is the one who came into the garden. And so I believe that he used the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which was a tree that had fruit, that when Eve partook of that fruit, it placed her under spell. And there's a lot of, kind of like, and we could get into this, but it would be a big off segment. But so there's a lot of different roots and herbs, right? There's everything from mescaline, peyote, ayahuasca tea, things that put you in a transcendental state. You can think of this as the world's oldest date rape drug. That the reason Eve is told not to partake of the one tree, that, by the way, Eve says that when she saw the tree and that the fruit was pleasant to her eyes and that it would make one wise, she partook. And of course, the serpent offered her a promise there too, right? The serpent offers her the fruit. She says, no, God told us not to do it. And then the serpent contradicts God and says, he didn't say you couldn't do it. He knows it's because he knows that in the day that you do it, that your eyes will become open and you'll become like God. So he played on her emotions. He played on her pride. We all want that gnosis. We all want that knowledge. We all want to be like God. This is what Lucifer did to get cast out of heaven in the first place. And so now he's going to do it to God's representatives in the garden. He wants to get them to fall too. And God knew that he would, because that's all, when you study the scripture, it makes it clear since the foundation of the earth, he knew. God's omniscient. Nothing passes through God. Nothing slips through his net. He's not surprised by anything. So he knew that it would happen. And so he did. Something happened in the garden. She ate the fruit. She got placed under a spell or an enchantment. And then something happened. And that's a mystery. Could it have been sexual? Possibly. If it was sexual, the very next verse is the proto-evangelium. The moment that she convinces Adam to partake of the forbidden fruit, and he symbolically enters into this, The moment that that happens, they fall right from grace. They change spiritually. They die spiritually. The Holy Spirit is removed from them, and they have a disconnection from God, and they die physically because now programmed cellular death has entered in. Something genetic has happened in the garden. Something that changed them from these light eternal beings to these physical, incarnate, fallen, fleshly beings who are now programmed to sin and programmed to die. And they're shamed and they're exiled. It says, that God sends some cherubim angels to cast them out and protect the tree of life so that they wouldn't stay in this condition. Because when you eat from the tree of life, it brings eternal life. And if they were to receive eternal life after that fall, they would be permanently shamed with the law of sin and the law of death. So they're cast out of the garden. Even though they're cast out, God hasn't turned his back on them. But they're
just a whole bunch of other stuff. So I had this shit, and I cooked it all up, and it was 20 minutes long. And it's one of these, it's one of these things where the whole idea for me, anyways, is instead of a live or whatever, these sort of more artistic, reflective, contemplative projects, I would like to deliver whole to you, because I would like, the audience experience to be to watch it one at a higher quality rate, not stream through this, and then just sort of take the time to watch something separate from a live broadcast. I was hoping to go live this morning. I was thinking about going live this morning to just talk with y'all on Jam and maybe do an open panel thing. So I thought have this video kind of cooked up to be playing and then do the open panel. So I get done with it like 8, 9 o'clock last night, and I go to upload it. So I got this rural internet out here, just really the bane of my existence at some level, as a creative person here on a social media page, MK Ultra page. So I got this rural internet, and so I'm going to do it overnight because no one's on it and all that. And I wake up this morning and it's got like 95% left to go. So it's gone all night. It's been uploading all night. It's going to be perfect. I wake up and I check. I'm like, oh, perfect. That's going to go. I'm going to get my coffee. And I'm going to come in here and maybe, hold court for a little bit and then go and have my day. Well, I click on the Benton stream, and Benton is having a great monologue this morning. I get to that and I go to say what up over there. And by the way, he as I'm floating around his stream kind of checking out what was being talked about, he mentioned me a little bit, and I'm going to address some of his comments. He was talking about the luxury of doomerism, him having the luxury of his doomerism. I want to address that one. I think that's a wonderful phrase, the luxury of doomerism. But anyway, so I'm flipping through that. And so what happens is I'm on like a Mac or whatever, and I don't do any of the fingerprint shit. So like, it's very, Freud would have a heyday with this. It's very telling or whatever. So I always have to get my wife's finger to touch the thing, right? And it has some weird, I don't know, it oddly at different times would like kick me out of an account. And it kicks me out of the fucking account and puts me in a Bus with Books account, which glitches the YouTube upload. Oh my God. But I don't even, it glitches me out. So suddenly I'm on the other email account for the other account. And I'm, oh fuck. And so I go back to, I got to get the finger, I got to do the whole thing. The fucking computer's like just bugging out now, just in general. I do all that, I go back. But the video on my side, I don't touch it. Like it's still uploading. I don't touch it. And it says final upload or, finish upload or whatever. I close out and I go back to the account and I'm getting this fucking error message. Maybe I can bring that up. Right? I'm getting this fucking error message. Let's see. I'm seeing this shit. Whenever you see, odd colors on YouTube, you're in trouble. So I'm seeing this shit. So it says resume upload. I can do that. Now here's like the rub, and this is just a thing, right? Talking about doomerism, talking about sort of losing your shit, sort of all these subjects. This is a good entry road. So it says resume upload. So I can click that button and go and find the file. And the file's named exactly the same thing. But here's what has happened. So when you export out of the movie editor, right? So I exported out of the movie editor. It gave me the file that I can like upload to YouTube. So I went to that. I started uploading it. When I close out of the movie editor, and sorry, I'm ranting. I know this is probably like whatever. And I get this is first world problems too. But please allow me to just indulge my frustrated artist vibe for a minute. So when you click out of the editor, it prompts you to save it one more time. I saved it as the exact same name, but now the fucking YouTube is not identifying that file as the same file. It's still on the desktop. It's the same file. I didn't alter it at all. But because I saved it one more time, YouTube is like, it's not the same file. I mean, how are people supposed to work under these conditions? This is what I wonder, right? Let me say hi to the chat. So we're at sort of an impasse here where, and I've got a backlog of these videos now. I'm always being pretty creative over here. I have just all sorts of different stuff. Oh, and good morning to Malika. Oh, you went through the same thing? Fucking hell, dude. So frustrating. Hey, good to see you, Max Intent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just spent 12 hours uploading it. 12 hours uploading it. And it's whatever. Like, I know I need to make shorter videos so it's not an issue. And I'll be over it by the first cup of coffee. But so what do we do? What do I do today? I kind of feel like just playing the video now. But the problem with that is then you're sort of offering, I feel like then I'm going to have to offer commentary. And it's really supposed to be a standalone thought experiment. You spend your own time on it. And you tell me what it means. But we're definitely going to play some of that. And then we'll kind of see. I was enjoying Benton's. I've almost, oh, you're simulcasting over there. I know, I sort of want to address what you're saying, and I did partly, and Benton, definitely not blaming you, but partly what happened in that thing is I went to go check the email, and then that triggered me being booted out of the fucking email, loading the goddamn thing, Benton. But you were on a good jag, man. I want to address what you're saying. This video has a cut. This is why I'm so pissed about, Benton. I had a cut from you and Brian O'Shea talking 2 days ago, and it sort of fit in, at least in my mind. And see, here now I want to narrate and like explain myself, you know, the thing that I just wanted to be played. So I think I'm just gonna have to fucking play it and attempt to refrain from comment and maybe regroup around here. Good to see you, Massive Faceless. Who else was in here? Anyone else? Oh, producer Moose, of course. Never forget the producer Moose. I hope you're doing good, Moose. Hope you're living well out there. So yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I think that's what I'll do. I'm a little frazzled with the technological difficulties, but we'll tighten it up. We'll get it figured out here. So I'm gonna play a little bit of this and try to refrain from commentary. Benton was on a good one though. I like that phrase, luxury of doomerism, the irony in that. It also sort of, you know, that type of comments, and I think I'll get to this afterwards. I'll sip my coffee, kind of watch the creation I made here, see what it turns up in live time, and then maybe I'll come back with some comments there, and we'll see if anyone would like to chat or maybe open the panel. Hey, not open the panel, who knows? Who knows, man? Maybe we'll just play the video and get out of here. It's seeming like a beautiful morning out there, cool. The sun is shining. I was going to, so I was thinking this plan of things would have gone plan A. I was actually going to try to back the bus up to a spot closer to the house, closer to the router, and see if I could have done a live stream open panel from the bus. That was my plan A, but now we're in plan B mode, and that's cool. And I got to admit, sort of as an intro to the video, now that I'm actually introing it and playing it, I don't want to explain too much. I just kind of want it to be what it is. But so we get here via a search of the term priest class on Wiki Commons. And I've started kind of doing this just to find copyright free material. And I'm always just blown away by what I find. And it sort of takes you on these weird journeys. So part one was sort of going on that journey until we found the meat and potatoes. And I highlight it for a second in the video in that part one. And I am going to go just for, you know, for my own hard-headedness, I am going to go and find a way to upload this video in high quality. But anyway, so doing these wiki comments, they sort of, the term was priest class, and then you go on this whole thing, and I got to the meat and potatoes, which was this guided meditation video. And then from there, I just think, okay, what can I do with this? I don't want to just, you know, upload the guided meditation video. It's pretty weird. And then I'm like, okay, let's chop this up with some actual information and then kind of see what we come up with. So that's what you're seeing here. I'm going to play it and regroup on my end, and then I'll be back. Oh, is there a big, hey, good to see Gary Baxter for the second time. Misspelled disclaimer. I just thought they were glitching out. Benton. Oh fuck. We're in Philip K. Dick's world, dude. I'm telling you. I've never seen, dude. I swear to God, I'm gonna have to look at other channels. I've never seen that misspelling on disclaimer. That's so funny, dude. I've been using that the whole time. Oh my God. I love it. I knew things were getting strange last night. I snapped a guitar string, snapped out of nowhere. As I started uploading the video, a random acoustic guitar string snapped. It's all metaphor. Metaphor is bleeding into everything. Right? Are we entering the liminal states? The sunken places? I think we are. All right, I'm gonna play this little video and we'll get it together. Oh my gosh. What do you do? See, and I really don't like playing the video like this because it kind of becomes this weird thing where I'm like showing my art process.
Yeah, Lou's a good guy when he wants to be. Lou's a good guy overall. He's a sweetie pie, you know, when he's not talking about swine grease and stuff of that nature. I agree. We all love it.
Project to like the class or something.
And you know, I definitely would inseminate his daughter for sure. The one that's not married.
And then I sort of, you know, puts me in the awkward spot of just like, you know, I'm essentially triggering the exact thing that I'm talking about by having to present it in this fashion. So I might just play this and then sort of slink out the back door, say I got to go to the bathroom or something.
Grand Rising, sunshine time. Happy sunshiny day. It is actually really nice here. So when this ends in an hour or two, I've been kind of napping on and off in the background, but also listening to some of the stuff that has been playing. I'm gonna go back and rewatch the Old World Florida one for sure. And the scariest movie ever. I was just skimming through it just now in the background while this is playing. But this is Mr. In a Thought Experiment. I hope I wasn't muted there. I just had a click problem.
And then just like, you know what I mean? Like I might go to the bathroom and then just like hop in my car and like go have a cigarette and then just be like, fuck it, I'll deal with this like Monday when I come back and just leave. All right, here we go. Without delay.
Damn, Yurt smokes cigarettes? No way, man.
Welcome. Enjoy your personal healing program. Please follow the instructions to become completely healed.
High school? No, Lou, that's high school years. Smoking cigarettes. No, never smoking, never that.
Hello.
Hello.
I am offering you the wonderful experience of guided hypnosis.
Hi, I'm Arthur of Uncommon Knowledge, and welcome to How to Use Surprise in Hypnosis Inductions. 3 clever ways to use subtle shock to create more effective hypnosis inductions.
To support you in your own journey of healing, follow my voice and focus your eyes on my finger to go into deep relaxation.
Now, I once wanted to win a toy on the rifle range at the fair. I should point out that this was quite a few years ago, back in the Victorian era when I was young. And to win, I had to fire wet sponge pellets at a cuckoo clock bird. If I fired when the doors were shut, the pellet just bounced off. So to hit home, I had to wait until the doors were open and fire before they closed again. Later.
Pay attention now to your breathing and feel your whole body relaxing. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth.
Later, as a therapist, I realized that people's minds need to be open before new ideas can properly hit home. Now, hypnosis is not just relaxation. So how often have you read under what is hypnosis, perhaps in a hypnotherapist's advertising literature, or FAQ, something like hypnosis is simply a state of deep relaxation. And this is reassuring to the cautious public, perhaps, but far from the full story. If you only have one way of inducing hypnosis, the undoubtedly pleasant path of relaxation, then you're considerably less flexible as a therapist than you could be. And I say this because hypnosis is about focus. We can get people to focus by gently lulling them into deep calm. By the way, I'm not sure if you're still there, Sunshine Time, but if you ever have a channel that you think I would like, I would love to know. Because I'm always liking to find new channels and stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, in general, if you have anything you'd like me to touch on or like review or play and give my kind of 2 cents on, I would enjoy that myself. So feel free to mention it. But yeah, much love. Shout out to Austin as well. Relaxation. Or we can use other ways, such as shock. The great doctor.
Every time you breathe out, you will relax more. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale.
The great Dr. Milton Erickson described how he sometimes used shock to induce altered and more suggestible states of consciousness within his patients. So here's a warning. What you're about to hear might shock you, but I'm sure it won't. It certainly shocked the patients that Erickson used this approach with. Okay. So a young couple who couldn't conceive came to see the great Dr. Erickson. And they were very proper, articulate, serious types, college professors, very straight-line thinkers. And they described how they had failed to produce children, how marital union, with full physiological concomitants to fulfill our phylloprogenitive desires, had failed to produce offspring. Okay, this is how they talked. As Erickson recorded it, they spoke only in polysyllabic words and whenever possible used clinical medical terms. And after listening to their account, Erickson said he believed they could be cured by shock therapy. If they agree to this, they must further agree that following their shock, they must return home in complete silence so that the effects of the shock would not be diluted. Somewhat amused, the couple agreed to this shock therapy. So Erickson then had them grasp the arms of the chair they were sitting on, ready to receive their shock therapy. And remember, expectation is a powerful prelude to hypnosis. So looking at them squarely, he then said, you have been engaged in marital union with full physiological concomitants to fulfill your phylloprogenitive desires. Now, why in hell don't you go fuck for fun and pray to the devil she isn't knocked up for at least 3 months? Now please leave. 3 months later, the wife was pregnant.
But I was gone. But you see, I'm not becoming argumentative when you talk about poker. So I'm not just a person who's going to argue with everything you say. See, I really haven't had I've had no counterpoints to anything you said about poker because I'm in no position.
I'm gonna pause right here. I want to explain a little bit why I share this clip. Now, this is a part that you wouldn't get if I just would have played it, but maybe it would have came up in conversation later. So, and even Benton was touching on it this morning. I think, he was kind of circling on some of the same thoughts from his own direction. Of course, with that disclaimer, there's no confederation of mind or thoughts here. I'm only, as always, speaking for myself. But what I found in this moment, and it's sort of a subdued moment, but what I saw here was 2 men who have spent a lot of time, doing what's called, for lack of a better term. I'm very weary now of these terms, and I'm also weary of recapitulating these 2 gentlemen's perspectives. So again, I'm saying what I saw and why I'm sharing this. What I see here, and I'm not going to even necessarily attribute motive or intent to either side. I'm just going to describe in general. I see here 2, informed, intelligent, conversational men who are engaged in a process, that's sort of beyond parameters. But what I'm suggesting in this clip is that some of these habits have so ingrained themselves that even if we're breaking the habit of sort of the teacher-student dichotomy, that even in, it's so ever present that even in our awareness of it, we can't help but slip into that. And so even as we resist this mind control, these mind control patterns are so ingrained that it becomes sort of impossible to say anything if you're not going to allow that dynamic to run the scene. And so that's why I shared this clip, because it's sort of the opposite of what is being said, but then it still ends up being a similar thing.
I appreciate that, Sunshine. That means a lot. And yeah, that orb stuff, that stuff's really kind of scary to me in a way. Just in the simple fact that we've come to this point, to where that stuff's even being entertained on a massive scale worldwide like that. And again, it's just a matter of time to see how it plays out. And oh yeah, I don't know how the sound is. I don't have the headphones plugged in. If the vacuuming, I don't know. My laptop tends to vacuum, so let me get my headphones.
And it's just an interesting moment on a panel. But
Yeah, that's fine.
or is this that urge?
So
going
I
forward?
think it's awesome that you, me personally, because I am a poker fan, I think it's awesome that you've had those experiences. I mean, that's like a cool thing, right? But yeah, continue.
Yeah, it's just I seem to get caught up a little bit if I start trying to philosophize or try to go down a certain thread. You'll
Yeah.
you'll take the point counterpoint. Wasn't that a TV show? It's a point counterpoint.
But some of that is because I walked around about 10 miles a day every day for about 6 straight years, and really almost 10 years thinking about all of those type of topics. And that's not an exaggeration. So I've spent a lot of time thinking about all of those things.
What are those things?
All of those philosophies, the various things we were talking about earlier, especially the times when I cut you off so quickly. It's not that I'm not really smart enough to figure that out in the moment. So if I'm able to fire back at you so quickly, those are things that I've already spent a lot of time thinking about. It's settled in my mind. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. It comes off to me as though I've already thought about life. Got to figure it out. I don't need to chat with Brian O'Shea about his fucking views on the world.
Basically, I'm the top dog in those areas compared to you. You're the top dog in the poker. When you talk poker, I'm not.
Oh, I got a buzz, dude.
But you're.
Dude, it's so funny, man. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you describe it? We're suddenly in that like a polysyllabic, materialist scientific speech that I try to not actually say my exact opinions, but give everyone their own ground to stand on. Good to see this one too. Truth or Cop, Build Renaissance Productions. It's just so funny.
Almost like you're trying to carry the day with these ideas, but I'm ahead of you in these areas. I just am. It's a fact. Just like you're ahead of me in the poker. It is what it is.
See, that's coming off to me as you're ahead of me in the philosophy. Like anything outside of poker, you're ahead of any philosophy, like
No,
any
not
other
anything.
fucking.
No, not anything. The things we've been talking about.
Just the very important philosophical, real deep stuff. You're way ahead of me on, but not poker, and not like stuff in between the real deep, awesome philosophical, true meanings of life. You're way ahead of me on that, but like everything else in between, maybe.
I'm not talking about the true meaning of life. I'm saying if you were to just go walk around for about 6 years and just think to yourself all day, what would your understanding?
Who says I have it? How do you know what I have and haven't done when it comes to contemplation on reality?
Well, you didn't do it right if this is your level of understanding.
Man.
Hey, man, look, if you want to talk about men and masculinity and you can't handle me talking to you this way.
So now I go to this clip. I think I shared this clip from the movie The Master, a fictional portrayal of L. Ron Hubbard's life. Hey, good to see you this morning, Flow State. And then I go to this fictional account of L. Ron Hubbard. So
before he dives into the L. Ron Hubbard stuff, yeah, I get that in terms of not wanting to. Sunshine Time says, I don't know how much I will allow the AI, this AI to recognize my being. Too much tech. It's creepy as fuck, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the data collection and, marching towards all this biometric shit and the need to, of course, authenticate your quote identity through all that tech. Obviously, that's where things are headed. That's where they're already at in many ways. And in terms of like stuff like, banking, not even just online, but in person as well, it makes you wonder how much of it's going to be integrated into that. I admittedly have a bank account with a very small amount of money, but let's just say I think about all the time. It just pops up in my head. Should I just take it out? I mean, is it just going to disappear one day? Are they just going to say, oh, or is it just one day going to switch over to, yeah, your money's now in this form where, yeah, you're gonna have to sign up with this, whatever digital authentication program or whatever to get that cash, and then in order to do that, I gotta give them everything, my social, my birth certificate copy, my social copy, everything, my license copy, and like I'm trying to move away from all those systems, and I have been for a while now. And again, that's a lot of the reason why I found Paul and got so ingrained in that info. So yeah. Anyway, I'm just rambling now, but I'm pretty sure Mr. Austin here, right, Sunshine? I'm just catching up on on what he's talking about. I don't really have much context, but I know he's mirroring Benton's stream with Brian O'Shea. So I already heard some of this, but I'm gonna keep listening anyway, because why not?
What I'm contrasting in my mind and what is going on. It's a good question.
What is real?
We should keep asking that. What is going on?
Is this real?
So what I'm doing, I'm contrasting here sort of how these practices get dissolved in common discourse, as you know, if we can consider a YouTube panel common discourse. But I'm contrasting how these ideas get worked out and played in common discourse among people who are using them to whatever ability and understanding that they have of them in Benton and Mr. O'Shea. And then I'm contrasting that with actual practitioners of NLP,
That means a lot, Sunshine. I didn't even know. I haven't checked, but I appreciate that a lot. I'll check in a bit and see to see if it came in, and then yeah. Let me. How much time do I have here on the stream? Yeah, I'll have time. But yeah, when a bot has to make sure you're not a bot, I'm questioning everything. Oh man. When a bot has to make sure you're not a bot. That's where we're at, man. That's where we're at. And I almost want to play another video on that WorldCoin stuff, because I'm trying. I couldn't remember the right one where it showed how they're setting them up all over, to where people will just go to certain populated areas and there'll be one set up, and again, they'd have to, of course, authenticate their ID to, by way of like it retinal scans you or something, it face scans you. So it's just crazy, man, because people got to ask, well, who's putting this tech out there and setting it up again? And it's the orb, it's the iris, right? It's like, it really is like the eye in the sky, although here it's the eye on the ground. But as if there wasn't enough surveillance already, now they're just setting these things up, and people are willingly, wantingly even going up to them to. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's fucking insane. It's insane. It's nuts. But the optics are high, as Snafu Snaps would say.
Control practitioners, and how the same sort of energies and tactics and sort of things start bubbling up. So it's sort of the amateur, and then let's see some pro portrayal of how these things are actually demonstrated. But see, now I'm explaining where I would have preferred to not say anything besides the video that I made. I knew that was a danger. Yeah, NLP is so cool. Flote, you might have some direct experience of NLP out here.
I'm behind, obviously, but I see Look Within in the chat talking about being black pilled. To be black pilled, it means doomerism, which means hopelessness. But yeah, I mean, in a way, yeah. Optimism out of adversity isn't cope. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of it is in a way gives you a realistic view on things, in that in the media and on both sides, even in the so-called woke, or awakened, enlightened, whatever community, truth community, if you want to call it that a lot of people know that it's always going to be doom and gloom in a way. So in a way, by embracing it, you're really just taking the power away from the controllers and the social engineers who are trying to disempower and control the masses, on both sides. Again, even because they give the so-called truth community what they want to, through a lot of the doomer psyop, fear porn type programming, so that's my 2 cents on it anyway, my opinion, my outlook.
We're not talking. We're not having a conversation. There's nothing really happening. It's like,
Again, I've been quite the doomer myself at times, but definitely wouldn't call myself a doomer overall. But anyway.
Women, we're not women where I'm going to concern myself about how you feel about me speaking truth. If we were women, we would sit around and I would make sure to not. I would make sure that you're always in a good emotional space. However you feel about what I say, that's your problem. Not my problem.
But we're not really having I don't know what's happening. We're not really. There's no back and forth. We're not having a conversation. I'm not sure what's happening, but it's not a conversation. I'll tell you that much. I don't know what.
Well, there is an audience. Let's forget.
Right, there's an audience. There's you here, and we're every now and then we words come out of our mouth, but I'm not quite sure there's any cohesion or flow or back and forth. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Well, isn't that okay if there's not a flow and a cohesion? I mean,
Well, it's like why would I engage? Why would I want to like come back and do this? Why would I want to continue doing this? Like why? What
you may
we're
not.
We're not really doing it.
You very well may not want to.
Not really. You find it easy to be fair. Yes. So you're often consumed by envy. No, about what? Are you often consumed by envy? You mean like jealousy? Like jealousy. Oh, well, yeah, I don't like someone else's hands on my girls. I don't like to think about it. It makes me sick. Are you scientific in your thought? Yes. Are you concerned with the impression you make? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you do. Well, most people are asked this if that's what you mean. Are you usually truthful to others? No, I don't.
Become aware of your body.
Are you unpredictable?
From the tips of your toes to the top of your head. Feel the muscles around your eyes and on your forehead. Breathe in and allow them to relax. Feel your lower jaw. Breathe in.
Silly animal. I couldn't help it. Sorry. It's good to laugh during processing. Sometimes we forget, even if it is the sound of an animal.
Hey, good to see you, Patrick.
Friendly Quill test session, March 5th, 1950, 1800 hours. Aboard the sailing vessel Alethea, LD, MOC, MD, logged and approved.
Should be sorry, man. I just
sit before we join them upstairs. That's it.
since I'm playing this real time, and good to see you this morning, Patrick. OTW News. Hey, good to see you, Brian O'Shea. We played a little clip from yours and Benton's interaction earlier. Hope you're having a good day, and Lubas as well. So this is actually one of my favorite parts of the scene. And if I would have added like my notes, I would have stopped here and explained why. I think this is like really one of the most important moments. So the dude farts, right? He busts ass and jokes and takes all the energy out of the programming. And then Philip Seymour Hoffman, who's playing the L. Ron Hubbard, shuts it down. And then his whole attitude changes once the shutdown happens. And you often find this, and I mean, to the panels and all that, that's one of the strangest experiences is people who are sort of apparently on the surface going through a lot of ups and downs, you know, even in the conversation, or things are getting heated, or, you know, I've seen so many examples, and myself included, like I understand where this is coming from, where you're both upset that your personal dirty laundry is being put out there, but there's something, right, it goes right to the ego play. You also want to stay, even Flow State, I think this was I know, dude. And Flow State, this was a question I asked you when you went on that dude's show and shared a bunch of your, you know, I'll let you describe your own history. But I remember talking to you about that. Why do we come on here and share personal details about our life? I was about to do it this morning, hearing Benton talking to me about the luxury of doomerism. That got me immediately to my own personal history, where I feel like I want to come up here and explain to Benton that I was doomer from day one and start bringing out. Yeah, Benton, if there's a follow-up, see, I can't do it. This is why I need the self-control. I thought that was so interesting. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So you guys had that awkward moment of the conversation the day before, and it was like, oh, you know, sort of this, I don't even know if I'm coming back here type thing. And then we're back the next day and we're even more empowered, quote unquote. Maybe, who knows, right? No, you're good. You're good. I knew this would happen. That's kind of why I wanted to just play it, allow everyone to, you know, anyone who's curious, just see it and then discuss it going forward. But so it kind of becomes an over explanation. I'll just keep playing. I'll shut up. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize.
No. You gotta ask me more. This is fun. Come on, you gotta ask me more.
So a client said to me once, and they had been very used to people giving them positive feedback and contradicting their negativities. They said, you know, my life isn't worth living. And I decided to take a different tack. So I said, you know what? You're absolutely right. Your life isn't worth living the way you've been living it up to now. And that's why we're going to start making positive changes right.
Apparently that's a therapeutic strategy. I know there was some discussion of that.
Something different, and then
whether it's appropriate.
Number two, confuse first and suggest second. When you have no idea what's happening and therefore what's going to happen next, you become open to suggestion. People totally confused by the stage hypnotist unexpectedly tipping them backwards become immensely suggestible because the mind is now open to what's going to happen next. They don't know what's going to happen next. So please don't tip your smoking clients back or try the famous confusing Ericksonian handshake on your next depressed client. But the principle is what I'm trying to get at here. However, verbal confusion can be a powerful way of opening the mind to a direct suggestion.
Could you answer the next series of questions without blinking your eyes? Yes. Without fear and hesitation, answer as quickly as you can. Sure. Starting now, you're not to blink. If you blink, we go back to the start.
Fuck you. See, dude, Lubas going to be a distraction, right? Speaking, Lubas is a perfect Joaquin Phoenix correlate. So it's sort of hovering in the chat at the moment. Yeah, he's definitely fucking with you. You can just assume Lubas is fucking with you. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Starting now, you're not to blink. If you blink, we go back to the start. Do you often think about how inconsequential you are? No. Do you believe that God will save you from your own ridiculousness? No. Have you ever had intercourse with someone inside your family? Yes. Have you ever had intercourse with someone inside your family?
Yes. I know, Lubas.
Have you killed anyone? No.
This is your safe space. Don't worry about it. You're cool here.
No. How many times do you have intercourse with your aunt? 3 times. Where's your aunt now? I don't know. Would you like to have intercourse with her again? No. Do you regret this? No. Where's your mother? I don't know. Infringement. Back to the story.
For example, now there is a wonderful part of you, apart from the part listening, that can take part in part or all of this part of the experience, partly because right now you can begin to relax very deeply all over your body. Such a construction causes confusion in the mind, leading to a frantic search for clarity, which is, when delivered, taken up. Okay, so the person's confused, and then you hit them with clarity, direct suggestion. So it's a relief that something that last that they can understand is available to them. But use this sparingly and carefully. And note that confusing as the language is, there's still an underlying logic to it. Okay, in this context, confusing doesn't and shouldn't mean meaningless. Number 3.
Okay. Do you often think about how inconsequential you are? Yes. Do you believe that God will save you? No. Have you ever had sex with a member of your family? Yes. Are you lying? No. Who? Auntie Bertha. Where's your aunt now? I don't know. Maybe home. Are you lying? No. Are you a liar? Yes. Have you killed anyone? Yes. Who? Jobs in the war. Do you regret this? No. What are you running from?
I mean, I got. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it.
It's Salinas. He sold that. My booze and you drank it. Just booze you make poison. If you drink,
I'm a pause. I'm gonna do my thing. I can't do it. I can't do it. I just see, my friend Malika. This is my opinion. These are my opinions. This to me looks like mind control cognitive dissonance, that every subject, no matter what we're discussing, has to go back to a trans investigation. I know flows were so good, but then I see this cognitive dissonance being peddled in the chat. So we're talking about mind control and we're back to transgender Adam's apple search. I just find that interesting. I just want to highlight that. Sorry, Flow State. Producer Flow State, keeping me on track. I appreciate that. Don't get distracted.
Where's your father? Dad. How did he die? Drunk. Where's your mother?
Yeah, Mr. Watch the Collapse had left a good comment I had to reply to, but basically just saying to Austin and Annapurna that he loves you, talk soon, fuck the mind control, go outside, go for a hike, leave your phone at home, try it, I dare you. And I had to reply, I said, yeah, I haven't had a phone in 2 to 3 plus months, ever since I dropped my cell phone in the shower. Honestly, I only dropped it for a second, so it should have been fine, but it was all cracked, so it seeped into the cracks, and the rice didn't save it, unfortunately, and the phone got effed. And I still want to fix that phone because I have so much on it that all these pictures and videos, especially the videos from last year on a family trip last August. Crazy that it's been a year already. That's insane. Been a year since that family trip. But yeah, I have all this stuff on there that I got to get off. At the least, just to at the least to fix the phone, just to get all the stuff off of there. Specifically that trip, all the videos. But I said, yeah, I haven't had a phone in 2 to 3 plus months, and it kind of feels great, to be honest. Yet here I am restreaming this on a 12-hour broadcast for the second night in a row. 24 hours of streaming within 48. Not okay. Not okay. But, it is what it is.
Thank you. Thank you, Handler Flow State.
Humor is the best.
I enjoy it because of who comes through. And also, like last night, I got to meet all these new people that, 3 or 4 newbies that, because of one guy who found my channel searching for a live, and then he sent his friends through, and that was a cool experience. Even though one of the guys was pretty fucking weird. Well, say 1 or 2 of them, and then the other couple guys were cool. So they're all right overall. Anyway.
Humor is one of the oldest and best ways of presenting new perspectives because it utterly disarms people.
That's my cognitive dissonance.
Negative defenses. Used at the right time, in the right way, it can have a huge beneficial effect and has been used in spiritual systems throughout the centuries.
But that's the whole point.
Luba says, I left you a message in your chat this morning, brother. Did you see it? I did see it, sir. I guess I'll just comment to him in here.
No one, I didn't say trust any of this. The question, if any of this, 17 minutes had you saying any of this was trustworthy, then that's sort of stating the obvious. And we're actually trying to analyze how the mind control actually works. And so to me, that's like focusing on the manifestation of the mind control when I'm actually trying to show how the sausage is made, the actual techniques of the mind control. So to point out that we can't trust in all this, well, that's what's being used. And that's what's pointing out. So that's what I said at the beginning. There's 2 ways to get people into hypnotic states, trances. to one, use relaxation. That's what the mouth video and that weirdness is about. That's relaxation techniques. And then there's surprise, right? Which surprise is a violation of trust. So it's like it's missing the forest for the trees to do a trans investigation on these people. To me, maybe that's a relevant issue to you, and that's of course you're right.
Worried that she might.
And let it soften. Feel the muscles in your neck and shoulders.
Feel your Adam's apple.
Breathe in.
Is your Adam's apple present?
And relax.
Relax your Adam's apple.
I was drunk that you look good.
Obvious, it's so obvious.
You ever had thoughts about Master Piggy? Yes. What do you think? I thought you were fools. I fooled you. No, sir. You were locked in a room for the rest of your life. We'd be in there with you. Doors. Who's Doors?
Now imagine yourself.
Let's go. My girl will marry one day.
She in color.
Yes.
The Massachusetts.
Yes, sir.
Why aren't you with her?
But I'll make it here.
Why aren't you with that lovely girl?
I got no reason. I'm a fool.
You love Doris.
Yes.
You love her.
Yes, sir.
Why aren't you with her?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Tell me why you're not with her. If you love her.
I told her I'd come back, and I never went back. And I gotta get back to her. I don't know. I don't know.
Inhale. Slowly, all the stress is leaving, and the color of calmness is covering you like a warm, soft blanket. Now that you are completely relaxed, remember a moment in your life when you were full of joy. Go back to this very moment. Remember the colors and smells that surround you.
Look within, man.
And feel the happiness and joy that you experienced back then. Now focus on your heart and fill it with this happiness and joy. Take a few deep breaths.
I am sorry. An error has occurred. Your program has been cancelled unexpected. Please insert coin to continue.
I love this.
Please insert coin to continue. Please insert coin to continue. Please insert coin to start your personal healing program.
Well, there we go. There we go. I love the very Philip K. Dick end of that. So in a lot of Philip K. Dick's book, in the future, in one book, for instance, even to get outside your little apartment, your coffin apartment of the future, you have to put in a nickel or whatever to get out the door. So you have to pay for every little service in the token, which I'm sure we're going to get there soon. So where do we take this? You know what? I'm gonna offer a hypothesis. I think I'm actually cut this short because I'm off in my own jag here, and I'm becoming hyper aware of sort of the dynamics being discussed in this video, where you get to a point. Excuse me. Oh, good to see you, Sam. Sam, hi in the house. Good to see you, Crystal Shaman. Cool, you're working on your cars. Love that. But so I'm getting to this point. I'm getting to this point of the dialectic and discourse dynamics really start losing their appeal to me more and more. And it's really what Benton was talking about earlier this morning and addressing a little bit here. So like I'm tracking my own thought here, and my belief, and I stand on this belief, is that mind control is in operation to such a degree that, is really shocking. And I found the more I interacted with people in the so-called truth community that even though they seem to be aware of this mind control, they were as much, if not more, awash in it, more swimming in it. And it's my belief, it's my take on it all, that there's been a number of popularized conspiracy theories, including flat earth, including trans investigations, including several other things that essentially are obviously to people with the eyes and ears to see and hear, are obviously some sort of rotten fish insertion into a waking up process. That is my theory. That is the understanding I've come to. And you see it anytime you actually, in my view and what I've experienced, I see it anytime you actually start getting closer and closer to what's actually going on. And a rush to absurdism, a rush to sort of a dislocating reflective point that'll take you absolutely nowhere. The sunken place sort of red herring of logic. And that's fine. People can be interested in whatever they want. It's not, far be it from me to dictate what other people find to be of value. I don't care about that. But for me, it becomes, I don't know. It becomes it's flow state's low level attempts to troll here are sort of another proof.
Yeah, I've never had iCloud, I don't think. Sunshine Time. I think I had I've had the only iPhone I ever had was because a friend's girlfriend gave me one of her like old phones laying around. That was oh, excuse me. Bless me. Yeah, that was the only reason I ever had an iPhone, and even that was short lived because it was all cracked up. Once like all I had to do was drop it once or twice, and it was done. And I also have a history of dropping phones as well. Not necessarily like in a quick amount of time, but after I have it long enough, 6 months, a year. Yeah, I have a history with that. This last phone I had was one of the longer phones. I probably had it about a year before this happened with dropping it and cracking it and breaking. So I don't know why that happens to me, but anyway. I gave Yurt and Benton a thumbs up earlier. Yeah, I think Benton might be restreaming Austin too. I'm gonna see what he's up to in the background here. Let me see.
Mom jokes from 40-year-old man. So it becomes that thing. So like I could bring Flow State up here, and I could bring Lubas and a bunch of other people, and have this conversation. I think this is what Benton's talking about. Have this conversation that is not in the ballpark of what is on my mind. That's fine. That's fine. I got plenty on my mind to show, and I think I'm gonna keep doing more of these. I just need to keep them about 10 minutes so I don't get stuck in this upload loop. But sometimes I think that's a better way to even do this, because I think the live stuff, it just opens you up to the exact process that was documented in all of this. That's a peculiar part. You end up in this space, in the sunken place, with your own little sort of half-baked Philip C. Moore Hoffman, your own sort of half-baked L. Ron Hubbard, who from some brief assessment on the internet has become your master through some NLP programming, some NLP techniques. And the point that was trying to be made in this was that these techniques have become so ubiquitous, so ever-present, that we pedal in them ourselves. There's no way to escape it. And this is part of the priest class morality. So either you want to be the teacher or you want to be the student. And so you're always assessing, where am I at in the hierarchical pattern? And if you're a broken person, then you're quite willing to be put in the lower hierarchical position as long as that person can establish a dominance over you. So if they can put you in a relaxed state, something you don't often experience, then you'll think they're godlike. But if they perturb you and use shock tactics to pull you out of it, then they also get control. And as the guy mentioned with that analogy of the cuckoo clock and the doors being open, it doesn't actually require very much time with those doors being open for a message to be inserted. If only Adam's apples could be removed as easily, or inserted as easily these days. I think I leave it there, though. I was going to touch, I'll touch a little bit, but we won't go too much. I've already humored my ego enough here, and we're approaching an hour, and the morning is still young, so we're going to get busy. But a little bit of this, the luxury of doomerism. And first, I wanted to say to Benton too. Benton had me on an interesting thought experiment in regards to this idea of we. So who is we? Who is we? Right, when we use the term we's. And at first I was ready to sort of concede the point Benton was making, because I don't like that collectivist sort of royal we usage either. So at first I was ready to basically agree. But then I thought about it a little more, and I sort of do have a we in a practical sense. There are a number of me. So I do sort of speak for, I don't know, a 10-pack of people at least. And that number might loosely double or triple. So there is a technical we, and on the ground we, friends and family we, who at different times, at different places for different matters, don't mind if I speak in we. But there's also a rhetorical we as we're speaking or as we're engaged in this, the rhetorical we of anyone who might think like I do. Right? That's another we that we could talk. And I really think the terminology that I don't like is the should, the would, and the could. Because these are abstractions, and they often start to build moral imperatives about what other people need to be doing. So I see that point there, but then I think, well, I am a we, so you can't really dislocate me from the we, or that's not going to be very good for the others included in that. But that was sort of, and then this links up with the point he was making today, and I need to go back, and maybe I should just play that and respond directly to some of the things that were said this morning on Benton's. But that he has the luxury of doomerism. The luxury of doomerism. And that because I have this, nice family and all of that, I can't really just sit in the doomerism. Well, first of all, many people seem to sit in the doomerism quite well. So there's no reason why, my nice family necessarily means that I couldn't go full doomerism. And this is, again, where the explanations apparently aren't heard or understood or aren't really believed, or there's something else sort of going on there. But, I'm pretty sure Benton's been around long enough. We've been talking, that I've explained. Yeah. See, and these are the type of comments. This is what I'm saying. Like, and it's an amazing sort of process. It's comments like this, and I'm sort of speaking to Benton, and Benton and my friend Malik are good examples where, I start wondering, like, where we've been at in the conversation, because I explained to Benton that I was born in doomerism. I was born in doomerism. I was born in the darkness, Benton. I didn't come to this later. I wasn't broken. I didn't have an idealistic sense ever. I was broken from the start, Benton. So the doomerism is a luxury. No, I learned how to love the doomerism. Is that a possibility? That's what I want to push back. Can you learn to love it, right? How I learned to stop worrying and love the bomb. Oh, the man's in the house. Good. Yeah, so at that point, man, that's what I'm saying. If you're listening attentively, the doomerism didn't come as an epiphany. The doomerism was baked in from the beginning. So luxury of doomerism. Well, now you're, I don't know what you're saying. And it's weird. I like this world at some level. At some level. I don't like a lot of what goes on. Doomerism is sort of this is my capitulation of it, my recapitulation of it. It's this idea that everything is fucked, essentially. And that there's no point in sort of these collectivist ideals. This is my understanding. Of course, I got to keep emphasizing that. But essentially, there's nothing that can be done in the communication, which I largely agree with, too. That's part of the doomerism. I can't deny that. There is no point really in this information. And you see it today. Yeah, same here. Same here, Benton. Yeah, same here. Part of this is my inability to express exactly what's going on in my head. But that's sort of the peculiar nature of being seen as someone, one who's a normie. I love that sort of take. And then also someone being characterized as someone who sort of has like a Pollyanna optimism amidst the doomerism as a cope. I don't feel like I'm coping through my own cognitive dissonance by creating some false sense of idealism of what I'm doing here or communicating with others or whatever. Like, I'm more of the hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And I've explained that the reason I had time to come on here and sort of do what I'm doing here on these research journeys and these thought experiments and all this is because I sort of took the time for my beans, bullets, and band-aids. I sort of had all that to the best of my ability. I've sort of squared that away. But the idea that, like, I frankly see too many people sitting in the doomerism as a luxury, as an escapism. I don't know how everyone else has so much time to reflect on the doomerism. I get that's what Benton is partly be addressing from his vantage point too. Like there's a fucking mess, right? Apparently, allegedly. And again, we got to nuance that out. And this isn't always the place for nuance, of course. But I don't know how there's so many people sitting around in the luxury of their doomerism and totally not getting the cognitive dissonance that every day that they sit just sort of cataloging and reflecting and you know, twirling our beards about our understanding of what's happening to the world. I don't get how everyone else has the luxury of time. And Stephen David says it well. Doomerism is a first world convenience. Now, it was doomerism from the start for me, right? The doomerism of a child is not even knowing if your mom loves you or likes you or wants anything to do with you. That's doomerism from day one. Doomerism is when Pop shows up, you know, 3, 4, 5 years old, sort of a character out of a fictional novel, just a shadow of a father. That's doomerism from day one. See, there was never any really foundation to wake up to or to collapse into. It was just doomer from day one. It's funny. It's funny stuff. And these games we play, and it's especially the people who seem to be awake and talk about all this stuff, but then make no real life action at all. But these are things we have to think about. We've all got to sort of hoe our own fields, and we've all got to pull our own weeds. And I understand that just inherently and intrinsically. That's the point I'm trying to make. Is that for me even to be here, I had to learn to love the doomerism. I had to learn how to love the doomerism. And I essentially went on that process very early in life. So often the conversations I'm looking to have and wanting to have, I don't know, maybe some other time. Maybe some other time we'll pick it up. And maybe not, and that's okay. But a little end cap on this thing, and I'm out of here. The amount that yeah, you think. I don't feel that way right now, Benton. I feel like I sort of hem-hawed my way through that. You thought that was good. I don't know. I can't read or tell if that's sarcastic.
Was I seriously muted, man? I hate when they do this. I was just talking for... You guys didn't hear any of that? Oh, excuse me. Bless myself. Man, that pisses me off. I was just monologuing for a fucking while, dude. I was reading some of the comments in his chat. Yeah, about Annapurna saying how, where was the comment? Saying sitting around talking without action isn't my style. And then Look Within talking about how looping could be considered shadow work since it represents the Ouroboros, which there's definitely some truth to. And I feel like she is softly alluding to like Paul saying that, because she was talking about him earlier in the chat, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But man, you didn't hear any of that stuff or any of that before about the I think we're being messed with. Your chat stopped working for a minute as well. Huh, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I was also talking about being a doomer and accepting the fact that a lot of this stuff is kind of an escape from duties and obligations a lot of the time. And what's good, Mr. Oh, okay. Got it. So that's Reese W with the porn bombing. Thank you, Reese W. It's a nice cat picture too, by the way. Yeah, so metaversal dunking in order for Mr. Reese W. So that was the same imagery from that's the same exact thing that happened to Paul. It shows the swastika. It says kill the the N words and stuff, and then it shows someone at their computer doing something terrible to themselves. These people are disgusting. These people are disgusting, man. Absolutely. I don't know why you're still backstage, sir. I mean, you're pathetic. It's embarrassing. But yeah, I was also talking about how the doomerism has kept me also from addressing certain things in my life, like well, it's not even the doomerism really. It's just I was talking about how basically, if Lou popped back in the chat, I was talking about. You guys didn't hear me talking about the pierogi thing. Basically, a week ago, this past Monday, I broke my tooth on nothing less than a pierogi. Literally a fucking pierogi. What are the chances? What are the chances that in this world with Lou Bass, the pierogi gate fucking eye in the sky, the agent, the pierogi agent that he is, what are the chances that I would break my tooth on a fucking pierogi? It's fucking fascinating. This guy is still backstage, dude. I mean, are you all right? I hate N words. Like, really, bro? It says fuck episode. I don't even know what that means. Fuck episode Rose. Yeah, I don't know. With the swastika and someone doing something terrible to themselves at a. Okay, now they're adding another one. So they're trying to take my stream down. That's what's going on here. I don't want to ban you, sir, from the studio. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, sir. But Reese Weber. Ban me, I'm black. Okay. All right. You're pathetic, sir, is what you are. I also hate you. Is that what I said? Yeah, you're pathetic. You're an embarrassment to humanity, sir, and I feel bad for you because you're trying to take down people's streams, and it's terrible. It's low. It's pretty pathetic, man. Pretty pathetic, embarrassing, bro. I'm living life. Okay. Yes. What kind of name is Reese? It's kind of a shitty name, to be honest. Like Reese's, like genetically modified Reese's with TBHQ, tetrabutyl hydroquinone, destroys the fucking gut. That's you. You destroy the minds and hearts of many. Not me, though, sir. Not me. I should say you try to destroy the hearts and minds of many, but not today, Shaitan. Get behind me, Shaitan. Cult nigga, he says. Cult nigga. All right. Well, if I'm a cult nigga, then guess that is what it is. It says, all right. So if I kick someone from the studio, I never do this, but oh, what's this now? Is this going to be a? Oh wow, that's terrible, man. That someone did that to themselves. If that's real, that's terrible. Yeah, I'm kicking you from the studio. You're sick. You're fucking sick, dude. Get help. Get help. Anyway, so now this as if I didn't already have enough problems, including just in the dental fucking aspect. I had someone lime a comment at 3:33 of all times. What is like a comment? Yeah, as if I didn't already have enough problems. No, it's not a it's not a molar. It's like next to a molar. It's like let me see one. Oh, okay, so it's the one next to the molar on the top. But yeah, it's literally it was already broken. It was already a broken tooth, but it wasn't loose. Now it's fucking dangling. So at any day now, it's gonna probably fall out. But what are you gonna do? Because if I go to the dentist, I don't think they're gonna be able to save it anyway. They're probably just gonna say we can pull it, and at that point, it's like okay, well, if you can pull it, and I'm gonna pay for that, why not just let it naturally fall out on its own time anyway? And that's what actually happened with my two molars in the back on the bottom on both sides, one on each side. Is they started falling out. This was maybe a year or two ago, probably closer to two. Is that yeah? It started. They both started falling out too at different times, probably within a 6-month period. And I just let them naturally fall out. I mean, I just let them do their thing. I mean, I knew the alternative was to get them pulled. So why pay money to get them pulled when I can just let life, naturally. So that's what I'm dealing with now. I've been avoiding the dentist for a while, and it has a lot to do with someone in my life having something traumatic happen to them, and it kind of the trauma from their experience kind of infecting me. Uh, call it contagious traumaitis. But basically, yeah, they went to the dentist to get a couple teeth pulled, and instead of getting a couple teeth pulled, they got more than a couple teeth pulled. Instead of getting their 2 molars pulled that were see, and this is it's funny because this was after my situation where I had not 1 but 2 molars infected and probably should have got them pulled, but didn't and let them naturally fall out anyway. So this person, who's probably the closest person to me in my life, went to get their 2 molars pulled and got four pulled. So again, I just don't trust these. It's not just dentists, it's doctors, it's all doctors. It's just like all lawyers and all nurses and all these people in these positions of prestige, so to speak, these trusted experts. Again, who put toxic amalgam mercury, a toxic amalgam mercury filling in my mouth that's still there to this day? Well, a dentist. So that was a long time ago, and still to this day. I mean, I'll still say it. I'll still proclaim it that no toxin, no impurity, no poison has any place in me. It doesn't affect me. I detox it on site, and I put that out there, and so it is, you know what I mean? But still, I'm not gonna, downplay the reality that a so-called expert put toxic mercury nonsense, inside me at some point. So, as a child, mind you, as a child.
You guys are funny. It felt like a shit show to me, to be completely honest. Oh, it's so funny. All right, I'm gonna look at the
Oh
YouTube
yeah, literally broke my tooth on a fucking pierogi.
just for a second. I'm out of here. Hey man, good to see you. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely drop the links. Yeah, good to see you this morning, Steven. Yeah, I felt that was pretty rough. I kind of overchewed all these concepts as I made the video and in my own head thinking about it. But then the thing I'm just trying to say is, there's a lot of truths out here that once they're accepted, people. Oh, was it sarcasm? Well, cool, man. I appreciate that. Well, there you go, man. You got someone to join you and talk, and we'll reestablish a master student dichotomy. That's okay. It is what it is. What I'm trying to say here is there's a lot of thought I hear people say, okay, I got that. The food is poison. Boom. I understand that. Cool. We're all under mind control. Cool. I understand that. Boom. But I don't think people really digest the true implications of a lot of these truths that we come to be aware of. That's what I'm saying. And that to acknowledge that you're under mind control isn't like the end of the process.
You're right. You're right, Patrick. Sir, if you're still hating, watching, waiting, if you are the third person here watching, with Sunshine and Patrick, Jesus, aka Jesus, loves you, sir, and have a great life. Stop trying to ruin people's streams with your hate speech mixed with suicide bombing, which is terrible. I mean, it's worse than porn bombing, honestly. I mean, it's just the lowest form of. You need help, sir. You need help, and God loves you. Seek God, sir.
To die further, and I want to die further in how this process actually occurs. And then once you learn the mechanism, how the sausage is made, then from there, maybe you can start getting some traction. But if you're not really into the conversation,
Yeah, that you're right, Patrick. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing. I have a dentist in mind. I really want to go to a holistic dentist, though. You know what I mean? But that requires, I mean, as if dentists aren't expensive enough already. Holistic dentists are, take it to another level. It's not to say there might not be affordable ones out there, but I've called around and I've, a lot of times you can tell right off the bat when you just call. Like this one I called one time, they said it was just a what do you call it? Consult was like hundreds of dollars. I was like, what? Just for a consult? Get the fuck out of here, man. Like $350 for a fucking consult? I'm like, you're not even doing anything. You're just telling me what, it's so anyway.
That sausage is made and being on guard against how it is operating in reality, then you're probably going to continue to be subject to it. Is the general thing I think.
I love Austin's background where everyone's, in their metaversal pod, Essentially, it's kind of true. We're all looking through these squares, whether it's on a laptop or on a phone, looking at these black scrying mirrors, these fucking cubes, these cages, as Cage would say.
Perhaps you see it differently. Oh, there's London McLovin. Good to see you. All the people out this morning. Yeah, so it looks like some panels going to be able to get popping.
That's pretty crazy. Your dad pulled his own teeth. That's fucking.
And I look forward to that. I'll be listening. As always, it's a pleasure to hear everyone else's thoughts and be listening. But you know, for me, I just come to a point where it's I don't know, different times, right? But Benton is still going to be going live for a little bit. We're going to have a loop, an eternal loop here is about to be created.
Sausage is made, then from there,
We're stuck in the loop of our own making. I'll provide the link to Benton. If you should go over there, man, maybe continue it. Mind control.
And being on guard against how it is operating in reality, then you're probably going to continue.
Yeah, you know, speaking on the fluoride, there's still people in my life who won't accept, maybe because they're old, you know, it's like old programming. It's deeply embedded into their mental, you know, into their mental framework. They think, you know, once people think that the world is the way it is for so long, it's hard to undo that. It's hard to unlearn. I mean, at that point, it's literally a deeply embedded neural pathway that it's deeply embedded programming. You really it would have to have shock therapy or some type of traumatic event to be able to unlearn those things, you know? But it's definitely indoctrination mixed with years and years of, you know, accepting the way things are in general. Yeah, they read it in their books. Well, it's more than that. It's the programming from the school, television, on and on and on. But damn, Jimmy's still here. He fell asleep and woke up here. Love you too, brother. That's fucking hilarious, man.
Oh, should I just put mine on?
Hilarious.
Holy shit, boys. I think I'm saying. No, that's Benton. Of course. I'm in a loop now. I'm in my own loop. I'm talking. I'm out of here, dude. Everyone have a good day. Do something. I'll end with that. Now here, an infinity loop of self here playing. Do something. Yeah, go hang out with Benton and talk about this shit over there. But watch those mind control patterns. Yeah, dude, I'm totally fucking stuck in the sunken place. That's why I can't do it today, man. I've got too deep on the master student dichotomy, Steve, and then I'm just in the loop of it now, and I don't want to be in either role. Hey, good to see you, Steve. Cool. Benton will be back in 10. Maybe I'll hold it down and just go through the YouTube for 10 until Benton's back. I hope everyone has a good day doing real things. I'm going to do some real things and to have genuine experiences in the natural world. I did get a lot done yesterday, too, in the middle of all that, so that's cool. I saw this. I had a short, actually, recommended on the Nietzsche stuff, the priest morality, like one randomly came up. Let's see this. I think this is part of your trans. Here, we'll get a trans investigation. Here, we'll leave. We'll allow some balm of cognitive.
Well, then they were definitely lying, Mr. Patrick, because on top of that, I had a tab open watching my own stream well, not watching my own stream, but you get me, so that I could go back to the tab and make sure certain things were working, make sure there were no comments I couldn't see. So that would have been a third person, which would have meant there were 3 people watching when it said there was 1. So, yeah, I do it all the time. I mean, I've had almost 10 people in my chat at once before, and it said there would be 1 or 2 people watching. So, yeah, I'm used to it, man. I'm used to it.
We just keep studying people's Adam's apple. We might be able to break
Or even more so on another scale, having say, you know, maybe 15, 20 people commenting in chat, and it'll say there's 3 or 7, you know, whatever fucking people, you know. So there's always games being played, man. And I think a lot of the time, like, I've ended often when there's 1 person in the chat, because when I'm doing shorter streams, which I haven't been doing for a while, for a couple, probably been at least a week or 2 since I've done a shorter stream. But it's almost like they want you to end your stream or something. I don't know. I'm in my imaginations. Hashtag in my imagination, as it says in the title there.
Control patterns. Wow. Maybe not.
What the fuck am I watching here?
Yeah, exactly. I dare you to do something.
Oh, I'm doing something.
Keep watching them Adam's apples.
Later on.
Work out, though.
Later on. It's afternoon.
It's a cognitive dissonance because it's got nothing to do with your actual
I think I'm
life.
actually gonna. I'm not sure. It might be. I think I'm gonna get a surprise visit from somebody who usually lives out of town, who's gonna come into town and So hopefully gonna have some family time later. Looking forward to it. And I'm gonna let this play out, and then I think it's gonna roll into Benton. But if he is still live at that time, but there's only like 15 more minutes of this. So
If we find out that hundreds of these world elites are secretly men in drag, that does absolutely nothing.
Actually, it'll be more like 7 minutes because I got it in almost double speed. So
to improve anything in the world, and even the knowledge. Sometimes knowledge can improve the world.
Shout out to Mr. Yurt.
Sometimes knowledge can improve the world. My evidence is my lived experience of watching all these so-called truthers be aware of mind control and then fall for it over and over again by obsessing and focusing on the wrong things that have absolutely nothing to do with changing reality at all. Hey, good to see you, Sean.
Good to see you.
I know it doesn't because I watch the effects. I know it does because I watch the effects of these conversations. And I never see, oh my God, all the royalty were actually guys in dresses. Oh, I'm going to go, secure, my reality and the resources I need. And I'm going to do all this. I've never seen that. I've never seen anyone. But this, at what point, how long do you have to acknowledge the lie? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? The evidence that I could give would be the thousands and thousands and thousands of hours people have been doing trans investigations on Truther Channel. Those are the details I would give. Like, this is and I'm not picking on you, Malika, but this is what I just see so many people like not seeming to understand. I don't get why others aren't seeing the loops and the traps that they claim to be aware of. Knowledge is powerful, but you know what I'm going to say to that, Gary Baxter. This is my exact point. So Gary Baxter, what you've watched here on these panels and all this, what am I going to say as a counterpoint to knowledge? Is knowledge not powerful? What am I going to say to that? There's nothing to do with other. How are you going to use that in real life to know that the royals were dudes in dresses? How do you use that in real life? Besides just telling other people paranoia and fear of, oh my God, they were trannies. How fucking weird is that? That seems to be the only function of the trans investigation stuff. Oh, Big Mike is a tranny. Isn't that fucking weird? Like, it goes nowhere else. It's a virtue signaling. Dude, so much of the SJW stuff carries right over to the conspiracy theory community. It's all one big parade. From what I'm seeing, it seems to be one big parade of virtue enlightenment signaling. There's no actual traction in numerous of these conspiracy theory themes and talking points. It's just intellectual masturbation. That's it. That's all it occurs to me. All right, I'm out of here. I did my rant. Right. But Kyle Rittenhouse is a girl, Brett is a boy, and they're born on the same day at polar opposites of the political scale. The programming is real. A position to what, though, Mr. Baxter? A position to what? Determining the fact someone's a male to female, let you know they're a liar right off. You already know they're liars, right? You already know they're. Yes, your actual. Do you see the cognitive dissonance? It's really amazing. I'm going to know what my partner is, a man or a woman. That would be the one instance that knowledge is practical in the partner that you're being romantic with. That's got nothing to do with trans investigations. See, this is what happens when you run up against the wall of mind control and cognitive dissonance. Unless you're willing to use the same tactics that put people in those states, you can't actually get people out of them. That's another major takeaway of what I've come to understand. It's only the tactics that, it's only the mind control tactics that will allow you to reprogram or unprogram, deprogram someone. And I have no fucking desire to do that. I can only share my own sort of research journey and experience. That's all I can do. I have no desire to reprogram, deprogram anyone. That's partly what I'm trying to do with that video, is show you how those tactics are used. Use the same tactics and then explain the tactic that has been used. But I don't know if that's I don't know if that translates. Cool. But that I find you way too smart and wise to like not see the differentiation between what I'm saying. So you're gonna, how long is that a focus of your reality? Like, you go to the grocer and you're like, is the guy, doing my groceries, is that a man or a woman? I mean, who fucking cares? Exactly, Stephen David. I don't want to use it, dude. It's so easy once you see it.
Yurt doesn't want to use the infinity stone of propaganda to deprogram people.
It's fucked up. All right. We'll stop ruminating on mind control.
No.
Go over there, hang out, Benton. I'll provide this link one more time.
I ordered ox bile, taurine, and digestive enzymes from Amazon.
Yo, Amazon better watch out. Benton's on that ass, boy.
Waiting for refund, by the way. Ordered the same 3 items from Walmart.com. Received the taurine and the ox bile, the digestive enzymes that I'm dependent upon in order to eat food without becoming more sick than I already am.
Amazon, quit fucking around with this dude's enzymes.
USPS. And for some reason, this was shipped from Seattle, Washington to Arkansas. And before you ask, no, that item is not available in my area. What is going on, people? Society has collapsed. I ordered ox bile, taurine, and digestive enzymes.
Try Ubik today, Benton. It'll stop all that. Don't worry about it.
Chicago, recaptured after he had escaped from Lima, Ohio. Taken to Crown Point, Indiana, the Lake County Jail to be tried for the murder of a policeman. This desperate public enemy now rises to fame as an underworld hero. Arrogant, that expression in his eye.
Oh shit, this is that guy. This is a guy, Mark Terrell.
So as human beings, we have these.
I see an Adam's apple,
needs,
Malika. If we look close, I think I see one bobbing around right there.
We unavoidably suffer. And I think it's reassuring to let clients
think
know
so.
sometimes that their happiness isn't just
I also see kind
what they do
of sort of like a
inside
swollen,
it's also to do with
there's a swollen thyroid there too. I don't know.
helps them meet their needs.
That's funny. Mark Terrell, is that what he said? That makes me think of what's his name? James Terrell? That guy that London man was talking about, has been talking about for quite some time now. Because I can remember months ago when I had talked to him, I think it was the first time I talked to him. We were on Charles Waz's stream and we watched one of his Holy AI book. It might have been part one, or maybe, yeah, I think it was part one, maybe 1 and 2, and maybe 3 actually. Which was actually, I'm pretty sure, yeah, the first time I talked to London, we watched his stuff. And yeah, I mean, he put some good stuff together, man. I mean, no one can deny that. He put some interesting puzzle pieces together. The picture he paints is, I want to watch the whole AI book series from beginning to end. I'm sure it would take up maybe a couple hours. I could do that here maybe. So I don't think I'd have enough time to do that now, obviously, but I could watch the first couple. What do I got? An hour? No, I got 50 minutes left of streaming. So
people who meet their needs in a balanced way are less likely to suffer anxiety. Just as thirst is a signal that you're not meeting your need for hydration, anxiety is a signal that you're not meeting your needs in some way.
Well, there you go.
Now, this isn't to say that what we do in our minds has no relevance to our happiness or lack thereof.
Well, but this is a perfect end cap.
The way we feel is not just a response to the way things really are out there in the world. It's also about how we make sense of what's happening to us. So as human beings, we have these innate needs, and we have.
I feel instantly better. After that. This is Fran Sam. Hi here.
3 months, the number of reporters with access to the White House has dropped by 31%. There are now 442 fewer reporters who have access to the White House based on a new press credential law that has just taken place. In the novel 1984, every home was equipped with this large screen where a talking head would come and tell you all you needed to know. You didn't need to find out any information.
Yes, but the difference,
if you don't think that that's where
the difference there though, is that from what I've seen, and again, you can correct me where I'm wrong. You can correct me where I'm wrong. And you know what? Don't correct me where I'm wrong. I think there's a distinction there and a difference, but I've already made the point, so it's sort of, I'm not going to keep just belaboring the point. But I got my bean bullets and band-aids, which show I take the seriousness of doomerism and the collapse and all that very serious. I've essentially aligned my whole life to be prepared for the struggles that are about to, allegedly everyone is saying are about to just roll over humanity. That's what I'm saying. That's the cognitive dissonance. There's all this, the elites, they got us, we're all following doomerism, blah, 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 blah. And people aren't doing anything. That's the cognitive dissonance about it. People aren't doing anything about it, but they claim to believe it. I show that it's not cognitive dissonance. I truly believe it because I stack the beans, bullets, and band-aids. I know how to raise animals. I know how to plant crops. I have multiple strategies to deal for multiple issues of all these things. I'm not sitting around with a magnifying glass talking about how all the royals were actually dudes in drag.
I will say in my own life, someone very close to me is actually with somebody who has been with somebody who is saying that they're something that, in my opinion, I would say they're not. I would say that they are the, gender that they were born, not the gender that they're desiring to be, and taking certain pharmaceutical, remedies to turn themselves into. So if you catch my drift, but I would say she is a very nice girl. Whatever. I can't say what it is that's causing her to feel the need to call herself him. But it is what it is, and the treatments that they're taking are definitely turning them more into what would be perceived as a man like myself. So they're much younger than me. I'm 30. They're 20. But it's interesting to see, man. It kind of is confusing, and it's almost like contagious confusion. But again, it doesn't put me out of my element enough to where I'm questioning anything. If anything, I don't want to say I feel bad for the person, but in a way, I do see many people like them as victims of social engineering and programming. So, not to mention neglect from their parentals and kind of like this, this culture of like parents kind of giving their kids whatever, a phone, and looking the other way, and never really giving them the time of day to, share on a deep level with them their thoughts, emotions, feelings, actions, and kind of it's just bad parenting, in my opinion, is the result of, or the bad parenting results in that confusion and gender dysphoria and all that stuff. And I think that's why this epidemic, if you want to call it that, I think is growing at such a rapid rate, and it is kind of like a transtopia in a way. It's a transtopia. It's a trans dystopia. But anyway, I mean, to each their own, to each their own.
It's irrelevant. I'm not. All right, Benton's back. I'm out. It's the whole thing, and it's not you, Malik. I'm not especially mad at you, and you have your own land, and you're trying to do things too. So I'm not, taking special shots at you. You're just kind of the one vocalizing that at this exact moment. Oh, there's Luke. I'm gonna put his link, and I'll be listening over there, be checking in over there, and I'm out of here. Do something novel. Fucking out of this thing. Yeah, that's the difference. I actually, some level take those things serious, and then try to do something in my life that demonstrates that. So as we end, that's the point I'd emphasize. If you believe things you believe, are your responses in correct proportion to the things you believe? So there is no luxury in doomerism. If you truly believe things are doomed and you're not a dying man, if your days aren't numbered, and even if your days are numbered, because no one knows really where they are, but I'm pretty sure Benton has some plans on his doomerism, I hope. So I hope you all have ways to deal with the things that you believe. That's what I'm saying. It's the same shit with the flat earth thing, just to pick another thing so we're not focused on the trans. It's the same thing with the flat earth thing, where the response doesn't seem to be, oh, okay, I'm going to go find the edge. I'm going to go prove what this place really is. All it seems to portend, all it seems to prophesy is another couple of decades of arguing about how globers are fucking stupid or whatever. That's all I see coming from it. You don't see anyone rushing to the ice wall. You don't see anyone trying to see what's on the other edge. You don't see anyone having an adventurous spirit. I mean, it should be the age of exploration, right, flat earthers? It should be a whole new era of exploration and adventurous spirit, right? Beyond the ice wall. Westward expansionism on a whole other level, right? Let's climb this fucking ice wall, something. Then you don't, so that's it. There's a cognitive dissonance. You're scared to face the consequences of doing what your truth compels you to. That's a cognitive, who's going to shoot you? So we don't even try. So that's essentially the response is, yep, we're just going to sit around for another century like they did for the last 2 centuries, discussing the same exact things. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to keep like SJW's virtue signaling that just by figuring it out that we've done something. It doesn't work for me, so I'm going to go, yeah, but people got billions. It's funny when you see all these excuses are just the cognitive dissonance of the mind control. We got millions to build another fleshlight or whatever. We got millions so Bear Taria can exist, so you guys can buy a fucking Hollywood guy, his own piece of paradise, and then he can slowly kick you off. But you got millions for that shit. We don't got millions for a journey to the other side of the ice wall. I'm out. I'm demagoguing. All right. Everybody have a good day. Do something novel. If you're going to get past that ice wall, you're going to have to do something you never did before. So you might want to learn how to fucking sail. You might want to learn how to survive Arctic conditions. You might want to do something. Because just sitting around talking about it, virtue signaling that your truther has not done that much so far. But maybe I'm wrong. I can only live my own life. And I hope all your lives are going well. And I'm fucking out of here. Yada, yada, yada. Until next time.
At the time. Well, in order to balance this out, I was a fan of the University of Arkansas. We had one of the best men's swimming programs. Well, guess what? Number one, nobody gives a flying fuck about men's swimming, right? But guess what? So Title IX says you have to have an equal number of scholarships. So
happy 11/11, y'all.
Just we know you're here at the university, sir, but we're just not going to have a swimming program next year. And the rules back then said if the guys left then in order to transfer to another school, they have to sit out a year. See, it's not even that way anymore. These ladies that play softball, they're free to just immediately go to another university, right? So they could choose to go play at schools that do stay close to home.
You know why? Because it goes back to this.
Except
Most
Rooster.
men out here, they're just happy to get an opportunity. And I'm not trying to turn us men and women against each other on the channel. I'm just trying to emphasize the point that women don't understand how hard this life is as a man. They just don't get it. They don't. So that's my point number one. Point number two is, and this is where the cold hard.
No, the Pac-10, the Pac-12 is no more. Their four best teams have left. RT. I haven't kept up enough. I'm not even sure where they're going. Yeah, Big Ten.
Come into play, you should just be thankful you even have the opportunity to play softball because of the football team. I don't know if these females that tweet all this stuff out.
And we're not much, but what? But we're all above brown nosing. Oh, you don't want to be seen as a brown noser? What? If you invite me to your home, what am I supposed to just roll in there like I own the motherfucker? And you're gonna cook me a meal and you're gonna provide for my entertainment? You're gonna cater to me, and I'm just gonna be all right. See you later. And I'm out of here, and not even ingratiate myself to the host. So the one and only time Flow State was on this channel, we was on a jag about people who prey on children, and I was very strongly expressing my opinion about what should happen to anybody that preys on children. And here comes Flow State, thinks he's gonna give a counterpoint. Now, if he had bothered to see the value in 90 seconds of ingratiating himself to the host first, maybe I would have heard him out. But because he came in here on some self-entitlement, like I owe him a panel, right? Now I'm strongly stating my opinion, and he thinks he's gonna give a counterpoint. And I don't even know this motherfucker, but I've heard him on other panels, and he's already annoyed me. No, you out of here, buddy. Why would I want to talk to you? See how this works? And meanwhile, I don't know Flow State. I don't know what you do on your channel. But when you can get 30 people to listen to you talk for an hour and a half, well, now guess what comes with that? Now you get to run a panel. You get to run a panel. But as far as I see it, you're dependent on me, buddy, or whoever happens to be paneling. Now you see, Yurt was planning on paneling, but I see it in Yurt that it seems like he gets annoyed by the panels, so he didn't even want to do it. Now maybe part of that is I'm around, and maybe he thinks I can pick up the slack. But see, Flow State, you're not providing value like Paul talks about. And I don't typically talk in these terms, but if Flow State, you're not giving me anything, and you never will. So why you're getting what you give, buddy? Why would I concern myself with? Oh, we better get Flow State over here, see what he's got to say. Meanwhile, he went on Anton's and said he forfeited $120,000 worth of firearms to the government. Was talking about him and his woman being all spun out.
Oh, snap.
I don't have people like that in my life, sir. No thanks. No
Get
thanks. Take that shit elsewhere. Meanwhile, hey, I'm sure you could, if you really put your mind to it, you could start something up.
What's up with that, Flow State? Dude, man. What the fuck, bro? Seriously, man. That's some bitch shit, dude.
People would want to come hang out. Because on some level, we're hanging out.
Unreal,
Again, social isolation.
dude.
This is a hang on some level. Yurt's the kind of fella I want to hang out with. Right? O'Shea is strange and bizarre and weird as he can be. Well, guess what? I'm strange and bizarre and weird myself. See what I'm saying? What's up, Carl? Oh, man. See, I'm the captain now. And shout out to Dark Glasses Woody, who so astutely pointed out that he said, I didn't realize Benton could play the long game. So, yeah, maybe all them hours and hours and hours and hours, maybe I was being selfish because I could foresee the day when I realized, well, at some point, I'll humor these bozos for a time. But then at some point, I'll have the power to be able to talk to who I want to talk to and not have to entertain these bozos. See, who will never do anything but take from me if I'm dumb enough to let them. Well, I'm not. So, yeah, no, we're not.
Benton's sounding extra country today, I gotta say.
Not gonna be having Flow State around. And Paul, I love his show, but I think he inadvertently, or we can't even blame him. But I think, okay, leave Paul out of it. I think a lot of people have gotten the wrong idea about how a panel's supposed to run. I never promised y'all open panels. When did I promise y'all an open panel? Never. Now, did I run open panels? Thank you. And I loved everything said. And see, I don't think we believe each other sometimes. Now, I'm not talking to you, Yurt, but just in general, I love when people go in on my ideas. Why? Because I necessarily have blind spots. I can't fully observe myself. Meanwhile, there's nobody in this dumbass town that I can go meet in the physical who will do me the favor of observing me with intelligence and thoughtfulness, and then see things about me and my presentment that I can't see, even though I'm trying to see them, and we'll come up with some.
Flo forfeited apparently an insane amount of money worth of firearms to the feds, essentially, when he got raided, and then got tossed in the can. And the worst part is, I'm pretty sure he never even tried to fight for him back, which might say something about how they were acquired, and so maybe there's a reason. But regardless, it sounds like he got robbed, and yeah, it just sounds like some bitch shit. He kind of bent over there to the state, but it seems there's division more in this community on who likes who than what they believe and know. Yeah, I don't have an issue with anybody. If anything, my issue is what certain people believe and claim to know. Like one of my things is people who feel the need to identify with labels, including flat earther. I mean, I just don't see why you have to cling to these labels. I think it's a defense mechanism almost, in a sense. I never call myself a flat earther or a gematria person or a gematrinator, whatever, or a whatever. I don't cling to these labels. I don't see why people have to. I don't call myself a Mandela effect, whatever. I don't call myself any of these things. I feel that the labels
whatever they may be, are instantly. I mean, I have problem enough just calling myself my name that I was my quote name unquote that I was given at birth. So I think that the more we flee the labels, the more we flee the labels, the more free we are in a sense. Honestly, that's my feeling. I think the labels, just like and again, they're more labels. The religions, the whatever title from the institutions, with the letters, whatever it might be, even if it's however prestigious it is, PhD, whatever. All these things, all these labels, man, are boxes. They're cages, as Cage would say. And the more we leave them, the more we flee them, I think the better off we'll be in the long run. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I love that. We don't need to agree. And I understand what he's saying about the doomerism.
And again, that's one of my problems with Z, and I've made it apparent to Z, and I think it's gotten misinterpreted. But then again, maybe it wasn't. Maybe that was the defense mechanism coming out, and people needing to defend their defending their need to identify with these labels. So, yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm sensitive to it's more.
All right, having some loading issues
here. Or just a not wanting to go down the doomer road in a conversation, right? And I'm speculatively tying that to wanting to set a particular tone or example for a family, right? I could be way off base.
I'm glad you guys agree.
And I had the distinct pleasure of growing up in a family that was, while it was more corporately minded than your.
Better yet, even more than I'm glad you agree.
We had a really good thing going. I didn't experience what your did.
I'm glad you can see what I'm trying to say. So
what he described about his mother and his father, I didn't go through none of that. The only thing my parents really did to me was raise me in a fucking mind control cult. Other than that, I had a really.
Why is it having loading issues?
Really, really good childhood and upbringing. I mean, really good. Okay, especially for where I came from. So maybe I'm projecting, right? Maybe I'm projecting. I don't know. But part of the fun, part of what gets me out of bed in the morning is that it's a new day to discover these things. And my path is progress. And I got nothing against flow state. I just don't want to talk to him. Do you hear what I'm saying? So now we get to, so many of us have this idea that we can't be viewed as kissing up, or, oh, he's just trying to ingratiate himself to Paul, or he's trying to ingratiate himself to Benton, or whoever it is, or Z. Well, what's wrong with kissing up a little bit? I'm not calling for that. I'm just saying there's a downside to being so above it all, right? Like that Svetlana, same thing. If she rolled in here and say, hey, Benton, I like what you're doing over here, and appreciate you having me on. That's it. Now, if it's being done, obviously, in a mocking way because now I put it out there, I'm just saying, what happened to manners, right? But then Svetlana, because she liked the topic, right, and thinks she gets to talk for half an hour, and we're just going to sit there and listen to her talk about the DMT helps, right? Oh, but now I'm a reptile because I got rid of her, right? Oh my god.
Oh,
hey, what's up, Big Drink Tea? Yep, exactly. Intellectual pseudo. No, Carl. See, Carl's most likely an actual intellectual. Pseudo intellectual masturbatory loop.
Pseudo.
I'm a failing in my mic.
Pseudo intellectual masturbatory loop. You're coined it. That's. I would disagree there, but all right.
Tommy Temper, the Tommy Temper Show. Maybe we'll check out some of the Tommy Temper Show. Is that a real thing? Let's get the hell Temper. The Tommy Temper Show. Oh man, I'm a failing in my mic technique today. Tommy Temper. Yep, I got rid of her, right? Oh my god. What is this? Hey, what's up, Big Drink Tea? Yep, exactly.
Oh, we said you're called it, not you're coined it. Okay, sorry.
Pseudo.
Had to rewind there. Fast forward a little bit though.
Can't wait. Is that a lady in a bikini dancing on your desktop? Tommy Temper talks about all important issues affecting real people. At Tommy Temper Show, check him out. I don't know if he has an Adam's apple. Perhaps he does. Oh man, it's all me. You got any live streams?
Hey everyone, you're watching the Tommy Temper Show. Tommy Temper. Yeah, I'm the guy here that has to ad lib it, talk about it to try and let you know. Whoa, look at my nose. It looks kind of a little bit red or burnt or something like that, which is kind of a little bit weird. But
hey, the normal speed.
I say, oh my, that was my first copyright strike. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hey, it's YouTube. So we talk about on YouTube except copyright strikes. So who else we got in there tonight?
Thank you, Mass with Faces likes my British accent. Listen to this. So when I was with ex-wife number 2, I became more cognizant of how I come across and the tone of my voice. And our native tongue as Southerners, we're both from Arkansas. We both would adopt a British accent at times so that we could speak to each other and not sound as like guttural and nasty and mean. I'm not even kidding. So not that I have a British accent, or certainly not any good at it, but I've practiced it extensively as a way to not have to address my woman in this in the Southern dialect. The link, and we'll see if some of these bozos still try to join. Oh, I can't wait. Well, we're having fun this morning at least. We're having fun. Remember, this is what I wanted to show you guys. This is great. This is great. And this actually ties in with some of the stuff that O'Shea likes to cover. Now, this is going to seem like it's a sports video, but it's really not. So I'm not going sports talk, I promise. Just trust me. You're going to trust. Well, you don't have to, but please trust me. We're not going sports talk. Man, what the fuck is this? I do like Lil Peep, though, I must say. Yeah.
You would like Lil Peep, Benton.
So just
you
real,
would.
oh God, real quick, but this is more about the women and the dating and the relationships, really. So the conferences are all realigning. Well, what this means is like if a softball player at Oregon, right, went to Oregon to play softball, some top high school softball player. Well, a lot of these athletes make their decision based on, what teams do we play in the conference and how far is it if my parents are wealthy enough to travel to all of my games, right? So now with the conference realignment, some of these West Coast teams are going to not have this happen. So sports fans, but I'm certainly going to promote this channel. I like it a lot because I still want to halfway keep up with what's going on in college football. So this is how I do it.
Lame.
The Pac-12.
Would anyone give a fuck about anything sports related? Sorry, that's my opinion. I think it's all nonsense. But hey,
it's an upsetting.
Nothing wrong with it, I guess. Other than that, it's all nonsense.
It is what it is.
And most of it's scripted.
Yeah. Football player. You're just to keep stuff going.
I don't care about anything sports related. I'm sorry, people. I just
lose money. Girlfriends
really don't care about sports. So much so that I will avoid anything sports related.
How are you today? Joining the stream. Really nice. I don't remember any of the swimmers complaining. I'm sure the media tried to go get some quotes from them. Right. Anyway, joining the stream, somebody that I need to practice on how to say their name. So maybe we'll work on that right now.
Nachiketa.
Hello, sir. How are you today?
What's up, Benton?
Hey, man.
How's it going?
It's an interesting day. Interesting times, to be sure. Glad you
That's
joined.
true. My name is Nachiketa, but you can just call me Nach.
Okay, that'll work.
It's 4 syllables, but one syllable is just fine. Nach is fine. So what's
Nachiketa?
up?
Nachiketa?
Nachi. Yeah, Nachiketa.
Nachiketa?
Yeah.
I'm going to work on it.
Yeah.
But I know today I probably won't be able to get there, but I'm going to work on it. But Nach for now.
No problem. Yeah, that's fine. So I think it's first time us actually speaking with each other. I mean, I'm sure we have seen each other in the chats and such at different various channels, but I don't think we ever had a chance to actually talk with each other. So just wanted to stop by and see what's up, just making rounds. I spoke with Aphrodite yesterday for the first time, actually. So it was good. It was a good conversation. It was pretty light for the most part. Just trying to figure out, what we're about, right? So, so yeah, what's going on with you, man?
Well, I caught a little bit of that conversation, and I also, promoted it on my channel when she went live. I made sure to try to send some folks over there. I wasn't able to listen to the whole thing, but other than that, I don't know. I've been live for 4.5 hours, but then I went to the grocery store when Yurt was live. Did you catch any of that? NA thought experiment?
No, I don't think so.
Broadcast?
No.
Okay, gotcha.
No, I did not.
Well, what's on your mind? We might allow you to take the topic wherever you'd like to take it. How about that? If you're so inclined. If not, that's okay.
Well, no, I mean, we can just continue on with the discussion of the video that you're showing in terms of like I grew up in Wisconsin, and there's this kind of thing about affirmative action, right? Where if you're a minority, you should get more opportunity and such. But I've always been against that idea. I never thought that was a good idea for the people who were in minority, because it's like saying that you only have to run 90 meters in a 100-meter dash because everybody feels sorry for you, kind of deal. That doesn't make your self as an individual strong. It doesn't make your people strong by having to accept that, personally speaking. So never cared for it. Never was for that, even if I was a quote unquote a minority. I can't speak for everybody. So, but it's similar. It's a similar idea. It's a similar idea between the female sports and male sports. It's like they want to get paid millions of dollars for women's basketball, but nobody wants to go and watch, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
Well, somebody's internet
is that me
right
or is
it
it
mine? Yep, it is.
No,
it's me.
Yeah, I was wondering about
it's
that.
me. My internet works great, except sometimes it doesn't. I think we're back. It's definitely my internet. Yeah. I'm in a motel, so it works really good here, but then sometimes it doesn't want to work properly.
Okay. Well, we'll deal with it as it goes, and if it's
That's funny.
we'll have to.
It's actually 91 here already.
Meet another day, but just wanted to stop by and say
Yes,
hello,
sir.
and pleasure meeting you.
I'm glad you
Benton.
did.
Yeah.
You as well.
You don't have to call me sir. I think you're a little bit older than me. I'm not sure.
I do.
How old are you, Benton?
Oh, I do. I'm 48 in a few days, but however, they beat us in the South if we didn't say sir and ma'am, so it's I'm unable to not call people sir. So
okay,
I'll try not to.
Oh, you're in the Panhandle. That's right, Sunshine. I think you had mentioned that before. Yeah, I'm like closer to Fort Lauderdale, South Florida area, but
Small world, small state,
No, they literally beat us. I'm not kidding. But yeah, it's not in a bad way, like not in an abusive way.
I guess it makes sense for Sunshine Time, right? Sunshine State, Sunshine Time.
Yeah. They berate you, right?
No, spankings.
I mean,
Spankings.
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, they if I didn't say sir or ma'am, I would be struck by my parents. Yeah.
Oh, they're quite serious
Which is
about
I'm okay
that.
with it.
The Southern hospitality, Southern politeness. South has
Yeah.
this kind of reputation of being hospitable
Yeah, the Southerners.
for people. But I spent a lot of
Yeah,
time in the
absolutely.
South. I went to Louisiana twice, for a frisbee tournament and what is it called, Mardi Gras, which was a shit show.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, I never went, but I can only imagine. And what some people may not be aware of is that the Deep South has 25% of the population in the U.S. and 40% of the violent crime. It's by far the most violent, physically violent region of the United States. So that's where some of those manners come into play, is trying to not be attacked physically. Yeah, it's a real thing.
That surprises me.
It's a very
That surprises
true
me.
though. It's a very distinct culture. Yeah. Oh yeah. And we even have a thing, if you read like a psychology or like a sociology book, they call it, it's historically been known as a culture of honor. Southerners are way more quick to get offended by certain things that they perceive as, somebody disrespecting them or not treating them as if they're less than honorable, right? Yeah, it even goes back like to the American Civil War.
Yeah.
It actually ties in with
Gone with the
college
wind type of
football,
thing, right?
Mhm. Yeah. I'm fascinated by it. I'm kind of like Paul, although I was this way before I ever heard of him, but I'm really interested in the sociology, the anthropology and the study of peoples and cultures. I've been interested in that for a long time.
I would say East Asia is similar in that sense. They still have this sense of honor, and people can take offense quite quickly. If you diss them.
It's funny they're saying they were saying stuff in the chat like secret Asian man, secret agent man, and I am the Dow said Asian gent, which would be like agent _ Jin, Asian gent, like that. Hashtag Asian gent.
Like now we're like in an internet world where people can say anything and then nobody can do anything about it. So you just gotta take it as it comes. But I
Or
don't try
secret Asian gent.
to
A
I don't try to
secret
behave
Asian gent man.
that way just because everybody else is behaving in the
Mhm.
that doesn't mean I have to.
Yes. I like that. And when I first started doing the panel type stuff, I would get triggered quite easily. And I've yelled at many people that I've since had to go and apologize to. So I do much less of that now than I did initially. So most likely I won't yell at you and have to apologize later. So that's progress.
Well, I mean, if you think I deserve it, I guess you can. I mean, I certainly like to talk about if there's anything that I've said or whatever that is offensive, then that should be addressed. But I think we live in a culture where people do get offended a little bit too easily, though, too. So it kind of cuts both ways, right? I mean, there are times where people, they are intentionally being assholes, right? And they want to say things that are provocative. But then there are other times where just everything triggers them, though, too. We're living like a trigger culture where people
Triggered.
about everything, though, too. So I don't know. We got to find a balance between all of that.
Trigger, big trigger.
Well, and how much of that ties into how stressed out people are because of the economic issues and the various stresses of life. You asked my age. How old are you, if I may ask?
45.
Okay.
Born in 1978. I'll be turning 45 in December. So we're, what, 3 years apart?
Yeah, something like
around
that.
there.
Yeah.
And I will say that a lot of what I think led to my dad's ultimate demise was, it was 2010 when he passed, and it was 2008, of course. Hard to forget 2008. The collapse, whatever, financial collapse, all by design, of course, and the recession, depression, whatever you want to fucking call it, led to his depression again. But I don't know, what else was going on, in his life or from his past that was bubbling, maybe unaddressed traumas, which again is why it's so important to do shadow work. But yeah, I mean, these I think a lot of the purpose behind these collapses and stuff, all by design, is to it's almost like a natural selection type of process. It puts people through the ringer, and by force, not choice. And yeah, in a way, it does feel like a form of natural selection. It's just, it puts people through the grater, man, the cheese grater. If you come out the other side, you are stronger. But well, I don't want to say most, many can't go through it. They can. And again, I think that's a lot of the reason why I have, in many ways, been who I currently am in many ways, and that the whole game of life, work just to survive, kind of a deal. It just it doesn't
It doesn't entice me, and I almost run the other direction. And it's a lot of the reason why I've wanted to live kind of like how Nachi's living, man. Just get the fuck out of get the fuck out of the industrialized world and go to a monastery or a tent in the mountains somewhere, and just kind of like what Paul did. Kind of like what Paul did. Gave it all up, went and lived in a tent on the land, on trust land, and kind of just found himself again, and I do kind of want to do that again, if not for, you know, a month or 6, whatever, a week even, but probably more like several months, to really get back in touch with nature and source. And again, I might do that at some point. That might be something I do. I mean, I don't put it past I don't put it out of the realm of possibilities by any means. So
Okay, well, I like astrology just enough to wonder what now. Since you said December, now I don't want to ask your actual day of birth, but astrologically, what would that represent, if I may ask?
Well, in Western astrology, I'll be a
Yeah, there is a
Sagittarius,
difference.
but,
That's right. Yeah, Sagittarius. Yeah.
yeah, but in sidereal Vedic astrology, I am a Scorpio.
Okay, and gotcha. Now, is that the moon? Is that the one that does the moon as the main sign, or because I only really know the Western?
Yeah, Vedic astrology, like in Western astrology, they put more emphasis on the sun, right? And then in Vedic astrology, they do.
don't get me wrong, though. I mean, I do enjoy sometimes certain things, certain like I have gotten enjoyment before out of doing pressure cleaning jobs. But overall, I wouldn't say, oh, that's something I enjoy doing, or like most labor. But again, when it comes to like creative endeavors, like one thing I did enjoy pressure cleaning once was like drawing designs on the sidewalk. But again, I've never or no, I guess I have. I have on a couple jobs done that for people, but it is super time consuming. It's not worth the pay per se, but like on my own sidewalk out front, I enjoy doing it. Like I wrote love peace or love truth. Sorry, love truth. I wrote into the sidewalk, and it's cool how I did it in different fonts, and then like drew a big heart around this other. Or no, I wrote the word love, and it's like encompassing. It's like the L, and then inside of the L is the O, and inside the O is the V, and inside the V is the E. It's pretty dope. Like I enjoy sidewalk art. That's pretty cool. Um, but again, I mean, it's another thing that's like if you maybe there are people out there though who would pay for that. Who again, I have thought of. I think that already is a thing, but it's not super popular among pressure cleaners and whatnot. But I would like to try to find a way to turn that into a more monetizable. Is that a word? Monetizable. Uh, art form, as opposed to just finding somebody who wants the pressure cleaning done, for instance, um, and then just adding that in because from in my experience, people haven't paid extra for that, but I have asked people before, is that something you'd like? Because that's something I enjoy doing, and it is just a creative outlet. So to be paid on top of it, or just included into a job. Oh, I'm behind on the chat here. Yeah, I appreciate it, sir. I appreciate it. It's been what 13 years. It's not like anything I'm not at terms with, But I know there's probably some shadow work I still got to do on that. Yeah, see, that's not my Cash App. It's someone very close to me, and let's just say that I am potentially going to see them today or within the next day or two, hopefully today, and I'm going to most likely receive all of the funds that have been donated to me finally. So I've been waiting for that. But yeah, that's not, if I'm hoping to get my own Cash App and stuff. I want to get a couple other apps too. I mean, a lot of the reason why people are able to donate, of course, to certain people is because they have multiple options, obviously, right? I mean, I get that a lot of people don't have a lot of people don't have Cash App. You know, a lot of people only have whatever, Venmo. So a lot of people don't have Venmo, they have PayPal, whatever. So yeah, again, I don't even have one to call my own. So I need to get on top of that. I get that. But that's what happens when you're not money driven, money motivated. I guess it's just they live on through us, literally. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, after my dad passed, it's crazy. I actually looked at myself in the mirror, and all of a sudden, I felt like I was taken over by him. I was talking. I don't even want to say I. He was speaking to me through myself in the mirror. It was bizarre, dude. It was bizarre. Anyone who saw me would have seen myself talking to myself in the mirror, but I swear it was not me talking to me in the mirror. It was, it was, it was psychedelic. Thinking back, or it is psychedelic. Thinking back to it. But yeah, it was also psychedelic, I guess, because after it happened, I kind of looked back on it and I was like, man, that was fucking completely and entirely bizarre. We can't all run from the problem. Some have to fix it. Indeed.
The moon is considered the mind, but it's also like mother nurturing. So each planets, have like their own qualities to them, which are exactly the same for both Western and Eastern. It's just that like Western is more fixed in terms of like like if you're born between this time and this time, you are of that sign.
Yeah, I'll be real. It's my little sister's Cash App. So yeah, I don't want anyone to think that's like my yeah, I would I would never, well, I wouldn't say I'd never be with someone that young. I'm 30, she's 21. I'll be honest. I mean, she's had a couple friends before that are her age that I've had an interesting rapport with, I guess, that I've felt some maybe attraction towards. Maybe they've felt some attraction towards me. I've gotten that vibe before, but never acted on anything. How strong is my pressure washer? You could go canvas gas stations and auto shops with oil on the driveway and ask them if they want it clean. Yeah. Hey, that's a great idea, actually. Yeah, I've never really gone much towards the commercial, commercial, uh, pursuit. Like, I've never really pursued commercial endeavors with the pressure cleaning. It's mostly just residential, but it's actually from my memory, it's been entirely residential. And again, I haven't done enough jobs to really say, I am an established pressure cleaner, but it is something that I know I'm capable of doing. Don't have the best pressure cleaner, but it's capable. Again, real contractors or real pressure cleaners, just like real AC, HVAC, whatever people, they have their own equipment to where, like let's just say pressure cleaners, they have often, they should have a truck, to where they're able to run a line for the water supply to their truck and not have to depend on other people's hoses, to where if they were to, God forbid, break someone's hose, then they'd have to end up paying for that, and again, that's why some people don't want to hire someone who isn't licensed. Like myself, I'm not licensed, because if someone like myself were to come along and use someone's hose and then break the hose and then leave, and then just, so people, I've never done that, but I could see how people probably, I'm sure, have done that, where they come do someone's property using their hose, break their hose, and then just fucking leave, leaving their sidewalk half cleaned and their hose broken, So I get why people wouldn't want to hire someone for that reason. I'm sure that happens often. I've never done that, but I have used other people's hoses before. You just got to be extra careful because, again, I would one day like to potentially get a truck and be able to do that all on my own. That is real work, though, man. That's no joke, especially down here in Florida on a day like this when it's not even noon right now and it's already in the 90s, and that's not even the feels like temperature. I mean, it probably feels like mid 90s. So, anyway, I'm about to wrap it up. I got only about 10 more minutes left on the record time. 11:45. It goes to 11:55. So I appreciate y'all hanging out though, man. So yeah.
But the Vedic astrology, they follow the sidereal, which is actually what is seen in the sky, right? And,
Okay.
and the north node and south node is different. That will be considered
Yeah, I don't know much about this
Rahu and Ketu.
astrology stuff, Vedic and astral. I gotta learn a lot more about this astrology stuff, man. To be honest.
And then you
Okay.
have extra planets in the Western astrology: Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus, or Uranus,
Mhm.
depending on how you like to pronounce that.
Uranus.
Yes. Awesome, man. Yeah. I like the astrology talk and, some
Holy
of the
crap! Oh, dude, man, I am humbled, brother. I really appreciate you, Jimmy. That means a lot, dude. Holy crap, dude. Well, that's my largest that's my largest contribution. So I gotta check this, and I gotta call my sis and see what's up. And again, I'm so grateful for you guys that I'm not gonna say, oh, that you guys are the reason I'm doing this. I'm doing this because I feel drawn to do it, and I feel inspired to do it. But you guys definitely help to confirm that I'm in the right place. I might not be on the I might not be committing to this as much as I should, and I do want to invest in the equipment. I do want to take it a little more seriously, but I don't even want to say but. I have things in my personal life that I need to tend to and really address. And once I do, when I do, um, I'm gonna be able to put more into this endeavor, upgrade the equipment game and whatnot. But as far as personal expenses and whatnot, like just in terms of like my health, like the dentist stuff I was talking about before, I gotta address that shit and other things. I want to save my car and stuff too, but yeah, in a way, I'm almost tempted to put all of the funds that I get through this towards the endeavors with streaming. I almost feel like it's wrong for me to do anything but that, but then in another way I think, oh well, if I put all my money towards the streaming, upgrading the equipment, buying a better pair of headphones to start, buying or microphone, whatever, or both, um getting a new laptop battery so that my laptop's not constantly breathing. It just does this heavy breathing at 24/7. It's fucking uh I don't know, I could see how that could be an issue too, because then if certain people start to think, oh well, I've helped you upgrade your equipment, so you're indebted to me and you should be you know catering to my, like, play this video, play that video or something. I don't know. I'm overthinking it. I'm probably overthinking it at the end of the day, but whatever. At the end of the day, I'm so appreciative, man. So thank you guys, man. I'll check. I'll check as soon as possible. And I mean, shit, I could give her a call right now on the house phone and see what's up. See if it came in, but it's not likely. It's not likely that she'll answer. My sister often doesn't answer. She'll call back. It's usually her style. She'll miss my call and then call me back. So, but I'm apparently possibly going to be seeing her very soon, possibly today for the first time in weeks. So,
So
much
people on
appreciated, y'all.
the channel like it too. But I get curious when somebody mentions like what month they were born. But yeah.
How about yourself?
Well, my birthday's in like 8 days, I think. So yeah, Leo.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
August 12th, Leo. Yeah, 6 days.
Yeah,
So
I'm
actually,
sure, Patrick. I'm sure you can school us all on this side reel. Well, I don't know. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you've sounded pretty educated on the astrology stuff, but yeah, I forget the difference, the astral versus sidereal, or what is it? Astral and sidereal?
It's different. That would be considered Rahu and Ketu. And then you
Okay.
have extra planets in the Western astrology: Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus, or Uranus,
Mhm.
depending on how you like to pronounce that.
Yes. Awesome, man. Yeah, I like the astrology talk, and some of the people on the channel like it too. But I get curious when somebody mentions like what month they were born. But yeah.
How about yourself?
Well, my birthday's in like 8 days, I think. So yeah, Leo.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
August 12th, Leo. Yeah, 6 days. So I'm actually 47, but in my mind, I'm already 48. Why not?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. I'm 44, and we'll be turning 45 at the end of the year. So
There you go. Yeah, man.
yeah. So you've been on the internet for a while in the YouTube scene and stuff, and probably been following some of the same people that I've been following.
Yeah,
over the years,
absolutely.
you know?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I identify as a conspiracy theorist myself, but I went to college in '94 and
See, I'm
discovered the
careful when I say things like that on stream, but in fear that they're gonna automatically algorithmically fucking shadow ban me. But again, it's already the shadow banning's already here. It's like why I'm on this third channel, largely. Which again, this channel has absolutely no affiliation to any other channel, but I'm just saying that. And again, I'm sure I've already on this channel identified as a conspiracy theorist, but is at the end of the day, they're gonna do what they're gonna do regardless. They probably have our voice signature at this point categorized and put in some type of algorithm so to ban it and whatnot, censor it. But
internet kind of by accident. So I've actually been on the internet just about every day going back to then. Not that that's makes me some special person, but it is a unique perspective, I'd like to think, because a lot of folks never really came to the internet before the advent of the phone, the smartphone and social media.
Back in '94, I mean, that's like dial-up. I remember my dad having this like modem and it would like make those noises, and you get those pictures like one line at a time. Back in those days.
Well, that's true, but most of the universities were starting to get T1. The university was getting a direct internet connection back then. So
you know what? I just want to say before the stream ends, brand new to astrology. I just know what applies to me. Okay, yeah, this right here. If something does happen to this stream, or the next stream, God forbid, whatever, or the last stream, whatever, I guarantee you, it's because someone or something is watching, and like on Shaun of Source, right after I got the first, I think, donations on that channel, I got a strike, I think, and then another strike or whatever. Or the channel owner did, sorry, the channel owner of Shaun of Source. Yeah, like, I just can't help but feel that there's some weird activity at play to make sure that certain people, because again, I don't want to be here on this third channel, you know what I mean? But it is what it is because at the same time I enjoy kind of like the newness of and the people who do follow, I do know are the real ones, because it's like anyone who's over here is clearly aware of the other two, Pineal and Sean channels, and is over here. So y'all are definitely real ones, just for that alone. And again, it's cool because like the last night or sorry, not last night, but Friday night when the new people came on, those guys, they might not have found me on the other channel. They might not, because I might have already been shadow banned when it comes to searching StreamYard and putting the filter on towards live streams under StreamYard. Maybe they wouldn't have been able to find me because I would have been shadow banned towards them or whatever. I don't know how all the shadow banning works with this algorithm shit, but they were able to find me under live streams on StreamYard when they did a search. So that was cool, man. That was really cool. But it looks like I got about 2 minutes left, so I'm going to wrap it up.
We had computer labs, where I could go and use the internet without dialing up. Yeah, I've dialed up many times. Yeah, no fun. It's and in a lot of ways, I don't think we realize how good we have it comparatively. Because I can remember, I remember going on the World Wide Web, and it was all text. There was not yet a graphical web browser when I first got on the internet. So if you,
but yeah, I'm gonna have to.
If I wanted to look at so if I wanted to look at a picture, like let's say I went to ESPN, because I was into sports back then, and I wanted to look at the picture, I had to type in a text command and download the picture, and then watch and wait as like each little pixel populated the screen. So if you've ever been like in an image program, if you're making like some kind of software image, like in Photoshop or whatever, like on a GIF or a GIF, it'll say interlace. And what that is because in the old days, instead of each dot appearing individually, interlace means you get like a portion of each line is drawn all at once. So you see like instead of having just dot going across, you get like a piece of each line, because that's how long it would take to appear on the screen. Yeah, it's wild, man, how things have changed. But I don't pine for the old days. Yeah.
Anyway, all right, so this is about to cut off. I'm going to leave the link to Benton's channel. I know you guys already know, but for anyone who might be watching this after the fact, because a lot of I noticed the views I get like, I don't want to say the views double, but almost the views double after uploading. So, but I'm going to check with my sister, see if that came in. Dude, I appreciate it so much, man, honestly. And like you said, sir, like you always say, I don't see you say that much lately, but let there be light, not false light, but the light of love, not to sound Halcadian, But much love, brothers and sisters. I appreciate you guys. For real. For fucking real, man. It's about to